San Francisco
to Dumb Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Oh, yeah. Holiday weekend done. Scottsdale trip looming. We're back, buddy. Marcus, we've had 2 3-day weekends in the last month, bro. I feel like we're cheating.
Well, Murph, here's the thing. I think we need more 3-day weekends. I think everybody should be on a 4-day week schedule.
To be honest, guy, it'll mess with not just my body clock, but remember my mishap with the alarm, buddy, coming back from Vegas. So what I've done now, and shout out to everybody who's coming off the 3-day weekend, is I left the alarm on. So it went off yesterday at 4:15 on a Monday, and I'm just like, just deal with it, you know? And I got a low-key weird thing that if alarm goes off in the middle of the night, it actually stokes me because I realize I can go back to sleep.
I was going to say, there's a bit of satisfaction there, leaving your alarm off on an off day because it goes off and then immediately you're like, oh, damn, I need to get off for work. Oh, wait, not so fast. I can sleep in for 2-3 more hours.
When I was a kid, I had this book, Charlie Brown book called Happiness is a Warm Puppy. All right? Happiness is a Warm Puppy. It had little cartoons. And one of them had this shot of Linus. This stuck in my head forever. It said, happiness is waking up in the middle of the night, looking at your clock, and realizing you still have 3 or 4 hours left to sleep.
Oh.
That I was like 6 or 7 when I read that. That's been in my head till today. I experienced it yesterday.
Oh, so, it's a great quote because I can't tell you how excited I get when I wake up and I look at my alarm clock and it says 1 a.m.
Conversely, what about when you wake up and you look and it's like 5 minutes to your alarm?
Oh, that's the worst. Because then you have to make the decision. Do I turn back over for 5 more minutes or do I just get up early?
The day is already an L.
Oh, that's
how about that?
You just got to get up early at that point.
Starting your day with an L.
Well, 5 minutes is not worth it.
With a W, everybody. Stay dry from these crazy rain. Listen, I'm a rain guy. I love the rain. I just like it. I like the way it waters the earth. I like it makes everything green. Makes good sleeping weather, all that. But I will say, these little kind of steady, relentless drizzles, they'll test you. They'll test you. It's a little like Seattle, where I remember my very first trip to Seattle when I stayed for longer than a day. I was like day 4, I was staying with my buddy Sam Farmer. I said, hey, it's drizzling again today. He goes, yeah. I said, so is it ever going to just rain or stop? He goes, no, just kind of drizzles the whole time. I was like, dude, this is a little tough, man. So
it's a lot of drizzle, but it's good, Murph. I mean, I'm the guy that thinks that California always needs rain, whether we're talking about a drought, whether we're talking about filling up the lake. So I got no problem. I'm with you. I'm a rain guy. Some would call me Rain Man.
Or Water Boy.
Ooh, or Water Boy.
Rain Man, Water Boy.
El Chica de Agua.
And we're going to the land where it's, based on what I saw from my Marty Lurie video of Bob Melvin. That's right, I said it. My Marty Lurie video of Bob Melvin. I saw a blue sky in Arizona where we will be on Thursday, brother. Thursday, Friday, Murph, Marcus, Scottsdale, Arizona. Tune in, don't miss it. We'll bring you all the Giants, maybe even a panda. Maybe even a panda. This is the last time I saw you,
How
buddy.
about that?
Number 48 is back.
Pablo Sandoval back in our lives, Murph.
I didn't even know how to react. I was sort of like, I guess, what?
Bring them on in.
Well, I mean, listen, you're never going to reject the panda's smile and his vibe. By the way, he's dropped a couple. They asked him his weight. He goes, I don't know, but it's less than it used to be, is what he said. So
a little bit smaller than he was in Boston, that's for sure.
Oh, dude. Maybe he's maturing into sort of his sort of dad bod age or something where it's not overly blubbery. I don't know what he can contribute, dude. He's been 3 years since he played in the bigs.
Well, last year he was out in Dubai hitting 6-run home runs, Murph.
A Moneyball home run, the 6-run home run.
I was going to say with the
Is that like the 3-point ball that's like worth extra?
It's like the starry extra shot in the 3-point contest. Yeah, out in Dubai, I guess they had a Moneyball, and Pablo Sandoval became the first man to ever hit a 6-run home run.
I tell you what, you want to keep that far on left going? One thing I think the Giants need, more 6-run homers. All right, buddy? That's what they need.
Murph, I'll take a couple solo shots. What do you got?
I'll take a Baltimore chop. Yeah. Give me a base runner, buddy.
Give me a ground ball with eyes.
Give me a freaking drag bunt, dude.
I'll take a Texas leaguer, a couple dying quails.
Well, you mentioned the starry 3-point ball, which should lead us to our first chance to talk about the All-Star Game. Oh, my God, the least popular thing in American sports. Is there anything less popular right now? Maybe a Daytona 500 caution flag finish?
That wasn't a great finish yesterday, but I was going to say, the big topping point today is obviously recapping NBA All-Star Weekend. Are we at the point where the NBA All-Star Weekend is now worse than the NFL Pro Bowl weekend?
Boy.
Because everybody was ripping the Pro Bowl for years and years and years, and they changed this flag football format.
Yeah. Well,
By the way, I saw your tweet this weekend.
I mean, I was really pushed to the brink when I was watching that game, and I just finally said, really, the only answer now for the NBA All-Star game? Flag football. Flag football. All right, that's it. I mean, dude, that was, I don't know if it the thing is, Adam Silver on Saturday, and I know a lot of people didn't pay a huge amount of attention to this because who really pays attention to a commissioner on a Saturday, you know? I mean, blank you're the commission, all that. But he gave this big speech about how, we've talked to the players, and I expect a very competitive game tomorrow.
You sure about that, Adam?
Ready for this, brother? Are you ready? I mean, it's just worth repeating. 211 to 186. I want to say that again. 211 to 186. I thought that was impossible. I didn't think you could physically score 211 points. Turns out you can when nobody's stopping you, ever.
Murph.
Oh, my God.
There were 397 total points scored in one basketball game.
They must be pissed they didn't get to 400. They're probably pissed they didn't get to 400.
I mean, they broke every NBA record, and I'm saying that with air quotes, but I mean, it was a game where there was absolutely no defense at all, Murph. I saw there were 167 three-pointers attempted, and they made 67 of them. That means there were 100 misses from the three-point line this past weekend.
And you know who was, as you'd like to say, fiending watching that game, thinking, I need a piece of this? Jordan Poole. They should call it the Jordan Poole Honorary All-Star Game.
He's like, I can go out there and throw up some bricks in front of a sold-out crowd.
So I always go by, I was just talking to our new producer, Curly.
Hey, shout out John Curly.
Check him out. I can't see him. You can see him. There he is. Look at that. Look at that handsome Irish mug. The clean-cut, well-dressed Curly. They call him Nicely Dressed John, is what they call him.
Ooh.
Anyway, and by the way, how about the liberation on young Tony? He's a free man after almost 3 months of carrying the load.
I was going to say, I'm excited to see young Tony on the board now. He was behind the scenes doing the whole circus act, juggling a whole bunch of tasks. Now we got young Tony locked in on the show.
Yeah, but we were saying, to young Curly about the fact that this thing's coming to San Francisco next year. And it's like, does Joe Lacob now have a steaming pile of blank on his hands? Like, he thought it was like, bring me the All-Star game, only the finest in my arena, only the finest in my palace. And now he's going to be like, get me the hell out of this. Can I get out of this contract?
Well, that's the thing, Murph. If you're asking Charles Barkley, he's got a few piles of steaming stuff out here in San Francisco.
You went there.
Dude, Charles was taking shots at the city all week long.
Did it feel like it was extra? It felt like it was, listen, we all get it. We get Barkley. We understand what he's about. He's riffing. For some reason, this last riff kind of landed sour. It was kind of like, dude, this one's like, I don't know, a bridge too far or a step too far.
But also at the same time, Draymond Green, who was on the alternate broadcast of the All-Star game, was kind of poking the bear and ripping the city of Indiana.
This is true now. This is true.
So, that's fair play.
In fairness, Draymond started it by taking shots at Indy. Now, what's he doing taking shots at Indy? That's his host city. They're trying to make him feel welcome. And in fairness, now, so was Barkley just defending Indy? Which I don't know why he would defend Indy.
No, I think he just wanted to take shots at San Francisco.
Want to take shots at San Francisco, but he was really. And then did you when Draymond was flustered? See him drop the APEC on him? Did you in the middle of all? He's like, no. We had a conference 3 months ago.
That's it. We got APEC. The streets are clean now. He was using APEC.
He didn't actually say APEC, but he did.
No, I think he dropped an APEC.
I heard him just say, "Oh, he did."
Yeah, I think he dropped the name of the conference.
That's actually incredible, man. But yeah. So anyway, I mean, that is something we're gonna have to discuss on today's show. Is did the ticket prices for next year's All-Star game go down? Because I've thought about it. I've thought about, I got a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old who next year will be 13 and 17. And we're starting to count down the days before Big Deck Murphy goes off to college. I mean, he's almost kind of nearing the end of his sophomore year now, dude. It's starting to fritter away. You start crying on the air. But anyway, I was like, you'd like to take your kids to an All-Star game. Then you're like, would you? Would you like to take your kids? Especially, they're going to charge you, $5,000 a seat to see that or whatever?
I was going to say, good luck, Murph. Especially if you have to pay separately for whether or not you want to go to the big All-Star night on Friday, the Rising Stars game, the slam dunk competition, the three-point competition, or the All-Star game. Like, I'm assuming that's not a bundle package. Those are all sold separately.
Honestly, so without question, the Saturday night is more attractive than the Sunday.
That's got to be the top.
We all agree on that?
I would agree with that.
We all agree on that? So that's the one. And then would you put Friday night over Sunday at this point?
I mean, you get to see
put,
a bunch of celebrities. You get to see the Rising Star game.
Was Kai Cenat in that game?
He was in the game on Friday, Murph.
He's in the news, too.
Shout out to the streamer of the year, Kai Cenat.
So would you rather go to the Friday night game rather than what we saw Sunday night? And so I was judged by, I was telling Curly, back to the original point, when you have people outside your orbit who check in on a sporting event who don't usually check in on a sporting event, you know something's happened. So little Rory Murphy, as adorable as he is, he's getting taller, by the way, isn't as big of a sports nut as his older brother. And so we were having dinner during the All-Star game, and I had it on. And he wouldn't really have a take on the All-Star game. He was looking at the TV and openly cackling, laughing out loud. Look at that. He kept saying, they're playing so light, Dad. They're playing so light. He kept saying, why are they playing so light? And I was like, well, you mean like they don't care? He's like, yes, they're not. And so when 12-year-old Rory in his dinner is flabbergasted that nobody's playing defense, that's when you know you've kind of lost the country. Right?
I mean, that's a problem when you lose the 12-year-old audience, because I remember growing up and being hyped for NBA All-Star Weekend. Like, me and my buddies would get the Nerf hoop out. We would lower our basketball hoop down to 7 or 8 feet and throw down a bunch of dunks. Like, I was hyped for All-Star Weekend as a kid. But we've seen now the slam dunk contest has kind of fallen off the map. We've seen what's going on with the three-point shooting competition. I know we'll get into Steph versus Sabrina. That might have been the highlight of the weekend. But the actual game on Sunday, it's gotten to a point where it's unwatchable now.
Yeah.
And it's like the cool part is seeing, of course, all these great players on the court at the same time. But these guys are literally just chunking up half-court shots without a care in the world.
How do you fix it? You know, I've seen all sorts of solutions. We can get into it a little bit today. Hear from you guys on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. I mean, the NFL just kind of stopped trying, right? They just went to flag football. Dude, who knew that the last All-Star game with any integrity would be our beloved, much maligned sport of baseball? Yeah, there you go, buddy. All right, well, listen, happy Tuesday, everybody. Stay dry. It is a post-3-day weekend, pre-Scottsdale version of the show, and the debut of Curly, the new producer, and young Tony Liberated. A free man. Look, he looks more relaxed, doesn't he?
He looks younger.
All right, let's get the guest list.
As if young Tony could ever get any younger.
All right, topics today. We got to hit. The 49ers debate is beginning to ramp up. Debo or Aiyuk is the question we're going to ask you guys about that. Also, Farhan Zaidi. Is he telling us he's done, or is he playing poker with Scott Boras? We'll get into all this. Happy Tuesday, everybody. It's the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Got San Francisco next year. Oh, that's not a great one.
San Jose. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NBC Sports Bay Area's Dalton Johnson stopped by the midday show yesterday with our guy Walter Icaboseta. Look at my guy Walt getting a chance to host yesterday. Of course, they talked about the All-Star game and Klay Thompson coming off the bench and what the second half of the season looks like for the Dubs. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
So super excited to talk about River Islands. I'll jump off sides. Yeah, River Islands in Lathrop. How about this? For the 5th year in a row, been named the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. We're talking River Islands, people. Takes a lot to be named number one. You go out there and you see the homes on the lakes, next to the parks and the trails, and close to those charter schools. You get an idea about what makes River Islands such a winner. So, what are we offering? Brand new this month. Some amazing new model homes to tour at The Shores by Pulte Homes. So, come on, name like The Shores, you're probably envisioning water. And of course, you're correct. Those 4 to 6 bedroom homes are the first ever to be built close to the San Joaquin River. Remember, all the homes at River Islands are worth a look. Terrific architecture, fantastic kitchens, room for home offices. You can't think of another place where you can live so well. Neighborhood prices ranging from the mid-600,000s to over $1 million. You can start your tour online at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
26 is the number. He's got 16 making the first. Second one is good. Third one is in. Fourth one is good. Money ball from the wing is good. 21 points as he heads to all money balls. Missing on the first. Second one's good for 23. 25. This is for the win. Hits it. And the last ball is good as well. Steph Curry, 29 points. He's the GOAT, beating Sabrina with 25. Steph versus Sabrina, and the belt belongs to the greatest shooter of all time.
Well, there's your answer how to fix the All-Star game. Just have Steph versus Sabrina on loop. Because that was really the only thing I think that people enjoyed out of the weekend, unless you liked your, like we said, your Kai Cenats and your All-Star games on Friday, or your Celebrity All-Star games Friday night. Shout out to the Bay. Steph Curry, Atherton resident and San Francisco employee. And shout out Miramonte High Dawn, Sabrina Ionescu. who did her thing yesterday. And would you agree, Marcus, the only enjoyable thing of the weekend? Or am I being too harsh there?
No, there were a few enjoyable moments. Like, I like seeing Dame Lillard win the three-point contest. Not only because I had him plus 400, but because, of course, Dame is a Bay Area guy.
Plus 400.
Yeah, so I got some good odds on Dame.
By the way, he repeated.
Yeah, back-to-back. I've won money on him back-to-back years now.
Was there somebody else favored over him?
Him and Trae Young were both about plus 400, plus 450. They were the two favorites, and I had to go with Dollar Dame.
Ice Trae.
Mm-hmm. So I took Dame, and I like seeing him win the MVP on Sunday, even though it was in a meaningless game.
Didn't Cat score 50?
He did.
How do you not get MVP when you score 50?
Well, because he was on the losing team, Murph.
And so
As
what?
if that even mattered.
I'm giving him the Chuck Howley Award. Chuck Howley being the only Super Bowl MVP for a losing team.
So, like, Damian Lillard was chucking up shots from half court, like logo Lillard. So
after a biffed Luka dunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that was one of the times we were watching during and Rory was laughing. They're playing so light, Daddy.
And I will say, I like the back and forth, like, camaraderie that we saw between the Joker, Nikola Jokic, and, of course, Luka.
Oh, you need to play that to people. Let me tell you about your best friend.
Those two were having a time of their lives hanging out together.
Yeah, courtship Eddie's father, man.
So they were one of the highlights, but Murph, I think you're right. Saturday night, Steph versus Sabrina. Sabrina coming out, putting up 26 points, putting the pressure on Steph Curry. And then Steph just casually makes 29, which not only won his competition head-on-head versus Sabrina, but would have won the actual three-point competition also.
By the way, you say Sabrina went out and shot well. That is if Kenny Smith says it's okay. You know what I mean?
Oh, man. We can get into Kenny Smith.
Was Kenny on the Kyle Shanahan Super Bowl media game plan there?
I was going to say, I think he was sipping on that Shanahan special.
Rare for Kenny to be the villain.
Kenny was terrible the entire night.
He's usually,
be flat out and say
do you have a bad day, or he had the wrong half of a gummy or something like that?
Or a couple bad drinks. Who knows?
But he's usually the most innocuous guy on the Inside the NBA TNT crew, which is, of course, the best sports commentary show in America, without question. Mm-hmm. And he plays that role of the calm guy, the adult in the room, the guy who's always going to jog back and give you the highlights, or sometimes slip in a joke in between Chuck and Shaq and try to keep it on the rails. But he went off the rails on Saturday night talking about Sabrina. She should have shot from the three-point line. Do we have all that stuff?
Mm-hmm. We have a bunch of that sound.
We have the Kenny Smith just kind of, he and Reggie, then Reggie, they took the focus entirely off of what was a fresh new event. We had never seen it. Mm-hmm. It lived up to the billing. Both performers performed at a high level. So there was heroes on both sides. It should have just been like, damn, that was so much fun. Let's do more of that, and how can we expand this next year? And instead, Kenny Smith chose violence here. Check it out.
I think she should have shot from the women's line. She should have shot from the women's line. That would have been a fair contest. I still root for Sabrina. We all are rooting for Sabrina. No. This is not she should have shot from the three-point line that the women shoot from.
Why are you putting those boundaries on her?
That's not a boundary. That's what the game is.
She wanted to shoot.
They have a smaller ball, don't they?
She shot with the WNBA ball.
WNBA ball is smaller.
She shot with the WNBA ball.
Yeah, but she should have shot from the line. There's a women's tee in golf and there's a men's tee for a reason.
No. Shooters shoot. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, but they shoot from where they shoot from. Thank you.
No.
Sabrina,
good job, Sabrina. But don't let any man put boundaries on you like him.
Well, then give him a regular ball then.
Don't let any man put boundaries on you.
Give him a regular ball then. It's not fair.
Curry
I disagree.
made 8 of the 9 money balls.
Just a turd in the punch bowl on the whole thing, right? Everybody was feeling good. Most everybody was feeling good until these two guys started yapping. Well, really, Kenny started yapping, then Reggie couldn't resist. He jumped in. So one of my biggest problems is all of this stuff was laid out well ahead of time. Well, it was like somebody told Kenny at the last second that she was shooting from the men's line. We discussed it on Friday.
Yeah, I bring up the fact that she would be shooting with a WNBA ball since, that's the ball that she plays with.
Yeah.
And we also pointed out the fact that she would be shooting from the NBA three-point line.
Yeah.
And that's why this is such a bad take by Kenny. He's acting like Sabrina went out there and missed all of her shots. Only scored 10 points. No, she put up 26 points.
Which would have, by the way, got her into the men's final.
That's how many points that Dame scored in the final to win the three-point competition.
Tied for the lead.
26 points. Mm-hmm. So she came out and shot the lights out, and that's why this was such a terrible take. And it does suck that they kind of took away the limelight from Steph versus Sabrina when the focus should have been on growing the game in both sports for both of these genders who came out and put on a show.
No, it was fab. It was like, it is funny, man. It was, what is it about, gender versus gender? Like Annika Sorenstam playing in the PGA Tour. there's just something fundamental about, when a woman crashes a men's sporting event. It's exciting. It's different. It's fun. It's argumentative. It's all that stuff. It brings out, all the old, like one of my oh boy, you're going deep into the archives here, but one of my earliest memories, it's pretty fuzzy, but I was down on the TV room floor watching Billie Jean King and Bobby Riggs, dude.
Nice.
Talk about going back now.
Battle of the sexes.
Talk about going back. Yeah. I was really young, though, and I'm wondering if I just sort of remember my parents talking about it more. I just remember they played the song, Anything You Can Do, I Can Do Better. That's like stuck in my head. So anyway, that was such a huge deal, right? They made a movie about it. See the Steve Carell, Emma Stone movie.
Ooh.
Not a bad flick. Came out in the last couple of years. Actually a pretty good movie.
Okay.
Yeah, check it out.
I'll check it out.
It's actually I saw it on a plane. It's good. It's a great plane movie, which we'll be on.
I was going to say, I might have to throw it on for a trip to Scottsdale.
Too short, I think. The flight's too short. Anyway, we're just giving the double thumbs down to Kenny for stepping on what was a great event, which we want to see, I think, more of, right? Did somebody mention that next year they're already talking about adding like Caitlin Clark and Sabrina versus Steph and Clay?
Well, that idea's been thrown out there, and obviously with the All-Star Game being hosted in San Francisco, you think of two of the greatest shooters of all time, Clay and Steph, and then obviously Caitlin Clark has been making headlines after breaking the NCAA record for most points scored. That would be a great duo. I've also heard the idea of Steph and Damian Lillard, since Dame is the back-to-back three-point champion.
Well, because, need a little help today, too. So it's a joking Tuesday here, because if it's Steph and Clay, Steph's going to need somebody who makes a bucket. I'm kidding. From one Marin guy to another. I'm kidding.
And by the way, I threw this out there earlier during the commercial break, but last time we saw Steph and Clay team up in a 2-on-2 competition, they lost to Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in the match.
By the way, something happened during the weekend. I think it was a Subway ad or something. I snapped. I saw Mahomes.
A Subway ad?
Yeah, Mahomes. I think I've had it. I think I freaking had it.
It was a Subway ad that put you over the top.
Subway ad. There he was just hawking a sandwich. I was like, you know what? That's enough. Get off my life. Get out of my life. Get out of my face. Get out of my screen. Ah!
Not going anywhere.
Oh, man. And Kelce, I think I've had it with Kelce, too. Mm-hmm. I've had it with the two of them. I'm going to become a Chiefs hater.
Oh, join the club. I think there's thousands of people listening right now who are already in it, Murph.
Did you see that the 41-minute NFL Films mic'd up thing is available now on YouTube?
No, it's not. We tortured ourselves with enough mic'd up moments last week.
I went and watched the first 15 minutes of it. It was...
Again?
Yeah. It's tough, brother. Yeah. It's tough. And by the way, you think you're done talking about the overtime coin flip?
Nope.
Dude, I saw not one, but two massive deep dives into it over the weekend. Bill Barnwell of ESPN might have written, 20,000 words. Dude, it's like freaking Moby Dick. And he presents all the scenarios, ultimately to conclude, it's 50-50, basically. And then we had some analytics guy. Did you see that thing? I sent it to you guys to the Cooler Content thread. I started sweating when I looked at that thing. It brought me back to advanced algebra.
I was going to say, what is that, a flow chart, a pie chart? I mean, it was all type of charts thrown together.
Shout out my guy Sandy Murray. Without his sheet, I would not be here today. I'd still be in high school fighting to get that degree. I don't understand how. Beyond like sophomore year of high school, I was toast. I really couldn't understand math. I'm like that junior year. I was like, I don't even know what she's talking about.
Oh, there's too many equations, Murph.
Dude. And so this guy's equation on the overtime analytics looks like that, and he comes down to 50-50. That's basically what he says.
See, and that's why I'm just saying blank analytics at that point. Like, there's too much of a deep dive. There's too many numbers going in. We had Seth Walder on last week. He's like, yeah, I have 5 other analytic experts. And
you went 10.
I got 10, and 5 say this is right, 5 say this is right. Like, everybody's got a 50-50 answer. Yeah. I don't think any of these analytical guys know the right answer.
It's whoever won. That's who had the right answer.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guest list on a Tuesday, 2/20/24. Ooh, a lot of twos. And hey, we'll be doing 2 days down in Scottsdale, Arizona, Thursday, Friday. You ready?
Oh, Murph, I'm ready.
This is you, buddy.
Dude, I'm hyped up for baseball season.
This is you, man.
I'm a seam head, Murph.
I mean, I'm watching Susan Slusher's video of Jorge Soler watching pitches from Logan Webb. He's just like getting his eyes. I'm just watching it.
Just standing in the box.
Yeah, that sweet Logan Webb delivery.
Mm-hmm. I saw that. I saw a couple of Jung-Hoo Lee stand-ins also.
So he broke his bat. Sean Jelly broke Jung-Hoo Lee's bat. Is that a good thing?
I was going to say 808 KNBR is the number. Your number one offseason signing is getting his bat broken by Sean Jelly.
We do have to get ready, by the way. It's going to be a major adjustment for this guy. And I don't want people to be killing this guy after a month. I'm not anticipating a hot start. Guy's in a new hemisphere. How many times have you guys taken on new hemispheres, all right? So let's go.
All right, we'll talk Giants baseball, talk a little Jung Hoo Lee coming up in the Power Hour with Mike Krukow. But everything starts this morning at 6:50 with your total weekend recall, your hums and bums, letting you know everything that happened over the 3-day holiday weekend.
Let's go, baby. We dug deep. I'm hums, you're bums.
I'm bums, you're hums. And then we'll talk to a true hum baby this morning. 7:35, Mike Krukow getting ready for our Scottsdale trip.
First broadcast Saturday. Hype and John Miller.
Here come the Giants,
Hell
baby.
yes on that, by the way.
Hell yeah. And then we'll get into our big hit, our cooler of content. Then how about at 9 a.m. this morning, the Hall of Famer himself, number 52, Patrick Willis, joining the program.
It's great booking by Young Tone. He's letting Curly know there's been a sheriff in town.
Ooh.
And it's Young Tone.
This is Young Tone marking his territory.
Hey, until Curly books us newly minted Niner Hall of Famers, he's got a long way to go. All right.
Shout out Young Tone and shout out Patrick Willis, 9 a.m. this morning. Then 9:35, we'll talk to Mark Spears, get his thoughts on the All-Star game in the second half of the Warriors season.
He should definitely have a take, just like Farhan had a take on the Giants roster. And you may not like it. Next on the Sports Leader.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
I apologize. I was still eating a Bob's donut that our new producer, John Curley, son of the city, brought us. So forgive me, Marcus.
I mean, Murph.
Is it rude to eat? It is rude to eat. What am I, a pro here? I'm eating donuts on the air like a pig?
Oh, because I know people love the ASMR of Murph chewing into the microphone.
Get my Kapler on?
Yeah, exactly. But shout out to our guy, John Curley. If there's any way to make a first impression, it's showing up with Bob's
simple.
Donuts.
I mean, it's like,
this guy knows. This guy knows.
I mean, it's a simple assignment and yet so profound. You know what I mean? And by the way, shout out Bob's at 4 a.m. Yeah, thank you. That was me. That was my Muppet. Is that Murph the Cookie Monster? Okay, you now have your favorite sound of the You now have your favorite sound of the day.
That's great. Can I get a mashup of Murph the Cookie Monster with your Patrick Mahomes impersonation that sounds
Kermit?
like Grover or Kermit? Yeah.
Mike Kermit. Hey, hey ho, Kermit the Frog here. You guys like that one? Okay, all right, Farhan the Frog here, and that was my transition. I told you guys. So welcome back, everybody, from the 3-day weekend. Hope everybody stayed dry. Hope everybody's houses are safe from the winds and the craziness. And by the way, I don't think we're done. I think we're getting more today, right?
More rain, Murph.
Yeah, my gosh. But I think it's supposed to dry up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of that. For all you baseball teams out there, I know how that is. We're supposed to have our first Little League practice tomorrow. But by the way, I'll be flying with you to Scottsdale. So Coach Lou will run that one.
Oh, shout out Coach Lou.
Oh, Coach Louie at age 80. Coming off the, well, we'll talk about that later.
Coach Lou is a gamer.
He's unbelievable, man. And but is Farhan Zaidi a gamer? So, guys, here's the deal. The Giants, of course, we will talk about this. Pablo Sandoval joined the team, and it was kind of unusual as heck, right? I don't know how you felt about that. I don't expect him to make the squad, right? Do you?
I mean, at first, I thought this was almost like a Sergio Romo type reunion where they bring him in, kind of give him a swan song, let him go out on his own terms. But no, it looks like Pablo Sandoval actually wants to compete for a roster spot this year.
I mean, they are light on left-handed hitting infielders.
Mm-hmm. And he said that he is exclusively a left-handed hitter now.
I remember our buddy KC, who's now a host in Sacramento. Guy went from caller to host. Shout out JT the Brick. But I remember when Panda was struggling. So, we had the euphoria of the 2010 World Series. I think it was sometime around 2011 when he was really struggling from the right side. And KC called us in one time. He goes, guys, I got a level. He goes, it's time for Panda to look into the mirror in those sad Panda eyes and say, it's time to stop switch hitting, man. I just remember that we laughed so hard about those sad Panda eyes. But, he says he's going to be a left-hand. Listen, he, as Bob Melvin said, he's trying to force our hand. Okay, maybe. But here's the question. Is third base even open? Because surely the Giants are in the hunt for Matt Chapman, who remains unsigned, right? Well, guess what? Farhan Zaidi on Sunday said this, quote, "You never rule anything out, whether it's now or May or June." May or June? Is that how long this is going to go? Or whatever. But at this point, just where the calendar is, it obviously makes any further additions unlikely. Unlikely. Then he says, but again, we never close the door. He goes on to say it's a little bit more disruptive to add at this point. And, anybody who's a free agent, we've theoretically had 3.5 months to figure out a deal. And if it hasn't happened yet, at some point organizationally, you just need to turn the page and focus on the players you have. So obviously, I'm guessing most Giants fans heard that, like me, disappointed. What are you doing, dude? Are you telling me that right now this roster is going to go win the World Series? My answer is no.
No chance.
Right now, right? So, everybody's quote-unquote got a chance, right? You're 0-0 going into day one. Mike Krukow would tell you got a chance. But I would say that this is a very disappointing quote. It's extremely disappointing. My only solace is that I feel like he's playing poker with Scotty Boras, who is, by the way, has gone from holding the hostage industry to now going like full Rambo on the industry. Like he's like holed up. Dude, Blake Snell, Jordan Montgomery, Cody Bellinger, and Matt Chapman are unsigned. It's literally the first game is Thursday in spring training. All the teams get going by Saturday.
And that's why I was surprised by Farhan's comments. Because to me, what's the purpose of even putting it out there? Like, we can talk about Scott Boras clients, all the guys you just named off. We've seen it before with Bryce Harper not signing with the Philadelphia Phillies until midway through spring training. So if you had the chance to get Bryce Harper, I don't care if it's in December, January, February, April, June, May, or whenever the hell Farhan's laying out these timelines. You go and you try to get the best players. So to sit here and kind of, I don't know if it's necessarily admitting defeat, but you're telling your audience, you're telling your fan base that you're pretty much content on what you have in the clubhouse right now. I don't think that's a good enough answer, especially when all the expectations were raised so high about Farhan saying that they're going to go out and get a superstar, get these free agents, and they're going to spend all this money this offseason.
So that's if you take them at face value. Mm-hmm. So 209 texts in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, I see this as an alpha move by Farhan. By the way, sentences you never thought you'd say, right? You know what I mean? An alpha move by Farhan. He says, blank this BS by Boris. Now you're hurting your clients. So now I should note that Ken Rosenthal has a column in The Athletic where it was suspicious around the league. The quotes began to mirror each other. Texas Rangers GM Chris Young, world champ who hired Bruce Bochy. I don't think there are any additions coming at this point. Toronto Blue Jays GM Ross Atkins, quote, at this point, additions that would be of significance would mean some level of subtraction. Then the Farhan quote, and they're wondering, like, there's the C word, collusion. Now, this gets a little bit into the weeds here. Everybody's trying to wake up and enjoy their Cheerios and hang loose and rip the NBA All-Star game on a Tuesday morning after a 3-day weekend. But collusion is when owners literally talk in back channels and say, hey, let's make an agreement not to give these guys the contracts Boris wants. You're not allowed to do that. That's against labor management relations law, right? That is illegal. You cannot deprive an employee of his contract by colluding with another owner to deprive them. So they've been busted on multiple occasions and found in court to be guilty of collusion. So don't think they're not above it again.
Well, it does seem sketchy that the reigning NL Cy Young winner doesn't have a job. That Jordan Montgomery, who was one of the best left-handed pitchers in the postseason last year, doesn't have a job. Cody Bellinger had a bounce-back season. Hell, was in the MVP conversation. Doesn't have a job. Matt Chapman, platinum gold glover at third base. Doesn't have a job. And, like, those are just, like, the top 4, but there's a longer list of guys that should have MLB jobs. And here we are going to Scottsdale on Tuesday, and these guys are still free agents.
And Soler's contract is nothing. Did you read it? If you take away the $9 million signing bonus, it's like 13, 7, and 7 or something like
Which
that.
Which is phenomenal value.
Yeah.
But you would think for a guy that was an all-star, a guy that's a World Series MVP.
36 bombs.
You thought he would have been holding out for a bigger salary. You thought he would have been lumped in with these other guys.
Something is very rotten in the state of Denver. I would believe, my guess is that Farhan Zaidi's playing poker. That's my guess. Now, if he's not playing poker and this is the roster they're going with, I don't think they did it in the offseason, brother.
No.
I don't think they did it.
Well,
I was looking for that I was looking for that trade, that cojones out trade that resets the status quo of an organization that has been foundering around 500 for 2 years. All you've done really is add Jung-Hoo Lee, who we don't know, right? And Jorge Soler, who we like, but obviously is limited. He can't help you defensively, right? And then Robbie Ray, who will be back in July, and Jordan Hicks, who is a roll of the dice, right? That's a decent offseason. That's not the offseason we were looking for. We were looking for that cage-rattling, tree-shaking offseason that reset who these guys were. We didn't get it.
Well, Murph, if you're looking for Farhan Zaidi to go out and win a game of poker, how many hands has he won as GM of the Giants?
Dude.
Whether it's going all in, quote unquote, for Aaron Judge, Carlos Correa, Bryce. I mean, like, you could bring up 1,000 names that he's gone all in on, and he's crapped out on every single hand, Murph, if we're being honest with you.
Yeah.
So when you're saying he might be playing poker with Scott Boras, I expect Scott Boras to outbluff him in the win again, if we're being completely honest.
It's tough to play poker when you might be the world's worst poker player, is what you're saying, dude.
Exactly.
So I don't know, guys. I mean, listen, we're going to get down there. We're going to be excited on Thursday. We're going to be at springtime in baseball. I remember last year was when I wrote my jock blog, my Tina Turner, I don't care who's wrong or right. I don't want to fight anymore. There's a little Tina Turner pop ditty from the 80s. And I was like, I just want to enjoy baseball. I'm going to stop being mad. And you know what it got me, Marcus? 79 wins. That's what it got me.
Yeah.
That's what it got me.
So, I mean, that's a tough thing because there are things to be excited about with this Giants club. Whether we're talking Webb and
Kyle
Doval, Kyle Harrison,
yes,
Patrick Bailey, Marco
Kyle Harrison's
Luciano.
maybe the number one thing I'm most excited
There
about.
are young prospects I'm excited about. Now, with young prospects, you also need superstars to fill out that roster, and that's what they're missing.
As my buddy was telling me, he goes, just rip the Band-Aid off and call it a rebuild if it's a rebuild. I mean, Luciano's going to be chucking balls into the stands like that Utah Jazz Center right before the All-Star break. John Collins?
Yeah,
come on, man. There's no shortstop depth right now. Right?
Brandon Crawford's out there, Murph.
Oh, boy. Can Pablo play shortstop?
Yeah, Pablo can play
All right.
anywhere.
Anyway, we wanted to hit that. Those comments are out there, guys. We'll talk to Mike Krukow at 7:35. We'll be in Arizona Thursday and Friday, but it is time for Hum Babies and Bum Babies, a Monday tradition that comes to you on a Tuesday because of the 3-day weekend. Hums and Bums next on The Sports Leader. Hey ho, Kermit the Frog here.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Oh, yeah. 3-day weekend. Can't stop, won't stop. The Hum Babies and the Bum Babies. Want to remind you guys, lead columnist for The Athletic, Marcus Thompson, joining Papa and Lund at 11:30. But, Marcus, we sat through the rain. We sat through that unbelievable NBA All-Star atrocity. We got closer to spring training. We might have watched a car race or two. Had some college basketball flickering on the screen, and we show up Tuesday morning, tidy, fresh, ready to go, Hum Babies and Bum Babies. We rotate. The wheel spins. Last week after the Super Bowl, you had Hum Baby. Was it 1 week ago you were naming Patrick freaking Mahomes a Hum Baby?
Don't make me go back and relive it, Murph. It was a painful Hum Baby list.
But maybe this one will be, I don't know, maybe you can get your anger out on the Bum Babies. I'd say this week, probably easier to pick the Bums than the Hums, my friend.
We'll see about that, Murph.
What do you got, buddy?
All right, well, starting off with the Bum Babies, did want to give an honorable mention to the Daytona 500, which was delayed this weekend by the rain. Had to move the race to Monday. William Byron ended up winning, but won during a caution lap, which is never a great way to finish the Daytona 500. But those are my 2 minutes of racing takes for you.
What if we ended our show under a caution flag one day? You know what I mean? Just like some sort of like slowdown where, you know, Curly comes on. He's telling us what we did wrong.
That's what I need. I need Curly behind the glass with a caution flag.
Yeah, and then like we just kind of peter out, and then young Tony reads the legal.
That's it.
We get out.
There's an 18-car wreck, and like Tony's got to come in and like clean up the show.
So
Tony could be our William Byron.
Honorable mention. That means it didn't make.
It did not make the list because this weekend I'm focusing on the entire Bum Baby event that was NBA All-Star Weekend. And if you had to sit there,
talking about my prized possession
if you had to sit there on Sunday and watch the Eastern Conference take down the West in an effort to kind of revitalize the All-Star game, they got away from the team captains, went old school East versus West.
How'd that work out?
Well, Murph, there was no old school basketball being played because the Eastern Conference scored 211 points.
What?
Defeating the Western Conference, who scored 186 points.
What?
Now, Murph, I'm no mathematician myself, but I can tell you that they scored a NBA record 397 total points.
What?
In an actual basketball game where there were 168 three-pointers attempted.
Bro.
Murph, only 67 of them went in the basket. Bro. That means there were 101 missed three-pointers. I can deal with the 101 Dalmatians. I cannot deal with 101 missed three-pointers. It was an absolute embarrassment, and I think nothing kind of sums it up perfectly than Adam Silver's awkward trophy presentation to the Eastern Conference for winning this weekend's All-Star game.
Jalen Brunson from the right for the East, and the Celtics All-Star hits another three. That's 36 and a record. 3-point attempts for one All-Star team. That Jaylen Brown triple as the East has a commanding lead here in Indianapolis. To 186, half-court Lillard. Yes! Might have just sold it right there. Damian Lillard with a triple. From half court, he's got 39. Well, I don't know if we watched basketball tonight, but it was an exhibition. And the Eastern Conference hit three-pointer after three-pointer after three-pointer, 42 of them, as the East wins it 211 to 186.
And to the Eastern Conference All-Stars, you scored the most points. Well, congratulations. Giannis, to your team, this trophy is yours.
Damn. That sounded like my mom or dad. Well, we asked you to do better on your report card. Well, you didn't. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, that was like an icy.
Murph, we asked your kids to pick up their wet towels from the floor.
Dude.
Well, they didn't.
Exactly.
Congratulations.
By the way, as recently as 2001, in your lifetime, and in young Tony's lifetime, East 111, West 110. That was as recently as 2001. 111, 110.
Where's the defense, Murph?
Bro, a generation has just absconded with this game. Do you see Larry Bird at the Legends brunch said, I just want these guys to play hard tonight? They really listened to Larry Legend, didn't they?
No, they're not taking advice from the Legend.
And Adam Silver had extensive quotes on Saturday saying, we've basically, paraphrased, we fixed it. We've talked to the players about their intensity. I'm expecting a great game tomorrow. Dude, that was like a big thumb in the eye of Adam Silver and everybody. See, do you hear how dead the crowd was, too, for most of the night? I mean, it could be like, you better fix this by next year. I mean, this thing's coming to San Francisco next year. We're going to be like hyping this thing up next year.
And after this performance this past weekend, I think there's going to be some big changes, whether that's bringing back the Elam ending that they had a couple years ago.
Why did they get away from that?
See, I don't know, Murph.
No?
They went back to the old school East versus West settings. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they take a page out of the NHL's playbook. And now how they're doing 3-on-3 All-Star games for NHL All-Star Weekend. Maybe the NBA starts doing 3-on-3 or even 1-on-1 tournaments.
So I've read the following, the Elam ending you mentioned. Do it like the Rising Stars game where they play sort of mini games in little pods. So you have like 4 different teams and you play like a little round robin where you played a 40.
Yeah, do that with like 3-on-3 rosters.
Like the ones Pods was in, Pajemski was in. He got pissed that his team lost too, by the way. Somebody said remove the 3-point line. Remove the 3-point line.
We're going real old school.
And somebody said make it like the in-season tournament, just a huge cash pot. Huge, like $1 million per player or something like that,
Yeah,
I mean?
But we're talking about guys who are the highest paid athletes in their profession. Like these guys are already making millions and millions of dollars. What's an extra $100,000 going to do for them?
I don't know, but Lacob ain't going to stand for this. I'll tell you that right now. This will be fixed, or I'll tell Adam Silver to go elsewhere. I mean, man, he's not opening up his palace to put on that nonsense. And by the way, did you see they're going to do a lot of stuff over in Oakland next year? They're going to do the Friday night game, the celebrity game over in Oakland. I guess they're going to do some of the practices and media availability over in Oakland on the Saturday too. So they're trying to share the love.
Perfect. And we'll see what Warriors are participating next year in All-Star Weekend in San Francisco. But to continue on with Bum Baby number 2, I'm staying with NBA All-Star Weekend. And I hate to do it to the slam dunk competition, a contest that I grew up anxious for as a kid every single weekend. And now what it's turned into is frankly almost as embarrassing as the actual game on Sunday.
Damn.
Because we're not only to the point where half the field is NBA G League players. And shout out to Mac McClung, who put on a show last year. He's back-to-back champion. But we had Obi Toppin's younger brother who plays for like the Westchester Knicks or something like that. Like, I don't know who the hell this guy is.
Right.
Shout out to your guy, Jaime Jaquez.
Out there dunking over Shaq and getting B- from the judge.
That was not a name I expected to see in the slam dunk competition, but Jaime actually put on a pretty good show. But him and Obi Toppin's little brother actually got kind of pushed to the side for the Jaylen Brown fix that they're talking about on social media.
Definitely in. Definitely.
And I want to give some credit to Jaylen Brown for actually being a superstar, being an all-star, and participating in the slam dunk contest.
Yeah.
But he's the perfect example of why guys don't do it. Because they're afraid to be embarrassed by NBA G Leaguers, and they're afraid to get memed like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown both did after they pulled out Kai Cenat, the YouTube streamer of the year, who stands about all of 5 foot nothing.
Like a Kevin Hart figure, isn't he?
Even shorter than Kevin Hart. Yeah, and they had him sitting down in a chair for Jaylen Brown to dunk over.
With his left hand, right?
With his left hand. He put on that little Michael Jackson glove.
By the way, can you do the Michael Jackson glove?
I don't know. Jaylen Brown did it this weekend. I mean, all of his dunks were bad to the point where he was being booed in the arena during the slam dunk contest.
I thought they might have been booing the judges.
Oh, I mean, the judges weren't very good either.
Yeah.
Mac McClung got a couple low scores. He ends up winning it. Jaylen Brown. Overall, it was a disaster of a slam dunk contest. Here's the highlights, or should I say lowlights, of Saturday night.
Was that a D. Brown? He tried to do the D. Brown. Tribute to D. Brown. And then you saw him pump up the shoes. Yeah, pump them up. Oh, the crowd didn't like that. They didn't. They did not like that. Wow.
like that. You got guys jumping over Taco. Aaron Gordon jumped over Taco Fall. Matt McClung jumped over Shaq. Jaylen Brown jumped over Castanet in a seat. What am I supposed to do with that, Stephen A? They should have gave him a 2 across the board. The man's already 3 foot tall. You put him in a chair 91.5. And Jaylen Brown dunked over him, and he got 40-plus points. Really, Stephen A?
Oh, Shannon Sharp, man. By the way, before you go on, Marcus, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The judges were bad. They undervalued Jaime's dunk over Shaq. They overvalued Jaylen Brown's dunks. They're bringing out, as my kid was saying, there was something going around on his social media saying, look at the NBA trotting out Mac McClung like a circus animal on NBA All-Star Weekend because they made him do a couple things.
Here it is. Here's our G League superstar.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's a bad look, man.
I mean, think about the people who could participate in this thing and throughout time have, but you're right now. Social media, the relentless heckling, the quote-unquote embarrassment factor. Did Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins, Kobe Bryant, they weren't embarrassed? Vince Carter, Anthony, what's his face? Come on.
Anthony Edwards?
No. Yeah, has Ant Edwards done it?
I think he did it when he was younger. Did he? His rookie season, maybe? I'll look that up.
Jason Richardson, Jay Rich, the legend, man. Come on. So anyway, good bum baby.
Yeah, now we got half
what
a
do we
field
do?
of
What do you want? You just want a better field? Is that what you want? Better field?
You need superstars to carry the competition.
Yeah.
Because we could talk about the highlight dunks and everything. Like, I remember NBA on TNT tried to do their own slam dunk contest TV show with these like professional dunkers, but nobody watched because people want to watch the superstars. They want to see the
They're afraid to lose, young Tony says in my ear. Afraid to lose? What are we doing out here?
Come on, that's why you play the game.
I don't want to do this next segment, Marcus. I'm afraid to lose it. All right?
Well, Murph, I'll tell you who was another loser this weekend. Our third bum baby was actually a man that was on the broadcast for that slam dunk competition. That's Kenny Smith. And we can start with him calling Darnell Tillman multiple times and Reggie Miller needing to correct him. That was a bad look, but not even the worst look of the night. Because when we got to the Steph and Sabrina shootout, it was a fantastic moment. I know you're going to dive into that with our hum babies, but Kenny Smith turned it into a bum baby situation when he starts criticizing Sabrina for not shooting at the WNBA three-point line. Now, these rules were well established before the competition even took part, that Sabrina would be shooting with a WNBA ball, but she would be shooting from NBA range, which she had no problem with, and that was perfectly shown by her going up and putting up 26 points in the first round, which would have knocked out multiple NBA superstars who were in the three-point competition. And oh, by the way, it tied the winning score from Damian Lillard, who scored 26 to beat Trae Young in the actual three-point competition shootout. Now, the problem is she had to go against Steph Curry, the greatest shooter on the face of this planet, and he went out there, hit 11 of his last 12 shots, finished with 29 total points. And again, it was an absolute phenomenal moment for basketball, but in my opinion, Kenny Smith ruined it with his criticism about how she needs to shoot from a shorter line and how they needed to, quote, unquote, even the playing field for her, even though she put on a spectacular performance. Kenny Smith is my third and final bum baby.
And men versus women in the three-point contest, we put the best 4 NBA players against the best WNBA players. Shooters shoot, and let's see it. Even playing field. There's no 10-foot rim that holds you back, and let's knock it down.
Well, according to you, you want her just playing with dolls, right?
I think she should have shot from the women's line. She should have shot from the women's line. That would have been a fair contest. I still root for Sabrina. We all are rooting for Sabrina. She should have shot from the three-point line that the women shoot from.
Why are you putting those boundaries on her?
That's not a boundary. That's what the game is.
She wanted to shoot.
They have a smaller ball, don't they?
He took a moment that I think most everybody said, man, that exceeded our expectations. And he decided to be that guy, what we call the turd in the punch bowl. You know what I mean? And like you said in your layout, this had all been laid out before. It's like he just found out. He got the memo at the end that she was shooting from the men's line. So he was off base. He missed the spirit of the event.
It's a bad take. And like, this was an event to grow the game for the WNBA, to prove that they have athletes that can shoot as good as some of the best shooters in the NBA, and it just felt like Kenny Smith took away from that moment.
By the way, real quick, and I know we got to, because I'm going to be on the Hum Babies. Well, why don't I save my question for you for the Hum Babies? There you go, Marcus. You wrapped them up with your 3 bums. Time for the 3 Hum Babies from the weekend. I got them for you right here as soon as I can find the sheet that I misplaced. Oh, there it is. Look what's first. The very thing you were just talking about, because I'm making it a hum, baby. Steph and Sabrina, to me, best thing of the weekend. Best thing of the weekend. 2 Bay Area kids, right? The guy who plies his trade in San Francisco and lives down in the peninsula versus the young lady who went to Miramonte High School out here in Orinda, as we like to say. And they've known each other for years. She's 26 years old. She's, of course, with the New York Liberty. And she was, of course, had set this record at the WNBA three-point all-star shooting contest last summer in Vegas. She made 25 out of 26 shots. So a really good idea to, hey, who's the better shooter? A lot of people say, well, is Steph going to destroy her? Not necessarily. Is this a lose-lose for Steph? No, Steph's willing to go in. Steph's willing to do what the NBA dunk guys aren't willing to do, which is not afraid to lose. So for the cojones of Steph to go out there and put his rep on the line, for the cojones of Sabrina to back it up to the NBA three-point line, and for the best, most entertaining, for both of them performing at a high level, 26-29 was the final score. Sabrina 26, Steph 29. The best thing of the weekend, my hum baby number 1.
Steph versus Sabrina. Sabrina hits the first and the second and the third. Fourth shot's good as well. How about this starts 5 for 5?
There goes the rack.
To the money rack. Hits the first. Second one is good. Third one, no good. She hit her first 7. Missing on the first. Second one's good for 23. 25. This is for the win. Hits it. And the last ball is good as well. Steph Curry, 29 points. He's the GOAT, beating Sabrina with 25. Steph versus Sabrina, and the belt belongs to the greatest shooter of all time.
That was a nice surprise. I don't know if you knew, but I thought it was just bragging rights. I didn't know that there's actually some hardware to take home. But like we've talked about this whole time, the build-up for this, what it means for the WNBA, the NBA, for basketball in general.
I mean, I'm from the Bay, so why not?
Okay, Steph, you down?
I'm down. We might jazz it up a little bit. We got some people we know. We might talk about adding some teammates or whatnot, but she's from the Bay. I've been repping the Bay for the last 15 years, so next year, however it goes, it'll be fun.
Okay, there's something optimistic out of that lousy weekend. They're already looking forward to it, and they clearly discussed beforehand, hey, if this goes well, let's build on it next year in San Francisco at Chase Center. Obviously, he says, I got some teammates. I mean, obviously, Splash Brothers would be a no-brainer. Somebody said Caitlin Clark, add her to the mix, right? That'd be super fun. That will save my WNBA, NBA All-Star shooting contest will be better than yours.
That's it. We're going to save NBA All-Star Weekend, Murph.
Well, thank you for Steph and Sabrina. And by the way, what do you think of that belt that he got, that big wrestling belt he got?
See,
where does that go?
It didn't look like the greatest belt I've ever seen. And Tony points out it's a little cheap, but I'm used to seeing like UFC and WWE belts. They threw a couple GOAT logos on it. I don't know. It didn't seem like the most high quality championship.
Where does that go in the den? Where does that go? Hum baby number 2. I had to do. I mean, it was a light weekend, guys. I'm not going with the Daytona 500 guy winning under a caution flag. I'm going to go ahead and say if a kid out of Oakland High School wins both the three-point contest and the All-Star Game MVP, then he's going to be my hum baby number 2. Damian Lillard, Dame time, MVP, 39 points. He made 11 threes. The half-court one will be the one everybody remembers. So maybe the only good thing to come out of the actual game was that a local kid won the MVP. Hum baby number 2, Dame Lillard.
A chance to win it. First one misses from the left corner. Second one misses. Third one misses. Fourth ball's no good. The money ball hits at the horn. 26 for Damian Lillard. That's his number. And for the second straight year, Damian Lillard wins the starry three-point contest.
He's standing there with his hands on his knees laughing at himself.
And on the other end, Lillard lets fly from half court and hits the 3. That should be worth 4.
And this year's 2024 Kobe Bryant MVP trophy goes to Damian Lillard.
You know, you just got to keep shooting the ball. And I think in a game like this, you know, it's going to be pretty loose. And you're going to get your opportunities. Being in the starting lineup, I knew I'd play longer stretches, get more minutes. And I just told myself I'm going to be aggressive and I'm going to keep firing. I saw a couple go in, and after that, it was just like I'm going after it. So that was it.
By the way, we cut out the part where he got booed mercilessly by the Indianapolis crowd because Tyrese Halliburton scored 32. And he said, quote, I expect it. We're in his hometown. We're in his building. He had a great game, but it's an honor. I've been here quite a few times, so to have this accomplishment is special. So they wanted the local kid.
I mean, Halliburton scored 5 3-pointers in a span of like a minute 30 in the first quarter. He was shooting the lights out also.
It's the Kobe Bryant MVP award, as you heard, and he got 7 of the 12 votes. So Damian Lillard getting booed for winning the MVP, but not here on our show where he gets Hum Baby number 2. And then finally, Hum Baby number 3, come on, with the first broadcast on Saturday. And with me and Marcus going to be there Thursday and Friday in Scottsdale, Arizona. Talk about a story I didn't see coming. Did you see this one coming?
No, I did not, Murph.
Pablo Sandoval back with the Giants, and there he was walking through the parking lot, flashing deuces. He's got a big 48 medallion. Definitely about, 20, 25 pounds thinner. Still a little beefy, but says he's here to make the squad. And I don't know. They said, Andy Baggerly said he already adds energy to the clubhouse. He's smiling. He's going to bring that championship pedigree. And listen, on a light weekend where we were mostly inside while it was raining, that's definitely worth Hum Baby number 3. Or as young California Kyle thinks of him as Kung Fu Panda. Most people drop the Kung Fu. We just called him Panda.
He's just a panda, yeah.
But Kyle, as he put this package together, said, remember, he's the Kung Fu Panda. So Hum Baby number 3, here's your package.
2 down, nobody on. Giants nothing, Tigers nothing. Buster Posey would be next. Verlander throws. High fastball swung on and belted deep into center. Jackson going back, still going back. Adios! Pelota! Pablo Sandoval with a home run into the center field bleachers.
The pitch to Sandoval. Sandoval, it's a high fly ball to left. Young back at the wall. It is out of here. Pablo Sandoval, opposite field. 4-0 Giants.
Ball and a strike to Pablo. The 1-1 pitch. He swings and he belts one. Deep center field. Jackson is going back and gone. A home run. Number 3 for Pablo Sandoval. His first 3 at bats in this World Series. And Pablo Sandoval looks like the babe himself has come back to life.
You know what? He's had a big impact on this team over the years. He's got an infectious personality. He's experienced. He's motivated. And I think there's a lot that can rub off to some of our younger guys, too. So, he doesn't want to hear anything about what his chances are. He's going to go out there and he's going to play, and he's going to try to force our hand.
There it is. By the way, with the CeeLo Green version of Kung Fu Fighting, which Kyle tells me, well, that's the only version I know. I'm like, dude, what about my man Carl Edwards from 1974? He's like, no, man, this is from the movie when I was a kid.
I was going to say CeeLo was in the movie, Murph. That's a big difference.
Oh, man. And by the way, have you guys seen the T-shirt? Or if you're on your social media and you're on with these ads that pop up, there's a T-shirt that says, surely not everyone was Kung Fu Fighting. All right, so there you go. By the way, shout out Pablo Sandoval trying to get his Julio Franco on, his Jamie Moyer on, his Satchel Paige on, just the guy who comes, like Roy Hobbs from The Natural, coming out of the woods saying, I'm ready to play ball, right?
37-year-old Pablo Sandoval.
You want him on the roster?
Spiking him back up. I'll take Pablo.
Really?
I mean,
like a valuable left-handed bat, kind of?
Well, I don't know how valuable he's going to be, but I can tell you entertainment-wise, I'll show up to the ballpark and I'll actually know who Pablo Sandoval is.
I bet. Whoa, there it is right there, buddy.
Like, you're looking to put asses in seats. Pablo can at least attract some fans that come up to the ballpark, right?
All right, there's your Hum Baby. Steph and Sabrina saving the day. Dame Lillard, local kid, wins MVP. And Kung Fu Panda, as Kyle calls him. I just call him Panda. Or Pablo Sandoval back with the Giants. All right, hey, on the other side, did you guys hear Draymond Green on the broadcast over the weekend? Strong words about Jonathan Kuminga. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
If you can shoot, you can shoot.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
We got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to us this morning about the IRS?
That's right. For the first time in 2 years, they've started sending out collection notices. The bottom line is, during the pandemic, they'd eased off and things changed, but now they're back to collecting. It's just happened. I want your listeners to know that because, sometimes when people owe money, if the government's not chasing them, maybe they ignore it for a little bit. Well, no more. The notices have gone out. They're chasing after people. So don't wait until they come and get you and do something bad to you. Let us take over for you. There's so much we want to do for you. First thing is that bill right? The fact that the IRS sent you a bill doesn't mean it's right. That's the first thing we check. And if it's not right, then we get it corrected. But if you still owe some money and you can't pay it, that's okay. There's a lot of good deals. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them, and then you can have a normal life.
All right, Steve, that's great. And thank you for that. For more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All righty. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Back from the 3-day weekend. Hope everybody had a good, restful one. Man, mine was dramatically chill. Did you do anything fun or exciting?
Murph, I was packing up boxes all weekend long, getting ready for my big move to San Francisco.
Moving Marcus.
Hey, now.
Matinee Marcus has become Moving Marcus.
That's it. I'm on the move, Murph.
Famously, 2 years ago, he was given tickets to a Four Tops. Was it the Four Tops? Or,
it was Temptations.
The Temps. Okay, the Temps. Okay.
Ain't too proud to beg tour,
He went to the matinee. We call him Matinee Marcus.
I'll beg.
Now we're calling you Moving Marcus.
That's it, man. I'm on the move.
We won't reveal until you're willing to start talking about it, but you are moving to San Francisco.
That's it. I need Kruk and Kipe. Ruff is on the move. Waterboy's on the move.
Very exciting. Can't wait for that. Just like I can't wait to tell you that Marin Health is the place to go with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians. Right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care. Closer than you think. So, speaking of world class, my friend, Jonathan Kuminga is the dude now. Wow, that happened fast. Were we talking about in December, he said that he had lost faith in Kerr? Didn't that happen like right at the end of one of our shows?
Yeah, we had a Friday show where a whole bunch of bombs were being dropped by Woj and from Shams about Kuminga being kind of unpleased with his playing time situation with the Dubs. And then that Friday night, he actually got benched, didn't play, was a healthy scratch. And then we started talking about maybe Kuminga's going to be on the move when we were talking about the NBA trade deadline, and now he's moved himself up to the second option on this team.
Forget Ruff and Marcus. Kuminga's on the move.
Kuminga's not on the move.
There were strong statements from Draymond Green, and we saw this happen at the trade deadline, right? The Warriors, we found out, called the Lakers about LeBron, which was another topic over All-Star Weekend, for sure. We can get into that a little bit. But it all comes around to Jonathan Kuminga, who was not at the All-Star game, but maybe that's the last time he's not. I don't know. This is a guy who potentially could be an All-Star next year, right? See, Brandon Pajemski said he wants to be an All-Star,
I was going to say, Kuminga, if I remember correctly, did participate in the Rising Stars game a couple years ago.
I think you're right about that. So, Draymond Green, and this was on I guess, was there an alt cast?
Yes, there was.
I didn't even know that. I guess I should.
So I know they threw over to it for a couple seconds, and I was actually kind of upset because I had Reggie in the traditional broadcast, but apparently it was Draymond and Charles Barkley on their own separate cast the entire game, Murph.
So, Draymond Green, first this is actually from the NBA on TNT pregame, about how the Warriors are doing. Remember, they had that terrible loss on the Wednesday night at home, but bounced back with the escape win Thursday night in Utah. They start again Thursday night against the Lakers, by the way. That's a big game. That's the 9 seed versus the 10 seed.
That's a big game, man.
Yes, it is a big game. Thank you. So here is Draymond. Interesting talk about the state of the Warriors and Kuminga.
Oh, man, it's great. You know, to see Clay come off the bench and have a game like that, he told me before the game, he said, Dre, I got the clip loaded. I'm letting you know now. And to see him go out and play like that was huge. Steph is obviously, I say there's two guys in the NBA who doesn't have anything left to prove, and that's Steph and LeBron in another category. But Jonathan Kuminga has been the key to our success. Seeing how that young man has taken that next step and, like, he threw himself into the number 2 option, and our offense is starting to be built around him. Andrew Wiggins is playing better, so it's going good for us.
There it is, man. He got the official blessing from Draymond. He just said, by the way, he's the number 2 option on the team. Is Clay ready to hear that?
Well, Clay got moved to the bench last time we saw him. So I think if the Warriors have any hopes of having a championship roster, then Kuminga does need to develop into this number 2 option.
Man, can he handle that kind of pressure, I wonder, too? I mean, this is a guy, obviously, things are going quite well, as we discussed here. And this is a guy who, at the trade deadline, a lot of people, would you move a Kuminga for a LeBron? Right? That was the question. Actually, Draymond addressed that very question. Would you move a Kuminga for a LeBron?
When I talked to Joe on the phone and we were discussing what we have to give up, I said if it's Kuminga, the answer is no.
Okay, but that's the only thing.
How about that? If it's Kuminga, the answer is no. Well, Kuminga's 21 and LeBron's 39, right? You want to talk about the future? I mean, I'm looking at Kuminga here. He scored double digits in every single game. The last time he scored non-double digits was December 2nd. Okay, and I think By the way, it was November 28th was that game where he scored where he didn't play at all. Hardly at all. He scored no points. Where he played 9 minutes. But the point is that this guy is on a heater now and has become now, quote unquote, untradeable.
Well, Murph, we're talking about a guy that we just mentioned didn't play in that Friday night game and then showed up the next day with a fresh new haircut. He cut off all of his braids. And one of my favorite stats now that I see on Twitter is Jonathan Kuminga pre-haircut and Jonathan Kuminga post-haircut. And since getting the haircut, he's averaging 22.3 points per game, 6 rebounds, a couple assists, and he's shooting the lights out.
That goes back to the Bible, doesn't it? My man gets his strength from his hair. You know what I mean? Shout out Boys in the Hood. That was right before the climactic scene at the burger joint. The guy's talking about his hair. Dude, listen to this. From January 24 to, I'll just give you January 24 to February 2nd. Kuminga, 25, 31, 22, 26, 29. Bro, that's bonkers. And then, he's tailed off a little bit. His last 3 games, 14, 13, and 13. I wonder if fatigue or stamina will be an issue for a kid like this who's never really been featured in, he's never been featured in an offense like this. And the pressure's going to ramp up as the Warriors are trying to get out of, as Barkley taunted them for being in the play-in bracket. Yeah. See that? He said to Draymond, enjoy the play-in. What he said, which is where the Warriors are right now. Mm-hmm. And they're going to be playing much more important games, and you're going to hope that Kuminga has legs. But you look at a guy like Patrick, I'm crossing sports here, but Patrick Bailey, this rookie who says he got tired and they had to read that story. They have to leave 1,000-calorie shakes at his locker now in spring training to keep him.
I've seen a couple photos. Looks like he's bulked up a little bit this offseason also.
Quick digression. You know who else bulked up? Luis Matos.
Oh, Matos is looking big.
I was wondering if he got photoshopped. You know what I mean?
I saw Pavs put out a tweet saying that he was looking like Fred Warner.
So anyway, back to Kuminga. Does he have the strength? 6'8", 210. Does he have the stamina to make a run into the playoffs? I mean, you'd like to think. He's a young stud.
He's 21 years old. He's a freak athlete. Obviously the best athlete on the team. Maybe one of the best athletes in the entire NBA. But this is something that the Dubs are going to need out of Kuminga during the regular season specifically. Because that's something that they relied a lot on Jordan Poole last year, to have those young, fresh legs to carry the team during the regular season so that some of those vets can save some extra juice for the postseason. And so that's why I think Kuminga is getting so many opportunities right now, because let's be honest with you, not a lot of NBA players even care about the regular season. So if they can use this time to develop Kuminga and have him as a weapon in the postseason, that's a win-win plus-plus situation.
Well, that happened fast. We went from him, quote, lost faith in Kerr to now being what Draymond Green says is the second option and is off limits in terms of and it's funny because I was reading the Podziemski story this morning that Anthony Slater wrote in The Athletic, and they were real. I mean, they just love Podziemski and love everything about him and his cockiness and everything. And Draymond actually said when it comes to succeeding him, and they said he gestured his head towards Curry, who, by the way, will be 36 next month, and check back in 3 years. I mean, this guy's right now so fresh. But he said when it comes to succeeding him, he was talking about Podziemski. But if you're talking now, is Podziemski and Kuminga the nucleus that will prevent the Warriors from becoming the forgotten, the Charlotte Hornets once Curry retires?
You're saying that they're the new second timeline. After all the debate about whether or not there's two timelines with Jordan Poole and the youngsters, now it's Podziemski, now it's Jonathan Kuminga, and it was cool
Trace Jackson Davis.
And it was cool hearing both of them actually kind of credit Draymond Green. This is something we got into a little bit last week, that Draymond said on his podcast that his suspension actually opened up the doors for guys like Podziemski, for guys to get extra playing time.
Team.
He's like, Kuminga's getting a bunch of playing time now. And they actually had a mic'd up moment of Pods on Friday saying, I want to thank Clay and Dre and Jaden McDaniels and Rudy Gobert for getting to that scuffle, which gave him more playing time and more opportunities.
That's wild stuff. Well, it is true. And then who winds up being the odd man out is Klay Thompson. Which is crazy, right? Mm-hmm. And now Clay's got to deal with that. All right, Warriors-Lakers Thursday night, and then they host the Charlotte Hornets Friday night. Then they host the Denver Nuggets Sunday. So they have 3 games in 4 days starting Thursday, all at home, as they try to, firm up their play-in spot or maybe make that climb to the 6th seed. But Draymond Green giving Jonathan Kuminga the official national blessing on All-Star Weekend, the number 2 option and untradeable. How about that? Congrats, Johnny Kuminga. You've come a long way from saying you lost faith in your coach. So.
You've been blessed by Draymond now.
All right, here's the deal. Mike Krukow and, of course, we get ready for Saturday's first broadcast and Pablo Sandoval's arrival and Farhan Zaidi's bold proclamation that the Giants are done We got to get into that. And then the big hit, Niner fans, we're coming. Brandon Aiyuk, Deebo Samuel. That's the debate now. Do you have to move one of them? And if so, which one would it be? And can you win without either one of those guys? But Mike Krukow is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I said if it's Kuminga, the answer's no.
The good people at Marin Health want to tell you, not only is there world-class beauty in the North Bay, we got a world-class secret called Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, it's the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, every Tuesday and Thursday until the season starts. Then we go Monday, Wednesday, Friday. By the way, it's time to start thinking about the season opener. Thursday, March 28 at San Diego. Little Bob Melvin vengeance game. Or should we be talking about this Saturday at noon when John Miller and Dwayne Kuiper are on the air from Scottsdale? Or this Thursday and Friday when Marcus Boucher and Brian Murphy are on the air from Scottsdale. So it is ramping up, Mike. Marcus and I will be there Thursday, Friday. Your buddies John and Dwayne will be there Saturday, Sunday. How are you, Mike? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
Well, I'm getting a little itchy, I got to tell you. I mean, I'd say about a week ago, Kuip calls me up and he goes, damn, we need a game. And it's true. I mean, you know what I did yesterday?
What?
I mean, this is a fact. I watched college softball. I watched replays of college baseball over the weekend. I watched replays on MLB channel of old games. I watched the Wiffle Ball All-Stars for about a half hour yesterday.
How about some of those?
I'm not kidding you.
Hey.
I need a game. So Saturday cannot come quick enough for me. Actually, we'll get a couple games on maybe Thursday, Friday. I think they have games scheduled. But, man, it's time.
Yeah, I think the Dodgers and Padres play Thursday because they actually open before everybody else in Asia. So they're going to start a little ahead of everybody. But they already said Ohtani's not playing Thursday, by the way. But it is time, Mike. It's so much time. And we can't wait for Saturday. And obviously we'll get going as we get closer. But we always say to you, hey, Mike, by the next time we talk to you, something will happen. Uh-oh, did something happen? Pablo Sandoval was walking through the parking lot of Scottsdale Stadium flashing the peace sign at the camera with a 48 medallion around his neck. Mike, this is not 2008. This is 2024, and Pablo is back. So many questions, starting with A, how shocked, surprised were you? And B, can he make the team?
Well, I mean, you know what he's been doing the last couple of years? He's been playing down in Mexico, and he plays winter ball. He's playing. The one thing about Pablo that we've all understood since the first day he walked in that clubhouse is he loves baseball. He loves every part of the culture. He loves the clubhouse. He loves the field. He just likes to play baseball. I mean, he would go home after, playing 150 whatever games, and guess what? He was playing Sandlot baseball at home. And then you see him in the Venezuelan League, and he was just tearing it up, and he couldn't wait for the home run derby. He just loves to play. So the fact that he has, kept sharp and has played in Mexico. And by the way, did you see the body he brought into camp?
He's lighter.
He looked like he did when he first got to the big leagues. I mean, he's got some discipline, and he's growing up, and he's a man, and he realizes he can still hit. He's coming in as a left-handed hitter only, and he's going to be that guy off the bench late in the game. And there might be a spot for him. But in the meantime, as soon as he walked in that clubhouse, I mean, it was energy on. He flipped the switch, which is what he always does. So, I mean, you know what spring training is? Spring training is repetition. It's boring. I mean, after you get to the very first handshake and see everybody, it's like the first day of school. Then you kind of get into your routine, and then the games start, and you get into your routine. But it can get boring. You need Sandoval, and just maybe, he might make this club. He has a legitimate chance.
Well, he hit a 6-run homer in Dubai, which we can talk about in just a second here, but I want to tell you a couple things. One, Mike is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And by the way, Marcus Thompson will join Papa in London at 11:30 this morning. Marcus.
Yeah, Mike, it seems like each and every week we're talking about all the young talent that's on this roster, the prospects. I want to ask you what Pablo Sandoval can do as a mentor or as a leader for this clubhouse, because we know the vibe, the positivity, the presence of a Pablo Sandoval. Do you think that he could be a mentor for some of these younger players like a Marco Luciano or Luis Matos?
Well, he already has. I mean, when you have that type of reputation and you're a 3-time world champion, that speaks loudly. But the thing that's so cool about baseball is that a leader can lead without even saying a word. What Pablo Sandoval does prior to going on the field, how he comes to the ballpark, how he ignites his energy, how he gets dressed, how he takes care of the clubhouse kids, how he addresses the media. I mean, all those things are part of everyday life in the big leagues, and you have to learn how to deal with it. It just goes with the territory. And when you see a guy who's completely comfortable in that scenario, I mean, you learn from him. We all do. That's what young players, and old players, that relationship goes from not only how to wear your uniform or how to take the field, how to go about your business, how to work before and after a game, how to work in the off season, but it's how you tip the clubbies, how you tip the guys at the restaurant. I mean, where you go to eat. I mean, all that stuff is the knowledge that gets passed on. And in those meals that you share with a veteran, if you're a rookie, I mean, he's going to give you insights about how to play the game, how to look for situation, how to hit for situation, how to eliminate pitches that a guy doesn't have that night. If he's a 5-pitch guy, he's only getting 2 of them over. That's what you look for. What do you look for in a ground ball situation? What do you look for in a strikeout situation? I mean, it's just the game that gets passed on. So you get a guy like Pablo, who has been there and done that, and he's done everything in the game. and I mean everything. He has succeeded at a spectacular level on the brightest stage. He has failed massively on the brightest stage. And all of that is education that he can pass on to help a guy and to give a guy a couple of heads up saying, oh, you don't want to go there. And so, yeah, it's always valuable.
It's, again, it's fun, it's silly. But, again, just getting back to the realistic chances of him, he's only 37, which is not 47 or something, but it has been since 2021. And I'm wondering, is hand-eye, like I say that, and yet certain people you see, it's time to go. Like Brandon Crawford didn't hit the way he wanted to hit last year, right? But Pablo Sandoval, last time he was seen with the Giants, hit, 2021, when he played with the Braves and the Giants, he hit, only $178, Mike. So was that time for him to leave? I mean, is that the indicator when you're 34 and you're hitting $178 in 86 at-bats? I mean, how different can he be 3 years later in terms of hand-eye and velocity?
Well, that remains to be seen, but, I mean, the one thing that eats guys up more than anything is that they physically can't go out there and keep playing. And in that, it's a motor skill, and you got to work on your skills daily. I mean, as soon as you start taking your time away from the game because you can't go out there physically, I mean, your skills erode. They go fast. And that's why, earlier in our conversation today, I point out that this guy's been playing. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's been playing in Mexico. I think the guy plays year-round. I mean, he's always got a game going. He gets his friends, and they go out and play baseball. How cool is that? Well, guess what? You're keeping your skills, and he's got tremendous hand strength. So what is his role? I mean, he's completely pigeonholed into one thing he's going to be able to do, and that's pinch hit. And pitch hit against some, nasty-ass reliever coming in late in the game with everything on the line. That's his job. Well, if he's got his skills and if he's kept them sharp, and we'll find out very quickly, if they've eroded to the point where he can't come back, then this whole experiment won't last long. But if he has those skills and he has sharpened them, he's already helped himself out with the body he's brought into camp. So he's going to give himself a chance to succeed. I mean, it could happen. I mean, I've seen it before. I've seen guys take a couple of years off, but they kept their skills. They played, and that's what he's done. So I don't see why he can't do it. I mean, he's not being asked to play every day. He's not being asked to go out there and get beat up on the field defensively. I would be surprised if he played defense at all, although he's taking ground balls and going through the drills now. It's really going to get down to that at-bat late in the game. That's why he's there.
Well, fascinating. And like you said, we'll find out in short order as the games get going on Saturday. The other huge story of the weekend, Mike, was Farhan Zaidi coming out on Sunday and saying no more moves. He says if it hasn't happened, he says anybody who's a free agent, we've had 3.5 months to figure out a deal. And if it hasn't happened yet, at some point organizationally, you just need to turn the page. Now, this is a very loaded statement. Now, Ken Rosenthal phrases it in terms of other GMs are saying the same thing. He quotes Chris Young of Texas. He quotes the Toronto guy. And it starts to look like this war or a game of poker between the GMs and Scott Boras. So it's sort of a double-pronged question. One, do you think this is like an overall war between the front offices and Boras? And secondarily, do you take Farhan at face value that the Giants are done?
Yeah, I think it's all part of the act that goes with what Steve or with Scott Boras. We've changed his name. It's no longer Boras. It's Boras. And I think that he is completely gone past the line by a month. And I think that he's going to absolutely gather some steam for the argument of putting a deadline on this thing, because this has gone on too long. It's ridiculous. And everybody's saying the same thing, which I think is part of the act. Giants have said it. Toronto said it. Texas has said it. The Cubs have said it. These are all teams that have been interested in all of the Boras four. So I think that, at any one given point between now and middle through spring, I don't think this is going to go into the season. Although having said that, who knows? I don't put anything past Boras, but I think that it could still happen with the Giants. I think it could happen with any of the teams, but they're just ticked off. They're tired of the dialogue because there is none. Boras drew the line in the sand. He's not budging. Okay, see ya. And come out and publicly say it. Okay, see ya. But I don't think Boras has taken the bait. I still think he feels he's in the driver's seat. Although I say this, if I'm a player, and a player still has a lot to say about it, now we know what the philosophy is, Boras is, wait it out. wait it out. And he's taken it way too far this year.
He has.
But the player can come in and say, yo, dude, I'm over it. I want to go to work. And that's going to happen. It's going to happen with one of the four, and it could happen with several. And I hope the Giants are still in place when it all happens.
It's crazy that we've gotten to this point, Mike. I can't remember anything like it.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And the guy has abused his authority. And I really, really, I hope baseball reacts to it, because it's a joke. What Boras has done is a freaking joke. And it's all about ego, and it's all about him, and it's Steve Boras or Scott Boras or whatever the hell his name is. I don't even care anymore.
Great stuff, Mike. As always, we love hearing from you, man. And this plot thickens. With that, the good news is Panda. The bad news is Boras. So we'll stew on that for 2 days, and can't wait to talk to you Thursday. Be good. Mike Krukow on fire as always. All right, we'll get into that a little bit later in the show, but the big hit is next, and it's the 49ers over the weekend. You heard the talking heads who know a lot say they may have to trade Debo or Aiyuk to make this thing work in the future. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 808-5627 is the phone number. The Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line is 415-808-5627. Which one would go, if either? Next, the big hit on the Sports Leader.
We've changed his name. It's no longer Boris. It's Borish.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Scott Braun stopped by the midday show yesterday with Walter y Cabosetta to talk about the MLB offseason, the Giants, and whether or not the A's will move to Las Vegas. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured. Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Aiyuk. Touchdown! Purdy out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe. And y'all know what that means. So that's all I can say, because other than that, I don't know. Just great luck. God was with us today. Great win. Bang, bang, Niner game. It's crazy.
Oh, those days were so heady. Winning an NFC championship over the Detroit Lions with balls bouncing off face masks and ladybugs landing on Brandon Aiyuk. And now here we are on Tuesday, February 20th, talking about, is Brandon Aiyuk on his way out of the Bay? Oh, it's today's big hit. Listen, we had a choice of big hits. We're frank with you, the audience. The big hit is a fluid, breathing thing. It's a living organism. Like a petri dish, Marcus. I didn't do very well in I talked about my high school math. I didn't do well in high school science either.
Well, Murph, I didn't do good in high school in general. So you're asking the wrong guy
now,
for help.
buddy. Look at you now. C's get degrees, right?
C's get degrees, baby. Living the dream.
But the reason why, and we talked about it, Farhan's comments were strong, as was Mike Krukow's reaction, and Draymond's comments on Jonathan Kuminga were newsworthy over the weekend, how Kuminga's untradeable, and he's the guy now, the number 2 option on the Warriors. But it definitely gets your attention when a couple of people check in on Brandon Aiyuk's contract situation. Now, let's get it for this. 808 KNBR is the phone number, 808-5627. You guys want to chime in on anything you heard. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines, 415-808-5627. So it was my understanding last week when they cleaned out their lockers that the Niners would be able to re-sign Aiyuk and keep everybody together for one more year. That was my understanding. Now, it gets a little bit into the cap weeds. Then my understanding was that when Brock Purdy is then up the next year, that's when you have to blow something up. And whether it's trading George Kittle or Deebo Samuel or somebody like that, that's when the move would have to be made. Or you could be like Bill Walsh and do these things a year ahead of time and get something for your value, and that would be Brandon Aiyuk possibly getting moved for a big-time package, maybe a first-round draft pick, and now you're intrigued.
Which we have seen John Lynch do before with DeForest Buckner.
Yes. And here's the quote. There are 2 quotes that got you going. One was from ESPN's Dan Graciano. He says, quote, the most likely way this shakes out is that Aiyuk ends up getting traded. And you're like, whoa, I don't want that, dude. I don't want that. But this is the business of the NFL. He would be traded to a team where he's the clear number 1 wideout and where he can get the extension he wants, leaving the 49ers to draft his replacement in the first round. Okay, well, there's an intriguing thing with the number 30 or 31 pick, right? Mm-hmm. What is it, brother? Was it 31, 30, 31?
It would be 31 because they were in a Super Bowl.
Correct. Thank you. He says, that's the cleanest way for them to address all their needs, the cleanest way. He says, I see San Francisco extending Talanoa Hufanga, coming to some sort of arrangement with Kyle Juszczyk and Dre Greenlaw off the Achilles that keeps them both around. And that leaves the 49ers to run it back with the same basic core, some upgrades in key spots, and Aiyuk cheering them on from afar. Man, that sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? Because to me, he's the guy he's the best route runner on the team. He gets open more than anybody. Now, the next one was from Sauce Gardner, the great New York Jet corner. Did he make All-Pro this year? Was he first or second team All-Pro?
I think he's been first team All-Pro back-to-back seasons, Murph.
Well, he's riffing on, he's got time on his hands. He plays for the Jets because there's nothing going on in the offseason, right?
Oh, shout out Aaron Rodgers.
And he says, he just comes out of nowhere. And Emmanuel Acho wrote, Brandon Aiyuk is a beast, but he only had 3 catches against the Packers and 3 catches for the Lions. So you can't give the eyeballs emoji now when you only have 3 catches in the Super Bowl. Because Brandon Aiyuk wrote, don't forget what got you here.
Yeah.
So Sauce Gardner checked in, and Marcus, he's posing as a GM named La Sauce. All right, he says, GM La Sauce says, Aiyuk is one wide receiver I see who gets open the majority of the game but doesn't get thrown the ball. And he can win in contested situations, so even if he's not wide open, he should get the opportunity to make a play on the ball instead of throwing it away, La Sauce GM. To which point, a listener, a reader named Hans says, LaSauce, would you keep Aiyuk and trade Debo? And he writes back, when Debo is on the field, the 49ers offense can do a lot more than when he's not on the field, so I would not trade Debo. Signed, LaSauce, the GM. So, dude, Ted Wynn of The Athletic, who he had on, said the same thing, and he said if it comes down to these two guys, he said if you stay with Aiyuk, then you're showing your faith in the system as opposed to the player. And he says if you stay with Aiyuk, here it is. It's not as simple as Debo or Aiyuk, but if it did come down to a choice, keeping Debo is a bet on the system, and keeping Aiyuk is a bet that Purdy can supersede the system. So I've given you a Graziano. Yeah. I've given you LaSauce. I've given you Ted Wynn. And now we got to give Murph and Marcus here. This is a very big, big hit, my friend. Yes.
I know, Murph, you just threw a lot on my plate. Yes. And my first question is, if LaSauce was GM of the San Francisco Giants, could we get a couple of those bats?
I like the way LaSauce. I need LaSauce as my GM.
LaSauce at the GM, but I agree with his breakdown, because if we're talking about keeping one over the other, I think it's a simple breakdown. Brandon Aiyuk is the better wide receiver. He's the better route runner. We've seen the playground Purdy have success with Brandon Aiyuk going off script downfield. But getting to the point you just mentioned about Debo in the Kyle Shanahan system, Debo is the harder receiver to replace. Now, Christian McCaffrey can do a lot of what Debo Samuel does, but what makes this offense so potent is having both of them on the field at the same time. So that raises the question, can you pay all of those pieces, especially when you look at a team like the Kansas City Chiefs, who decided to go in a different direction, trade away Tyreek Hill, and then they went out and won back-to-back Super Bowls. So it's going to be hard to invest in Brandon Aiyuk when you're already paying Debo Samuel a top 10 contract at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Can you pay two wide receivers $20 million plus a piece?
No.
It's hard to do in this financial world in the NFL.
So do you do the Bill? I got to give you guys your history lesson here. That's what I'm here for. Bill Walsh would make harsh personnel moves a year too early. He said, always say it's better to do it a year too early. Like he would approve of the DeForest Buckner move. Or maybe he would have said trade Armstead instead of Buckner, because I don't know. The other thing with Debo is injury prone. We talked about that. And getting older, whereas Aiyuk is less injury prone and younger. 650 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and says, I'm actually okay with Aiyuk leaving and draft up. That's what like we talked about Tyreek. Now, he's not going to fetch what Tyreek fetched in terms of draft picks, but he can get you a nice package for sure to a team. 415 says Debo plays so hard he breaks down more. Okay. 209 says you guys aren't talking about the real wide receiver who you need to worry about, a free agent, Jawan Jennings. He's a restricted free agent.
Oh,
right?
That's huge for the blocking game.
Yes. 925 checks in, says we don't have a true wide receiver without Aiyuk. Debo cannot do what he does, nor can anyone else. CMC can do what Debo does.
I agree. I think they're both two of the most versatile players in the entire NFL. And when we're looking, I know it's a small sample size, but if we want to go to the Super Bowl and you see Debo's contract and how he's making $23, $24 million a year and how he only caught 3 of his 11 targets, then that starts raising questions. Because if you can't beat your one-on-one matchups on the outside when Spags is sending the zero blitz all game, and then Kyle Shanahan only gives you, 2 or 3 carries for 8 yards, how much of an impact does Debo Samuel really have on the offense? Which seems like it's blasphemous to even say, because we're always breaking down 49ers with Debo, Trey, and McCaffrey on the field versus without those key players.
49ers without Debo on the field's a thing, guys. Even which game was it? The Packer game when he got hurt in second, and they were different in the second without him, right?
And think like how much of an impact Debo has. Not just when he's playing on the field, like he brings that physicality to the 49ers run offense, but he's also the guy walking out of the tunnel with the boombox.
Who's going to boombox us here? By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Jose in Oakland, great caller. Jose, good morning. You're on the big hit. Happy Tuesday. How are you, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, if it comes to choosing one of the two players, Brandon Aiyuk has been great on the regular season. When it comes to the playoffs, at least in the biggest game, he was completely shut out. If we're going to trade one, we should trade him and keep Debo, because Debo can do the receiver thing, and he also can do the same thing that McCaffrey does. Okay, so it's like having two players for the price of one. Whereas with Aiyuk, all he does is just as a receiver. That's all he does. Granted, he's a great blocker and everything, But to be honest with you, if I had to choose between 3 receivers, I would keep Debo, and I would keep Juwan Jennings. Yeah, that guy showed me a lot. He came up big on the biggest game. Unfortunately, with Brandon Aiyuk, he was covered all the time. He had a hard time getting away from defensive backs. I think we need to go into the draft and try to get a bigger receiver, okay? Like I said, nothing against the guy. He's really been a great player, but when it comes to money, it would be too much money to give up for just one receiver. Just go into the draft and try to get somebody else.
Jose, you're a sensible man, as always. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Again, I understand. And by the way, people are saying, well, why can't we keep them both? And you can. The question is, can you get draft capital now from Aiyuk versus signing him to a big deal that some other team would have to be tied to? So some other team that's willing, has space, and is willing to pay him could trade for him, and the Niners get draft capital, which somebody points out on the on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, could be used to beef up the O-line, which we've been talking about, needs to be beefed up.
That's definitely something that the 49ers need to address. And then, of course, we got to talk about the future without Trent Williams. Now, Trent has confirmed he's playing next year, but we're looking...
I think he said next couple, didn't he?
So that's the thing. We're looking at the window of when Brock Purdy's going to get paid, and that's how we're looking at the financial aspect of fitting all these guys into the picture. But real quick, I want to address Jose's point because Jose's a great caller, but I actually disagree. Brandon Aiyuk is one of the best route runners in the entire NFL. And if we want to go back to that overtime play where he dropped Ladarius Sneed, was wide open on a slant, he did a job of beating his guy. Now, Brock Purdy was obviously getting pressured by Chris Jones. The ball never gets there, but we saw Brandon Aiyuk actually create separation in the Super Bowl. Deebo Samuel, there wasn't a whole lot of separation there as a wide receiver.
Well, we saw the Trent McDuffie play in the end zone for sure. That was all for sure. The text line's blowing up on Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Try to read as many as I can. He says, 4 and 5 says, we don't know the impact of how they'd be without Aiyuk because he plays all the time, whereas Deebo we know because he gets hurt. 925, though, says Deebo is greater than Aiyuk. 707 chimes in, get rid of Deebo. My God. 209 says 80% of the time Deebo is used as a distraction to get someone else open, and I mean that in a positive way. 510 says Deebo does not extend the field the way Aiyuk does. Get rid of Deebo for some picks and keep Aiyuk.
And that's something I also wanted to bring up when we talk about the levels of the Kyle Shanahan system and how Brock Purdy has added this new explosive element. Well, guess what? Most of those explosive plays, it's downfield to BA. And that's why Brandon Aiyuk had his career year and was second-team All-Pro.
Where's Danny Gray in a time like this? That's where you need to hit on a guy like that.
Well, he's on the IR, Murph.
There you go.
Shout out to our caller, Super Bowl week.
707 says, watch the tape. He says, trade Deebo. Watch the tape. When it's a run play, the intensity of the blocking and mentality of the smash mouth is all Aiyuk, all right?
Oh, Aiyuk will lay a block, too. He's not afraid to get
That's
dirty.
what he's talking. This guy is saying Aiyuk. Tyler in Sacramento at 808-5627. 808 KNBR is next up on the big hit. It is a tough one, but it came up over the weekend, guys. We thought we'd bring it to the big hit because it's the elephant in the room. Can you keep Brandon Aiyuk or should you trade him? Tyler, good morning. How are you?
Hey, boys. Hey, Murph. Hey, Marcus. Thanks for taking my call. I'm doing well. How are you?
We're good, Tyler. You sound great. What's up, man?
Hey, thank you. I'm in the car, so sorry if it's a little noisy.
No, you sound like $1 million, buddy. Yeah.
Hey, that's the first time. Hey, if I can go off board real quick, my wife just threw this to me yesterday, right as we were going to bed. I know it's off topic.
Please.
Is it true? Is there any validity to Joey Bosa being released and the Niners being favored to pick him up?
Your wife brought that up as you guys were going to bed. Is that what she said?
She was.
Is this Tim from Antigua right now? Is this Tim from Antigua?
Those are bedtime conversations that I want to have.
Pillow
Tyler, I saw that report this weekend, too. Now, it's rumors that Joey Bosa could be released by the Chargers, and obviously there's an easy pairing between Nick Bosa, Joey Bosa, and the 49ers are going to need a pass rusher next year since Chase Young, Randy Gregory, Cleve Farrell are all free agents. So it's a topic that's been thrown out there, but I don't know if there's a lot of legs on it, Tyler.
Have to say is, oh my God!
Does your wife scroll Twitter before bed for Niner rumors? Or?
It just came across her phone, like one of the notifications.
That's
incredible. Think it was NFL. She's a huge sports fan as well.
She is, obviously. Yeah. All right. Anyway, Tyler, what'd you have on Aiyuk, buddy? And what's your wife's name, by the way?
Brittany.
I need Brittany. Can you have her call in one time?
Yeah, of course. We can do it side by side one day if you like.
Okay,
she'll give you better content than myself.
All right, Tyler, what's up, man?
So as far as Aiyuk, Deebo, I think Aiyuk is obviously the better pure receiver, and I think he's who we should keep. although I think everybody hasn't taken into account, this is probably his best year he's had. All the other years he was in the doghouse, if I can remember right. But as far as Debo, I think his best value is with the Niners in Shanahan's system. He and McCaffrey are interchangeable. So I think he has the most value with the Niners. But if the Niners can get value for Aiyuk, say a first-round draft pick, maybe we pair that pick with our late first-rounder, move up. It may not be enough, but maybe we can go get Marvin Harrison with the top 10.
Wow, no, he's top 10. Isn't he top 5?
You think he's top 5?
Yeah, I think he goes top 5.
I mean, bro.
That's a pipe dream.
Yeah, okay. But you got to trade Trent Williams, Debo, and Aiyuk to get that pick. All right. So, hey, maybe tell Brittany you ran that trade by us and we shot you down. All right, Tyler? We appreciate the call, brother.
Yeah,
we'll hear from you
Tyler.
again down the road. 415 says, this is Dickie from San Rafael. Trade Debo and let's find our Puka Nacua in the draft.
I mean,
They've
the
tried.
Rams hit on Puka Nacua.
They've tried. I mean, we talked about mid-round receivers. They've drafted a few. Jawan Jennings was, what, 7th rounder, dude? I mean, can Jawan Jennings be more of a featured guy? That's a question.
I mean, this is a guy that we praise each and every week for his run-blocking ability. But let's not forget that he's also nicknamed Third and Jawan. And this goes back even before Brock Purdy. Like, he's a guy that finds holes in a zone defense. He'll find a way to get open. Now, he's not going to get paid a big contract, but he's definitely a valuable piece.
He is a restricted free agent. He can go out and test the market. The Niners have a chance to match. 831 says, no, Purdy to Aiyuk is the next Montana to Rice. They're both young and developing chemistry. And my man Kenny checked in. Kenny Wardell says, I bet if you asked Brock Purdy, he'd say keep BA. Keep Brandon Aiyuk.
I would have to agree. Again, he's the better route runner. He's better against man-on-man defense. He can do more for Brock Purdy pushing the ball downfield than Debo
415 says, besides his route running, look who had the big catches this season. 4th and 1 in Philly for the first touchdown. The diving catch set the tone. Our biggest W of the regular season. And, of course, the catch in the NFC Championship off the face mask. To me, okay, we've asked you guys a lot. I don't think you get as much in a trade value for Debo, do you? But I would, if I had to, I would probably trade Debo and keep Aiyuk. That said, I am scared of what the offense looks like without Debo on the field. Now you're going with Aiyuk and Jennings as your WR1, WR2.
Yeah,
that's not as potent, my friend.
It definitely changes the scheme, but I'm with you, Murph. I'm curious to see how the rest of the league values Debo versus the value of Brandon Aiyuk. Like, is Brandon Aiyuk going to get more than $23 million a year? Is he going to get a bigger contract? Is he going to get a top 10 contract at wide receiver coming off him being a second-team All-Pro last year?
206 says they signed Debo to a shorter deal for a reason. They can re-sign BA and trade Debo next year. Like we said, one option is to keep it all together for one more year, but then you're up against it and you would have to trade a contract of Aiyuk or a Debo for sure. We should probably talk to like a David Lombardi. Somebody, I need a little more cap expertise on this right now. I will admit right now the numbers in front of me. Dude, let's be honest now. It gets confusing on what you can restructure and how you can lessen a cap hit and what the Niners can realistically do in 2024 to try to win the Super Bowl. Don't forget, we'll be dealing with the freaking Super Bowl loss hangover, too. That's going to hang over this team like a specter of just this incredible... There's a human nature factor to that. It's going to be so hard to get back.
Yeah.
So hard.
And Murph, I wanted to dive into what you just brought up with the cap experts because obviously there's our guys that are smarter than us and can break this stuff down. But I remember last year everybody panicking about the Nick Bosa contract. And how the 49ers didn't have any cap space at all.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, John Lynch snaps his fingers, restructures Kittle and Trent Williams' contract, and here's an extra $25 million in cap space that, of course, they use for Nick Bosa.
Well, I mean, the one thing, Mike Silver will tell you all the time, the cap is a joke. You can do anything with the cap. There is a time, though, you do have to pay the piper. There was come a time. My buddy Daryl, the Cowboy fan, checks in from the outside, said, you guys would be crazy to choose Debo over BA. It's a no-brainer to keep your number one wide receiver, Brandon Aiyuk. That's a Cowboy fan. Now, he could be working sabotage right there. He could be working sabotage.
This is bad information, Murph.
Let's go out to Chris in Petaluma at 808-5627. Chris, good morning. You're on the big hit, man. How are you?
Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call. Everybody said it already. It's BA over Debo. But I want to add that I've noticed Debo, if he doesn't have the ball in his hands, kind of lackadaisy out there. And you guys already talked about BA's like run blocking and his effort and everything. The reason why he goes in motion and comes down and cracks those DNs And I don't know, Debo's probably done it a few times, but I haven't noticed it as much as BA's effort out there. All right, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Okay, Chris, thanks for the call. So he says keep Aiyuk. That's so funny. I thought Debo was a good blocker, but everybody's saying
Well, a lot of the times Debo is used in motion before the play, so he's just kind of drawing the safety to the other side of the defense, where BA and Juwan Jennings are actually blocking down and creating a lot of those blocks.
Well, 510 says David Lombardi tweeted, "This talk is nonsense and they'll keep both." David Lombardi does like to scold. He does like to tisk, but I would say that, no, I understand, David, where you're coming from, because you want to keep the band together for one more run. But it is a realistic question to ask, given the DeForest Buckner history of, if you have to make a move, make it early and get draft capital. It's not outrageous. And this is not fanning the flames. Dude, believe me, I'm not a flame fanner. I'm not one of these guys. I'm talking about a real choice they have to make that could net you tremendous draft capital if you trade Brandon Aiyuk, and you have to always stay ahead of the curve. If you keep them together for one more year, that might be, then you got problems down the road.
Yeah, then you could also get into a situation, though, where it's a tag and trade type of deal where you could throw a franchise tag on Brandon Aiyuk. But I'm with Lombardi. I think they can line it up for one more year. The question is, after this next upcoming year, Brock Purdy gets paid, George Kittle, top tight end, Christian McCaffrey, top running back, Trent Williams, top left tackle, Nick Bosa, top defensive player. Like, you have so many high-piece talent that's already getting paid through the roof. I don't think you can afford to have two wide receivers making over $20 million.
510 says, can we just pull the Dodgers and defer Ayuk's contract to 2040?
There we go.
All right. Hey, we can continue these calls on the other side. We do have a cooler of content to get to, but we continue. Our new producer, Curly, he's saying, keep the big hit going, boys. 808 KNBR, 808-5627. We got Curly in here throwing his weight around. All right? I mean, listen, we'll decide who's sheriff around here. On the other side, do you have to keep Brandon Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel? What's your choice? It's a tough one, but Bill Walsh would make the tough decision. 808-5627. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Tuesday morning style, and a cooler of content coming your way, too, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Sauce Gardner checked in, and Marcus, he's posing as a GM named La Sauce.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
NBC Sports Bay Area's Warriors reporter Dalton Johnson stopped by the midday show with our guy Walter Icaboseta to recap NBA All-Star Weekend and talk about his expectations for the second half of the Dub season. To hear that podcast and more, check out What's Trending Now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Oh, there it is. The sounds of Papa and Ryan back in the day. By the way, this whole topic we were talking about. Good morning, everybody. The Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We got young Tony behind the glass. We got our first day of our new producer, Curly, the son of the city. The Sunset District's own, and he's over here he's throwing people around, by the way. He's chucking bodies out of the way. Dude, he's like one of those, from your sport. Well, you're not a huge pro wrestling guy, are you?
Oh, I'm down with some pro wrestling.
Yeah, he's like the heel in pro wrestling. He's stepping into the ring and chucking bodies around. He's like, nope, you guys are doing this, you're doing that, you're doing this.
He's like The Rock making his return to WWE over the weekend and turning full heel on everybody.
But the big hit we talked about today, there's a few things that came up over the weekend. Obviously, the All-Star game was a stinker. We covered that in the hums and bums. And Farhan Zaidi's comments that they're done doing business with Scott Boras was like, whoa, caused a reaction with Mike Krukow for sure. But when you are on social media over the weekend and you're reading these Brandon Aiyuk rumors, man, you got to bring this to the people. And the people are responding, too. The 49ers have a situation where Brandon Aiyuk is going into the final year of his deal. And this is traditionally when you either sign a guy to an extension and a big deal, or you let it rot on the vine and you start to say goodbye to him. You could theoretically do nothing and just play one more year like this, at which point you would sort of be gone. But to plan ahead and to get ahead of the cap, and to get ahead of your team's future and attempt to win a championship every year, the smart move is to sign Brandon Aiyuk to a longer-term deal. Or is it to trade Brandon Aiyuk now and get huge draft capital and go forward with Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, Danny Gray, Chris Conley, Ray McLeod, and maybe potentially a draft pick in this upcoming draft in which they have 11 picks and a ton of third-round picks, too. Getting huge reaction. One thing to note, Marcus, as we get going here, Deebo Samuel's deal is done in 2 years. He's only signed through 2025, okay? And he's 28 years old now. He's signed through his 29-year-old season. So it is a short-term deal. If you are trading him, the team that gets him is only getting him for 2 more years. So it is, that factors into his value and his capital. Also, how valuable is Deebo to a team that is not Kyle Shanahan's Niners?
That's the question. Yeah. And obviously, we've seen the Kyle Shanahan system spread out throughout the league, whether we're talking Mike McDaniels out in Miami, whether we're talking Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans with the Houston Texans. There are fractions and segments of the Shanahan offense spread everywhere in the NFL. So I'm sure Deebo would have some success, but again, it all comes down to the system. And it's hilarious when we talk about quarterbacks in the Shanahan system. Now we're talking as Deebo Samuel as a system-wide receiver, but he's the wide back. There's really nothing like him in the league. Yeah. His usage, the way that he lines up in the backfield, how Kyle gets in the ball, and that's why I think it's harder to duplicate a Deebo Samuel. But what Brandon Aiyuk brings with his route running ability, I think that puts him over the edge.
And Brandon Aiyuk and Brock Purdy are developing that chemistry we were talking about. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Brett in Walnut Creek is next up. Brett, good morning. You're on the prolonged big hit. How are you, brother?
Well, I think if I hear the word system and the 49ers again, I'm going to lose my lunch. I haven't even ate yet. Deebo's a system-wide receiver. I mean, first of all, the Niners have draft capital. You do not get rid of Brandon Aiyuk, who's a clear number one. The Niners have, I don't know, what do they have, like 11 picks in the draft. They got a first-rounder for the first time in half a decade, and they've got draft capital. And with the fact of Deebo's contract expiring, they can easily hold on to this team probably for 2 years. Does Brock need to make $50 million? Brock's probably going to be fine, being one of the top 5, but he doesn't need to be number one. And also I'm hearing that, as we all know, the cap moves. And what way does it move? It moves up. Mm-hmm. So probably in 2 years from now, the cap is going to be even larger than it is now. So they've got a true number one. Brandon Aiyuk is a really, really, really good wide receiver, as is Deebo Samuel. Doesn't matter what quote-unquote system you put them in, they're athletes. Keep the team together. Let's go. We got a window we cannot worry about. And I think Bill Walsh would be keeping both. It's not the same world Bill lived in 20 years ago.
That's true.
When we were watching them, Murph,
40,
30
Brett,
years ago.
40,
Right.
40, really, dude, 40. Hey,
God,
Brett,
we are old, aren't we?
I know, dude. It happened overnight. I try to tell these kids, you'll wake up one day, and all of a sudden you're like, wait. Thanks for the call, Brett. I appreciate it. I remember the day I realized it was over was when a guy here in the studio I mentioned the movie Hoosiers. The guy goes, that movie's whack. I'm like, wait, what?
It's over, Murph.
He goes, no, Hoosiers, bro. That's for you old fogies. I'm like, wait a minute, what? And that's when I knew it was all over. But anyway, to Brett's point, Bill Walsh did live in a different era when you got rid of players. So, hey, listen, if you can keep them both and keep Brock Purdy's cap number manageable early in his contract, listen, then the big hit's over. We just keep them both and go for it. Again, I want to talk about this Super Bowl loss hangover is going to be a real thing. But if you can keep them both, like Lombardi says, and you can lay out a scenario for me where you're not going to be in cap hell after the 2024 season and you have to get rid of Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and all these guys, then yes, let's go. But they do have to, Dre Greenlaw, Juszczyk's a big number coming up too. How would you feel if they had to play without Kyle Juszczyk?
I mean, I hate to say he's easily replaceable because he's not. He's one of the best fullbacks in the league, and we know how important he is to the running game. But if you can't restructure the contract of a Kyle Juszczyk, I would rather prefer to keep Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel. And I think most 49er fans would agree. Yeah,
408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It says, sign Aiyuk and let Deebo's contract play out. You can time the payments out to limit the cap impact. I mean, you only have 2 years left of Deebo. So if you can structure Ayuk's extension to the such that the cap less is, and then Deebo leaves, that's $28 million. Now you're talking about a life without Deebo in 2 years, which I think we can deal with because how open is this window? I mean, is it 1 to 2 years? Honestly, guys, I don't know. I mean, Christian McCaffrey, how much? That guy's, there's a lot of mileage on that odometer, brother. I mean, believe me, he's one of those premier players I've ever seen. He's an instant Hall of Famer. All the great things you want to say about Christian McCaffrey, but I don't know how effective he can be for past 2 more years,
and
maybe?
That's why I think when we're talking about the Super Bowl window, Murph, it might be 1 more year until Brock Purdy gets paid. Because we're talking about Deebo's contract expiring in 2 years. Well, what's that cap space or what's that salary cap going to look like with Deebo, with Brandon Aiyuk, with Kittle, with McCaffrey, with Trent Williams, with Bosa, all these guys, plus an additional $40 to $50 million per year for Brock Purdy. And it's nice wishful thinking that Brock Purdy's going to take a hometown discount. He's not. He's the lowest paid starting quarterback in the league.
Interesting, Marcus, to see how he plays in this upcoming year could affect the kind of contract he gets.
Yeah, we just saw Daniel Jones get $40 million from the New York Giants.
That's because the New York Giants blundered massively.
I mean, Brock Purdy just finished top 5 in MVP voting. He's going to get paid.
I'm out here reading Brock Purdy slander. I am. I'm reading Brock Purdy slander out here about. I mean, there's people out there that are still skeptical of this guy after all that. So we'll see how he plays this year. I mean, what if he goes out and lays an egg in 2024? This kid's guaranteed. I mean, the Niners are smart. Just like, let's see how he plays. But to your point, that's what the Chiefs were facing, and they traded Tyreek Hill, right? And look what they got. They got this young, talented defense. Listen, they got to nail the draft, guys. They got to go Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis on this upcoming draft. You can't keep missing on the Danny Grays and the Carlo, or the Ty Davis Prices of the world, and guys like that. I mean, they hit. Ayuk's a first rounder, Samuel's a second rounder. They nailed those for sure. Jim in Manteca is next up at 808 KNBR. Jim, good morning. You're on KNBR.
No, it's Tim, Murph. It's Tim.
Oh, it's Timmy. Hey, Yes. First of all, that's our new producer already biffing things.
Hey, he dropped the ball already, man.
It is funny because he's got to respect you, buddy. You're Tim from Manteca, dude. You're like in the movie Donnie Brasco. Remember Donnie Brasco?
Yeah.
He would talk about I'm Lefty from Mulberry Street. You know what I mean? You're Tim from Manteca, dude. Come on, man.
That's right.
Yeah. What's up, man?
Hey, man. I just wanted to tap in with the Brandon Aiyuk and Debo thing. I think the Niners should keep them both. I think they should run it back. You know what I mean? I think this Super Bowl slump, right, is a real thing. But I think the Niners, man, they got 3 seconds away from winning it all. And I think that they, as a team, need to, lick their wounds and just say, hey, we were right there. Let's go finish this thing the right way. Keep the team and just run it back, man. Do whatever it takes to stay healthy, and then we'll figure it out next year. When it's all said and done. But
yeah,
I think Tim, these guys got a lot left on the table.
Yeah, it's a very viable option to keep them together for sure, and it's one of the three. But we do wonder what it does to them after the upcoming year. But you're saying the hell with it. You got this window, go with it. And Tim, you're the man. Thanks for the call. How about this guy sending this text? He says, do you guys see this stat? The last 18 quarterbacks to lose the Super Bowl debut have not made it back the next year as a starter. Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, Jimmy Garoppolo, Jared Goff, although Matt Ryan, Cam Newton, Colin Kaepernick, Rex Grossman, Matt Hasselbeck, Donovan McNabb, Jake Delhomme, Rich Gannon, Kerry Collins, Steve McNair, Chris Chandler, Drew Bledsoe, Neil O'Donnell, and Stan Humphries are the last 18 losing quarterbacks that haven't made it back as a starter. That's incredible.
Well, you know what, Murph? They didn't have Christian McCaffrey as a running back. That's what I'm going with. That's my response.
That's right. Seriously. All right, guys. Well, listen, it was fun, and we'll continue to follow this as the weeks go on. Hey, listen, this is where we're at now. It's February, and this is the NFL offseason. Today's franchise tag day, but nobody's going to do that for the next couple weeks. And then restricted free agency in March, guys. Start ramping it up, and we'll see what leaks the Niners give out of the building. Dan Graziano says the most likely scenario is to trade Brandon Aiyuk. All right, guys. Okay, so Patrick Willis is going to join us at 9 a.m., which is awesome. Looking forward to that very, very much. We had Farhan Zaidi make a comment that the Giants are done doing business, and that caused a strong reaction in Mike Krukow. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Debo. Whoa.
River Islands. Awesome. We got big news out in Lathrop. We got awards, baby, for the 5th year in a row. River Islands named the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. That's awesome. River Islands and Lathrop. It takes a lot to be named number one. But when you get out there, you know the deal. You see the homes on the lakes. You see the homes next to parks and trails and close to charter schools. You get an idea of what makes River Island such a winner. Brand new this month, guys, some amazing new model homes to tour. The Shores by Pulte Homes. And when I say shore, that means water. These are 4 to 6 bedroom homes built close to the San Joaquin River. All those homes are worth a look, okay? So terrific architecture, fantastic kitchens, room for home offices, maybe even a couple home offices. Can't think of a place where you can live so well with neighborhood prices ranging from the mid 600,000s to over $1 million. So you can start your tour online at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How exciting that Marcus and I will be in Scottsdale, Arizona, Thursday and Friday. Pablo Sandoval. We talked to Mike Krukow a lot about that. We riffed on it earlier in our Hum Babies and our Bum Babies. And we'll be there Thursday, Friday, and then the first broadcast is Saturday. How about that? You get John and Dwayne, that leisurely pace. Although I say leisurely pace now, without with the shot clock, with the pitch clock, it won't be so leisurely. They'll be moving along nicely. So that leads us to the Giants, and that leads us to obviously the Pablo news. And then over the weekend, everybody's like, okay, what's going on with Matt Chapman? What's going on with Blake Snell? What's going on with Jordan Montgomery? What's going on with Cody Bellinger? And the answer, nothing. Nothing going on. And then Farhan meets the media to talk about Jorge Soler. And Soler arrived into camp looking good. And then he dropped a bomb. He dropped a bomb that the Giants are kind of done doing business, which is like, wait a minute, what? Are you really done? And here was his exact quote, guys. He said, got it for you from the Andy Bagley tweet here. He says, sorry, guys, I had a little mishap there on the quote situation. He says that the Giants are done adding and that that they're not going to do any more business. And this caused a lot of reaction in the Giants world. Like, wait, what? Don't you want Matt Chapman? And then the other action was, wait a minute. Maybe he's bluffing right now to try to play poker with Scott Boras, who's quite frankly now reached the point of like nuclear war with all the teams. Like where Ken Rosenthal wrote a column this morning saying that he quoted Chris Young of the Rangers, he quoted the Blue Jays GM, and he quoted Farhan all saying, yeah, we're done doing business. And he's like, whoa, when a bunch of guys say that, that means we're not calling collusion per se, but we're saying that there's like we've now stepped up to like DEFCON 2 or whatever with Scott Boras. And it's getting crazy.
It's a little suspicious, Murph, because when I heard these comments from Farhan saying that the Giants are done, I literally questioned myself. Done? I thought Farhan was just getting started.
Yeah.
Like he just signed Jorge Soler. He added Jordan Hicks pretty late in the free agency. I know he signed Jung-Hoo Lee early on during the winter meetings, but this seems like the perfect opportunity for Farhan to go bargain shopping, to go hit up the thrift store to see what he can find for a low price. I mean, we talked about Jorge Soler's deal earlier today, and for only getting $13 to $14 million, I think that's a fantastic deal for a guy that can give you 30-plus home runs a year. So I thought at this point of free agency, where it does feel like there's a little bit more pressure on the players and the agents to make a signing, I thought this would be a perfect opportunity for Farhan to go around thrift shopping and adding more pieces for a discounted price.
Well, the problem is Scott Boras is definitely not talking discounts. And the numbers we've heard that Chapman's been asking for are crazy. Now, I'd love Matt Chapman. I need an ass-kicking, fire-breathing leader in that clubhouse. Is what they were missing last year. Andy Bagley brought up the fact that everybody knocks Evan Longoria. Longoria brought a veteran presence to that team and somebody who kept everybody responsible. And one of the knocks and the reason why Gabe Cupper doesn't have his job anymore is he just turned into this laissez-faire, let live clubhouse where nobody was holding anybody accountable or kicking ass. Matt Chapman, from what I've heard from many who've played with him, is an ass kicker, right? And this team hasn't breathed fire in a while. Right?
Well, Murph, they need an ass kicker, and they just need to get better defensively. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We're talking about a Giants team that led Major League Baseball in errors last year. So you bring in a platinum gold glover, and he's obviously going to improve your defense. And then that then gives you more flexibility with guys like Casey Schmidt, Marco Luciano, whatever you want to do with the rest of your infield. But to me, no questions asked, Matt Chapman would make this team better.
So Farhan Zaidi on Sunday, quote, you never rule anything out, whether it's now or May or June or whatever. That was interesting. He said May or June.
June?
Does he expect Boras to be holding these guys out in the May or June?
What's going on in June?
He says, but at this point, just where the calendar is, it obviously makes any further additions unlikely. But again, we never close the door. I felt like that was a shot across the bow at Boras. Well, Mike Krukow heard it, and he's just ticked. He's like, it's now February 20th. And a baseball player is not in camp. Great baseball players are not in uniform because Boras is holding out. And Kruk has had enough here.
Yeah, I think it's all part of the act that goes with what Steve or with Scott Boras We've changed his name. It's no longer Boris. It's Borish. And I think that he is completely gone past the line by a month. And I think that he's going to absolutely gather some steam for the argument of putting a deadline on this thing, because this has gone on too long. It's ridiculous. And everybody's saying the same thing, which I think is part of the act. You know, Giants have said it. Toronto said it. Texas has said it. The Cubs have said it. These are all teams that have been interested in all of the Boris 4.
Okay. So, again, now, I want to drop the collusion. Collusion's definitely out there. Are teams ganging up to not sign players at certain numbers? Now, this gets very dicey. This has happened a couple times in the history of baseball. I don't want to get into labor management relations, but it has happened. And where teams say, hey, we're not doing that. Let's just all not do that. And they get caught and they get busted in court and they have to pay enormous legal price for that. That's illegal in management-employee relations. You can't collude with other employers to keep employees out. That's kind of what, it's kind of the whole deal. You know what I mean? But that's where we're looking at right now, because how can we get to this point in the season? But Krukow again blames not the Giants, not the players. He blames Boris.
So I think that, at any one given point between now and middle through spring, I don't think this is going to go into the season. Although, having said that, who knows? I don't put anything past Boris, but I think that it could still happen with the Giants. I think it could happen with any of the teams, but they're just ticked off. They're tired of the dialogue because there is none. Boris drew the line in the sand. He's not budging. Okay, see ya. And come out and publicly say it. Okay, see ya. But I don't think Boris is taking the bait. I still think he feels he's in the driver's seat.
Man, all right, guys. Well, that's where we're at right now. It's my interpretation that the Giants are not done and Farhan is playing poker. If they are done, I got a problem with that. I got a problem.
Yeah, if they are done, then they aren't bringing the best hand to the poker table.
No,
Murph.
And you're not. It's not unless you're talking about a miracle season from Marco Luciano, a miracle season from Jung-Hoo Lee, a miracle season from Kyle Harrison. You ain't winning the World Series with this squad, buddy.
No.
God, the other day I had a big dispute with my kid, and I want to get your opinion on it. Can you chime in on a domestic dispute?
Oh, I love
in
those
my family.
I love getting in the middle of a domestic dispute.
So I was following some Philly Twitter follow, and they put out it was Howard Eskin, the great Howard Eskin. He said, here's my Phillies lineup. And I sent it to Declan going, dude, how far are we from this? He's like, oh, not that far. Dude, I lost it. I'm like, what do you mean? So listen to this. Leading off, Bryson Stott.
Yeah.
Okay. Young, talented middle infielder, right? Mm-hmm. Batting second, Trey freaking Turner. Okay?
Yeah, Giants don't got one of those.
Batting third, Bryce freaking Harper.
Oh, I've heard of him.
Batting fourth, he says either Alec Boehm or JT Realmuto.
Mm-hmm.
And then batting fifth, Kyle Schwarber. Batting sixth, Boehm or Realmuto, whichever you want.
Pick your poison.
Dude, in the seven hole, Nick Castellanos.
Castellanos would be the 3-hitter for the Giants.
In the 7 hole, 8th hitter is Marsh, Brandon Marsh, the guy with the bad hair.
Okay.
And the 9-hitter is Rojas. Who's that, the catcher?
Yeah. No.
Not the catcher. What is he?
Second baseman, I think.
Is he a second baseman?
Yeah.
So where's Boehm? Is Rojas a center fielder?
Might be.
Anyway.
Who cares? He's the 9th guy on the roster.
He goes, yeah, the Giants lineup's not that different than that. What I said that to me, there's a light years between the Giants lineup and this.
Shout out Joe Lacob. Yeah.
And by the way, this is the third best lineup in the National League. Because the Braves and Dodgers
are stacked.
Have better lineups.
Absolutely stacked.
Did you go look at the Braves' offensive numbers last year?
Mm-hmm.
And the Giants are trying to play ball with these guys? Bro.
Well, that's the problem. They're not doing it without a couple of these Scott Boras clients. And that's the part that kind of pisses me off, like Mike Krukow. We're treating Scott Boras like he's essentially Rob Manfred. Like he's the commissioner of the league. Like
kind of is.
Nothing moves unless Scott Boras signs off on it. It's kind of ridiculous the point that we got to at this point, and nothing's really going to change because Scott Boras was even asked about a potential deadline for the offseason, and the quote that he gave was that deadlines are death lines to the players. It's a death of their right. That doesn't sound like a man that's budging from his deadlines.
Oh, my God. 408 says, just guys, as long as Farhan's here, we're never going to win more than 80 games. I will say this, that if the Giants are done, they are striving for mediocrity, and they're playing for that 6th seed, which I do not like.
They're playing the break-even, Murph.
I don't want to be the 81-win 6th seed seeker.
6th seed.
There's teams out there like the Phillies and the Braves and the Dodgers who have achieved elite status. The Giants are not at elite status. Now, the counter to that would be they tried to get Ohtani. They tried to get Bryce Harper. They tried, but as the great noted baseball expert Yoda said, there is no try, only do.
There's only do.
All right.
You know, I've been telling my mom for years that I've been trying to get a wife, Murph. I've been trying to get her some grandkids. Not really.
No, you have not. Maybe that new San Francisco pad will get you there.
Hey, now.
559 says Philly will only win 80-something games with that lineup.
Philly's going to be in the playoffs. How about that?
First of all, hey, 559, do you want that lineup or not?
You want Trey Turner? You want Bryce Harper? I'll take a Kyle Schwarber.
Weren't they in the World Series 2 years ago?
Yeah, They're a pretty damn good team.
Yeah. Anyway, that lineup. How about that? When I saw that lineup, I lost my mind.
Oh, I'll take the Philly fanatic in the middle of the Giants lineup right now. I'll take something.
All right, guys. Well, we had to do that Giants segment for you. Hey, Patrick Willis, newly minted Hall of Famer, going to join us at 9 a.m. And let's give you a little treat right before then with a little cooler of content. Some funny stuff from over the weekend, and then Pat Willis at 9 a.m. on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hopefully, our goal is to somewhat break even.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, the cooler of content is a movable feast. We can move this thing around. So, listen, if you miss it, you can go online to KNBR.com and catch up those beautiful podcasts where you can hear, I think, the whole show, right?
All 4 hours. Murph and Marcus hour 1, 2, 3, and 4, Murph.
Bro, we'll be in Scottsdale Thursday and Friday. You'll be getting a lot of Giants baseball there, and we'll see what Farhan says about, we're done. No more. But in the meantime, Farhan says, aren't you guys supposed to play the cooler of content right now?
That's it.
All right, we'll start with a fun one. NBA rising stars are all asked for their NBA Mount Rushmore. And most every player said, it was interesting how many of them all put Kobe on there. They all said Jordan, Kobe, Jordan, Kobe, Jordan, Kobe, and then they kind of moved from there. Very little Magic and Bird, by the way.
Yeah, I think that's the moving of the generations.
Definitely.
Like, I grew up in the Kobe era, LeBron era, Steph Curry era. I got the tail end of Michael Jordan.
I would say most of them had Jordan, Kobe, and then like Shaq.
Yeah.
And then they all kind of varied. Mm-hmm. Until you got to Brandon Pajemski. And by the way, Anthony Slater wrote a great piece about him in The Athletic today with all sorts of fun stuff about him. Just about how Dunleavy and Kent Lacob sort of found him by accident. They went to a Pepperdine Santa Clara game to recruit a Pepperdine guy. And Pods went off, 23 and 18. And they were like, I think that guy's a first-round pick. And then they kind of traced him all the way through, and they said, then they got to know the swag of a Pods. And then Pods apparently talks mess all day.
I was going to say, the confidence of a young Brandon Pajemski already.
Yeah.
Comparing himself to Draymond Green in a couple of areas.
And he also has the confidence to be a company man at NBA Rising Stars, his Mount Rushmore.
Jordan, Kobe, Bron, and Willis.
Kobe, Jordan, Bron's up there. I'll put Magic and Shaq.
Well, my favorite players are Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, and I would say the fourth one would be, I love Steve Nash. I'll put Steve Nash up there.
Shaq, Kobe, Bron. Kobe, Mike, you gotta say LeBron, Steph Curry. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Chris Paul.
There's the last one was, of course, Pods there. By the way, I forgot to mention LeBron. Everybody says Kobe, Jordan, LeBron are their top three. Once again, can you give me then you get to Pods here at the end here. Yes.
Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Chris Paul.
Incredible.
Damn, I can't believe he snubbed Looney like that.
Thought he might have said Kuminga at this rate, the way things are going here. So, all right, well done, Pods, to make the the cooler of content. Can we go down to Larry Bird, cut N? Speaking of a guy who didn't make anybody's Mount Rushmore, there would have been on mine for sure, Larry Joe. But here he was at the Brunch Legends, putting out a statement that might fall on deaf ears here.
The one thing I would really like to see is they play hard tonight in this All-Star game. I think it's very important when you have the best players in the world together. You got to compete, and you got to play hard, and you got to show the fans how good they really are. So I hope you enjoy your weekend. I'm enjoying mine. Have a good All-Star game.
Damn. I love when Larry Legend talks, but unfortunately, your generation, Marcus, came back with, okay, boomer.
Yeah.
That's what they hit him with.
They left Larry on red this weekend.
Larry on red.
Nobody was listening to Larry Bird.
211 to 186. I mean, that was like, he comes off like a guy saying, I hope all the young kids do their homework and get to bed on time. So he sounds like Tipper Gore coming out against the lyrics in the 90s. We can't have these bad lyrics. Hip-hop's like, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Tipper, here we go.
That's it. Larry sent this message, and Damian Lillard and Tyrese Halliburton were like, hey, how would you like 168 three-pointers this weekend? Oh, by the way, we're going to miss 101 of them.
Which led to Adam Silver. Tell me how loaded the word well is here in the middle. Because Silver had promised a better game, and the player said, really? 211, 186.
First of all, to the city of Indianapolis, thank you for the fantastic hospitality. To Herb Simon, he's owned this team for 41 years, the longest standing governor in NBA history. Thank you very much, and to your son, Steve, as well. And to the Eastern Conference All-Stars, you scored the most points. Well, Congratulations. Giannis, to your team, this trophy is yours.
Oh, man, the disapproval from Dad. Well, you know, your report card is filled with C's and D's. Well, congratulations, you're graduating.
Yeah. Your bedroom's still messy. I asked you to clean it up. Well,
I guess that's just what we're dealing with there. 211 to 186, guys. 211 to 186.
It's a record, Murph.
After we got Larry. We got Larry Legend out here asking these guys to play hard. It ain't happening.
No.
Then we had more stuff from the weekend. This is Charles Barkley and Draymond Green. Remember Charles said he wanted to punch Draymond in the face? Remember that?
Let's say Charles has said that about multiple players. Draymond, Shaq, everybody.
Now, it's well known that he does not like the city and county of San Francisco.
Really?
I don't know what his particular beef is, but he doesn't like us. He doesn't like our city. He doesn't like our streets. He doesn't like our architecture. He doesn't like our fog. He doesn't like our crab chipino. He doesn't like Crissy Field. He doesn't like the 9-hole Golden Gate Park renovation that I just went to. Young Kyle, dude. They just reopened the new Golden Gate Park 9-holer, dude. 3,000% approval on that. Thumbs up on that. He doesn't like that, though, Barkley.
Whoa, the way that he swings his
golf clubs. He doesn't like Ocean
clubs.
Beach.
Yeah, I don't think he wants
to. He doesn't like Ocean Beach. He doesn't like Chinatown. He doesn't like any of it. Here he is on the pregame about next year's All-Star game being in San Francisco.
My only thing is, Adam, let's get back to these great cities. For All-Star, we got San Francisco next year.
Oh, that's not a great one.
Relax. That's why you're not welcome there.
Wait, let me tell you something. Now, you got to admit it's dangerous there.
No, they cleaned it up. It's looking real good, I promise you. Well, we had a conference in the city about 3 months ago.
I love you, San Francisco.
And it has changed everything.
Okay,
it's thriving
I
again.
hope so. But it was not safe or clean last time we were there.
It's really clear and safe now.
Okay, good.
Damn. Charles just doing massive wreckage with these comments, by the way, because people are just hearing it and it's just going right into their stereotypes.
Oh, 100%.
And they're just like, they're not even going to bother to research or even come out. They're just like, yeah, Barkley said it. So
I love the fact that Draymond's out here dropping the APEC conference as a reason why San Francisco's coming back to life.
By the way, Patrick Willis is going to join us in about 3 minutes, and you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. You thought Barkley was done? No, he wasn't done. Now we're on the alt cast with Draymond and Barkley. And was it Candace Parker, I think, was the third? It's Taylor Rooks. My bad. Here it is. More Draymond. Well, Draymond does start by knocking Indianapolis. So, Draymond, maybe you shouldn't have done that because it gives Barkley a chance here.
Let's not have another Austin anthem. Hey, Reggie, we love you. Let's not have another Austin anthem. Let's let this be the last one, my friend.
Come on, man.
Was it the snow,
You spent enough time here, Reggie. You don't need to come back for
Was it the minus, the 17 degrees?
Hey, Reggie.
Yes?
If you had a chance of being cold or being around a bunch of homeless crooks in San Francisco, when you
that's crazy. You're not welcome. They're not letting you in. You're not welcome.
We love San Francisco.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
You can't even walk around down there.
Yes, you can walk around.
Yeah, with a bulletproof vest.
You live in Philadelphia,
that little red
I live in
button on that
Arizona.
microphone that says cough, you just hold that.
Damn. Oh. That one, like, we're riffing, we're laughing, but damn, that was like,
that's the thing.
Right?
Draymond was poking the bear a little bit, threw out a couple of jabs.
Yeah, he probably shouldn't have.
But Charles Barkley came over the top with the haymaker.
Oh, man, it comes off as, there's just something distasteful about the comment. It's like marginalizing a real serious problem in this country, you know what I mean, that every city deals with. And he's like riffing on, there's a lot of people who are down and out, man. Not everybody out there is out there by choice. And cities are having trouble with what to do with it, whatever city. Any city. My God. So, damn. Barkley, what's going to happen? Is he even coming next year?
I mean, he's got to, right? Inside the NBA TNT.
We talked about the hotels, how the hotels near Union Square get the worst of it, because if you turn the wrong street in the Tenderloin, there's no denying that's a tough deal. But there is a hotel down by Chase Center and Oracle called Luma. You guys seen that one?
Oh, is this one of the new ones?
Yeah, it's like a beautiful, big hotel. It's like a big kind of high-rise hotel. So,
well, here's the thing, Murph. With the water boy moving to the city, if Charles Barkley needs a couch to sleep on so he's not in the Tenderloin, send him over my way.
Waterboy's moving despite Barkley's protestations.
I know. Right? Everybody else is leaving the city. I'm coming to town, Murph.
You're coming in. Actually, a lot of AI people are moving in, buddy. You leave radio, get into artificial intelligence.
How do you know I'm not AI right now? You've been talking to artificial intelligence this whole time.
Artificial water boy. All right. Well, Anyway,
it might be artificial, not too much intelligence.
Are we calling Pat Willis or are they calling us? Because Patrick Willis is at 9 o'clock, which is 9 o'clock right now. We'll stand by on that. So, we all done with that for the cooler content, or was that?
That's a good dose of the
that
cooler.
Should be it.
Murph.
Let's get into a little Patrick Willis because we had the chance to congratulate him. This was announced, of course, during Super Bowl week that Patrick Willis is going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It only becomes the 6th 49er ever who spent his entire career as a 49er to get in. Some other great names like Leo Nomalini, Bob St. Clair, my buddy, my neighbor, the great and gentlemanly Jimmy Johnson, and of course Dave Wilcox is one of those two. And it's pretty exciting for him and Patrick Willis and Bryant Young, BY. The other one.
The man who showed up at Patrick Willis's doorstep and broke the news to him that he was going into the Hall of Fame.
Pat Willis is only 39 years old, by the way. Yeah, we're going to have to ask Patrick about getting that knock from BY.
I was going to say, we can have Pablo Sandoval making a comeback at 37. Can we get Patrick Willis to fill in for an injured Dre Greenlaw?
Remember, it was a shock that he retired when he did. Now, he was the 11th overall pick in the draft back in 2007. That was back in the Mike Nolan years. I remember Singletary was the linebacker coach who took him. Everybody was kind of like, is this going to work out? Boy, did it work out. Oh, my goodness. Defensive Rookie of the Year, his first year. Obviously, we talked about the Pro Bowls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Pro Bowls. And then the big one is making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 All-Pro teams in his time. He's calling in right now. Dude, when you make All-Pro 5 times, first team 4 times. 4-time first team Pro Bowler. So last year he went into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, which, by the way, we have an announcement on that coming up later in the show.
Look at you, Murph.
But this time he's going into that Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's been quite the journey here for Patrick Willis as we make the connection with the man. There he is, ready to go. And Patrick, it is great to have you back on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. Hey, it was a year ago that I was hosting the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and we inducted you into that. And that was just a warm-up because now you're going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Congratulations to you, Patrick. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Patrick.
Thank you all so much. I'm doing well. Still on cloud 9. Just grateful for the moment.
Tell us about maybe the coolest or most mind-blowing thing that's happened since the call. Like, was it somebody who reached out to you, or somebody you thought of, or somebody who wrote to you, or something? What's been sort of the big moment for you?
Really just a lot of people reached out. I don't think I've ever gotten that many text messages in my life. I think I received over 300 something text messages. I'm like, man, I didn't even know, that many people even. I even talked to that many people. So that was awesome, and I really, really appreciate everyone who reached out. So far, it's just been really just it's been a lot of love. It's been a lot of love. Just the vibe that comes from, just being around those guys in the gold jacket, from conversations to just smiling from ear to ear. So yeah, it's been an amazing time.
Patrick, I wanted to ask you about the moment that you found out that you would be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and more specifically, BY, Bryant Young, showing up to your doorstep, knocking on the door. How much does that mean to you to have BY break the news to you that you would be headed to the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, it meant a lot. That moment, it was a surreal moment, elated to the utmost. It was one of those things that, for a while I had said, if it's meant to be, regardless of when it happened, whether it would be then or now or later on, that I would be grateful for it, and then to have someone, not just anyone, but Hall of Famer Bryant Young, to knock on the door, it was a big moment because he was one of those ones my rookie year when I got to San Fran, just ultimate pro, welcomed me in with open arms and just showed me what it was like, whether he knew I was paying attention or not, at that time, as I am always, just trying to take it all in and learn from each and every person. And he was one of those ones that showed me like what it was to be a professional and be a pro. And so it was just an awesome moment.
Yeah, but plus, who answers their door anymore? You know what I mean? Like Ring Central, you're like, yeah, just leave a message, dude. I guess.
I think it was how they all said it. I think it was how they said it out because my birthday was just prior to that. The week prior to that, and my sister had told me that the girls had got me something. My nieces had got me something for Christmas, and then for my birthday. And then my assistant said, there's a package that's supposed to be coming for you that you have to be there to sign for. And so I'm out there just, putting together, the basketball goals they got for Christmas. And, they say, oh, it's here. And I'm like, oh, I got to go sign for that package. And, man, it was one like no other.
That's so great, man. And then, hey, the emotion, listen, it came out of you, right? I mean, the camera showed that you were moved to tears. Can you talk about that? What were you thinking about, or what got you so? I mean, obviously the honor is so great, but was there something specific that you were thinking of?
It was. It was one of those things that, as you go through life, there are certain people that, they leave an imprint on you. And my Uncle Arthur, it was actually the anniversary of him passing, when I was 16 years old, which was a big time for me, and him just being my first ever superhero. I like to call it, above He-Man and Superman. And it was a complete day because he was one of those couple uncles that I had that I could, speak freely and speak as if, I was always in my imagination, as if, I would tell him, one day Uncle will be a professional ball player. I don't know in which sport, but I'm going to be one. And he said, boss, you put your mind to it, you can do anything you want, and they would be out there throwing the ball with me, and just, everything just kind of came to that moment. Being that young kid, in a small town, I kind of like growing up in a village, like, surroundings. And so it was a surreal moment.
Wow, what a great story. Let's give him his love. What's his name again?
It was my Uncle Arthur Joe. So Uncle Arthur was one of those uncles. It was that day that he had passed. I was 16. When I got that. When I was told that he had passed, and here I was. Here I am. That many years later, and it was the same day that I got the knock, and so it was just, man, I don't even have the words for it.
What would you say to him if you could?
What would I say to him? I would say, you know what? I would just smile. It would be more than words. It was one of those things where, in my family, we may not have always had the right words to say, but in how we embrace one another, or how we would, give a hug, or just, it was just the energy. And so I just, I feel that. And so I know he would be proud, and he'd be proud, smiling ear to ear.
That's awesome. Of course, we're talking to the Hall of Famer Patrick Willis on the Uma guest sign. And Patrick, on the topic of people who made an impact on your life, I'm curious, when you look back at your entire football career, what coach would you say had the biggest impact or biggest effect on your Hall of Fame career?
Oh man, when I think about the Hall of Fame, it starts way back, and so for every coach that I ever had that poured into me as they did, I'm forever grateful for them, and that each one have their it moment. If I could pick a particular coach, but to just keep it simple, but very effective. I would have to say, probably be my Mike Singletary. I know it's. Most people would no dub, but there's a lot of other coaches too that I have these it moments. But I just remember the conversation that my first day of training camp, and just everything it was prior to having them in the Senior Bowl, having Coach Singletary in the Senior Bowl, and then what my first day of training camp was for the 49ers, and what him and I talked about that night, and it was a night that really put in a trajectory that. If it's meant to be, it's going to be up to me, and we're going to get it done. And so, it's so much more to it. But, he will be one of those vital coaches.
Man, by the way, Singletary's speech last year at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame was incredible. Had everybody just spellbound. He's an amazing speaker. Have you even thought about who would give a speech for your induction?
A little bit, there are a couple people that I have in mind. I just, when I think about it, just, however they let it flow, I'll be grateful for it. So, but no, I haven't picked one person just yet.
It's kind of amazing that your coach Singletary and you are both now wearing the gold jacket. I mean, now you guys have a standing lunch date every August in Ohio, right? You guys know that, right? You're not going to lose touch, that's for sure. You're going to see these guys. And one of the stats that I really liked, Patrick, is that you're only the 6th 49er ever to get in after spending your whole career with the team. That's so special. One of the others was BY. And what does that mean to you? I mean, that's it. You're affiliated with the 49ers and no one else.
Yeah, that's, man, I just say I'm a loyal person. And, it feels very good to know that, I don't have to feel split, between one organization and or another. I poured into San Fran, everything I had, at the highest level that I could give it, and to be recognized as to be in their Hall of Fame, to be in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and then now to be going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I'm beyond words. It's one of those things that I just remember coming in and looking and saying, you know what, like I want to be one of the great ones. I want to be one of the best, and it's only one way to do that, and that's just coming in each day and consistently putting forth my best, having faith, and pressing forward. And there's so much I would like to say, but I'm just honored and humbled and just grateful.
And Patrick, that's one of my favorite things about going to Levi Stadium is walking around and still seeing those number 52 jersey by all the 49er faithful, but they're also wearing number 53 jerseys. You'll see a Navarro Bowman, you'll see a Justin Smith, and obviously you played with a lot of talent on that 49er defense. What can you say about those players surrounding you and how much they helped you on this Hall of Fame career?
It's so much. I know I'm getting the recognition, but it's so much bigger than myself. I was very fortunate to play with some amazing teammates in all levels of football, and those two guys you spoke of, along with so many others, Takeo Spice, Brian Franklin, as you mentioned, Navarro and Justin. I mean, those guys were tremendous athletes, and just being able to take the field with them and share the field with them helped me to be able to do my job that much more effective and enjoy it as well, because I'm all for seeing the next person be amazing and have their success, and those guys very well did that. And so it was an honor to share the field with them and win some games with them and go through the highs and lows forever my brothers and teammates.
Yeah, and by the way, how about you, Coach Navarro Bowman, right? He's with Harbaugh on the Chargers, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. It's funny because 2 years ago at the Hall of Fame, the alumni reunion when they honored the 2012 team, Navarro and myself, and Harbaugh happened to be on the bus, and Harbaugh was speaking about coaching and whatnot at that time. I'm not sure if Navarro was coaching with Maryland yet, but to hear Harbaugh say, what, I would bring you guys on as a coach if you wanted to, or you guys would make heck of a coaches. I just remember smiling and being like, you know what, Navarro, man, you would make one hell of a coach, and to see him now, having this opportunity, I feel like I get to may not be there right beside him, but it's one of those things where you're just always happy for your teammates and your brothers to see them striving and being doing great things, and I'm rooting for him. So.
It's such a great story for you two, and obviously we'll have fun watching those guys do it. But of course, hey, we do know that you are affiliated with Nirvana Super Water, and it's a beverage line, flavored waters, seltzers, and shots. What would you tell the listeners why you're affiliated with Nirvana Super Water?
I would say that, I love absolutely stand behind Nirvana Super Water 100%. It's all about transforming your body at a cellular level and just being an elite athlete at one time. Still like to say, I still have it a little bit. It's not like having great supplements to great beverages, supplements, waters to help with lean muscle mass and metabolism, which Nirvana Super Water does. And so just very happy to be a part of them. And, if anybody out there looking for an amazing beverage, like I said, we have seltzers, we have water, we have the shots. So, yeah, go check us out at nirvanasuper.com.
nirvanasuper.com, and if Pat Willis is with it, it's pretty good. Nirvana Super Water. Check it out, the beverage line that he endorses. By the way, ended on this. Patrick 707 says he hopes you're catching a lot of largemouth bass in retirement. You getting out there?
I did when I first retired, and then, I kind of realized, I may not be able to fish every single day. So I haven't really, been out there in the last couple of years, but I'm really looking forward to getting out there this spring and seeing if I can get me a lunker plunker, they call them. I think that's a 10-plus pounder, so that's the goal this spring.
That's a passion of yours, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I've been fishing since I was a youngster, and something me and my uncle really got into when I was young, and so it just kind of has stayed with me, and still a passion of mine this day.
Well, you'll be out there on the lake one day, and just thinking about that journey and thinking about Canton, Ohio. Every August, you get to put on that jacket and go be with the greats of all time. Patrick, the immortals. You live forever, brother. That's pretty darn cool. So congratulations to you. Huge congratulations from us. And thank you so much for hopping on and sharing some time with us, man. We look forward to the summer ceremony. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah, thanks, Patrick.
No, I appreciate you all. And again, much love to the faithful and just everyone who made it possible and who still root and support me. Very, very much appreciated.
You're the man, Patrick. Patrick Willis, number 52, going to Canton. All right. Well, that was very, very, very cool. Hey, on the other side, what does number 30 say? I'm trying to do my transition from 52. 30, Steph Curry say about number 23, LeBron James. What's he wearing now? Is LeBron wearing 6?
I gotcha.
What number is he wearing now? 6?
That's a great
23?
No, I think he's back to 23 with the Lakers, isn't he?
Anyway, LeBron James spoke about the Warriors next on the Sports Leader.
Much love to the faithful and just everyone who made it possible. And
Pittsburgh, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pittsburgh Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Scott Braun stopped by the midday show yesterday with Walter Icaboseta to talk about the MLB offseason, the Giants, and whether or not the A's will move to Las Vegas. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
I love 510 texting in and said, I know Murph is not liking Willis saying San Fran, but hey, it's Pat Willis. It's true.
With Patrick Willis, you forgive a little,
exactly.
all right?
San Fran, whatever. I've kind of laid down my arms on whatever. First of all, I'm not the city native. Curly is our new producer. He's the son of the city. Believe me, I know what city people think about Marin people. Trust me. I know. I do. I trust me. I've been there.
Well,
does
John Curley give the thumbs up or the thumbs down on San Fran as a nickname?
I can't see him, so you have to tell me.
He gives me he's waving it off. He's giving double thumbs down.
So is he going to go tell Pat Willis to not say it?
I guess we're never going to get Pat Willis booked again on the show.
Why don't you? Because I can't see Curly from where I'm sitting. Ask him what he thinks about Frisco.
Oh, are you down with Frisco? He gives a thumbs up.
See? Because it has a historical tie. It goes back to the Gold Rush of 1849.
Yeah, I got no problem with Frisco.
But the Gold Rush processors weren't walking around saying San Fran. They were saying Frisco.
Just stick with the city. It's as simple as that. It's the city.
Does LeBron James want to be in Frisco? That's the question we're asking because it came up over the weekend, man. In the All-Star weekend, Draymond Green talked about it. So did LeBron James talked about it too, for sure. So here it is, guys. This is the sound you were looking for here. LeBron James on the potential trade to Golden State, which we heard so much about from Adrian Wojnarowski. So I believe it is cut echo here, young tone in the cooler of content. It's on NBA on TNT.
It didn't go far at all. I actually heard about it when everybody else heard about it. Obviously, Charles been in the league. Kenny been in the league, Shaq been in the league, and sometimes there's conversations happen behind closed doors that you don't even know about. And until, I guess, if it's real or not, then they'll bring it to you, but it never even got to me. So, I heard it when the reports dropped as well.
Okay. Do you believe him?
No, not for a single second.
No.
I'm not buying what he's selling.
No.
Because the fact that the Warriors were able to get in contact with Rich Paul, his agent, unlike the Philadelphia 76ers who reached out and Pelinka said, no comment, we're not even doing this. The Warriors got to the agent. They got to Rich Paul. And there's nothing that Rich Paul sees or hears that doesn't get back to the ears of LeBron James.
Okay, so he has a player option for this summer. So he can opt out. Should the Warriors, if he opts out, you want to go all in? I mean, that's up to Joe Lacob's checkbook now because you wouldn't have to trade for anybody. If he's a straight free agent, does Joe Lacob want to pay him $50 million to come here? Does he want to come here for $50 million? It seems like there has been a conversation with him and Steph where they thought it would be fun.
Well, there's a conversation between him and Draymond Green whenever they're hanging out with each other during the offseason.
Although Draymond says he'd rather do it as a free agent, not as a trade, because here's the Kuminga. It is cut G, young tone, as in Gary Payton.
As in Green, Draymond Green.
Thank you.
I got you, Murph.
It's a shortcut. Here it is. Thank you.
When I talked to Joe on the phone and we were discussing what we have to give up, I said if it's Kuminga, the answer's no.
How about that?
Wow.
He's going with you. 20. I'm not trading Kuminga for LeBron.
Kuminga, untouchable all of a sudden.
Untouchable. The guy 3 months ago said he's lost faith in his head coach.
Yeah.
And there he is 3 months later.
3 months ago, he shaved off his hair.
He's now reached Wemby status. You know what I mean?
I don't know if we're going that far yet.
Oh, my God. So anyway, guys, we're going to have to roll that one out there because that's going to be something we're going to have to talk about as the days and weeks roll by. Now, the whole Bronny James thing, I mean, I don't know if that's going to... Is that going to happen where...
I mean, is he even going to get drafted? A second-round draft pick? I mean, some team's going to have to roll the dice just to maybe entice LeBron to join them.
Well, here's more LeBron on the future of his NBA career. Cut eyes and indigo here, young tone here. LeBron did speak at the All-Star Weekend.
I have not mapped out how many seasons I have left. I know it's not that many. I also don't know if I will. I was asked this question a couple of days ago. Will you kind of take the farewell tour, or will you kind of just Tim Duncan it? I'm 50-50. I'm going to be honest, because there's times where I feel like I guess I owe it to my fans that's been along this journey with me for 2 decades plus to be able to give them that moment, you know, whereas every city and whatever the case may be, and, you know, they give you your flowers or whatever the case may be.
I think we know it. I think we know what he's going to do. Yeah. I think he's going to want every last second of it.
LeBron's not pulling an Irish goodbye.
Who was the last who did? Buster. Buster did it. Mm-hmm. Top classic Buster. Like none of us saw it coming. That was a brutal day, by the way. You know what's interesting? Kareem had a farewell tour, which I think he regretted because he's a very shy guy, and it became a huge to-do. Bruce Bochy had one. Mm-hmm. How'd that work out? Propped up 3 years later, winning a title in Texas. Yeah. How the hell did Bruce Bochy win the World Series in Texas? What? The Texas Rangers, they were terrible. They were terrible.
Well, Murph, they went out and spent some money in free agency. Shout out Marcus Semien.
Listen.
Shout out Corey Seager.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. Oh, man, oh, man. And one more LeBron? Yeah, another LeBron cut on the farewell tour? Here it is.
That seems cool. But the other side of I've never been that great with accepting, like, praise. It's a weird feeling for me. I never really talked about it much, but it's just a weird feeling for me. So to go in each city, if that's the case, I don't know. I've seen Mike's, I've seen Kobe's, I've seen a lot of guys. I just don't know how I feel. I don't know if I will feel great about it. Maybe the only child in me, maybe. But I am a Laker, and I am happy and been very happy being a Laker the last 6 years, and hopefully it stays that way. But I don't have the answer to how long it is or which uniform I'll be in. Hopefully it is with the Lakers. It's a great organization, many greats. But we'll see. I don't know how it's going to end, but it's coming.
Yeah, cut that off.
If you are a LeBron, if you're a LeBron hater or skeptic or believer that he is an ultimate narcissist, I don't think you could stop throwing up after hearing that sound right now.
Dude, he doesn't like praise. How about when he praises himself after every single game?
That was incredible.
You know, I was kind of open to the idea of LeBron joining with Steph and Clay and Draymond. Man. Stay the hell away, LeBron.
That was incredible.
I don't need the praise. I don't need the farewell tour in San Francisco.
Oh, my gosh. All right. Hey, guys, we do have a little bit of news, the breaking news, but we'll have to get to that later in the show. The Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame class has been announced. Why don't we give you guys that before we get out of here? But it is time for Mark Spears. What are we going to do? 211 to 186. I'll say it again. 211 to 186. What are we going to do with the darn All-Star Weekend? Mark Spears next on KNBR. Oh, I should tell you before we get out of here that we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with premium top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Mark Spears on the lost cause that is NBA All-Star Weekend, which is coming to San Francisco next spring or next winter on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
I've never been that great with accepting, like, praise.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we love Mark Spears, but we're going to hit him with a mountainous task, and that is how to save the NBA All-Star Game. By the time it comes to Joe Lacob's Palace next February, things got no stock lower right now than the NBA All-Star Game, and Joe Lacob, he won't stand for that. So let's get into it, but first and foremost, good morning to ESPN and Anscape's Mark Spears on the UMA guest line. It's Murph and Marcus, buddy. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Mark.
Hey, man, you know I always try to impress you, right?
Yes.
Always try to impress you.
Yes.
It's actually afternoon for me. I'm in the Tampa, Florida area as a guest on a fishing story with Ronnie Green. So I just finished filming a fishing show.
We just talked to Patrick Willis, the newly minted Niner Hall of Famer, about his largemouth bass. Bro, are you an angler? Do you have a fishing background?
Well, it's funny because we were in the midst of talking about it, but I learned how to fish in the NBA bubble. Like, they basically offered a hobby, either golfing or fishing, and I was in the minority. I chose fishing, and they took us out on the lake in Disney World, and I just fell in love with it. And, you know, I remember we talked in Senegal. I fished in Senegal.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
The Delta in the Bay, Berryessa Lake, Tennessee, Destin, now Tampa, Senegal, as I mentioned, but my favorite is the Bayou. So I've been fishing all over the place. And Ronnie Green, who does this amazing award-winning show called A Fishing Story, asked me if I could come out and do it. So from Indianapolis, I came out here, and I'm in sunshine and fishing and getting a little bit of my tan back, you know, getting some of my brown back while I'm out here before I fly back.
What'd you catch?
Bass. That's all they have out here in this lake is bass.
Okay.
I didn't do too well today, though, man. I think there's going to be some fishing magic done on the show that's going to make it seem like I caught like 10 fish. But I really caught 2.
Now, Mark, what's your favorite fishing spot here back in the Bay Area?
I like going on the Delta.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's really, really fun and pretty.
Delta's amazing.
You know, going out there in the morning with my buddies, Chris Samdahl, who has a boat, and Al Gordon, we go out there, and we don't catch a whole lot because I think the water's just too cold in the bay. But, you know, we tell a lot of lies. We listen to old school hip-hop and have some wine. And so it's kind of like a hangout anyway, so we have a great time.
Well, that's what A Fishing Story with Ronnie Green's all about. So did you you got to tell him your life story then?
Yeah. No, we talked about how I got into fishing and, you know, Anscape and how I got into being a sports writer. And so it's a cool thing to be on. You know, I guess I'm getting some attention, a little attention, making the Hall of Fame. So he wanted me to come on and flew me out. And I was like, shoot, when can I come? But now I'm out in Tampa. But let's go back to your original question.
Oh, yeah.
You fixed the All-Star game. You know what, man? Obviously, I was there, and it starts in the first minute. It starts with whoever is starting the game. And, you know, I heard some quotes from Larry Bird the day before where he passionately talked about the importance of playing hard. And to me, it starts with LeBron James, right? When Kobe was playing and Chris Paul were playing, their team played hard. They set the tone for it. And you know, I hear these guys like, oh, worried about getting hurt. Videos you guys playing in the Drew League, playing pickup at UCLA, like playing, you know, pro-am stuff all over the country. Like, they're playing hard. I just don't get it. I mean, it's not like you got to play 45 minutes. But it starts at the top. And I think if LeBron James was committed to playing hard and told everybody to play hard, I mean, it might not seem a little unfair to put it on LeBron and, you know, maybe put it on Steph a little bit too. Like, come on, guys. Like, and I think for my generation, like we grew up on All-Star games like that were amazing. Like if you go on NBA TV sometime and watch some of these old games, it's just amazing All-Star games. They're fun. And so it's just, I think what these guys are doing is by doing this, you know, they're so excited. It's funny. Like I know I'm going on this rant, but they're so excited to be an All-Star. And they're so mad when they're snubbed. But yet when they're there, they don't take it serious. It's very, very confusing to me. And it's a disservice to the league. And at some point, you know, and they want to get paid, right? Folks are going to be like, I ain't watching that. Networks aren't going to want to run it, you know? And so ultimately the damage they're doing to the fan, the viewer, is ultimately going to cause damage to themselves because they're going to turn around and walk away too, and then there's going to be no game.
So, Mark, how do you fix it? Is it just throw more money at the players for motivation? We've heard talk about changing the format maybe setting up an international game versus the world, maybe a 3-on-3 tournament. Like, is there anything we could do, Mark?
It's the money. So I think when you look at the in-season tournament, right, they threw $500,000 out per player. It's that money that got them excited about being in it. There's got to be some company out there that's like, and I feel like the same thing with the dunk contest. There's got to be some company willing to put up that money as a sponsor and give it to the players there, right? And say, hey, if you do that, then we'll also, you know, match, we'll give a portion of it to your favorite charity too. Like, put up $500,000 for that game. I think they'll take it seriously then, especially when one team gets the money and the other team doesn't. Like, I'd be like $500,000 or nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm sure you'll take it more serious then. So to me, money, what they say, money talk, that to me is the only solution.
I mean, Joe Lacob's not going to put up with a terrible event. Adam Silver, too, with his comment, you know, the way Silver treated it afterwards when he gave the, congratulations. He had those comments the day before, almost like they put their thumb in the eye of the commish, too, right? Like, we don't care what you say.
Yeah. Well, I had a story. I actually talked to Adam Silver when they announced that the All-Star game was, you know, coming to the Bay Area. And I asked him about the competitive thing. And he said he talked to Chris Paul. And Chris Paul said, hey, make this more competitive. You know, you shouldn't pick teams before the game. You shouldn't have as much pomp and circumstance in terms of entertainers and stuff like that because, you know, there was a show before the game. And then these guys are changing locker rooms because they just picked new teams. Then there's a big show at halftime. And so, to Adam Silver's credit, he got rid of all that. I mean, you guys watching at home, did it seem as much of a production as before? Probably not, right? It just seemed like a game, and they still disrespected it. So I know he was probably really disappointed because it's like, I did what you guys asked me to do, and you still didn't care. So I'm sure he was embarrassed. He was disappointed because he adamantly said the day before that he expected a competitive game, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, Mark, and from the actual game on Sunday to the slam dunk competition, it seems like there was a lot of disappointment with NBA All-Star Weekend, but I wanted to ask you about...
What was wrong with the slam dunk? I thought
the judges certainly got crushed. Judges are getting crushed.
Yeah, and half the field is G League players, Mark.
I thought the dunk contest... Well, here's what... I thought the dunk contest was really good.
Yeah, but what about, as Marcus said, the G Leaguers? Why aren't we having bigger NBA stars do it?
Well, that's a money thing, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
What'd you get paid for doing a fishing story with Ronnie Green today, Mark? Right. So.
I did it out of the love of fishing.
For the love of the game. Love of the game.
Yeah, and Mark, that's why it feels like the three-point competition has definitely taken over as the event of the night. But I wanted to ask you about Steph versus Sabrina because that seemed like it was definitely a success. What'd you think about that three-point competition?
Should have ended with that. That was phenomenal. But going back to the dunk contest real quick, like one thing that I think was great because it got more people in, but because it was in a football stadium, the acoustics, the fan noise was low.
Yeah.
It was just too big of a place. so the fan noise doesn't carry. So it sounded like into it when actually they were, but the sound didn't carry. Like half the place wasn't being used.
Yeah.
Because they had it in a football stadium. So I think having it in such a big place kind of killed the momentum, because I think their new thing is that you'll see like the dunk contest next year is going to be at Oakland Arena, or AKA I always call it Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a 18,000 seat venue as opposed to half the football stadium, which was about 40,000 fans. So that I think hurt the atmosphere as well. But I actually enjoyed the whole Saturday night. I like the Rising Stars format now that they're doing. And then the Steph Curry and Sabrina thing was so great. Like, I didn't realize till after, because of where I was, that she shot NBA threes. Like, how amazing is that? And that the only person that beat her was Steph.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she had the same as Damian Lillard. Incredible. Like, amazing. And certainly I hope I'm sure there was a whole lot of girls all over the world that were inspired by her performance. That was historical to me. I think that to me was the crown jewel of the night. And then with Steph being a Warrior and Sabrina being a Bay Area native, I think, maybe they should make that the marquee event next year.
Yeah, they're already talking. I know we got to get going, Mark, and let you get dust the fish smell off you. But just real quick, have you heard anything about next year in that sense? It seemed like Steph and Sabrina had a whole thing planned and talking points. They're like, we think we can be bigger and better in the future. So, and Steph said, I know some teammates. So we're already speculating Stephen Clay versus Sabrina and Caitlin Clark next year.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay, you're
in. I'm trying to think of who else would do it. Yeah, no, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if somebody deserves it over Caitlin. I mean, she's not in the WNBA yet.
Yeah, I know, but she is the leading scorer in history.
She will happen at that point. But hey, she could.
She's got star power.
You know what? I almost want to see. Why not just put them in the contest?
Well, there's that. Maybe they'll do that, and who knows? Or maybe just better to have a 2-on-2 showdown. Steph and Clay.
You got to remember too. This is a Warriors hosted thing. But Dame Lillard is from Oakland, and he grew up in that arena, and I'm sure he'll be trying to get the championship again. So I wonder if maybe it should be Dame. I don't know. Warriors fans would want Clay, but maybe Dame should be involved with Steph versus those two.
Definitely they're going to have some options, and certainly Joe Lacob's going to have some stuff to talk about, because if the Saturday night is in Oakland, the dunks and the three-point shooting contest, Joe Lacob wants something at his palace, and he doesn't want 211 to 186, right, in the thing. But
what is he going to do? There's nothing he can do.
Well, I know, but Silver, nothing.
But you know what? Yeah. We're all going to be Charlie Browns next year. Yeah. We're going to go out there, and we're going to think it's going to be different. And then Lucy's going to move the basketball, or we're going to slip and fall.
I mean, I was just looking at 2001.
Every year.
2001, East 111, West 110. That was in 2001. You know what I mean? 111, 110 ball game. I don't know why they got rid of that Elam ending. That Elam ending I thought was really fun.
These guys don't care, man.
Yeah, they don't.
Unless you put some money.
Okay.
Let's just be real. Let's be real. Somebody, if Joe Lacob want to do something, find somebody that's going to put some money down.
Benioff.
Make it 500, and then make it 500,000 or nothing, or 500,000 or 5,000 per guy. I bet you they'll be competitive then.
Money talks. The other thing walks. All right, man. Hey, congrats on your show, Fishing Story with Ronnie Green. Check it out, Mark Spears. We love the chat. We'll do it in a couple weeks, man. Take care.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
All right, brother.
There he is, Mark Spears, fresh off the boat. How are you as a fisherman?
I like going out to fish,
Lake Don Pedro?
drink and endorse some other activities, but I'm not an actual good fisherman.
There I was last summer in San Diego in pre-dawn getting that calico bass. Remember Bruce Bochy? I talked to him about
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Yeah, talked about fishing with him. All right. Hey, I told you guys we have the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame class. It's being announced right now, next on our show. And then we'll hand it over to Papa and Lund without Papa. Is that right? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Hit.
Like, I'd be like 500,000 or nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bischoff, dude, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, class of 2024. Shout out Mario Alioto and Raymond Ritter, who put this thing together. We are partial sponsors, KNBR. We're proud to be. Monday, May 6th at the Hyatt Regency Embarcadero in San Francisco. I think I get to be part of the whole deal again, Marcus. You should come.
Ooh, are you emceeing it, Murph?
I think so.
All right.
And you know what my rule is on emceeing? Get the hell out of the way. That's my rule. I ain't there to... I saw somebody once last year, they go like, hey, do you have a whole monologue plan? I'm like, no. The last thing anybody wants to hear is a monologue from me, dude. It's get to the people. So, do you have your applause ready?
Oh, I got you, Murph.
Because the class of 2024 is special. Starting with the NHL's all-time leader in games played, Patrick Marleau. That's your guy, right?
Oh, I'm down with a Patty Marleau.
Here's a pretty big one here. Drum roll, please. 3-time World Series champion, general manager, executive of the year, Brian Sabean. He's going in. Brian Sabean into the big. Oh, we're going to get that flinty, salty East Coast attitude. I love it. Look at that. Oh, my heart. I got the goosebump. 3-time Super Bowl champ, NFL 1980s All-Decade Team. Number 82, John Taylor, JT. Catching that Super Bowl touchdown in 23. JT, my guy. Oh, dude, one of our all-timers. We talked one of the greatest friends of the program we've ever had. 2-time MLS Cup champ, MLS all-time leading goal scorer, Chris Wondolowski. Yes. And then this one for my lovely and talented wife, my beautiful wife, who's a swim coach, varsity swim coach, and my kids who are in the pool. Shout out Aqua Jocks, I think they call them, right? Aqua Jocks. International Swimming Hall of Famer, most gold medals by a female swimmer in Olympic history, Stanford's own Jenny Thompson. So, to recap, Patty Marleau, Brian Sabean, JT, John Taylor, Chris Wondolowski, and Aqua Jocks star Jenny Thompson. Pretty damn good class. Dude, Sabean.
Yeah, and now they're all joining our 9 o'clock guest from earlier today, Patrick Willis, Bay Area Hall of Famer, and now in the NFL Hall of Famer.
Pretty exciting. Whose speech are you looking forward to the most? I'd say it'd have to be Sabean, wouldn't it?
Oh, see, I'm a Wando guy, though.
Yeah, well,
I need the Wando breakdown.
Well, how many times did you book him for us?
Oh, probably 1,000. I've got Chris Wondolowski on speed dial.
We always said that if we ever had that big party, that he would be the guy back by the buffet table that you're like, Wando's here. Yeah, let's go get a drink with Wando, man.
Of course he is.
So, congratulations once again, Chris Wondolowski, De La Salle's own, right? Mm-hmm. Chico State's own. Jenny Thompson, the Stanford gal who won more female gold medals than any swimmer in Olympic history, 8. JT, 3-time Super Bowl champ. Brian Sabean and Patty Marleau, who has played more games than even Gordie frickin' Howe.
Go Sharks.
Yeah, there you go. All right, well, that'll be fun. That's Monday, May 6th. So Raymond wanted to make sure to let everybody know that you can get tickets. This is open to the public, too, by the way. So go to Bischoff.org, I believe is the website. Let me make sure I got that right there. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Bischoff.org, BASHOF.org, and you can purchase tickets Monday, May 6th at the Hyatt Embarcadero in San Francisco. All right, and one last plug for FanFest, buddy. That is coming up on Saturday, March 9th at Oracle Park, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Giants alums, broadcasters, loose seal, photo ops with the World Series trophies, and you can interact with players in Scottsdale using new technology. Brought to you by Dignity Health, Alameda County Probation's Department, Amicis, and the Alameda County Sheriff's Office. That's it, brother.
That's it.
What do you think of this kid, Curly?
We checked all the boxes. Curly, good first day.
Kid, yeah?
I like him.
Nicely dressed, John.
And he showed up with Bob's Donuts this morning.
He showed up with Bob's.
That's how you make a good first impression.
That's a mic drop, buddy. That was a low-hanging fruit, and he grabbed it. All right, time for Johnny Lund. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
We've changed his name. It's no longer Boris. It's Borish.
Much love to the faithful, everyone who made it possible, still root and support me. Very, very much appreciated.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down.
Is there a certain message that you want to get out there as you kind of enter this offseason and there might be contract talks?
A certain message? No.
Is your hope to remain with the 49ers moving forward?
If that's the right move, yeah.
What would that right move look like for you?
Being a champion.
Yes, thank you for joining us Tuesday edition of the show. Great to be back with you. I am here today, Wednesday, Thursday, and then I'm out. I'm actually going back to Las Vegas, which is probably a questionable move after 9 days in Las Vegas just recently. And yes, we can still bring that up. Ton to get to today. I did not, by the way, hear from Brandon Aiyuk at the end. This is getting ridiculous. He's not going anywhere. It's great fodder. It's great conversation. It makes my job easier when guys like Dan Graziano, who we had on from the Super Bowl, talk about Brandon Aiyuk and moving Brandon Aiyuk. And I did a list of whys and why nots, and the only why I could come up with, and we'll do this a little bit later on in the show, and we'll open up the phone lines and tech lines and everything else. But people were actually texting me, tweeting me, social media, hitting me up, friends of mine who have finally come out of their cocoons after the Super Bowl and asking about Brandon Aiyuk. We'll get into that whole conversation. I was not here yesterday, and Walter did an awesome job yesterday, by the way. Walter is producing the show today, so I'd imagine he's behind the scenes today going, this guy sucks. I could do this better. Are you kidding me? We let the beast out, and now I know Walter is going to be doing the show quite often because he was awesome yesterday. So I was out yesterday. I want to talk about the All-Star game because it made me laugh, and I warned you of this on Friday. Exactly what happened, and I think it's comical because this happens every year with every All-Star game, so we're going to get into that conversation today as well. I don't know if Farhan is just – there's a great piece, by the way, in The Athletic by Ken Rosenthal, and this whole thing of Scott Boras. And, baseball's just got to take back what's theirs, which it's their game. They own it. They run it, not Scott Boras, and he is the most powerful man in baseball, not the commissioner, not owners, not anybody. Scott Boras is holding hostage 4 players right now who could help teams and excite fans, and one of those fan bases being the Giants, and we will look back because Farhan says they're done. Now I think it's a ploy. The owner or the GM of the Rangers, Chris Young, said we're done, even though they want Jordan Montgomery. Toronto's GM said we're done, although they could use Matt Chapman back or Cody Bellinger. The owner of the Cubs, Tom Ricketts, the CEO of the Cubs, Tom Ricketts, has said, I don't see us adding anybody else except for the fact that they need Cody Bellinger back in center field. So everybody's kind of playing that game, and here we are into spring training. Games start this Saturday on KNBR. And yet 4 players who you wanted, and at least 1 or 2 of them we've talked about, out of the 4 that are remaining, Montgomery, Snell, Bellinger, Chapman. Actually, we've talked about all 4 in varying degrees for the Giants. So either Farhan's playing a game of chicken or the Giants are absolutely positively done, which means that we can actually, even though spring training has started, we can actually say, how did the Giants do in the offseason, although it's not offseason anymore. So we'll get into that conversation as well. So always a ton, and I told you this last week, especially when I do shows by myself, I wake up in a cold sweat at about 5 o'clock in the morning and go, there's nothing to talk about. And then there's tons to talk about. So I'll just start with the NBA All-Star Game, and I'm sorry that if you've heard it and read it and talked about it, but I haven't talked about it. And I want to get this off my chest first. And I want to get your opinion. Again, phone lines are always open. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is always open. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Thoughts, you can hit us up both on the text line and on the phone lines, as well as YouTube and Twitch. We are live, and so you can see my bright, shiny face. A lot of different angles. First and foremost, I told you Friday on the show, and you didn't need me to tell you this. You already know this. All-Star games in general are flawed, and there's really nothing you can do about it because what you're trying to demand is that players at a really high level who make a ton of money And injury is everything right now, and keeping themselves in shape, and they want to win championships. And you can take this all the way back. And I know I know that what you're going to say, because you're just like me. I mean, we're probably the same age, but I've adapted to. I'm not going to yell, "Get off my lawn." I'm not going to talk about what they used to do. They used to play hard, and they used to play 82 games. I've done that a million times. I know how many games Michael Jordan played. I covered him. I know how many minutes he used to play. I get it. Like, I know all those things. And I've even said to Pop on many occasions, because this came out like a month ago, there are studies that doesn't even prove that you're having less injuries in the NBA just because they're sitting guys down. I haven't seen any proof that says in baseball that, guys throwing less innings means that they're getting hurt less. I think guys, go back to Vida Blue and Bob Gibson and all those guys. They threw 300 innings. They did a bunch of complete games. They did all these things. They weren't more injured. They were actually less injured than it seems today. But my point in saying all this about All-Star games is you can't put the genie back in the bottle. They don't play hard anymore. And so all these articles were written yesterday. Here's how to fix the All-Star game. It's an All-Star game. I told you this on Friday. Don't walk into an Adam Sandler movie and think you're going to see an Oscar winning performance. It doesn't work that way. Adjust yourself. I don't know. Smoke a joint or three. Have a couple of drinks. Take it for what it is. It's an exhibition game. It's turned into the Harlem Globetrotters. They're just throwing the ball around, and everyone gets so angry and mad, and they do it all the time. And, oh, by the way, the All-Star game itself is up. The ratings are up. And I'll tell you at 10:15 why and who it's for. But here's the thing. And this isn't, again, Sam Amick wrote a piece, and Sam is awesome. It says, on the historic All-Star game in Indy and why there's no defending that debacle. Not that they would even try. It's an All-Star game, and I agree with him. It wasn't good. But after a little while, I left, and I watched here and there. I was there. I watched the Altcast. You know how I feel about Altcasts. I love Altcasts, but I watched the Altcast because it was Draymond Green. And so I have thoughts on Draymond Green and what kind of a broadcaster he's going to become after he's done. I can see him taking the Richard Sherman route and being on First Take and all these different things and being on TNT. I think he's going to make more money. He's making $25 million with the Warriors. I think he could do that with a lot less work. I don't know how long he's going to hang around, but he's obviously got the it on TNT, and he's going to have a bidding war between TNT and ESPN, and then Fox is going to want him to go with Skip or something. I mean, he's going to be on one of those shows too. But anyway, that's for a different segment, a different time. I'm not angry. I guess what I'm saying is that I guess I'm the only one who's not angry in the media about All-Star games because the fans are okay with it. And it's funny, this happens in the media all the time. We think that we speak for everybody, and then the ratings come out, and the ratings are pretty good. Now, last year's All-Star game was the worst of all time from a rating standpoint. And again, I'm not saying it's great, but what I want to get into at 10:15 is understanding who the audience is for the NBA with the court the way it was and Saturday night and all the different things. I got news for you, old people. It's not for old people anymore. That's not what they're trying to accomplish. I've worked for major companies. I worked for ESPN for years, and everybody screamed and yelled about what they should be talking about. This is what ESPN should be talking about. They do tons of research. You think the NBA does what they do because they don't do research and they just throw stuff against the wall? It may seem like it sometimes, and not everything they do works. But I'll just give you a hint to what I'm going to talk about at 10:15. They made the in-season tournament work. And I still, we had Mark Spears on in the midst of it, and it kind of was all spread out, and you knew it was a in-season tournament game or whatever they called it because of the court and all this kind of stuff. And then Mark Spears assured me that by the time they had that thing in Vegas that I'd be into it. And I never got into it, and it's okay. I don't have to like everything. That's the other thing, too. If I watch something, if I walk in it, I mean, there's a million Netflix things out. My wife and I try watching stuff all the time. Some things work, some things don't. But I do know this. The NBA has a method to their madness and why they're doing what they're doing. Now, was Adam Silver pissed at the end because they didn't play hard? Yeah. But there's only one way to make guys play hard, and that's what they did in the in-season tournament. They paid guys. So all these articles that are being written, I think John Hollinger wrote one and a bunch of different people, and all the same headlines. All you have to do is go to Yahoo or Google or something like that and write NBA All-Star Game. And it's not anything but how to fix the NBA All-Star Game. If you want them to care, and I don't even know if this will work because I don't know what the average salary is for an All-Star. It's probably, I don't know, I'm probably low here. It's probably $30 million, maybe more. So in the in-season tournament, throwing money at a team. I think they got $500,000 for winning that thing. The guys who talked about it, the star players, were like, well, this means a lot to, I don't know, a ball boy, a trainer, all these different people who are behind the scenes. So that money mattered. And I don't know that $500,000 or $1 million, but I do know this: the NBA, through various streams of income, just like all the sports nowadays, it's not just coming from TV. A lot of this, and I'll get into this at 10:15, is the way that these platforms are working and how it does work. Because I've got a 20-year-old, and you probably have a kid too, and they're not trying to reach me and you anymore. We're already there. We already watched the NBA. You know how business works. It's about getting the next. The biggest challenge in media right now is figuring out how to get to a generation of sports fans who don't watch the game. As crazy as that sounds, what are you talking about? If you don't have kids in a certain range, you don't understand. You probably do because you read enough or whatever, or watch enough, or if you're listening to this station, if you're listening to KNBR, you probably understand. But they're trying to get to a generation of fans who actually aren't going to sit and watch an entire game. My kid knows everything about baseball. He's a massive sports fan. He's going to school for sports journalism, and he knows more about it than me. He texts me faster than what I can text, and I'm watching the game. But he's doing it in a totally different way, and that's what the NBA is trying to connect to. So yesterday when I was reading all these articles on President's Day and I was off celebrating presidents and the such, the first people that I saw as I was perusing everything and going through Twitter, like Bob Ryan of the Boston Globe, he's 75, I think. David Aldridge, who I have a great deal of respect for, wrote a great piece in The Athletic. David's 59. Charles Barkley was bitching about it. Chuck's in his 50s. Stephen A. Smith said you should cancel the All-Star game. He's 56. They aren't trying to reach that age group. Sorry to tell you. That's not the disposable income. You're coming down the stretch on your amount of money that you're making. Most people, you're getting ever so closer to 65. They want people with a lot of money in their 30s, and they want a generation of fans that are in their 20s, and that's who they're doing it for. I don't know. Did you think that court on Saturday night was for you? Because it wasn't. So anyway, we'll get into the whole conversation. And look, again, as Sam Amick writes, he calls it a debacle. I'm not saying it wasn't a debacle, but the movies I like, my kid doesn't. Some of the entertainment that I like, he doesn't. They're not targeting a lot of us anymore. The older demographic, they are not targeting. I don't know if that was not made clear, but it's made clear by the entire vibe of All-Star Weekend. They're trying to reach a certain demographic, and it's probably not you. So anyway, we'll get into it. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. I was not angered by the All-Star game as much of the media was. I knew what to expect. That's the overriding discussion. We'll get into that as well. Draymond Green is a broadcaster. Warriors in the second half of the season. A lot of ifs and whats and whys. We'll get into that conversation as well as we take a couple of days off the Warriors. Tons on the Giants today as they hit spring training. And is Farhan really done, or is he just kind of playing a cat and mouse game with Scott Boras? We keep hearing the Giants' name, and then we keep hearing guys sign with somebody else. And check out Ken Rosenthal's piece on the Boras 4 that have still yet to sign, and it doesn't look like the impasse is going to stop anytime soon. And this Brandon Aiyuk stuff has gotten out of control, so we got to hit up on some 49ers as well. A ton to get to on a Tuesday edition of the show. Thanks for hanging out. We'll interact with you on all of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Krukow. Kruk joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Pablo Sandoval rejoining the Giants and his frustrations with Scott Boras. That podcast and more are trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
is in essence a sophisticated heat beam which we called a laser.
Oh, are you kidding me? The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, I can see again. Do you know how nice that is when you can see? We all take it for granted, but now that I can see, it is completely different. Now, I had CLR. It's custom lens replacement. They do all sorts of great procedures at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, but you can find out more. So, first of all, it's a free consultation. I always like to tell you that. It's a free consultation, and all you have to do is jump online to lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com, and you can get yourself a free consultation. But what's even better right now, March 1st. So what are we today? I get all mixed up because I was off. Oh, it's the 20th. So what they've got is at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, a free CLR webinar, and that's coming up Friday, March 1st. So it's free, but you do have to make your appointment for it. And it's a great opportunity to find all about CLR. So what Papa and I are talking about. Of course, he walked into the studio, was like, I can see. And I was like, after a while, I was finally like, okay. And I had the procedure done myself. Real easy, simple. You can trust the great people at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That is the big difference to me. So check out this webinar. It's March 1st at noon. You'll get all your questions answered. Am I a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? All those things. Why can't you get cataracts after CLR, which is a great thing. So it's the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and like I said, no more cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's a free CLR webinar. It's coming up Friday, March 1st at noon. So all you have to do, because space is limited, doesn't cost you anything, and you get all the answers to your questions. Go to lasereyeclr.com. Again, March 1st at noon, that free webinar, so you get all your questions answered at lasereyeclr.com. Make that appointment today at lasereyeclr.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Third one is in. Fourth one is good. Money ball from the wing is good. 21 points as he heads to all money balls. Missing on the first. Second one's good for 23. 25. This is for the win. Hits it. And the last ball is good as well. Steph Curry, 29 points. He's the GOAT, beating Sabrina with 25. Steph versus Sabrina, and the belt belongs to the greatest shooter of all time.
Thanks for joining us. That was ESPN Radio. I think it was Mark Kestisher. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Bottom of the hour, we're going to go down to Scottsdale and talk to Susan Slusser. Games start this weekend, Saturday, for the Giants. Big news this weekend, Pablo Sandoval is back. I'm not dead yet. So Pablo, we'll talk to her about Pablo. Early thoughts, is Farhan really done, or could the Giants sign one of the Boris Four, and what she thinks of Scott Boras? She's always great and not short of opinion, so we'll talk to Susan in about 8 minutes. Let me just finish up about the All-Star game, and I love the reaction I'm getting from the 415. I'm 70 and thought those guys on the court were having fun. I enjoyed it. Nobody gives an S about an NBA All-Star game. I get it. They've got to have them, though. All I'm simply saying about it is everybody is so angry about the All-Star game, and I told you Friday, enjoy it. It's an Adam Sandler movie, and it's probably not even a good one. I mean, it's that's just what it is, and people media in general keep thinking it's going to be an Oscar award-winning performance. You can't. My dad used to tell me this. You can't shine crap. It's crap. I mean, the guys don't want to play hard. You can offer them money because right away, in-game season tournament worked and got a little bit of buzz because guys got $500,000. Now, for LeBron and Steph and the highest-paid guys, that doesn't matter, but there was a lot of guys on their team who weren't making a ton of money, so they felt good about trying to win it for those guys. I don't know that you can do that in an All-Star game when probably, I didn't look this up this morning, but the average salary is probably $30, $40, $50 million for All-Stars. So $500,000 is a drop in the bucket. So you're going to make them play hard for that? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, is that you can give them money. Because really anything else, you can't do what Bud Selig did. You can't say, okay, this is for real, and this is going to be for NBA Finals, whoever. You can't do that. It's far too important. We have conditioned these guys in all sports to say the only thing that matters is a championship, and so we want you to play hard for that. But, oh, by the way, play hard in the All-Star game. They're just not going to do that. It's a break, and they're going to take it as a break. They're going to treat it like a break, and you have to embrace it. It's not up to the All-Star games to move for the media and to say, make it better for us. Look, it is what it is. I remember growing up, but I idolized those guys. It was different. I watched Bird and Dr. J, and in baseball, all the different guys tried and everything. In baseball, you kind of got to try. You can't loaf completely in baseball. You could get yourself hurt. I know what the NFL is doing is the best they can do. They're doing a skills competition and those kind of things. I mean, that thing needed to go away. I'm not on board with taking the All-Star game away. There's nothing else you can do. But if you look at it from a standpoint of what they're trying to accomplish, I just read this morning. Viewership is up double digits from last year. It's still the second least watched All-Star game, basketball-wise, NBA-wise. Biggest year-over-year increase of the All-Star game since 2011. And the top NBA audience of the season. So, look, those aren't great numbers. We're not talking about the Super Bowl or anything like that. But, again, go back to my original premise, which is it is what it is. It's an All-Star game. And we're conditioning these guys one way, save yourself, we got to rest you, all this different thing. And then they say hit the pedal to the metal in the All-Star game. It's just not going to happen. And we shouldn't expect it out of these guys. And the other thing about it is it's clear what the vibe of the All-Star game is. It's not just about, what kind of ratings can we get. It's about, I got a 20-year-old, right? And he just watches clips. So that while we sit, I have a suggestion for you in all All-Star games. Just record them. That's what I do. I record all All-Star games, and I flip, and I flip, and I flip, and then I see something cool, and I go back and I watch it. That's how I watch it. I don't watch it live. There's too much fluff. There's too much junk. I'm not angry about it. I know it's not great basketball. I know they're not going to play any defense. I know that the winning score was 211 to 186? It's outrageous. It's ridiculous. I go into it, though, thinking Harlem Globetrotters. Life is all about attitude. I know that that's not going to be the best performance. I know it's not going to be NBA Finals playoff intensity. It's not. It never is going to be. No All-Star game is. I'm not angry about it. I'm just simply saying that everyone's so mad and how to improve it and do this and do that. There's no way to improve it because they're not going to play hard. You're not going to put the horse back in the barn. You can't incentivize guys like you could during the in-season tournament where you say, hey, it's $500,000 a piece. Because there's guys at the end of the bench who aren't making anything. There's guys behind the scenes who aren't making anything. You can give them that money. It'll incentivize. Hey, I want to win it for that guy. The average salaries are too high. You could, I don't know, what are you going to offer him? $500,000 isn't going to do it. I mean, you made money that weekend. But the other thing, too, is it's made for my 20-year-old. The court is made for my 20-year-old. The vibe is made for my 20-year-old. He sent me clips from the game. He didn't watch the whole game. That's how kids watch sports now. Not kids, just a younger demographic watches the game like that. So they love it because all they get is the center cut. They get the filet mignon. They get the steak. They don't have any of the fat. You and I, as old school dummies watching the game, going, we're eating we got the fat. We got everything. Record it. Watch the clips. Enjoy it. It's done in an hour. I watched some of the alt casts with Draymond Green, got an opinion on how he's going to be as a broadcaster. I think Draymond Green is going to be, everyone thinks he's going to be Charles Barkley. And I know we're not happy with Charles Barkley right now, and it is getting old, the bit about San Francisco. I've lived all over this country. Every major city has major problems. I got news for you. I don't know why ours is being picked on more than most, but it is. I'll get more into this in a little bit about that whole thing, because I know people are pissed at Barkley, and it's not cute anymore. It's really not, especially when the city's going through what it's going through as far as some is true, but a lot is not. And at some point, Draymond needed to be a little stronger in defending a city, but we'll talk about it later. All right, let's get into Susan Schlesinger. Let's get into some Giants. A lot of news over the weekend, including Farhan saying, I think we're pretty well set. Is he just tried to hit up Scott Boras a little bit, tried to leverage himself, kind of like a lot of other GMs in Major League Baseball are saying the same thing? Why is Pablo in camp? And other early looks at what's going on in Scottsdale. We'll ask Susan Schlesinger about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
around the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Here's one slammed into left field. How about that start to the World Series? Soler will take the trip, and he puts Atlanta up 1-0 with a first swing of the Fall Classic.
Joe Buck doesn't even do baseball anymore. Thanks for joining us. John Lund with you. Pop will be back next week. Jorge Soler, 3-year, $42 million contract. So are the Giants really done, or is this a tactic against Scott Boras? Pablo's in camp, and other early season storylines with the Giants down in Scottsdale. Our good friend Susan Slusser joins us for another season, and we are delighted from the Chronicles. She's joined us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Good. What's happening in Scottsdale? Just getting
I'm watching some batting practice right now. It looks like Soler is going to be in the next group, so you know I'm going to be watching that.
Dual play-by-play.
Yeah, beautiful day.
Too. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, sure. If he sadly, this is the time of year where everybody's just kind of standing in and watching.
Yeah.
So it's not quite as exciting. But, if he suddenly decides to let one rip, I'll let you know.
Sounds good. All right, let's start. Ken Rosenthal wrote a piece today. Now they're calling it the Boras 4 as they're kind of waiting. A couple of pitchers in Snell and Montgomery. Matt Chapman, we've heard a ton about, obviously Cody Bellinger. So at one point or another, there have certainly been rumors on all four of these guys. Farhan said, I think we're pretty much done. I know that in Texas, Chris Young said the same. Is this a tactic against Boras, or in the case of the Giants, is Farhan telling the truth? Do you think he's done?
It kind of doesn't matter, that is the message. So if they are still in on those guys, and they've certainly had more than their share of discussions about them, I don't know if it helps or hurts. But I think message probably received, and it does seem like most of the teams that are looking at those guys have been saying that. So I think everybody's getting antsy, but Scott Boras is going to do what he's got, like this market sewn up with, the four top guys remaining, including the top two starting pitchers that aren't Shohei Ohtani or Yoshinobu Yamamoto. So, I'm going to be fascinated to see what happens. Of course, if the Giants had a chance to add one of those guys at a price they liked, they would do it. And Farhan said, he said, look, if there's a move that makes sense for us, we would do it even after the spring, even into the season. So that sends a message. We're willing to wait however long it takes to get the number we want. But I suspect with some of these guys, they're going to sign for the closer to the numbers that Boras wants and what the teams are kind of comfortable with at this point.
If he is done, they add Lee. We just heard a highlight from Soler, and he said he's stepping into the box. Hicks is going to be a starter. Tom Murphy, they traded for Robbie Ray. How do you think the offseason went for the Giants?
Well, they certainly spent a lot of money. The narrative is that, they're not willing to spend the money. They've committed $208 million in payroll, and that's second to the Dodgers. I think that people might be surprised by that. They've signed 5 free agents. That's second to the Dodgers. They've been active. They certainly talked about every single one of the major free agents. They are in these things. Just because you're not landing them, only one team is going to land some of these guys. And if you're the Dodgers or the Yankees, you've got an automatic little bit of an edge in some of these things, both in terms of their resources, but also, they are destination places at this point. So the Giants aren't quite there yet, but they're in on these guys. Yamamoto, in particular, was particularly impressed with what he saw from the Giants, and adding Lee, who I think has the potential to be a really interesting and very popular player, and of course Soler. I think that maybe that starts to change this kind of weird narrative around the Giants and around Farhan.
Susan Slusser joining us from Scottsdale. Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Pop will be back next week. Pablo Sandoval, that was a surprise to me. I guess if Soler is your right-handed stick, I guess, on DH on occasion, pinch hit, being around the guys, what are the chances that Pablo actually makes this team?
I think it's very slim, but I was, coming into come into the ballpark yesterday. I was thinking, there's no way. And honestly, just force of personality, he kind of talked me around. I mean, he does look in good shape. He's about as thin as we've probably ever seen him. He's clearly motivated, and he had elite skills, 2-time All-Star, World Series MVP. If he was just a guy who'd been in sort of a medium range big league player and he was 37 and hadn't played in the big leagues in 3 years, you'd go like, no way. The track record and the ability to hit the ball hard and far, if he shows that, who knows? It would probably take an injury to get him onto the roster, but those happen during the spring. And they do not have depth when it comes to left-handed hitting infielders. This is honestly not a bad situation for him. Like anybody that came in this, including somebody who played in the big leagues last year, this would be a great situation for them, just given, the roster construction at this point.
Starting pitching-wise, you just tweeted this out about an hour ago. Webb, Harris, and Hicks look like the three, and then you're looking at the last couple of spots, and you asked Bob Melvin about it. So what are we looking at until maybe Cobb come back? Obviously, Robbie Ray is trying to come back. What are we looking at, like the back end of the rotation?
Well, this probably isn't too much of a surprise, just looking at the 40-man roster and who's available and who has experience. That would be Tristan Beck and Keaton Winn. They've been talking up a lot of the young starters in camp, kind of a la Kyle Harrison when he was here last year. Particularly Hayden Birdsong's looked really terrific. Mason Black is definitely up and coming. These are guys we will probably see at some point this year when there's a need. Carson Wisenhunt's a little bit behind because he, I think like maybe just a couple of days, but he's another one to keep an eye on. There were a few really interesting guys at the lower levels, but I don't think they're really looking much at the guys without experience or who aren't on the 40-man, and that really just leaves Beck and Winn, and they're high on both. I'm not saying like, oh, these are the guys they're stuck with. They really, Tristan Beck pitched in every role, seemed like he was up and down, did a really nice job pitching everywhere, kind of being the long man, the pitch after an opener. He saved 2 games. I mean, he really did everything and with a good attitude. And he's such a savvy pitcher and throws a lot of pitches, knows what he's doing. Keaton Winn just has great stuff. He missed a little time with an elbow thing last year. I think that was a little bit of a concern. But if they open the season with these 5, I think they're in good shape. If they open the season with one of those 2 and, Blake Snell, I think they're in great shape.
Exactly. Will they be as aggressive? You mentioned some of those young names, and they're becoming kind of, I'm not going to say commonplace, but certainly we're hearing those names, especially Wisenhunt and Black. They were so aggressive, and maybe out of need because of injuries and so forth with position players last year and bringing them up. Is that just an organizational philosophy now, or was that just because of what happened last year? Because you bring up those names, and I'm thinking, they did it with Harrison. They did it with a lot of position players. Maybe we'll see Wisenhunt and Black this year or more.
Yeah, I think mostly it was need last year and performance. Look, I don't think anybody could argue the decision to bring up Bailey when they did because they weren't getting a lot from the catcher spot, and he's such an elite catcher. Casey Schmidt was on fire when they called him up, and David Villar was really struggling. And he says Schmidt's a superior defensive player, and Villar is, an okay, but not nearly in Schmidt's league defensively. So those moves made sense, and they were obviously the most high profile. And, Farhan, he's always going to be kind of like, tweaking things here and there with the roster as they see. Those were the two major ones. But, I think this year they feel as if their position players are far more set. They've got more everyday players, assuming full health. And we might not see that quite as much on the position side. Pitching, look, there's very little competition here besides the back of the rotation. And even that sounds pretty well set. The second lefty in the bullpen is really the only other thing that might be up for grabs because Bob's essentially said that Sean Jelly is going to be the long man, which he totally deserves and should be. So, not a ton of questions right now, except for when you look at the free agents that are out there and you think, those guys might be a really nice fit here. Look, Mike Yastrzemski and Austin Slater are a little behind because of some injuries. They talked about Bellinger. How nice would if you're trying to go to everyday players rather than platoons, how nice would Cody Bellinger look out there with the current outfield configuration they have? And their outfield's better now, I think, than it was last year. So there are a lot of different ways they could still make themselves better. And I don't really see that a lot of them are in camp. I like the options they have in camp, and they do too. But man, they really could vault themselves into kind of the upper echelon with one more move.
Yeah. Obviously, and Farhan has said this, and he said in the offseason, and a lot of teams are like this, you're looking for improvement within, and there's certainly a lot of guys who could fall into that category. I mean, Luciano, we've hardly seen him, but he's slated, I think, at short. But guys like Schmidt, Matos looks bigger. At least that's what everybody's talking about. You've seen him up close. I mean, I know we're only days into camp, but can you make any kind of, not conclusions, but early looks at some of these younger guys that maybe need to take that jump?
Yeah, Matos looks great, and that really was the knock on him last year was his strength. He sort of had a warning track power. And hey, I've got nothing against gap hitters. I love gap hitters, but he was one of those guys where it was just like, ooh man, an extra 5 pounds, and that one probably goes out. And he looks so much bigger. Really hit the weights, improved his diet. He's got very little chance, I think, of making the opening day roster, and they should want him playing every day somewhere. Because I'm convinced he's a guy who will be a good big league player. He's not quite ready, and they don't quite have an everyday spot for him. And like somebody like Joey Bart, he's also somebody that could move if they decide that they do want to get an experienced shortstop. He's somebody that could get moved, as soon as the spring in a deal for a shortstop if they're still considering doing that. And I think that is something that they might have on their mind. So, the position player thing, that you always want to promote from within. But this year there are going to be fewer, I think, chances for people to do that.
Any early impressions on Jung-Hoo Lee?
Oh, yeah. Lot of fun, big personality. He's kind of got that boy band look going to, always smiling. Seems like he's always running from place to place, like he's in motion.
Right.
And the bat to ball skills are as advertised. He's one of the few guys that's even swinging the bat in live pitching. Sean Jelly broke his bat yesterday. The one today was like, this is where you learn. You always borrow someone else's bat this time of the year. But yeah, he was making contact and nobody else was even taking swings. So I really enjoy watching him. That is the kind of hitter, he loved Ichiro Suzuki. How much fun was Ichiro to watch? I'm not saying he's Ichiro Suzuki, but he's going to skew more that kind of player. And I think that could be, if they have a guy that's on base pretty regularly with now the middle of the order they're looking at, they might not be as bad offensively as I think we've kind of projected.
Great stuff. I know there's a lot more to talk about, but that's a great start. It's always great to have you back. We're excited about it. Enjoy, and we'll see you in Scottsdale later this month.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ash.
Thanks. That is the great Susan Slusser. Gave you a ton of information there at Susan Slusser, and of course covers the Giants for the Chronicle. We're going to get into that coming up next and lead with what I led with Susan, which is Farhan done, or is he playing a game with Scott Boras? Will that even matter? The Boras 4, Ken Rosenthal wrote a piece about it. Do the Giants need to make a move? She did say what a lot of people are saying to defend the Giants. They spent $270 million, which is second to the Giants. But are they better? What they lost, what they gained? Farhan, we'll get into all of it. Phone lines are open. Text lines are open if you want to get into some Giants, some early spring training talk. 808 KNBR, 415-885-627, both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the phone lines. We'll get into some Giants next, only here on the Sports Leader.
We hold the world ransom for $100 billion.
Very nice. That's new. That's billions with a B. It's coming. Hey, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even, let's get serious, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. And some, they're not even based in the entire state of California. That is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, especially with this rain that's going on right now, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together and make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than, this is where the billion comes in. You're like, where did that come from? $1 billion. That's a billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front, Dr. Evil. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Happy Tuesday. I'm sorry I'm rewinding a little bit. We'll get back to the NBA All-Star Game. If you got thoughts, loved it, hated it, are you with the media, or it's like, relax, Francis. Everyone got so worked up over an All-Star Game. The proper it's all about attitude. They say life is attitude. You know, you just go into it knowing that it's, you know, if people are saying it. I shouldn't be so. It's just the first thing that comes to mind is Adam Sandler movies. You know, you walk into them. I mean, there's been a lot of bad ones. There's been a few good ones.
69.
Billy Madison was fair. I mean, you know. There's a handful. I mean, there's a reason why Netflix gave him a bunch of money. He's had a lot of bombs as well. But I mean, I whatever you want to use, I went into the All-Star game with a proper mentality. There's a way to do this. I record All-Star games, no matter which All-Star game they are, and then I just flip through it. And if I see a great play, I go back and I watch it. I'm not going to spend 3-4 hours. I'm not going to get marketed by Kia and all these different places. I don't think that's an advertiser on KNBR. All these different things and all these bells and whistles. And the court was cool. They're marketing a younger person. My son sent me a bunch of clips. He loved it. He didn't watch any of the All-Star game. He sent me about 5 or 6 clips that were cool. That's how you watch now. That's how a younger generation watches. So anyway, we'll get into it. One thing did scare the hell out of me, by the way. Maybe I'll do that at 11:10. I told Danny to have it ready for me at 10, and then, of course, I started yapping. But Steph said something over the weekend that should make every Warrior fan go, no! It has nothing to do with the All-Star game here next year. We'll get into that whole conversation at 11 o'clock. But since Susan Schlesser just joined us, phone lines are open, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both the call-in line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. And right when I went to break, Danny and Walter got out of my ear and went, that didn't exactly inspire me. So listen to the conversation with Susan. How do you feel about the Giants? I wrote in my notes today, your Giants juice. So how juiced are you on the Giants? Because the thing is, this is supposed to be the most optimistic you are all season long. So it doesn't matter. Well, A's fans probably aren't very optimistic. They added a carry to their broadcast team, if that excites anyone. The A's their fans probably aren't overly excited. But I mean, you know, there's some teams near the bottom that aren't, you know, the Washington Nationals fans probably aren't overly excited, but they're probably as optimistic as they're going to be all season long. You know, if this guy does this and this young guy does that, and yeah, hey, we could surprise some people. Nobody's counting on us. I mean, there are fans out there who believe that about every single team in baseball. So this is the most optimistic. Spring training is the most optimistic going to be all season long. Because even if, let's say, I don't know, at some point in spring training you're 6-13, right? You know, they're just working on stuff. That guy's working on a curveball. That guy's working on a stroke. That guy, you know, will be good once regular. Like, you know you're not going to be very good, but this is the most optimistic you're supposed to be. And I get the sense, now I know this, I don't get the sense, that Giants fans aren't very optimistic at the most optimistic time of the year. So 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. I'll get more into it in a second. But before we got too deep into the show, is Walter there?
Hello, John.
Hey, what's going on? That's an inside joke, and it's very funny if you know. How did yesterday go?
It went great, man. 4 hours of just me talking into a microphone. Danny was here. He was helping me out, but no, it was great.
No, I was driving around yesterday getting errands done and everything, you know, celebrating presidents. You sounded awesome. So I wanted to make sure everyone knew that you were incredible and you were great. You didn't screw it up too bad. So now, are you sitting behind the scenes, kind of critiquing and criticizing maybe a little bit more than you normally would? Like,
oh yeah, man. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to Marcus. I'm listening to all these guys. I'm like, what are they talking about? Come on, we need to be talking about.
This is not that hard.
Yeah, no. What are they doing?
Just don't let the cat out of the bag too much. Don't tell people how easy it is. Don't tell people that I don't go back to management. Here's what I fear you're going to do. You're going to walk back to management and go, I do it for a quarter of what he's getting paid. This is so easy. Don't undercut us.
No, I won't do that. I won't do that. I'm loyal to the soil, John.
All right, man. But I just thought, because I know you do stuff, and I know you're doing podcasts, you're doing a ton of stuff, and you did great yesterday. I just know that once you kind of crack the mic and are exposed to it, then you're like, these guys suck. So I just wanted to know. I just wanted to
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks, dude.
All right. Yeah, Walter can jump in anytime. He's great. So can Danny. So can anybody. I don't care. As far as, now, again, this is just what the Giants did in the offseason. And as Susan pointed out, and I keep hearing this, I don't know if it's money well spent or not. So as Susan points out, $270 million, these are total value of the contracts that the Giants spent in the offseason. Lee in 6-1-13, Soler 3-42, Hicks to become a starter 4-44. Tom Murphy gets 1-4. They traded for Robbie Ray. He's got $3.74 remaining. He is an opt-out after the season, so he could go $24 million, thank you very much, rehab half the season and leave if he wants to. The Giants right now are 15th in payroll, right about league average. We always get into that conversation. Okay, so Lee, Soler, Hicks, Murphy, Ray, the main additions. They got rid of Crawford, Stripling, Haniger, Jock Peterson, Alex Wood, Sean Manaea, John Brebbia, Anthony DeSclafani. Now, one thing jumps out. You may hate all those guys that they got rid of. I don't cry when I hear that Ross Stripling is an A now, or Mitch Haniger went back to Seattle, or Jock went to Arizona. Not bad guys, not one of them. It's just that the guys that they lost in the offseason, other than maybe pitching depth, DeSclafani, Wood, Stripling, they would have added depth. You heard Susan at the end. And my fear with the Giants this year is just like with position players last year, that the rotation is going to be a little bit short, and they're going to have to rush guys up to the majors. They had to rush Harrison. He wasn't ready. They may have to rush, I don't know, Birdsong or Black or some of these guys that you may or may not have heard of, or Carson Wisenhunt. I don't know anything about those guys. We'll see. But it seems to me that the one thing he always has, Farhan, and the Giants over the last few years, is they have a lot of depth in pitching. So maybe they have more than I think. I mean, Sean Jelly's around. It doesn't excite me. But it is what it is. So I just gave you what they lost, what they gained. And my question to you is, are they better? I mean, if Farhan is telling the truth, and I don't think he is, and I'll explain in a minute, that's not a bad thing. I don't think he's done. But if he's done, and it's Lee, Soler, Hicks, Murphy, and Ray for Crawford, Stripling, Haniger, Peterson, Wood, Manaea, Brebbia, DeSclafani, and I'm just giving you the main guys. There's other guys. And then he's got a bunch of dumpster diving guys that we may or may not need to know their names and so forth. That's kind of the thing with Farhan, the up and down, the daily transactions, the churning of the bottom of the roster. There's a bunch of those guys that he signed in the offseason. I have no idea. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not. At the end of every season, they might make a play or two, but generally speaking, they're not. It's not a big impact on some of those guys. So that's basically it. So are they better? That's my question to you. Are they better? Maybe the bigger question to the Giants is, will you go to a game now? I mean, is Jung-Hoo Lee, she just talked about how Susan just talked about Jung-Hoo Lee's running around. I just don't know. I mean, the one thing I would look at with this, the guys that they signed, it's kind of typical Farhan. He's taking a big swing for the fences. Jung-Hoo Lee comes from Korea. That's not Japan. That's not the same thing. And maybe it's going to take him a while to adjust. Soler is a pretty known commodity, although he has years where he hits 48 home runs like he did in Kansas City. He was really good last year. Sometimes he can fall off the map. We're talking about a guy who was, an NLCS MVP. I mean, he can get hot. Jordan Hicks is a guy that is mainly a reliever. He hasn't been a starter in this league. I don't love it. But you know what? If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then he's back in the bullpen throwing 102, so it's not a complete loss. But $44 million isn't nothing. Tom Murphy, fine. That just means Joey Bart's not going to be on this team. Doesn't excite me. He's a backup catcher. I know what he's going to give. So there's the thoughts. Just give me your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR. What is your, I'm going to call juice level? I don't know. We can put a number on it, 1 to 10 or something like that. But that's kind of what they did in the offseason. That's what they've done. And if Farhan is saying, I'm done, that's what the Giants have done this offseason. So are you excited about it? Are they better? Any of those things. Now, as far as Farhan being done or not, the Giants have been connected to all of the, now they're calling it the Boris Four. And I told you there's a piece by Ken Rosenthal today talking about it. The Boris Four, which is Matt Chapman, Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell, Cody Bellinger. If I was a betting man, and I am, Cody Bellinger probably goes back to the Cubs. Who knows? We've heard the Angels name. Mike Trout has begged Artie Moreno to spend in the wake of Ohtani going to the Dodgers. If Mike Trout can't convince the owner to this point, then maybe he can't. I don't know. I'm sure it's Scott Boras who is being unreasonable because there's 4 guys who are all-star caliber players who aren't there. Blake Snell's name keeps being mentioned with the Yankees. I know he's from the Seattle area, so the Mariners have been mentioned. I keep hearing that the Giants are not enamored. I mean, if you look at some of the analytics where he walks guys, doesn't go a whole lot of innings, he can be completely dominant. We've seen it against the Giants. When he got traded to the Padres, Papa and I had a conversation. Remember that World Series against the Dodgers, how dominant he was? And you're thinking to yourself, man, he would be a great guy to have against the Dodgers. and I'm not ripping the Giants when I say this, I don't think that's where the focus of the Giants should be. I think the focus of the Giants should be, okay, who are we competing against with the wild card? Sorry, I know it's the optimistic time of the year, but given what they have done in the offseason, the money that they've spent and everything, that doesn't mean you're going to win necessarily. But Ohtani's the best player in baseball, even if he's just hitting this year. And he's ridiculous, and you add it. I mean, you look at just the top of their order, where in some way, shape, or form, it's Betts, Ohtani, and Freeman. That's the All-Star team. I mean, that's the All-Star game. Those three guys would be the first three in the NL All-Star lineup. But again, it doesn't mean they're going to win. It doesn't mean they couldn't get hurt. Yamamoto and Glasnow. Glasnow is a guy who, I looked at the Giants for a minute, but he's injured a lot, so it doesn't necessarily mean. But I mean, Vegas has them at 100. Let's put it this way: Vegas has the Dodgers at 100 wins, and I would go over that. And I'm not saying this to pour salt in the wounds. It's just they spent the most money. Doesn't mean they're going to be the best, but they've got by far the best lineup. They've shored up their starting pitching. Maybe they have a weakness in the bullpen, which they always seem to kind of piece together. That's good enough. And yeah, I know what you're thinking to yourself. They still don't win the World Series, and that still may be the case because Atlanta's really good, and you go across everything else. But I start looking at, okay, this Giants team as currently constructed, and again, it's not so much we've talked so long about position players. I mean, the lineup doesn't excite me, but the starting pitching makes me nervous because it's going to be Webb, who's a clear number one, no problem. But now you're counting on Harrison, who wasn't great last year but has a ton of potential. You're counting on Hicks, who's coming from the bullpen to a starter's role and has 7 career starts. Then it's Keaton Winn and Tristan Beck. So that, to me, and you could tell me I'm wrong here, that's not a great rotation. You have one solid. And I have a philosophy in sports. I talk about it all the time. It's the what-if philosophy. And we'll get into this in the Warriors a little bit later as we look at the second half. But the more questions you have about a team, it's a pretty simple philosophy. The more questions you have about a team, the less they're going to be good. So if I look at the starting rotation and I say Webb, Harrison, Hicks, Keaton Winn, Tristan Beck. Okay, you have one in the bank. You can put Logan Webb in the bank. You know what he's going to do. You know the innings. If he doesn't get hurt, you know what he's going to do. He's going to keep you in games, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know enough about Harrison, Hicks as a starter, Keaton Winn, or Tristan Beck long term. And then they don't have, as much as I didn't like Ross Stripling or didn't at the end, I like Alex Wood as a guy, or Sean Manaea or anything like that. Those guys were just But they gave the Giants depth, and they needed it all. They needed all that depth. Think of all the depth they lost in the offseason, and I get it. It's not fun depth. It's not great depth, but it's just those are 4 or 5 types that you've got to have on your team to get through 162 games. You've got to have depth. And the Giants did, and they still used openers all the time because they lacked depth. The guys got hurt. And now, as we just heard from Susan Slusser, you got those 5 that I just mentioned and then a bunch of young guys. Does that sound like over a long season that's going to end up well? Probably not. Could be wrong. And then the everyday lineup, Wade Jr. at first with maybe some Flores, Estrada at second, Luciano, who we know nothing about at short, very little. I shouldn't say nothing, but everything you read about him is like he's not a shortstop. The backup plan right now is probably Casey Schmidt. At third, maybe Matt Chapman. If not, then J.D. Davis, Flores, some Schmidt. Left field, Farhan said this the other day, you're looking at Conforto in left, Jung-Hoo Lee in center, and Yaz, who's already hurt in right. And then you've got a full-time DH in Jorge Soler. So that's your team. And again, look, maybe they're going to overachieve in 2021. We never thought they were going to win 107 games. I would be absolutely shocked. Vegas has them at 79 wins is what they have the Giants at. So again, I'll go back to optimism. At the most optimistic time of the year where you're supposed to be the most optimistic, what I just described to you, both in who came and who left, what the pitching is, what the lineup generally is, what do you see there? Now, what I see, and again, I look, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade. Everybody's excited. Pablo's back, et cetera, et cetera. Here was a guy that 3 years ago hit 178 for the Braves. And to me, I read a bunch of stuff over the weekend that said, oh, there's nothing to lose. Pablo, there's nothing to lose. It's all upside. Well, it kind of tells you where your team is that you're bringing 37, 36, 37. 37-year-old Pablo Sandoval to camp, and Susan just told us, ironically enough, he has a slim chance to make the team, and he's in really good shape, and that's fine. As I'm looking for a role, maybe he's an occasional left-handed DH to Jorge Soler's right hand. Soler hits righties and lefties, but you're not going to, he's not going to be there every single day, although given the lack of power in this lineup, he probably should be there most days. He's not going to be there all days because that's not how it works, but, I'd like to see Soler for, 140 at DH just because they lack power, and he can hit righties and lefties. So Pablo's an occasional, he's a pinch hitter, which you don't use as much anymore, obviously. He's a left-handed DH occasionally, which Michael Conforto is that. I guess, Blake Sable is that. To me, in that signing, it just kind of told me where the Giants are. And look, it's not a circus show. Some people hit me up on social media over the weekend. We're like, what, are they trying to do this to appease us? No, they're not trying to do that. If they're trying to do that, then Brandon Belt would be in here, and they would re-sign Brandon Crawford, and they'd be looking at Madison Bumgarner. Hey, you think you can get to like 88? We'd like to bring you back. Fans would like that. Fans are far too smart. Fans are not going to all of a sudden just throw on their Panda hats. I remember when he came back from Boston, and he had a couple of funny moments, mostly pitching, but it's not like people are going to come out. And I guess that's the overall question I'm asking, because the question is that will you come out to the ballpark? Is this team going to be exciting? Will these young players develop? And I guess that's the overriding factor of the whole thing, that if Farhan, who said I'm done, is clearly done with this whole thing and says, look, this is it. This is what we're doing. We're not going to bow to Scott Boras, and that's a whole nother conversation, which I don't blame him for. We're not going to bow down to Scott Boras. This is what we got. By the way, of the Boras 4, there's been so much discussion about Matt Chapman. I like Matt Chapman. He's a nice player. But I'm not giving up a ton for Matt Chapman. Like, I've got J.D. Davis at third base. He's not the greatest, but and look, Matt Chapman is absolutely better than him defensively. If I could combine J.D. Davis and Casey Schmidt, I might have Matt Chapman. I can't play two guys there. My point is I don't think that's their greatest position of need. To me, having someone who can play short, because you keep reading this stuff about Luciano, and Luciano has gone from like a top prospect that everybody couldn't wait for to kind of now, I think, and again, these guys, it's not like they're infallible in terms of making their minor league rankings. I think that Luciano is, at one point, was a top 5 prospect. I think Keith Law had him, I think I read this morning, like 84, and said numerous times in his assessment, this guy's not a shortstop, but that's what they're doing. They don't really have maybe they do. They must have some backup plan at shortstop. I just don't know what it is. Is it Casey Schmidt? Because he's almost as unknown as Luciano at this point. I'm pretty surprised that we're not hearing conversations about Adames in Milwaukee or somebody like that. The Giants are far under the payroll, so they could absolutely do it. But we're not hearing that. Doesn't mean they're not talking about it. Chances are they're probably going to get a guy you never heard of from, I don't know, the Marlins or the Mariners or somebody like they're always getting. And then all of a sudden he's going to be on the team. We never heard of him, and there he is on opening day. Could be. That's probably the scenario they're going to go for. But of the 4 that they have, let's go back to pitching. Like, if they don't like Snell, then maybe Montgomery. I don't know if they're going to make a trade at this point. If I was a Giants fan, I'd be very uneasy at how much or the lack of depth as far as the pitching goes. So there you go. We got our opening discussion from Susan Slesser. She told us exactly what the early storylines are. Little Jung-Hoo Lee, young pitchers that they're going to be relying on. Obviously, the young guys taking a step forward, and she's not sure if Farhan is done or if they're all just playing the cat and mouse game with Scott Boras, which, by the way, I've never been a fan of this, and I don't know if baseball could even do it. It's their sport, so they could do it if they wanted to. This Scott Boras thing is ridiculous. I'm not breaking any news here. There needs to be, if he's not going to play ball, there needs to be some sort of a window. Not sure how they can enforce it. Maybe they could say, if you don't sign by X time, you have to sit out the first month of the season. You miss all of April. And if I'm a player, too, and look, I get it. Scott Boras generally gets his clients the right deal. He rarely makes mistakes. For some reason, they get the money. If you read Ken Rosenthal's piece this morning, and again, that's taking these GMs at their word, and a lot of times they're just not very good at it, or the owner takes control. This is where Scott Boras just goes straight to the owner. Tom Ricketts of the Cubs, in the Bellinger situation, said, you got to talk to my GM. So I don't know how many owners do this, where they basically just stonewall him. But according to Rosenthal's piece this morning, he's not getting the leverage. The Dodgers aren't in on this. They've already spent money. The Yankees are, for example, with Blake Snell, he said this morning that if they signed Blake Snell even to a short-term deal, the Yankees, 1 year, $40 million, because of luxury taxes, it cost the Yankees $84 million, as much money as they have. That's just not, they're not going to do that. So it doesn't seem like he has the leverage. Watch somebody get hurt, and all of a sudden, he'll have the leverage. So I don't know what's going to happen with these 4 guys. But if baseball wants to have an offseason like football, and for example, I think that we ran a promo in the last break that said, and the combine's coming. Like, the football already has it down. The Super Bowl just got over. The combine is like a week from now. The Underwear Olympics. I love it. I get sucked into it every single year. And then the draft's coming and all the mock drafts and all the Kuiper stuff. And football gets it. Baseball, for its own good, for the best players, I don't know if we ranked them. Obviously Ohtani would be first. Maybe Yamamoto would be second. But, these guys are all in the top 10 as far as off-season signings. And all of a sudden, a fan base could get charged up. Like, could you imagine if in the offseason, I just read you the guys that the Giants signed, right? And if you added, I don't know, Chapman and Snell, how much differently would you feel? Lee, Soler, Hicks, Tom Murphy, Robbie Ray. Hooray! Not horrible. As Susan said, $270 million spent in the offseason. That's okay. Not bad. That's total value of contracts. But if you added Chapman and you added, I don't know, Snell, would you then be that optimistic level that you're supposed to have in spring training? Would you be there?
Yes.
Yeah, see, there you go. Danny has answered. Yes. That's what's supposed to happen in baseball. You're supposed to charge up a city. You're getting excited. Like, you get robbed by it. Even if the Giants sign those guys, you'll get charged now. I don't know if you'll buy season tickets. I don't know if you're more likely to go out. I don't know if you care that they did it months ago so that you can go to Fan Fest and be a little bit more excited, possibly. Which, by the way, March 9th, right? March 9th for the last one. But, Chicago with the Cubs, they do a thing called a Cubs convention. Like, if Cody Bellinger is there, you'd think you'd want that, right, as an organization? Sell some more tickets. Right now, I think Giants fans are frustrated. Cubs fans, same kind of a thing. They wanted Bellinger back. They were they're a lot like the Giants, a couple of games short of the playoffs last year. I think one game actually behind Arizona. Arizona had 84. Maybe that's Farhan's thought. He always says that. He's looking at this thing going, we won 79. We need to win 5 more games. If we get improvement from young guys, maybe that's his thought process. Why do I got to go out and spend a bunch of money? And I would agree with him to an extent on Chapman. It's not that I don't value Chapman. He's really good. But if you told me I could have Snell instead of Chapman, I would probably rank them. Bellinger, I don't think is coming to the Giants. But if I rank the final 4 as far as what the Giants need, they need a starter. I'd put Snell ahead of Montgomery. I'd put Bellinger second. I'd put Montgomery third, and I'd put Chapman fourth. Because J.D. Davis isn't horrible at third base. He's not bad. I think they need starting pitching much more. So anyway, I reeled on about a bunch of different stuff. Give me your thoughts on it. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, either on the phone lines or the text line. We'll get to that coming up next as we'll continue to talk some Giants. I got a couple other things that I told you I wanted to get to, including NBA All-Star Weekend. We'll continue that conversation. And one thing that I hadn't thought about that Steph reminded me of, and I didn't like it. I'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Theater.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The NBA All-Star Game in the Bay Area next season. What Steph Curry says about it. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. It is always good to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz from Moskowitz LLP. Can help you with all your tax issues. And Steve, today we're talking about tax collection notices. What's that all about?
For the first time in 2 years, the IRS has started sending out collection notices. They're chasing people again. During the pandemic, they took a break from that, and then they came back and had a lot of other things to do, including opening bags and bags of physical paper mail. But now they've gone back to chasing people. So the bottom line is, if you owed some taxes and the IRS wasn't bothering you and you kind of put it on the back burner, it's time to do something about it before some agent comes knocking on your door. And we don't want you to have problems in your business, your marriage, your life. There's a lot of good options. We want to explain everything to you. And then we want to go to the government for you. We want to get you a sweetheart deal and let you live your life having nothing to do with the government and just going along as if this problem never happened. Let us take care of you.
Call right now. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. Call Steve. He can help you out. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Bottom of the hour, I'll get into Brandon Aiyuk in an hour. We'll talk to our good friend Marcus Thompson about the debacle that was the All-Star game, but I'm not angry about it because I understand what it's about, and I have the right attitude going in, and I record it, so I don't have to watch all of it. I'm asking about your optimism level on on the Giants after talking to Susan Slusser. We talked to her at about 10:30. I gave you the comings and goings. Vegas says 79 games. Is Farhan done? He says he's not. I have a sneaking suspicion that the Giants will sign one of these, the Boris 4, but I've been hearing this all off season. And the one thing I would advise Farhan to do, he's much smarter than me, knows a lot of baseball, just smarter in general, of course. But stop with at the beginning of free agency every year and getting our hopes up. We're going to spend a ton, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. I realize that they spent $270 million. But to fans, this is just, I'm sure he's listening from Scottsdale. To fans, the $270 million, it's no offense to Jordan Hicks or picking up Robbie Ray or Jung-Hoo Lee or any of these guys. It's not at all. But when fans think of, and I'm speaking for the fan, which is dangerous, but when fans think $270 million and spending a bunch of money, we're thinking the big-name guys. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be great if you sign these big-name guys. In fact, we just had a person on the text line, 415-828-5627, 415-828-KNBR, say that, look, I'm excited. I'm excited for this team. Maybe Bob Melvin can do some things. I didn't give the proper attribution to Bob Melvin. I think Bob Melvin's a great manager. I think it's the best move they've made this offseason. I think he could be the difference for the Giants in terms of, okay, they win 79. Let's say they're in that, I don't know. I think he's probably, worth a few wins maybe. I don't know how they do that analytically, but I think he is. And that's what I think. Now, do I think they're better? I just gave you the rundown of who they lost and who they have. I don't think they're better. I think their only hope is that the young players that we saw all have to take a jump. So that means, do I have confidence in Casey Schmidt? Do I have confidence in Luis Matos? Do I have confidence in Marco Luciano? As far as Schmidt goes, man, he really struggled with the bat, even though he's in the field, he's a wizard with the glove. But they need a better offense. And many times the Giants have said, we'll take the bat over the glove, so I don't know how many times they're going to do that. Bellinger would be great because he wouldn't have to play center. You could move Jung-Hoo Lee over to left. Can you imagine the type of defense you'd have? But also at first base, I just don't have a lot of confidence in Wade. And then I just ask you, are you going to go to the games? A lot of people are optimistic on the text line, and I'm good to see it. 415-828-5627. A lot of people are fired up over Bob. A lot of people are fired up over some of the guys that they did. So I like it. I'm not saying I'm not. There's a lot of questions. And again, back to a philosophy of mine. If you have a lot of questions about a team, I have questions about the depth of the pitching staff. I have questions at first base. I have major questions at shortstop. Third base is just okay. Conforto's probably going to get hurt and left. I don't know what to expect out of Jung-Hoo Lee. We hear all these great things, but he's from the Korean Baseball League, which the only thing I know about that is during the pandemic, we all took a team because there was nothing else to talk about on the shows, and somehow we got through those shows in part because we were talking about Korean baseball. And then Mike Yastrzemski's already hurt and right. So sorry if I'm pessimistic because I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to be that optimistic person that we all want to be at spring training or training camp for the NFL or when our team gets going. But I see a question mark at almost every position. And, oh, by the way, for as good as Patrick Bailey is defensively, I question his bat over 162 games. So that's just kind of where I am. I'm not trying to be pessimistic about the whole thing. It's just how I'm seeing it right now is if you have a lot of questions, there's issues on your team. And if I don't want to comp the Dodgers because I think they're going for a wild card spot at best. But if I'm just as using it as an example, they went out and they got two really good starting pitchers. They got the best hitter in baseball, and they'll probably put together a bullpen by the end of the year, maybe by the midway point of the year, because that's kind of what they do. I'm just doing it from a comp standpoint, is that they have very few questions. Yep, they're a 100-win-plus team. This team has a lot of questions. By the way, love the optimism on the text line. I said this earlier. A person just jumped all over it and said, hey, we didn't know they were going to win 107 games in 2021. It could happen. Okay. That's great. It's spring training. That's what it's supposed to be. Scarecrow's up first. Hi, Scarecrow. Welcome.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I have absolutely no faith in Farhan at this point.
Okay. Tell me why.
To be perfectly honest with you, the A's have not been a factor for a very long time. They're leaving town. What incentive is there If you want to watch baseball, you're going to go to Farhan's Park. Now, we saw the 107-game season. What we also saw was Buster Posey having a career year, Brandon Crawford having a career year. Brandon Belt, till he got hurt, had a career year. And we all attributed it to the platoon system. Now, when they kick the training wheels out from under Gabe Kapler, guess what? The platoon system doesn't work because now we're platooning our second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place hitters. And we're wondering why we don't hit. We expect ball players to play multiple positions. Gee, is there a reason why we are in last place in baseball for defense? Maybe Bob Melvin can put this thing together. I sure in hell hope so. But
Scarecrow, thanks. He's not optimistic. Is that what I gleaned from that? He's not optimistic? He's not. As far as the A's comment, let me just pick on that one just for a real quick second, because I said a few of the things that he said. A's fans are not going to become Giants fans, at least not for a while, and when they do, it will just be generations who grew up with the Giants instead of the A's, much like when the Raiders left, and generations of, for a period of time, I should say, people who would have been Raiders fans just grew up Niners fans. That will increase in that way. If you want to watch baseball, what he's saying is that they're not. It is the premise they're not spending money because they don't have to spend money because now they're only a one market team. I got news for you, and I say this all the time. And look, I've lived in the East and the Midwest and all these different places in the country. That's a valid argument in the Northeast or the Midwest or certain places like that. And I'm not saying that teams don't have to be good, because they do. But here in the Bay Area, you're not competing just against other sports teams. You're competing against everything that is entertainment. So I don't have to go to a Giants game. I mean, I love it. Believe me, I love more than any other sport. Just going to a live event outside. It's not that I don't like Warriors games. I do, but I'm an outdoor person, so I'd much rather if somebody walked up to me and said, you got a free ticket to a Giants game and a free ticket to a Warriors game, I'd take a Giants game. Not because the Warriors aren't more entertaining. I mean, Steph Curry is entertainment in the Bay Area, and I got something to talk about with Steph and the All-Star game and everything else, and we'll do that in a few minutes. But I'd much rather sit outside. I'd much rather sit in the sun. I'd much rather walk around the park. I'd much rather be, near the water. I love it. But it's an entertainment dollar that I'm spending. So if you're the Giants, and they know this better than anybody, I don't have to go to a baseball game. There are a million things I can do, especially in the spring and the summer in the Bay Area. That's what you're competing with. You're not competing with the A's. You're competing with my dollar. I wake up in the morning and think, am I going to go or am I not going to go? Now, look, that's part of the reason why, like the openers, people get upset. In baseball, one of the great things about baseball, old school-wise, is that who's pitching today? Again, right now with the Giants, the only guy, and this can go roster-wide as well, and we continue the conversation, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Baseball, to me, it starts with a pitcher. Who's today's starting pitcher? And a lot of times, even if it's the opponent, I don't care. If it's a great starting pitcher for the opponent, I'll go to the game because I love to watch baseball. But in terms of then it extends past. And here's the problem, I think, for a lot of Giants fans. Now, they did a great job in keeping that core of players together, but Giants fans are smart, and they realized at one point, that's why somebody texted in and said, well, Pablo's going to put butts in seats. No, he's not. 37-year-old Pablo Sandoval is not putting butts in seats. And even when he played, he didn't alone put butts in seats. He put panda hats on fans' heads, and that probably made the Giants a few bucks. But Tim Lincecum put butts in seats. Matt Cain put butts in seats. Madison Bumgarner put butts in seats because they're pitching. Now, if Barry Bonds put butts in seats because he could do something that you weren't. Jorge Soler might put butts in seats. I'm not sure. He only comes up four times a game usually, and he might walk one of those times, might strike out another. So it's very rare. Mike Trout puts butts in seats. I mean, stars put butts in seats in baseball. And right now, probably the biggest problem for the Giants is they don't have any. They don't. I've always been a proponent of winning will bring fans out. Winning will bring fans out. But in a market like this, it's winning and stars. It's both. They've won before. They won 107 games, and we thought the next year in 2022, well, look, they won 107 games. Place is going to be packed. It wasn't. There's a lot of different factors. We've talked about it a million times. We don't need to go down that road again. But you've got to win, but you've also got to win with star power. Or guys who have been here a while. People, look, The reason why Belt and Crawford and all these different guys that I just mentioned became stars is because they won. They combined things, and they became stars here. You've got to have both. Buster Posey was the biggest star. He would bring you out to the game. Buster Posey is going to hit 4 times. Right now, who brings you out to the game? Soler might. It's going to be tough, but he might. But Logan Webb, yeah, I'll see Logan Webb pitch. Oh, you got a ticket for tonight's game? Logan Webb's pitching, I'll go. You got a ticket for tonight's game and Keaton Wynn's pitching? Who? I think I'll go drink wine. You know what I mean? There's just a million things that you can possibly do. So hit me up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll take some more thoughts on the Giants as we got a report from Susan about an hour ago, and then I read the piece from Ken Rosenthal today from Chris Young in Texas, Farhan, Toronto GM, all talking about, we're probably set. It's probably a, not so veiled message to Scott Boras, like, if you want to get the Boras 4 in, here's what we can offer you. He'll probably, he'll probably sit there for a month and just wait this whole thing out. We'll see. Maybe the Giants can get one, maybe they can't. So we'll keep the conversation going on the Giants and your optimism level at the most optimistic time of the year. Also got to start getting into this whole Brandon Aiyuk thing. It's gotten out of control. I'll explain it. It's Papa and Lund. Papa will be back next week, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
He got litty. He was out of his mind.
The drops continue. Pop will be back next week. Pop and Lund with you. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Lit a bit of a firecracker. Giants optimism. This is supposed to be the most optimistic time of the year. I asked you what your optimism level is. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. That is both the call-in line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We can hit that. Also on YouTube and Twitch, if you must see my face, which I don't really recommend, that is fine too. You can jump on that way. Again, adding Jung-Hoo Lee, Soler, Hicks, Murphy, and they traded for Robbie Ray, who will be later this season. They got rid of Crawford, Stripling, Haniger, Peterson, Wood, Minaya, Brebbia, DeSclafani. Any of those guys. I mean, look, I love Brandon Crawford personally, but Stripling, Haniger, Jock, Alex Wood, maybe Minaya a little bit, Brebbia, DeSclafani. Not excited about those guys, but if you look at the lack of depth in the pitching rotation, and again, Farhan knows his team a hell of a lot better than I do. In the bank, you have Webb. Question marks on Harrison. Hicks is a starter. Keaton Wynn, Tristan Beck, and then a bunch of young guys is what Susan said. So give me your thoughts on that. We'll get into that conversation. We can do Ask the Show anything at all, which essentially we're doing already, but we'll make it official next segment, and we'll get into the conversation about Brandon Aiyuk, which just because of one tweet, social media thing, a discussion point started this whole thing. And then because people are sheep and lazy, just ran with this Brandon Aiyuk thing. So we've got to talk about that as well. By the way, there were a number. Okay, 3. That's a few. That's not a number. There were a few people on the text line saying that Pablo will drive them to buy a seat. And I don't know. Pablo was part of those teams. I'm not saying he wasn't. But what I'm saying is that 37-year-old Pablo, if I'm thinking about buying a ticket, I'm on StubHub or something like that, and I go, oh, Pablo's playing. Now, I don't know how often Pablo is going to play. I mean, he's a left-handed bat only. He doesn't switch hit anymore. I don't know that Pablo would bring me to the park. Maybe he'll bring you to the park. That's fine. Let's jump out to the lines, discuss, and again, we'll get into a couple other things in a few minutes, and we will ask the show anything at 11:50. Matt is in Redwood City. Hi, Matt.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
I think I'm not super optimistic, but I think your butts in the seats comment is kind of the barometer I think we're going to have to look at.
Sure.
Because in the past, like going through Barry Bonds and going through the World Series run, a big indicator of how the team was going was that the attendance was high, so income was high, and we got to solidify the rotation and different aspects of the team, so the product got better. And I'm nervous right now that without butts and seats, how are we going to get momentum with income and to get those extra players down the stretch?
You're saying that if people don't come, then it's kind of a chicken and the egg thing. If people don't come, then the Giants won't sign anybody?
Yeah. That's what I'm worried about. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Okay, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. The Giants right now have the 15th highest payroll in baseball. They're nowhere close to the tax line of $237 million. They had a $189 million payroll last year, and right now, before they sign one of the Boris 4, and I really do think, I wouldn't bet my life on it. I don't think I'd bet my pinky finger on it. So I'm trying to think what I could bet to illustrate my confidence level. If I did it 1 to 10, I'd say I think it's a 7 they sign somebody, but I don't know. I mean, you keep hearing things. Whether people go to the game or not is important, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be a determining factor in whether the Giants sign somebody. There's enough money nationally, all the different things that teams do now that, I mean, they survived a whole entire year. Well, not an entire year, where they played 55 or 60 games or whatever they played, and they didn't have any fans. I'm not going to say it's not a factor at all, but it's not a huge determining factor on whether the Giants sign somebody or not. It's not a chicken or the egg thing. And I've always been a big believer. I'm glad that Matt brought this up. Again, another sports philosophy of mine is I'm not. It's like a restaurant. Let's comp it to a restaurant. Hey, man, if you come to my restaurant, I'll buy better meat and the steaks will be better. But right now they're crap. I understand that. I'm serving horse meat. But if you come and you get all your friends to come and we get really successful, I'll buy really good steak. I'll buy really good products. I'll buy really good food, and it'll be great. And this rock gut, tequila, I'm going to buy top-end, high-end tequila. But I can't do that until you come out to my restaurant and spend a bunch of money. No. You give me a good product, I'll come to the game. You give me a good product, I'll come to your restaurant, et cetera, et cetera. We can use any comp that you want. I always comp it to a restaurant. And a restaurateur going to, look, man, you just got to bear with me until we get some more money in this place. And then, woo, we are going to serve some good stuff. But until then, it's horse meat all around. I'll season it really, really good. Like, that's what's going on right now. And again, look, maybe Jung-Hoo Lee is great. And maybe Jordan Hicks can make the conversion from reliever to starter. And, on and on and on. And maybe Robbie Ray can come back sooner than we think. And maybe, I'm not expecting 2021, but maybe those 79 wins of a year ago become 85. Because remember, this is the optimistic, again, it's spring training, because Arizona won 84 games and they got to the World Series. They won the NL. I mean, that's what Farhan has said that in the past. And I don't think it has anything to do with butts in the seats, and I don't think it has anything to do with the A's leaving or it's a one-horse town or anything. I do think they want to win, but what I think they want to win is under certain parameters. Like, they're not going to go out and, like, this whole – remember I told you what to expect at the beginning of the show, and we'll get back to it from the All-Star game? I told you that on Friday, the NBA All-Star game. I said, look, it's an Adam Sandler movie, and it's not a good one. It's not Happy Gilmore. It's not Billy Madison. Like, think lower. That's what it is. So if you go into that with that mindset, you probably wouldn't watch that movie. But if you went into it with that mindset, then you'd be kind of satisfied. But so many times in sports, we go in with these unrealistic expectations, and very rarely does something live up to it. I mean, that's just how it is. So as I look at the Giants right now, they're not ever going to be the Dodgers or even the Red Sox or the Yankees or the Phillies. They're not spending money like that. What Farhan needs to do, and again, I know how much money they spent. I get it. It's $270 million. To me, they didn't get their money's worth, but whatever. Maybe Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be great because that's, 113 of the 270? They're just not going to they're not going to get those big-name guys. So these illusions of we're over Aaron Judge and Carlos Correa and all that stuff, but what Farhan does is he sets this unrealistic expectation at the beginning of free agency. We're going to go out, we're going to be really super aggressive. Well, super aggressive doesn't mean Jorge Soler. Super aggressive doesn't mean a trade for Robbie Ray, who's coming back from Tommy John surgery. Jung-Hoo Lee I think would fall into that category. There was a lot of buzz about Jung-Hoo Lee, but I think as fans, we had these visions of sugar plums dancing in our head that were Blake Snell and Matt Chapman and Cody Bellinger, because that's what we kind of assumed he meant when he said that. And that's not really what it's going to be. It's going to be a player who fits the parameters of what we want, who will play for X amount of dollars, who will play for X amount of years. And that's how they see spending money. But what we thought was Farhan came here and we're not going to get A's Farhan. We're going to get Dodgers Farhan. But we've gotten closer to A's Farhan. Don't get me wrong. We're not getting A's Farhan. But if we kind of had one of those meters in the middle and it said A's on one side and Dodgers on another, it'd be leaning towards A's. That's just what it is. And we were under the illusion that, hey, all this stuff. My biggest issue is, and we'll see, hopefully these young pitchers come out and they're awesome. But, like, maybe I have this in my head from reading, I think it was Keith Law the other day, and he didn't have a whole lot of great things to say about the farm system of the Giants. Now, maybe Matos is great, Schmidt is great, and Birdsong is great, and Black is great, and Wisenhunt is great, and all these other guys, and we go, you don't know what you're talking about. But the thing that has made the Dodgers great, these signings are great. Well, no, they're not. They're terrible. But Yamamoto and Ohtani and all these lately, Betts, but the backbone of what they've done has been their farm system, and that's what the Giants need. So if you're not going to spend and you're not going to go lavish, and no hitters are going to come here generally, although Jorge Soler is the best one they've gotten in a long time, then you've got to have a great farm system, and right now they don't. All right, let's go out to, do I have time? Oh, of course I do. Let's go out to Nicole in San Jose. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Nicole.
Hey. Hi. I'm calling because I'm calling because I was listening to what you were saying, and first of all, I think that most Adam Sandler movies are good, but I really wanted to ask about Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
Because I think that he is the ideal Giants player, so I'm curious. Hypothetically speaking, if we were to get him, would we be a B-plus team? Because I think he would be an upgrade from like what we had in the past. So Josh Peterson, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Nicole. I appreciate it. I'm going to double check on Adam Sandler movies. Maybe I'm selling them short because I just think of Happy Gilmore and Billy Madison, and then I know there are more. Wedding Singer's good. Waterboy's not bad. Okay. All right. Maybe I'm wrong. Matt Chapman. I like Matt Chapman. I think this is what the Giants are thinking, as I just pointed out. They want him at their price. They don't want him at Scott Boris's price. Scott Boras has this Bible on every single guy, and he's got all these positive things to say, but the reality is Matt Chapman got off to a great start last year, and he wasn't good after like April or maybe May. I don't have the splits in front of me, but he wasn't good the majority of the second half of the season. He's a really good defensive third baseman that's got some pop, probably hit around 15 to 20 home runs in this park. He's getting older. He's around 30. I'm sure Bob Melvin would love to have him because he had him with the A's. And I'm not saying he's not an upgrade. But if we think about, okay, let's put Matt Chapman in this lineup, and how much does he change the Giants? Now, one of the things is, especially with the young pitching staff, they need better defense. So is he better than J.D. Davis? Yeah, absolutely. Stick is probably comparable, much better defender. Casey Schmidt, I don't know what to make of Casey Schmidt. I mean, if you could, like I said, if you could combine Davis and Schmidt, you'd have a hell of a player. But you don't. Of the four, I'm just simply saying that I'd put him at the bottom because you have more needs, not because I don't think he's good, not because he wouldn't be an upgrade. Is he the difference? This is what you have to ask yourself. Is Matt Chapman the difference between the Giants making the playoffs and not? Probably not. Could Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery be that difference? Especially given how light they are as far as depth in pitching? I think so. I mean, I think they desperately need at least an innings eater, and they just have basically one guy who's in the bank and Logan Webb and a bunch of question marks. Hicks is converting to be a starter. Maybe he can't do it. Kyle Harrison is a great prospect. Don't know if he can do it. The other two guys at the end of the rotation were there last year, and they were okay. They weren't horrible. They were okay. And then you don't have any depth. And last year, as much as I don't like Ross Stripling and DeSclafani wasn't very good, and Sean Manaea was hot and cold, and Alex Wood, they're not great, but they're 4 or 5 types. And you had a bunch of those guys on your team last year, and you still struggled to get through the season with enough arms. So they must have a hell of a lot of confidence in a lot of these young arms in the system that they can do kind of what some of the position players did last year in helping this team, although, having said that, they didn't make the playoffs. Keep them coming. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do Ask the Show anything at all, and that has to do with the All-Star Game, it being in San Francisco next year, Draymond Green, people complaining about the All-Star Game, Brandon Aiyuk, any of those things you want to ask about, or if you want to stay on the Giants, we can do that. 415-808-5627, both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and on the phone line as well. We'll do that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. Did he just say combine? That's what I'm talking about. I digress. It's time to win. That's right. And you can start right now with a new Toyota from Modesto Toyota. So let's come grab the keys to your new Toyota. Now you can count on Modesto Toyota, as I've told you many times, for great savings. So right now you come in, you check out the models and deals, or do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com, see all the incoming vehicles, and then just pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles and everything you need, so you've got it at great prices and special lease deals. And like I did with my RAV4 Hybrid, you can save on gas big time with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. Or you can just say, no more gas for me. Check out the all-new electric BZ4X at a great price or an incredible lease deal. So it's time to win and grab those keys. Let's head out to Modesto Toyota. Since 1965, Modesto Toyota's had thousands of happy customers like me because of great service and great prices. So we are on our way, and we're going to win big time at Modesto Toyota, where there is no dealer markup, and the time has never been better. So get all my Toyotas. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, I like this. This seems to be our new open for Ask the Show anything at all. John Lund with you. Papa will be back. What is today? He'll be back next week. I'll be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then for some dumb reason, I thought this was a great idea at the time. I'm actually going back to Las Vegas. I was there for 9 days. I don't know if you know this. The 49ers lost the Super Bowl. So my wife thought it'd be a good idea to go and see YouTube at the Sphere. So I'm excited and looking forward to it. But at the time, I probably could use more time away from Las Vegas. I don't think I'd been to Vegas for 4 or 5 years. And Vegas is one of those cities where maybe, I don't know, long weekend, short weekend, couple of days is probably good. Did not do well on the tables. Did not do well with the sports bets. Pretty much forgot to eat. I think I told everybody that. I turned in my expenses, and everyone kind of looked at me scratching their head. There was a bunch of Uber receipts. I fit in one meal that I turned in. Once you took the alcohol off it, there wasn't really a whole lot left. So anyway, I'm going back there. Should be fun. Ask the show anything at all. 415-808-5627, 415-808. KNBR, a plethora of things that we can discuss. The All-Star game, NBA All-Star game, I am not upset. I have the proper mindset. I do this with all All-Star games, and I would never tell you what to do as a fan and a sweet, clean listener of the show, but record them. Have the right mindset, number one. This is not going to be an Oscar-winning performance. This is going to be a low-level comedy, and you'll feel a lot better that your expectation level is lowered. Record them so that you can zip over anything you don't like, because there's tons of ads and pregame stuff and like that. And then when you see something cool, you stop. I watch a lot. I look on social media a ton, and there's any replay that you want of something great is going to be there anyway. So there's just a lot of different ways. And people can come up with all these ideas and thoughts on how you can improve them. I saw a million of them yesterday. The only thing really, because the NBA made for some way, and I give the NBA a ton of credit, there was no juice for me for the in-season tournament, but players in the winning team got $500,000, and it's not, and the Lakers won it if you forgot, because it was so forgettable. The Lakers won it, then went on a big losing streak afterwards, so it really means nothing. But during that time, they marketed it like you can do in today's society. If you market something, people will be interested, and they marketed it right. And LeBron James doesn't need the $500,000, but other people, around, people behind the scenes and players who don't make a ton of money, that $500,000 is a lot. But you can't apply that to the All-Star game, because the average salary for an All-Star is probably $30 million. I mean, there might be a few guys, younger guys, that make it, whatever the case may be, but that's going to be hard to do, and that's really the only thing you can do to incentivize these guys. Adam Silver can say everything till he's blue in the face. Hey, play hard, I demand you play hard. That's just not how it goes. And once you've allowed this to happen, and look, I'm not defending it. I'm not saying it was great. I'm saying have the right mindset. But everyone's suggesting how you do it. You can't incentivize. You can't go Bud Selig and say that the winning team, Western Conference, gets home court in the finals. You can't do that. You can't guarantee playoff spots. It's a bunch of individuals. You can't pay All-Stars enough money so that they would care, I don't think. Maybe you give them $1 million. I don't know. Give it a shot. Hey, LeBron, we want you to play hard. Here's $1 million. I know what you're thinking driving around in your car. Why would we have to incentivize these guys to do this? You go to work every day. You got to work hard, and if you don't, you get fired. I get it, but we've said this 1,000,000 times on the show, and it's just the way it works. Everyday life principles don't apply to sports in many ways. It's just round, square peg, round hole. It's not the same. What you and I go through on a daily basis, and this is what I do for a living, so it's kind of embarrassing. What you go through in actually working a real job on a daily basis is not applicable to sports many times, most times. So anyway, we can discuss that. I enjoyed it, to be honest with you, because it's not really aimed at me. A guy texted in earlier and took offense and says he's not going to listen anymore because I said, you old people. I put myself in the same thing. I said that. The court and the LED court and all the different things and the vibe and all these different things, it's not meant. It's just like I was in San Diego, I don't know, a year ago with my wife. And we were near the beach. I can't remember which one. And we go walking into a bar, and it was clearly San Diego State, drinking night. It was $1 Pabst Blue Ribbons and Fireballs for $1, $1 each. I may sound like that's who I am, but that's not generally who I am. I'm not I was, but I'm not anymore. I'm not $1 PBR and $1 Fireball shot guy anymore. I'm not. But we could do one of two things. We walked in and we went, well, are we going to embrace this? We were on vacation. Are we going to embrace this, or are we going to slink out of here like the dinosaurs that we are? We decided to stay and hang out, and it was hilarious. It was funny. But that's not meant for me. They weren't marketing me. And the NBA All-Star Game isn't marketing dinosaurs. They're marketing young people, and they're marketing people who are watching on different devices and platforms. In the media, we are all trying to get that elusive demographic, and we're all trying to figure it out. How will they watch? Where will they watch? We had people text in when I brought this up earlier. Hey, Lund, I have 20-year-old kids. They watch everything with me. That's cool, man. My son is in broadcast school at Arizona State, knows everything about sports, knows tons and tons, knows more than me, works his butt off at it. He rarely sits down for 9 innings. He just doesn't have time. He watches and gets all the highlights. I always comp it to like a filet mignon. There's no fat. Like a New York can have fat on it. Different types of steaks and everything like that. Prime rib, you're cutting some fat off it. Kids nowadays, and I shouldn't even say kids, a certain demographic now wants the filet mignon delivered on their plate. Center cut, no fat. That's what the NBA All-Star Game is delivering to certain people. You may not like it. I may not like it. But those things are important. And guess what? And I'm not saying it's great. It's not a Super Bowl number. But, again, I'm just comping it to what it should be comped to. The All-Star Game jumped 14% year to year and a 20% increase in unique viewers, 11.6 million. That's not a Super Bowl. It's not supposed to be. And trying to write all these articles about what it should be and what it could be, and they got to play hard and they got to do that. And when I was young, this and that, it's just not how it goes. You're going to put the genie back in the bottle and say, okay, now next year come out of that thing in the Bay Area and play hard. It is what it is. Just accept it. And the only thing that motivates players like this is money. Here's $1 million. I don't even know if that would do it. I mean, what does Steph make per game? Doesn't Steph make about $500,000 a game? I mean, it's not nothing, but I just don't know if they'd say, look, you can either take it easy and relax over this break, and then we're going to, you're going to grind for the next 30 games, and then into the playoffs or another, you got to win 16 of those. So you got 50 games left, but we want you to grind because, the media's mad at you. I don't know if the fans are angry. There's a lot of articles being written, but I don't know if, that doesn't mean that the fans didn't like it. Anyway, I went on this tangent about it. All right. Anyway, KNBR, you can get anything you want to do. If you want to go All-Star Game, that's fine. Brandon Aiyuk, that's fine. I'll get into that past the top of the hour. Marcus Thompson will join us about 12:30. And if you want to talk about the Giants and it's the most optimistic time of the year, we can get into that too. Bob is in Saratoga. Hi, Bob. Welcome.
Hey, John, you're a great analyst. Thank you. I want to start with some positives on the Giants.
Sure.
We got Buster Posey back in the air, and he's an owner. We got Dusty Baker back. We got Bob, our manager back,
Bob
as
Melvin,
a former catcher, and Matt Williams. And I think we've got some positives to think about. But you talked about drafting the need or going to need. Our need is for starting pitching, and you already covered it. Mm-hmm. We got two guys still out there. We don't need another third baseman. We got 2 or 3 on the team. Flores is our best hitter. He can play there. So I'd like to spend the money getting one more pitcher, and it could be either Montgomery or the Cy Young Award winner, but he can only go 6 innings or does, and he also walks a lot of guys. So I think Montgomery sounds like a better one, but that's Bargon's choice. Bargon needs to consult with people like his new manager on his talent acquisitions, because he's made a lot of big mistakes getting guys at low prices because they've been injured, and then we got all these guys on the DL. So finally they're cleaning it up, and I'm sure our new manager's got a lot to do with it. I remember Mike Krukow telling me the best catcher he ever threw to was our manager now.
Yep, Bob Melvin.
He knows baseball because he's been a catcher, and a catcher's like a quarterback in football. So thanks again for bringing this up, and I hope we can try to get one more pitcher, because we got one starting pitcher, and we can't wait till after the All-Star break to get these other couple guys that have been hurt.
Great stuff, Bob. I appreciate it. Thanks for your optimism. And again, somebody got mad at me for being optimistic and defending Farhan. I must be hearing that different in my head. I'm not defending it. I'm simply saying that it's given what was promised at the beginning and where we are now. And again, some of this has to do with Scott Boras. Yeah, I can understand why you're not optimistic. In terms of, again, I mentioned the Boras 4 is what they're being called now. It's 2 starters, Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell, Matt Chapman, third base, obviously, and Cody Bellinger. As I'm looking at the rotation, and maybe he's got something, maybe he's going to trade for somebody, maybe there's another dumpster dive, maybe there's a trade in the works, I don't know. I just don't know how you can go into the season, as Bob said, with Webb as your only known. Harrison is an unknown. Hicks is an unknown. 7 career starts. He's a reliever to this point. Can he go 6? I don't know. Or is he just going to be a fancy opener? I have no idea. Keaton, Wynn, Tristan Beck, those are back of the rotation types. And then it's a bunch of young pitchers. And look, I threw a party when they traded Ross Stripling to the A's. I have no issue with that. But Stripling and Wood and Minaya and DeSclafani were all on this roster, and John Brebbia as an opener, and he's gone too. And those were innings eaters, and you have to have that over 162 games. So there's got to be something there. So to Bob's point, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking there's got to be a Blake Snell move, right? Or there's got to be a Jordan Montgomery move. You're not going to go in to the season with, 5 starters, a couple more guys. The bullpen could go long. Jelly's going to be the long guy. That doesn't overly excite me, but okay. Farah knows baseball better than I do. I'll take your word until early in the season when I go nuts. But I don't see the pitching depth that has been there in the past, and I know that pitching depth doesn't excite people, but over 162 games, that's a lot. So his point is right. To my NBA discussion, paid participants $500,000, winning $1 million, MVP $2 million. That might work. I mean, that's like I said, the only of all these articles I keep reading, right, of all these people saying, here's how to fix it, here's how to fix it, here's how to fix it. Number one, you can't make them play hard. You just can't. You can't. Oh, okay, if you won't play hard, you can't come to the All-Star game. Cool. I'm off to the Bahamas, so that's not going to work. You can't fine them if they don't play hard. You can't, there's no hardball here. It's an exhibition game. And as far as I know, and look, I don't want to come across as defending what it was. But again, I think mindset and recording the things so you can zip through the parts you don't like, that's what I would do. And then I sat and I watched Draymond Green for about 20 minutes so I could have some analysis on what he's going to be like post-career, and he's going to make a lot of money. To me, he's Charles Barkley without the charm. I don't know how Charles Barkley gets away with ripping San Francisco constantly when I've lived all over this country, and there are tons of cities who have far bigger issues than we, but somehow we've become the poster child for bad cities. I'm not saying San Francisco is perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than a lot of cities I've been to and know about. And you can look at the numbers and the stats and everything. We don't need to go deep into that discussion because I learned during the pandemic, keep it to sports, stupid. So I do as much as I ever have in my 25-year career. I don't talk about other things outside of sports a lot. I'll talk about personal things. I stay as far away from politics as I can, and that's going down a political trail. But I'm simply saying that it's not cute anymore with him. But what I'm saying about it with Draymond is that he seems to be, and maybe he'll develop this, he's kind of Charles Barkley without that kind of Charles Barkley charm. Although, again, I know that Charles Barkley is not your favorite right now with constant criticism of San Francisco. I think he's good. I think he's just so damn honest as he's going to piss off so many people, and I bet, I could be wrong, but I remember when Bob Myers was around, he kind of went, ugh. That he just says stuff about players and teams that he's going to face, that they're going to face, and he says it like he's retired, and he's not. But that makes for good TV, and he's making $25 million a year. And when he retires from the NBA, there's going to be a battle for his services, and he's going to be one of those guys. I'm not saying he's going to be Pat McAfee. I don't know that he's going to do that kind of a show because that takes a lot of time. And I think that Draymond Green wants to kind of put his hand in a bunch of different things. But the $25 million that he's making playing for the Warriors, he can easily make that in media. I mean, he's going to get in a bidding war and probably get, $10 million from either TNT or ESPN. He's going to do a bunch of other stuff on the side. I wouldn't be surprised if he was on one of the talking head shows, either with Skip or Stephen A. or somebody like that. He'll be paid to do that. He'll be one of those guys, my point is that does a little bit of everything. And then, of course, he's going to be on all the NBA shows because he's going to say something. So, I mean, if he was on ESPN, for example, they'd have him on in the morning. They'd have him on a show. They'd have him on he would do the car wash every single day, and then he'd be on basketball games. Now, I don't know if he wants to do that much because I would imagine he is financially fit for life, but I could see it. And he made a bunch of headlines, as many as Charles Barkley did, and even more so maybe than the game itself and everybody complaining. Because I watched the regular broadcast, I zipped through and watched pieces of it. The alt broadcast, which if you listen to the show on any regular basis, I love the alt broadcast of everything. I like the Manning cast. I like just people just sitting around. I think that's the future of all this. And I don't want to take any play-by-play or color guys' jobs, analyst jobs, but guys sitting around just talking about the game is entertaining to me. And I think that Draymond Green did a good job of it, and I think his services are going to be in major demand when he retires. So anyway, we can get into that conversation as well. 808 KNBR, 808-5627. Let's get into Brandon Aiyuk a little bit coming up next. And again, I'll still take your calls. You can ask the show anything at all. But I want to get into this Brandon Aiyuk thing today because I think it was just one speculative report, and then it has turned into this, it's mushroomed into this nuclear cloud of, well, because they traded DeForest Buckner, they're clearly going to trade Brandon Aiyuk, which I don't think is the case at all. So let's discuss it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Newly elected member of the NFL Hall of Fame, that would be former 49er Patrick Willis. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss his journey that led him to getting a gold jacket and the bright future of the 49ers. That podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even, let's get serious, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. And some, they're not even based in the entire state of California. That is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, especially with this rain that's going on right now, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together and make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. They've secured more than, this is where the billion comes in. You're like, where did that come from? $1 billion. That's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front, Dr. Evil. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
$1 billion.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Sports leader. It only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Offers, but
John, do you know for a fact, John,
would it be different? That's the big question.
John.
I don't think he was talking about me, though. That was a caller that wouldn't shut up, right? Oh, that was John Shea. That was not a caller. Real quick, just a quick question, and then Marcus is going to join us. I'm not going to get into the Aiyuk thing here because I only have about 9 minutes, 6 minutes. There's no way I can encapsulate that in 6 minutes. You know me, so I'm gonna hold on to that because I want to get into it, but it's driving me crazy the way this thing is being portrayed. Real quick, is Walter still standing by? Danny, is Walter still there? He is, right? He's still here, right? Because during the break, I walked into my kitchen. And I'm starving. I haven't eaten today. I'm doing the intermittent fasting thing, which is stupid. And so I haven't eaten, and I'm drinking tea and coffee, and I finally just said to hell with it. And I go in there and I eat a couple of pieces of Chinese, which, by the way, I think Chinese and pizza are probably the best food. Next day food, leftover food. Fries and salad would be the worst. Chinese and pizza are probably the best. So, but I'm not sure how many days old it was, so I took a couple of bites of it. Tasted pretty good. See my wife, she comes around the corner. I said, you think that Chinese is any good? And she goes, probably not. So I don't know. I could get violently ill here in the next 10 minutes. It's very possible. It's really good, though. Orange chicken. It was solid, but I could have some problems here. So if I leave the screen all of a sudden, you'll know why. A lot of things we have discussed, and we'll discuss this with Marcus at the bottom of the hour. I should ask you this during the break. Sorry, I was too busy worrying about Chinese food. Can you pull up that Steph cut that I asked for earlier? And I want to ask Marcus at 12:30 if he feels the same about this. The one he said, take all the time you need. The All-Star game is here in San Francisco next year, so we'll talk to Marcus about that at the bottom of the hour, his impressions of everything. Look, but before we get into that and what we'll talk with Marcus, this is something that Steph said during All-Star weekend. Take a listen to this.
Think about it all the time, but the thoughts stop because you got to get ready for the next game, and there's a routine and a cycle that goes that you embrace the now, and eventually you'll get to a point where you'll wake up and whatever your body's telling you, whatever your mind's telling you, it's time. But I don't think I'm anywhere close to that.
So that freaked me out, and then at the end made me feel better. That was Steph Curry, and LeBron is now 39. He's still playing at a really high level. He can't carry a team the way that he used to, but it's almost like grading anything on a curve. Like LeBron at 39 is awesome. I don't know. He's still probably top 10%, 5%, whatever you want to call him, top 10 player. That's for the talking head shows. LeBron is still a top 5 player. I don't know. But I do know that at 39, LeBron's playing amazing. The question to Steph was if he thinks about retirement. He said all the time. And when I watched that, I just don't think of Steph in those terms. I understand he's older. I know how long he's been around. I just guess I don't really think about it a whole lot because he just is so good. He looks so youthful. He is in such good shape. We've had his trainer on a million times. I know how hard he works, all these different things. So I don't really think of Steph in those terms. But I do know this, and so do you as a sports fan. it happens quickly. Like all of a sudden a guy is rolling, and then falls off a cliff. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a lot of times a gradual decline. You could bring up Clay, but I think Clays are due to injuries as much as anything else. I'm just saying a guy who's generally healthy, and then it seems like one day he just kind of falls off the cliff. I know I feel that way with my body, but don't get it wrong. I'm not comparing myself to Steph in any way, shape, or form. But what I'm saying is the question was retirement. And when it first came out of his mouth that he thinks about it all the time, I thought, man, Steph is immortal. He is going to retire at some point. I just never think about it because of the way he plays, the way he looks, the kind of shape he's in. And at the end, he did say, hey, man, I'm going to play for a long time, because all of this, as we all well know, is geared towards Steph, right? Let's win Steph this. They thought about it for a minute. Joe Lacob thought to himself, well, I can win. I can have two timelines. We can't. I mean, in sports, it's very difficult to have two timelines unless what happened with the Spurs, and you just get lucky where all of a sudden a Hall of Famer falls out of the sky. You make a trade with Indiana, and Kawhi Leonard keeps the ball rolling, or Tom Brady plays forever or whatever. And that may be the case with Steph. But I guess just my point in all of it is that at the beginning I just thought Steph retired. Wow. And then he kind of, quelled our fears a little bit by saying, hey, it's not coming anytime soon. But when you hear a guy mention it, it's almost like when the clock is ticking. Like LeBron was asked about retirement, and at 39, of course you're going to ask about that as an NBA player. Nobody's played better at the age of 39. The thing that makes you feel better is, there was a study a couple of weeks ago that came out and said that, there is no appreciable difference in guys who rest and guys who don't, and being injured and everything. Steph has generally, the 15 and 50 year, he gets hurt, but he's generally stayed healthy. He relies more on other things. And I'm not saying you don't have to be athletic. Steph is absolutely athletic, but he's not a jump out of the gym kind of guy. He's not absolutely relying on his athleticism and his athleticism only. And then you see those things go away, certain players, and they can't do it any other way because they've always this isn't even a word, athleted everybody. That's just what they've done. And that's not Steph. He's a cerebral player. He's always going to be able to shoot the basketball no matter how old he is. I mean, he can stay forever, but it does kind of take you off guard when somebody asks about retirement, and then Steph's first thought of it is, yeah, I think about it all the time. You're thinking, no, we don't want you to think about that all the time, because there is no two timelines, and the timeline is you. And after that's over, like Back to the Future, it's what it was. All right, let's talk to Marcus Thompson about everything All-Star Game over the weekend, the All-Star Game coming to the Bay Area next year. More importantly for you, I'm sure, second half of the Warriors, they have showed signs of life going into the break. Can they continue that? We'll ask Marcus all those questions next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Marcus Thompson expected to join us shortly, which you know what that means by now. He hasn't yet. We hope to catch up with Marcus. A lot of things going on the NBA front. Obviously, the All-Star game. Anxious to get his opinion on what he saw. Nobody is saying that it's NBA Finals. Nobody is saying it's anywhere close. I guess you could say it was fairly atrocious, but I don't know how you fix it. I mean, people have written a bunch of articles, a lot of people on the text line, and my first thought and only thought has just been money, because they made the in-season tournament, players played hard for it, for $500,000, which, again, LeBron James, the Lakers won it. Anthony Davis, they don't need that money, but they talked about it for other people and how it could be life-changing for other people, and so I could see where that would help. I could see where they would play hard for someone else less fortunate than them. In the All-Star game, I'm just spitballing here. The average salary is probably, $30 million of those All-Stars, maybe higher. And $1 million even isn't going to get it done. I mean, a lot of people are saying $1 million, this, that, the other. Maybe. You can't make players play hard after they don't play hard. I think was it Marc Gasol a number of years ago? People got mad at him for playing defense. I mean, the other thing, too, is, and I include myself in this because we're all trying to, as a media, figure out what the next generation wants, how they want things delivered. So we'll get into that whole conversation, but just finished up. It'll be in the Bay Area next year. And we catch up to our good friend Marcus Thompson at Thompson Scribe. Make sure that you follow him and read his great stuff in The Athletic. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Oh, man, what's up?
What are you doing?
What's going on, homie?
How are you doing?
I mean, I'm enjoying this
little break.
This Tuesday, yeah. You know,
nice.
This post-rain freshness. You feel me?
Oh yeah.
I'm enjoying this. Nothing cleanses the soul like a good rain.
I don't mind it. It's just I don't want to live in Seattle or Portland. That's enough. Let's move it along. I mean, we've had a lot, right?
I feel like I feel like as long as there's no drought, I feel like we're good.
Yeah, I agree with
you. You know, but
I
feel like we get a decent amount. Enough. We need to be cleansed. At some point, you need to be cleansed, though.
I agree with you.
Get your cleansing on. I just don't need to stay in a cleansing.
That's what I feel like. Yeah, exactly. I've had it. All right, I'm anxious to get your opinion because your opinion matters to me. But in terms of the way that I approach all All-Star games, but especially the NBA, is I don't have an expectation level. It's not going to be an Oscar-winning performance. It's like a bad Adam Sandler movie. I know that going in. I record it, and I zip through a lot of it. I wanted to hear Draymond, so I watched some of the alt broadcasts. Like, I know what to expect, and it just seems like people are so mad at what it is. And I'm like, that's what it is, and that's what it's been like for a long time. And you and I, we watched a certain brand of it growing up, but I don't see how they can go backwards. And money, all those All-Stars make so much money. I mean, you'd have to give them $5 million for them to care, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's a problem. Like, they're just wired so differently. I agree with you that that's how it is, but I also feel like the rest of the people, it doesn't have to be this way.
Yeah.
And, the weird part about, to me, this whole thing is, like, everybody's on the legacy tip now. So we're comparing rings and accolades. We're trying to figure out who's better than who. And this is, like, the pervasive conversation that I feel like, took a weird turn when Steph blew up. But so the odd part is in that environment, in this setting where this is going to be a social media discussion, why are they so scared of the smoke? Like, you can't on one hand be talking about this conversation of eliteness and greatness, and a lot of these young players have chimed in on who's better than who. They've been in a discussion. They got old messages. They're raised in this, so they understand it. It's like the All-Star game is where you kind of get to match that up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, and it wasn't that long ago. Like, I do understand these kids are different, but it's not like 20 years ago. 2017 All-Star game was Russ against KD. You know what I'm saying? Like, It wasn't that long ago. And I do feel like there are some guys like Kevin Durant, like Steph Curry, like Anthony Edwards, who will kind of be like, all right, let's go. Let's lace them up. So to me, it's just really kind of, it takes the credibility away. So I don't want to hear them talking about nothing because when you laced up against another All-Star, you want to mess around and play. You want it to be fun. So I just feel like the All-Star thing is a big deal to them. They want to get, like, their money is tied to it. At least kind of line up. Like, there's got to be some level of pride to it that I feel like is gone, and I don't know why it's gone.
I think, what was it, Kobe Bryant? I mean, if when Kobe Bryant played, you had to play hard because he kind of led the pack. And I'm not.
And they all be talking about Kobe, Mom.
Yeah, that's it, right?
They always throwing around Kobe's name. Like, come on.
And he wanted to compete, and he led the way, and so guys competed. I don't remember the year that Marc Gasol, they got mad at Marc Gasol for playing defense. That wasn't all that long ago, like you said. And I don't want to blame everything on LeBron. Like Stephen A. blamed the dunk on LeBron because he wouldn't dunk, and I'm not blaming it on him. But he does lead this group, and he is having fun. So it just seems like that's just the way it goes. Is LeBron's having fun? LeBron tried to throw it off the backboard, then missed a short jumper. Like, it just seems like that's where they're taking their lead. Without blaming him, that is where they're taking their lead, right?
Actually, nah. You know what? I think LeBron would play if it's time to play. I mean, he was from this is 20, so he played when they played hard, right? Yeah. Like LeBron was down. I remember, and we're not asking a lot, but remember how it used to be like, all right, fourth quarter, let's give him something, right? Let's play a little hard.
That's usually what would at least happen.
Yeah. I remember the East came back from a big deficit, and it was like it meant something to them. So, yeah, there was, like, I think LeBron would do it. What's missing now, what used to be, is somebody who's going to get on your neck for not doing it. That's what they don't have.
Right.
There's nobody who's like, come on, Luka, we ain't doing that here. Like, there's nobody saying that. We're not taking a 70-foot 2-for-1. Like, you're playing, and this is a little bit more serious than that. Like, who's the figure that's going to say it? Like, if you had to name the people who might say something, like, they probably aren't all-stars, right?
Yeah.
It's like, Pat Bev might say something. He's not an all-star, right? Probably Draymond would say something, but like once you get all, like even Draymond said, this is a super, super all-star game. There's so many stars in the West. Like he was like, there's no Draymond Greens in this game. It just feels like you had a KG, you had a Kobe, you had some dudes who just don't mess around ever. Like they don't have time for playing around. Those guys are gone, and I feel like that's what kind of sets the tone. Magic Johnson was one of those guys. Like, man, all right, we're going to have some fun. We're out here playing. We trash talking. Yeah, we talking crazy. Larry Bird, like Bill Russell said, if there's a game, we might as well win, right? So to me, what's missing is the guys who don't, let their hair down and just, I'm always trying to compete. That's what's not missing is somebody who's going to say, this is too light, because they all kind of feel, you can hear them talking about it. Oh, we need some more money, but hey, who's going to go in the locker room and say, this was kind of pathetic. We need to step it up. That's what they need. They need one of their own to be like, y'all soft.
Yeah. No, you bring up a great point because, LeBron could do it. I don't think he wants to do it. I don't think anybody wants to be the bad guy or be the hall monitor and say, okay, we got to do it right. And now that, here's what I think. Now that, the horse is out of the barn, so to speak, I mean, you can't put it back in. I mean, all of a sudden it's going to be, we're going to play hard. Like Adam Silver can't say you got to play hard. A coach for one of the teams, Steve Kerr, can't say you're going to play hard. Like, I don't know what they can do because my first thought, if they can make the in-season tournament something that they care about, but then LeBron and the Lakers and the guys who were playing near the end said, hey, there's a guy at the end of the bench or there's a guy behind the scenes or, that's where that money went. But when the average salary of an all-star is, I don't know, I just threw it out there, like $30 million, what's $1 million? I don't think that would even be enough.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I just think it has to be from one of them. It has to be from a player. Like, I don't know if Embiid was healthy and was in the game and it's him against Jokic.
Right.
And if he's out there like, hey, man, you're not scoring. Like, it'll change the whole tenor. I feel like it's possible, but it's almost like we need some level of beef or some level of something, right? Somebody's got to take it. I mean, like Kobe. Kobe, like, look, this is Jordan. I love Jordan. I'm in awe of Jordan. This is going to become my dog, my friend, my mentor, my big brother, but I'm about to score on this dude, right? Like, I'm about to score on Michael Jordan. I feel like if a player has the charisma and the respect of his peers to do that, then I think it could change. One of the people who was, to me, disappointing, who I feel like can be that, is Ant Edwards. You know, he's got, like, the respect of all these guys. He's got that kind of mindset. Like, all the talk is about he's very MJ-like and how he carry himself and his swagger. And then he goes out there and is like, I'm shooting all left hand. Like, come on, man. You know, like, I thought you was going to be the one, Ant, but you weren't, right? So,
you do the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. It's like he's like, I'm not taking it serious. You know, obviously Luka and Jokic don't really care about it at all. You know, I mean, I feel like if you do, I know this is kind of corny, and they probably get their butts kicked, but if you do the international versus America, like, it's going to take a player to say, all right, I'm taking it serious, and it's going to make everybody else look bad who's not. To me, that's what it's going to take.
Marcus Thompson joining us reviewing the All-Star game. It's going to be in the Bay next year, and I think the city has an amazing opportunity. Are people upset with Charles Barkley? I know that this has been an old thing, and ever since the Warriors started winning, and he just doubles down. But it's kind of getting downright nasty at this point, is it not? Or is it still kind of funny to people? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If I was from San Francisco, I'd be offended by it.
Yeah.
I do think part of it is just, I mean, it's like his kind of shtick with the Bay Area, right? Like, that's with Warriors fans. Like, that's kind of what he's on, and it's been that way for a while. I mean, but it's also Charles too. So if you're offended by what Charles said, you ain't been paying attention. Right? Like, I mean, he's calling women in San Antonio fat. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
offender.
Yeah. So he goes in. My personal opinion is it's probably just not good in general to disparage people who are, you know, struggling. Like, you know, like, it's not, I wouldn't choose that, especially if somebody wealthy. I wouldn't, like, make my joke or my punchline be the people who are, you know, having a hard time and a hard life. But, like, it's Charles, and that's what it is. So, yeah, if I was from San Francisco, I'd be heard about it. I'd have something to say. You know, I hear it from, you know, people talk about Oakland in the same way I hear it. Right. I'm ready to say we have nice restaurants and we got good areas too, right? So I get it. That's part of the beef, right? But, like, to me, it's Charles Needle and Warriors fans, right? And I mean, in fairness, Warriors fans weren't exactly nice to him last time he was here.
No, I agree with you. I just think if I was, you know, and again, I don't want to make anything political. It's just I think the city is obviously struggling with a perception problem. Giants players have talked about it, trying to get free agents to sign. And I lived all over the country, man. There's big problems everywhere. I remember when I was in Detroit and they hosted the Super Bowl there. And it was in such bad shape that people just wouldn't criticize it. I mean, that's when you know, right? I mean, it's just it was terrible. And so there's places everywhere that have issues. I think every large city has a major issue, and they're finding a perception problem, and they probably don't love it. But then again, like you said, it's just Charles being Charles. So
yeah, I feel like the answer is not to get Charles not to say nothing about it. It's to try to figure out a way to solve it. So I know people like to say stuff about Oakland. And, you know, I got a great love of Oakland, and I live there. I do a lot there. I mean, there's a lot, right? But I'm also, like, you know, on my representatives about, hey, here, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, we got to do something about this. So, like, the answer to the situation is to make it better, do better at presenting, change the narrative. Like, but we just know, I mean, this is the social media age, man. Like, nobody's dealing with nuance, and nobody's trying to be polite or kind. Like, it's all about the quip. It's all about the joke. It's all about firing off the shot. Yep. And that's the age we live in. So I don't know why anybody would be surprised about the age. And many of the people who are probably upset about it probably do the same about other people's cities and other people, right? Like, on social media. It's our culture. It's who we are right now, which is not good, by the way.
Well said. Marcus Thompson is joining us reviewing the All-Star game. In terms of the second half for the Warriors, they go into the second half playing defense, playing better, figuring out rotations. What do you see for this team?
I feel like they're in a pretty good place considering where they were. It looked like this part where they're playing well would come a little bit later. I mean, they still obviously have some hurdles. To me, the big thing, and I'm writing about this for The Athletic, it'll be in there tomorrow, but if they just figure out what to do in the fourth quarter, if they get better at that, it'll solve a lot of their problems. A lot of their issues come with these late game situations where they just either can't score or they're making mistakes that allow other teams a shot at winning. I think they've lost 19 or 20 games in the clutch.
Yeah.
I mean, if they win half those, like, they're sitting in the top 4 in the West, but they're not top 4 because that is a difficulty, and they haven't figured that part out. So to me, it's going to be about honing what they do at the end of games. Because if you really think about it, that's postseason anyway, right? That's playoff basketball. Blowouts don't happen that much, right? So it's you got to figure out how to win at the end of games. And surprisingly, the team with a core of 4 championships is having a hard time with that. Who'd have thunk it, right?
It just amazes me because I know we were having this conversation obviously last year too, and like you said, for a team with all this championship experience, that's when it should show, but yet it doesn't. It blows my mind.
Yeah, it is befuddling. It's befuddling to them because I keep asking them about it, and they're I don't know. I mean, you have Steph Curry, his numbers in the fourth quarter are great. He's one of the best scorers in the fourth. He's one of the better clutch players this year. He might win the clutch player award, but they just they've won a lot of the games, right? I mean, they played a lot. They've won a lot of the games. They just haven't won most of the games, right? So it's just wild, and so much of it has happened while they're on the court. I do believe the fluctuation of the roster hurts. If you look at the teams who do it well, and when the Warriors did it well, it's because they had their rotations down. Everybody knew where they were. Everybody knew what they needed to do. Everybody knew when they were playing. They knew their role on the offense, and that's not who the Warriors are. They've experimented with lineups, and they got 13 players who can play, and sometimes guys are bits, and it's kind of all feel. So when they get to the moment, the teams that at least know what they want to do and what works, they have the advantage because the Warriors are just kind of figuring it out because the pieces are always different. So to me, they've got to get it down, right? They've got to be like, all right, here's what we do when we need a bucket. It used to be the Draymond pick and roll with Iguodala and a dunker spot, Clay on one side, you know what I'm saying? And now it's different because it's Clay and Wiggins, and they haven't been playing well, so they had to figure out another way. So now it's odds, and, it's so much in flux. And now it's going to be Chris Paul. So do you run the pick and roll with Steph and Draymond or Chris Paul on the court? So there's so much up in the air because their rotation has been in flux, and they've got to get it down, which is why they figured things out when Draymond got suspended, less bodies.
Marcus Thompson joins us. You know, it's amazing what you just talked about. There's so many moving pieces to this whole thing because Chris Paul returns. What's going to go long-term with Clay? Is he going to keep coming off the bench? I mean, he has 35 in Utah. Kuminga's consistency, Wiggins' consistency. I mean, can Draymond stay at the 5 for an entire – is he going to tire himself out? There are so many questions about this team. I don't know how many they can answer, but just because the Clay one is so interesting. So he comes off, he scores 35. Is he off the bench until further notice, until they lose or until he's ineffective? How does this work?
Funny part is I think the 35 was his message about I shouldn't be benched, right?
Yeah,
but it might work against him. We're like, hey, man, this kind of worked.
We won. Well, they barely won. They hung on, and you scored 35. You're staying right there.
And a locked-in defender and a passer. But as it was, when his shot's not going, that's always a sign for Clay to take another shot and another shot.
Yeah,
and let me go deeper into my bag instead of getting smarter about it. So I do feel like once he figures that out, and he finds his comfort zone in his new world of I might not have it some nights, then I do think he ends up being a starter again just because his spacing is so important. The only other way I see it not happening is if somehow Brandon Podziemski keeps shooting the ball in a way that forces people to space the floor with him, right? Because he's getting a lot of open looks because they're not that worried about it yet. He's a rookie. His numbers are good. We had a stretch there where he wasn't struggling. Tend to be like with rookies, no matter how well you're shooting it, they're like, whatever, shoot it. Until you burn teams with it, right?
Yeah.
So if he could keep shooting it like that and at least punish teams for not spacing or forcing the space, they don't really have another guy to do that. So Clay has intrinsic value that way. He just got to play smart. That's the thing. I think once he figures that out, he'll be back in the starting lineup.
All right, since you mentioned, I got to let you go, but since you mentioned pods, it gave me the opening. He was great in the rookie sophomore challenge. I mean, could you have ever imagined?
Great, they lost. They took an L. What you mean? You lost to some G-leaguers.
But
He got
still,
ignited. So I'll just play.
But, like, could you have imagined? Because when they drafted him, I was like, who's this kid from Santa Clara? Couldn't even make Illinois. Like, what is this guy? What's the hair? I mean, this dude does everything. And, people hit us up all the time like, well, why didn't they give other young guys? This guy does everything, man. He grabs 5 boards in his sleep, dishes 5 assists. I mean, he plays like a 10-year vet, man. I mean, he's been amazing.
Yeah, you could see why they drafted him, right? And the interesting part is the things he does aren't like draft stock.
Right.
It doesn't boost your value. Nobody's like, oh man, I got him at 10 because he could take a charge. Like that ain't what's happening, right? So when you look on the surface, you be like, he's not that impressive. But man, the dude, first off, like Mike Dunleavy said this, like he knows how to play. Yeah. And to me, this is a product of not only his, like, how good he is and like how well he understands the game, but it's also about where he fits too. I don't know that it will work this way in Charlotte, right? Or a place where it's more about, we need somebody to get buckets, right? Than we need. But he's in a perfect place because the Warriors value and need those things he does. Simply like pushing the ball up the court without like kicking it into the stands, right? Being able to dribble, making a good read, drive and kick, knowing where to rotate on defense, like hustle. Like he does all that little stuff and it matters for the Warriors. And now he gets to develop some of these other skills that did jump off the tape in college, right? We've already seen him. He was doing all these little floaters and weird shots, and now he's like getting to the rim, like a regular, I can get to the rim. I can finish at the rim. I can draw a three-point play. Like, so you're seeing him develop this stuff as he goes, but his intangibles are off the chart. And I think it matters when you're playing with Steph, Draymond, and Clay. Those intangibles matter. I didn't see none of this. Like, I mean, you could see the intangibles, and I believe Mike Dunleavy when he knows how to play, but they said the same thing about Jacob Evans, right?
Why do you gotta do that?
I'm just saying. So sometimes that you know how to play ain't what you need. Sometimes you just need some ballers, right? And he's looked like a dude who gives you a little bit of both. So like the ceiling is pretty high for him. He's way better than what I thought he would be as a rookie.
Me too. Jacob Evans. All right,
my fault. I'm sorry. My bad.
Oh my God, man, he's chipping paint, man. That guy. Oh my God. Wow.
My fault.
Oh, he's terrible. Hey, man. Talk to you soon. Thanks for the insight, man. It's always great. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one, bro.
You too, man. That is the great, and I do mean great, Marcus Thompson at Thompson Scribe. He said he's got a piece coming out tomorrow. Make sure that you check it out. It is always great. He is one of the best, if not the best, writing around here. All right, 1 o'clock hour on the way. Your foreplay is coming. The 4 pieces of sound you need to hear. We'll take that into the 1 o'clock hour next, only here on the Sports Center.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The NBA All-Star Game in the Bay Area next season. What Steph Curry says about it. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
Oh, are you kidding me? The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, I can see again. Do you know how nice that is when you can see? We all take it for granted, but now that I can see, it is completely different. Now, I had CLR. It's custom lens replacement. They do all sorts of great procedures at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, but you can find out more. So first of all, it's a free consultation. I always like to tell you that. It's a free consultation, and all you have to do is jump online to lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com, and you can get yourself a free consultation. But what's even better right now, March 1st, So what are we today? I get all mixed up because I was off. Oh, it's the 20th. So what they've got is at the Laser Art Center of Silicon Valley, a free CLR webinar, and that's coming up Friday, March 1st. So it's free, but you do have to make your appointment for it. And it's a great opportunity to find all about CLR. So what Papa and I are talking about. Of course, he walked into the studio, was like, I can see. And I was like, after a while, I was finally like, okay. And I had the procedure done myself. Real easy, simple. You can trust the great people at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That is the big difference to me. So check out this webinar. It's March 1st at noon. You get all your questions answered. Am I a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? All those things. Why can't you get cataracts after CLR, which is a great thing. So it's a permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses, and like I said, no more cataracts at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's a free CLR webinar. It's coming up Friday, March 1st at noon. So all you have to do, because space is limited, doesn't cost you anything, and you get all the answers to your questions. Go to lasereyeclr.com. Again, March 1st at noon, that free webinar, so you get all your questions answered at lasereyeclr.com. Make that appointment today at lasereyeclr.com.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I don't have an expectation level. It's not going to be an Oscar-winning performance. It's like a bad Adam Sandler movie. I know that going in.
Shut up!
I just sent you the foreplay, so I'll vamp for a minute. Yeah, I may have. It may come across that I don't like Adam Sandler. I do. He's had a lot of bombs. He's had a lot of good ones. I double checked this morning, and the only reason I was using that as an example is I was saying that if you have the right mindset, the All-Star game isn't that bad. I know a lot of people are really angry with me about that thought, but again, it's about who they're marketing. If you look at an LED court and all the different things that they did, they're marketing a younger demographic. That younger demographic watches games in a certain way. Generally, I've had people text me today and say, my 20-year-old or 18-year-old or 22-year-old watches just like I watch. That's great. I do know from doing the research and talking to a lot of people that that's not how the majority of young people watch the games. They want the filet put on the middle of the plate. They even want it fed to them. And that's what all these different social media platforms do. They cut out the best stuff, the best highlights, so you don't have to sit through an All-Star game. And that's what they're trying to do. I don't know if you noticed it, but if you're of a certain age, the LED court, the atmosphere, everything that's going on in an NBA All-Star game is not, and I'm not offending anybody when I say this, it's not geared towards certain people. It's just not a certain age group. And I'm not age discrimination here. I told you a story. I was in San Diego, I don't know, about a month ago. My wife and I walked into a beach bar. It was probably 8 or 9 o'clock, and it was clearly San Diego State night. It was a college night, whatever it was. And it was dollar beers, PBRs, and dollar fireballs, and we had a decision to make. Do we sit here and look like dinosaurs, or do we just hang out? We just laughed and hung out. But it wasn't for us. They weren't marketing us. They took our money just the same. But that's what NBA All-Star Weekend is. So a lot of people that are screaming and yelling and complaining, it was up 20% year to year. But then all these other platforms and the way that they gauge it, they're not stupid. The marketing people that work for the NBA, they're not stupid. And they're doing it a certain way. Should the quality of the game be a lot better? Yeah. But I have yet to read anything and there's only one solution here, and it's just jacking up the number enough, because there is a price on these guys playing hard. And I get it. Everyone's going to go, oh, you should play hard no matter what. I get it. You should. We all go to work. We all dig ditches. We all sit in cubicles. We all talk on the radio, even though this isn't a real job, and all this stuff. And we all say to ourselves, well, if I didn't work hard, if I just mailed it in, you're right. But sports and regular life don't always exactly match up. That's just the way it's become. Marcus Thompson, who we just had on, brought up a great point. Other than the money, because they make so much money, it's not like the in-season tournament where $500,000, LeBron gives that to somebody down the bench or gives it to somebody behind the scenes. The average salary for an all-star player is probably $30+ million. $500,000 is not going to get them all excited. It's just not. Most people will be like, yeah, I'll literally run through a brick wall for that money. But they won't. They don't. And it would take one person. MJ had passed it to Kobe. It's been passed through the years. First of all, it didn't need to be passed for a long time. And then it needed to be. And it's like one guy plays hard, the leader of the pack. And I'm not blaming LeBron for it, because maybe it was before LeBron, but he ain't going to do it. And they've all just decided, we're too cool for school, man. We're just not going to play hard. And so I think if you have the right mentality, if you record it, you don't watch through it all, and you zip through it, and you see something cool, you stop it, or you go back. Like, just have the right mentality for it. But my whole point of all this is, I've been saying that expect not an Oscar-winning performance, but like an Adam Sandler movie. So, Wedding Singer was good, Waterboy was good. I went through a bunch of other ones. So maybe I sold him a little bit short. And he's done a couple of decent things on Netflix. What, the Gems movie, whatever that one was? That was pretty good. So I might have sold them short, but you're understanding the point just the same. All right, it's Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus media station. You already played the Fancy Open, right, for all this stuff? All right, let's start with baseball. This is Bob Melvin, one of the big stories coming out of camp over the weekend. 37-year-old Pablo Sandoval is back. Here's Bob Melvin talking about it.
You know what? He's had a big impact on this team over the years. He's got an infectious personality. He's experienced, he's motivated, and I think there's a lot that can rub off to some of our younger guys too. So, he doesn't want to hear anything about what his chances are. He's going to go out there and he's going to play, and he's going to try to force our hand.
If you're a Giants fan, no offense, and maybe have a panda hat buried or something like that somewhere, as John Belushi, or it wasn't John Belushi, I think it was Dean Wormer, 0.0. That should be the chances, if you're a Giants fan, of Pablo Sandoval making the team. 3 years ago was when he last played for Atlanta. He hit 178. He's only hitting from the left side now, which would tell you he'd be a DH/pinch hit guy from the left side. They've got plenty of DH guys who can't play in the field. Plenty, I tell you. And Jorge Soler is going to be their DH probably, and I don't know, I hope, 140 games. That leaves about 20-plus games. You can go left-handed DH, give, obviously Soler. Soler could play a little bit of outfielder, not much, probably left, couldn't play right, certainly can't play center. So, you can mix it up a little bit. But my point in saying this is that it's nothing against Pablo personally. I'm not making any jokes. I don't know if he's in shape, whatever the case may be. I'm just saying if 37-year-old Pablo Sandoval makes your baseball team at this point of his career, that tells you about your baseball team. And I don't think Pablo Sandoval should make this team. I don't think it should be even close. If he wants to rub off on the players, then do what Barry Bonds does. Come down. Do what a number of former Giants do. Come down. Help guys. Be a coach. But if he's making this baseball team, then there's something wrong with the baseball team. Number 2 on the list here is Mike Krukow, and I agree with Mike 100% on this. Baseball is going to have to do something because the offseason is absolutely brutal. Here's Mike Krukow talking about Scott Boras.
Yeah, I think it's all part of the act that goes with what Steve or with Scott Boras. We've changed his name. It's no longer Boras, it's Boras, and I think that he is completely gone past the line by a month. And I think that he's going to absolutely gather some steam for the argument of putting a deadline on this thing, because this has gone on too long. It's ridiculous. And everybody's saying the same thing, which I think is part of the act. Giants have said it, Toronto said it, Texas has said it, the Cubs have said it. These are all teams that have been interested in all of the Boras 4.
And when he's talking about the Boras 4, obviously the 2 pitchers, Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell, position players, Matt Chapman, Cody Bellinger. The Giants at some point in the offseason have been interested or rumored to be interested in all 4. I'd love it if they could grab one of the pitchers at the least. At the beginning of free agency, I really didn't have Chapman on my radar necessarily, but Bellinger, to me, would have been a great fit. I think he'll probably end up going back to the Cubs, but who knows? He's a West Coast guy. Could he come here? I guess. I would doubt it. I would hope maybe Montgomery or Snell, because I've said this earlier in the show, if you're just joining us, we had Susan Slusser on at about 10:30. It looks to me, at least on the surface, that they've got one set pitcher in Webb. Harrison is a question. Jordan Hicks is a question. And then, of course, you got the Cobb injury, the Ray injury. They're going to come down the line. So then you're looking at a couple of guys who were at the back end of the rotation last year. Doesn't break my heart that they lost some of the veterans like Alex Cobb and Ross Stripling and John Manaea and those guys. I'm not in favor of those guys, but you do have to eat some innings at the bottom. So it looks to me, just on the surface, that if they needed one of the Boras 4, it would be certainly one of those pitchers. And as Mike points out, both the Cubs, Tom Ricketts, their owner, and their general manager, Jed Hoyer, Farhan has come out and said it. He mentioned the Blue Jays, the Rangers, Chris Young is their GM. He came out and said it, and all 4 just said, I think we're set. Now, look, is that a ploy? I mean, those are the 4 most likely teams as well, throwing the Yankees that have been talked about amongst the Boras 4. And he brings also up, and a lot of people have said, you can't do this. Of course you can. Your baseball, it's your game. They are your rules. I mean, on the field, they incorporated a bunch of rules last season that greatly improved the game. So you can do that off the field, too, and just say, look, you've got it. Your signing period is the day the World Series ends up until, spring training, pitchers and catchers report. If you don't sign before then the guy has to sit out the first month of the season. And, look, Scott Boras has been very successful doing what he's doing. He has gotten the money out of all these teams. There's a piece that Ken Rosenthal wrote today in The Athletic, which talks about why he may not get it this time, because the Yankees aren't in, the Dodgers aren't in, all these different teams are not in, and there's a handful of guys left. You got to have leverage to be able to create, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. History tells me he's probably going to, but all you care about is, are the Giants going to get one of the 4? You keep hearing they are, but I think Farhan's thought in the Giants, the way that they're telling Farhan, I shouldn't put it on Farhan, the way they're telling Farhan he's got to do this, it seems to me that, yeah, we're a major market team, but you have to do it under these parameters, and I'm not sure that that's going to subscribe with or mesh with what Scott Boras wants to do, because that was, and it doesn't have anything to do with Carlos Correa and any aftermath. Both teams, both sides of this are too professional for that, but that was what, a 12, 13-year contract? That's just not, the Giants aren't going to do that unless it's a really special player, and I don't know that any of these 4 players are that special. So anyway, you can give me your thoughts on that. We talked a lot about the NBA All-Star Game today. You can hear it in Adam Silver's voice. He is disgusted by the play on the court. Here he is addressing the crowd and giving the East All-Stars their trophy.
Well, thank you, Ernie, first of all, to the city of Indianapolis. Thank you for the fantastic hospitality. To Herb Simon, he's owned this team for 41 years, the longest-standing governor in NBA history. Thank you very much, and to your son, Steve, as well. And to the Eastern Conference All-Stars, you scored the most points. Well, congratulations. Giannis, to your team, this trophy is yours.
Well, he kind of pauses. You scored the most points. Yeah, 211 of them, man.
Well, congratulations.
Well, I'm disgusted. Look, there are a lot of smart people in this world. There are a lot of smart people in the NBA. I'm not as angry and disgusted by this whole thing as everybody else seems to be. At one point, I think he becomes like sheep. Are we really that disgusted? Was it really that bad? Was it really? Look, it's not going to go down. It's not going to go in the Hall of Fame or anything. Would you like to see him play harder? Yeah. But I honestly don't see a solution. You cannot do what Bud Selig did. You can't put home court on something. You can't make them play hard. Because if you do, a lot of them are just going to say, you know what, then I'm just not going to do it. It's going to be like the slam dunk contest. A lot of guys just don't want to do it. And they're like, well, if you can't make me do it. You can't make me shoot in the three-point. You can't make me, you can't make me dunk. You can't make me play hard in the All-Star game. Because if you kind of put any kind of parameters, these guys would rather go to the Bahamas anyway, to be honest with you. So they're not going to, you can't put, I don't think you could put a monetary value in it because these guys make so much money. I mean, there's probably, there's some young guys, rookies make it and everything like that. Maybe they don't make as much, but you're going to tell LeBron James, who makes what, $50 million, or Steph, who makes $50 million, or Durant, who makes $50 million. All these guys have tons of money and they have endorsements. Hey, here's $1 million. I mean, you and I literally would tell me what to do. Jump out of an airplane, run literally through a brick wall, get punched in the face by Mike Tyson, like $1 million. Yeah, okay. These guys are like, throw it on the pile. You're going to make me play hard? I'm not going to do it. You could hear the disgust in Adam Silver's voice. I was not angry. I was not disgusted. As I told you on Friday, I had the right mindset going into the All-Star game, and that's what I was like, it's fine. This was probably the highlight of the weekend was obviously Steph versus Sabrina. That was cool. The three-point shootout, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I like the LED court, by the way. I have no issue with it. Some people were saying it was slippery or whatever. I mean, that was really cool. I liked the three-point. I got bored with the dunk and turned it, but I don't get angry or mad. I mean, it's weird that a guy from the CBA is winning the dunk contest, but it doesn't anger me, and I'm not looking for ways to improve it. But maybe outside of Steph and Sabrina, this was the most fun of the All-Star weekend in Indianapolis was Chuck and Draymond going at each other the entire weekend.
You know what's so funny? Dr. J told me something a long time ago. He said, son, don't be stupid and spend all your money on cars because everybody know who you are. He said, just get a regular car. You spend all that money on cars, like that money's gone. He says, you don't have to do anything fancy when you're a star. Everybody already know who you are.
Talk about it.
So then you start. So are you making that because of their clothes? You're essentially saying the same thing? Same thing. Like I'm not going to pay $30,000 for no stupid-ass bag. Yeah. That's just stupid. Hey, call Nike. Hey, give me a bag and put some dirty clothes in. And it's like in my life, I drive a Kia. How much you pay for this suit? Probably about $1,000. It look like it. Okay. Hey, you know what's funny about that? You know who was asking about you the other day? Who's that? Nobody. Oh, man.
Oh, that was good.
It's been great working with y'all, two legends. Thank you. I enjoyed it, brother. Taylor, appreciate it. I always watch you from a distance. It's been a pleasure to work with you. Jay, you're a hell of a player. Good luck in the play-in.
Don't let him do you. You're going to do my friend like that.
That is crazy right now. You are not acting like that. Here, Chuck, take my ring. You can have it.
So there you go. There's a little sampling of the end there of Charles versus Draymond. I'm telling you, Draymond makes $25 million right now. By the time he retires, what has he got? He just signed that deal, right? By the time he retires, I think Chuck makes about $10 million. But TNT and ESPN are going to have a war for him. And if he goes to ESPN, you think you see a lot of Draymond now. It's going to be a podcast. It's going to be whatever Kendrick Perkins does, all the show he's on, Draymond will replace him on all those. Probably put him on because ESPN still doesn't have anything close to what TNT does as far as their show is concerned. But then TNT is going to want him to replace Charles Barkley, and then he's going to do a bunch of advertisements. He's going to make more than that. He's going to make more than that. That, to me, was – and I like alt broadcast. Maybe you hate alt broadcast. I love alt broadcast. I like the Manning cast. Like I said, I recorded the All-Star game, flipped through it, saw some plays, whatever, and then I watched about a half hour straight of Charles and Draymond just to get kind of a feel for what they're doing. He's going to make a ton of money. He's already got a ton of money, but he's probably – I mean, and the thing is I'm bad at kind of looking at these because I thought Richard Sherman was going to be an absolute star. I thought Richard Sherman was going to be in the booth. I thought he was going to do a bunch of other stuff, and he's just doing that skip show, and it's terrible. I hope Draymond doesn't take it down that path, but he's got a lot of money ahead of him. All right, there's your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you needed to hear today. We'll reset some of the Giants stuff that we were talking about before with Susan Susser. Still a ton to go. I think I'll push that Aiyuk stuff till tomorrow on the show because I want a lot of time to get into it, and we may not have enough time today. So we'll do all that stuff coming up next. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
You scored the most points. Well, congratulations.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss Pablo Sandoval rejoining the Giants and his frustrations with Scott Boras. That podcast and more are tuning right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
The guy who had the highest WAR is Goldschmidt. I mean, Goldschmidt, say that slowly.
Yeah.
Had an ops of 981. Holder's almost gone.
He's gone because I think he got removed because of your language. We always enjoy playing the Papa drops that he would not want us to drop when he's gone. He'll be back next week. Thanks for joining us. You're stuck with me, Lund, for today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And I was just talking about this with the guys during the break. I don't know why I'm going to Las Vegas. It sounded like a great idea for my birthday, but that was before I spent 9 days. We're going to go see U2 down there, so it should be cool in the Sphere. That thing is pretty remarkable. Anyway, I don't need to get into a whole discussion about it, but usually it's like you haven't been to Vegas in years and you're excited to go. It's not, especially if my wife is listening. It's not that I'm not excited to go. It's just honestly 9 days getting on the plane. So it feels like it was a month ago that game was. It's only been 8 days that I've been. So then I'll be there. So like 10 days later, I'm going to go. I've had plenty of recovery. I slept all this whole weekend to still recover from that whole thing. Isn't that weird? I mean, I don't know how people feel about it. I asked this question on Friday, like where people were in their recovery process. I mean, I feel pretty normal. I feel pretty good. I don't. It's not like if it was on NFL Network right now, it's not like I would turn around and watch it. I mean, it's kind of like Super Bowl 54 to me. I watched Super Bowl 54, the loss to Kansas City the first time in Miami. I watch it until the Jet Wasp play that Mahomes makes, and Eric Fisher holds Bosa, and then I just turn it off. This one I watched it one time through just because I felt like I needed to for the show's purposes Sunday night. So afterwards, walked back to the hotel where there were no Niner fans out anymore. It was a bunch of obnoxious Chiefs fans. Got into my hotel room, pulled out the iPad, felt I needed to watch it, did. They had it replaying, but then they had, they cut out the stuff in between. So you could watch that thing in like an hour. And so I watched that. And then as Kyle Shanahan said last Monday, I think, in the press conference, I don't feel another need to. I mean, it's been on a few times on NFL Network. I'll watch a few plays here and there, and then I'll just kind of turn it off. But, I mean, I feel like, I use this term all the time, a productive member of society. I feel like we're all productive members of society. It's, it's not something you probably want to hear about, talk about. I told you this Friday as well. I still haven't heard from one of my friends who was there on Saturday. I don't think he's over it. But I think for the most part, right, we bounce back as West Coast fans. I said this last week. I lived in Detroit. I've lived in, done sports radio in a lot of different places. And, like, for example, if I popped on sports radio in Detroit, they're still talking about the NFC Championship game. There's no question on my mind because weather's bad and there's not as much to do, and that's just what it is. Around here, I think we bounce back. I think we're upset. But that's one of the reasons I'm frustrated with Scott Boras and the whole offseason for Major League Baseball. He has ruined the offseason. And I know it's him trying to do right by his clients and all that kind of stuff, but there should be a protocol about it. And the NFL has it right. I mean, we're running promos right now. Like, isn't the Underwear Olympics, isn't the Combine, like, it's next week or something, into next week, right? I'm already doing mock drafts. I'm already ready to go. I already want to replace right guard, right tackle, edge. Chase Young, he's gone. I mean, let's go. What are they going to do about Dre Greenlaw? Like, my mindset has already shifted because the NFL has made me do that. The NFL's smart. They're like, we don't want you to ever be out of focus with us. We're always going to do something. All right, there's a combine. All right, now there's a draft, a bunch of pre-draft process, and guys going through stuff. We're going to broadcast, even though we all know that those QB throwing days are absolutely not absolutely, but pretty much worthless. There's a guy with like a broomstick running around. Okay, right. That's not helping. But, we fall for the banana in the tailpipe trip every time, and we don't look at the Brock Purdy intangibles. But the NFL just does an amazing job the entire offseason of keeping you engaged. Every time you want to be like, nah, pulls you back in. Nah, there's something going on. I mean, free agency, I think, is March 13th. It's 3 weeks away, and we all frenzy over it. And the big question around the 49ers is like, I don't even know if they'll do this given their financial situation. We'll get deep into Brandon Aiyuk. I wanted to do that in a main hour, and then I wanted to have enough time to talk about it. I got a whole philosophy on this whole thing. Basically, one story or one discussion has mushroomed into this whole thing that they're going to trade Brandon Aiyuk, and I don't believe it for a minute. But to just stay on task in this whole thing, I mean, March 13th is free agency. You can already start tagging players. A combine is coming up. The draft, all the pre-draft stuff, and all of a sudden you're into camps, and it's like, the offseason in the NFL is almost as compelling, and in some cases, if you're on a really bad team, more compelling than what the regular season is. And no other sport can do that. And then you bring it back to Scott Boras, and we were talking. I just played that cut from Mike Krukow for you. And if I'm the league, I'm saying, look, I get it that Scott Boras wants his clients to be highly paid, but there's got to be a way to do this. And I keep reading articles and hearing stuff. Well, they can't do that. It's their game. They can do whatever they want. They changed a bunch of stuff on the field, did baseball, so they need to change the things off the field. And I don't know the exact parameters and dates that you would do this whole thing, but it would seem to me that you can start signing players the day after the World Series, and then through, I said before, like January 31st. To me, that's even too long. Like, give me like a mid-January deadline, and if you can't get a deal done by then they got to sit out the first month of the year. And look, it's not fair, this, that, and the other. If I'm an owner of a baseball team and I'm saying to myself, you can't let Scott Boras hold 4 of the top 10 free agents, and it might even be more than that, in Bellinger, Montgomery, Snell, and Chapman. Maybe not top 10, maybe. 4 of the top 10, maybe Chapman's 15, I don't know, whatever. So that my fan base can get more excited. I mean, what would Giants fans feel today if, I don't know, Bellinger and Snell were in the equation? I mean, we talked earlier, and we can resume the conversation. Farhan says they're done. I don't think they're done. He's saying that just like the Blue Jays GM is saying it, just like the Cubs owner and GM are saying it, just like Chris Young, the GM of the Rangers, are saying it. This is just a back and forth with Scott Boras. They look, we're done. We can go to camp this way, and they can. All those teams can. I mean, the Rangers are defending World Series champs. Toronto has sold a bunch of tickets up there. They made some moves in the offseason. These teams can absolutely. I mean, the Yankees might have some pressure on them because of the way they collapse, and so there's been some Blake Snell talk. But, all of these teams could conceivably go to camp. In fact, I would say that the Giants, even though they got Soler, I would say out of those teams, the Giants probably need to sign, and I'm saying a pitcher, Montgomery or Snell, more than anybody else. But if I'm Farhan, and this is the one thing, people have said this the entire offseason, they're going to sign one of these guys. They're going to sign one of these guys. And I'm not saying Soler. There's been talk of the Giants signing one of the Boras 4 for the entire offseason. But as the more I look at it, and we have a track record now on Farhan, he'll swing, or the ownership group will allow him to swing at the big boys. So Judge, and we've heard Stanton, and we've heard Harper, and all these big names. But then you start going down to the next level of guys, and I know Correa would put in that. But then you start getting to that, boy, you're going to give 6 or 7 years to that guy. I mean, look what the Padres are dealing with now with Bogarts. I mean, he's moved from short to second. You think that they want that $280 million deal over again? The Giants aren't going to make that mistake. So we may sit here and talk about them as being in a major market, and they are, in one of the top 5 markets in the country, and they are, but their payroll is 15th. And their deals, generally speaking, are short-term. They just don't want to make that mistake, and that's on Farhan. That's on the ownership group. They want to play. If you haven't seen it by now, you're not paying attention. So they're not going to. My point in saying all those things is they're not going to just make some wild, we got to have this guy kind of a signing. They're not going to bow down to Scott Boras. If the Giants are going to sign one of these remaining 4, and they could use any of the 4, if not 2 of the 4, if not all of the 4, they're going to do it on their terms. And Scott Boras is sitting back saying, look, I've waited this long. I can wait even longer. At some point, you would think you would think the player would say, hey, man, I want to play baseball. I doubt that would happen because this is what Scott Boras does. And when you sign with Scott Boras, I'm sure he makes it very clear, we're going to do things my way. Even though, remember Chris Bryant said he works for me? Well, he got 9 in 180. I think it was it 7 in 182? I think it was 7 in 182 when he had no business getting that contract. So anyway, I wouldn't hold your breath. You keep hearing the reports on it, but the Giants, if they're going to get one of these guys, it might even be one of those things where one of these players just says, you know what, I'll just do a one-year deal. I'll just do a one-year deal at a high AAV and just say to hell with it, and I'll go back out next year. We'll redo this thing. Would the Giants do something like that? Well, they have the payroll flexibility to do it, so it's very possible. Anyway, thoughts on the Giants, 415-885-627, 415-808-KNBR. We asked you if they were better than a year ago. Lee, Soler, Hicks, Murphy, Robbie Ray in. Crawford, Stripling, Haniger, Peterson, Wood, Minaya, DeSclafani, Brebbia out. What do you think? Hit me up. 415-885-627, 415-808-KNBR. We had Susan Slusser on a little bit earlier talking a little Giants spring training, which spurred us into discussion. We'll continue next, only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
That does titillate me, Murph. I'm titillated.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Happy Tuesday. Great to be back in the saddle. Somebody was saying this right before the show, like the long weekend. I don't know if you're like me, where you lay there for a minute and you're like, oh, if I had one more day. The other thing is, I know this is deep, but stay with me for a second. When they decided 5 versus, the 5-day work week and the 2-day weekend, like who said okay? I mean, wasn't there anybody with their hand up going, let's do 4-3? I mean, 4-3 sounds equitable, right? I mean, you're not going to do 3 on, 4 off. I get that, but long weekends are great. Because, you're always thinking the whole time, I don't know if your thought process is like mine, but it's like Friday night's Thursday night, then Saturday night's like not Saturday night because that would be your last night, and you got like this extra, and it just feels awesome. But then, you have that hangover effect. We were talking Giants, 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. 34-year-old demographic here says from the 209, I think Farhan had his best offseason in his Giants tenure. I think we upgraded over the guys we lost with the guys we gained. And again, the only thing I have as an issue, and maybe this is just not an issue at all because Farhan would know this far more than I would about the depth of his rotation, and then just overall I've got a question in the rotation. So again, just to answer his question, these are just the main guys. I know that, again, Farhan likes to dumpster dive and has a bunch of guys I've never heard of who probably at some point will contribute this year. But the main guys, Jung-Hoo Lee, Soler, Hicks, Tom Murphy, traded for Robbie Ray, who's not going to be around for a little bit. Got rid of Brandon Crawford, Ross Stripling, Mitch Haniger, Jock Peterson, Alex Wood, Sean Manaea, John Brebbia, Anthony DeSclafani. And are they better? It just, again, these are Soler is not an unknown, but Jordan Hicks has 7 career starts. He's a relief pitcher. I don't know. Tom Murphy, a backup catcher, does not excite me. Whatever. So a lot of it's going to depend on the youth of the team improving. Is Jung-Hoo Lee legit? I mean, it takes a while possibly for him to acclimate to the major leagues. So there's questions there. And then my biggest question, everybody's been concentrating so much on the everyday lineup. And again, it's some version of Bailey catching, Wade Jr. at first, Estrada, Luciano, who's a big question mark, J.D. Davis. Again, maybe they bring in Chapman. Schmidt's going to work at the corner a bit. Outfield, according to Farhan, is Conforto, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Matt and Yaz, who's already hurt. Matos will work in there. Soler's going to DH. Flores will DH a little bit. Okay. I mean, not the greatest lineup, not bad. But again, it's a lot of question marks. And back to my philosophy of if you got a lot of questions, you could be in danger. Is Bailey going to hit? Do they have enough at first? Luciano's a huge question mark at short. Third base, do they need to bring in Chapman? What's Schmidt going to be? What is Matos going to be? What is Jung-Hoo Lee going to be? He's from Korea, not Japan, so we don't have as much of a track record there. Could it take him a little while? So that's the everyday lineup questions, all right? Now I go to the rotation. Webb's in the bank, right? Absolutely, positively, we know if healthy what Logan Webb is going to be. Harrison, question mark. Hicks, question mark. Keaton, Wynn, Tristan Beck. We're going to see Cobb at some point. Somebody just texted in that, and I realize we're going to see Cobb at some point. But again, I'm not ageism here. I'm just telling you, older guys tend to get hurt. Cobb is hurt. What's he, 36, 37, whatever he is? So he's older. And then I don't know what Robbie Ray is going to be coming off Tommy John. Should be fine. But I don't know when he's going to come back. I haven't studied. It's been a while. But again, when Robbie Ray comes back, which is probably your biggest offseason acquisition, maybe it's Jung-Hoo Lee, but in terms of a guy who is proven, guys want a Cy Young after all, Robbie Ray's that guy. So when he comes back, are you already going to be out of the race? Is he going to be able to contribute? And, oh, by the way, nobody's talking about this. He's got 3 years and $74 million left on his contract, gets $24 this year. If Robbie Ray's really good, he's going to opt out. So let's say he comes back and he's just lights out. I don't know, just for the sake of conversation, he's 8-1 down the stretch with a 2.35 ERA. And he's got 2 more and 50 after this year left. He's going to go, I'm not getting any younger. I'm opting out. And now, and look, that trade's a win because Mitch Haniger went away. All right, Anthony DeSclafani went away. So, that's fine. But he could opt out after that. But, again, that's for another day. Your starting rotation, which was really deep last year, whether you want to say it was – I'm not saying it was good depth, but it was depth nonetheless. They ran out of pitchers. And now you have one in the bank, a rookie in Harrison, a guy converting to the rotation in Hicks, and winning back, who at times last year were not bad. And that's your 4 or 5. That's where my major question comes down. And so I'm going back to the text that says, well, they're better than they were last year. They brought in some good guys. It's debatable. But I would say that the rotation right now, which is why I'm staring at the board, and I hate bringing up the Boras 4 again and again and again, but I'm looking at the two pitchers that are there, and I'm saying he's got to be in on that, right? Just got to be. Can't believe they wouldn't. There you go. Another one, 415. I'm psyched for this year's Giants team. One more piece, and it's going to be a battle. Please bring the fence in so we can have some exciting games. This park is a giant stormfest or a snooze fest, stormy. So at the beginning, psyched for this team. One more piece, and it's going to be a battle. Now, if that piece is a starting pitcher, Vegas, not that this matters to you, but Vegas has them at 79 wins. 84 got Arizona into the playoffs, and that's kind of been Farhan's battle cry and a thing that drives me absolutely crazy. I don't love battling for wild card spots every year. This year, you just have no choice. I'm going to try to stick to this as much as I can during the season. I'm not comping the Giants to the Dodgers. I'm just not. I mean, they're playing a different game. They just are. I mean, what they did in the offseason, they were already a lot better. I'm looking at teams like the Braves should win the East. I don't know who's going to win the Central. I have no idea. The Brewers look like they're going in one direction, and then they trade Corbin Burns. The Cubs, if they got Bellinger, that might be something. The Reds have a bunch of up-and-coming young talent, so I don't know who's going to win the Central. But I don't think it's that big of a stretch to say the Dodgers are winning the West and the Braves are winning the East. And now you're looking at teams like the Phillies, whoever doesn't win the Central, the Diamondbacks, obviously, who won the National League last year. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the Padres would be in it at all. But, I mean, now you're starting to – those are the kind of teams that I'd be looking at and dealing with. I'm not looking at the Dodgers. Unless they have major injuries, they're winning 100 in their sleep. Vegas has them at 100. I'd go over. Vegas has the Giants at 79, and Farhan's battle cry this year is going to be, well, if Arizona can make it at 84 and we're at 79, that's 5 games. So can he find a player that can – if they're better, if you go into the assumption that our texter says is I think they're better, which I'm not sure they are, but if you go into that assumption, is one of those pitchers worth those 5 games? Probably not by himself. Could be a couple. But I do think that Farhan is going to be looking at one of those pitchers. I just have a feeling that that's where he's targeting. Hang in there. I wish people knew how funny that bump was, given that what you just told me. Hang on a second, I'll get to it. But anyway, your thoughts on the Giants? We had a lot of Giants talk today. Got into that whole conversation. Tomorrow on the show, we'll get into the Warriors second half. I had a whole bit written today about the second half because this is a really fascinating situation for the Warriors, and I want to go deep in this tomorrow about Clay coming off the bench. Marcus had an interesting theory about that with Clay coming off the bench. Wiggins' consistency. Kuminga starting, but has to be starting to come out of it and play like the guy that they drafted, but he's got to be better. Chris Paul's coming back. To me, this is the most, and it's not because we're sitting here talking about it, this is the most intriguing team in the second half of the season, bar none. And they went 8-3 going into the break. So the Warriors, we'll go into a whole thing because they have so many different storylines in the second half of the season. We'll do that tomorrow. Plus, I promised you Brandon Aiyuk talk because I think it's gotten way out of control, and I've got a whole thing on that, so we'll do that. We'll save that for tomorrow as well so we can get into it deeply. So we'll do all those things tomorrow. Got a couple of remnants before the top of the hour, and it's Tolbert and who's with Tom today? Oh, Kerry Crowley. Our good friend Kerry Crowley is with Tom. All right, that's at the top of the hour. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Napolitana in North Beach. Napolitana. Here we go.
That's not fair. See, I gotta watch what I say off the air, because that's like a off the air read, right? But Danny can screw us. I'm surprised Holler already hasn't. I mean, he ran our show for years. I can't believe he already hasn't. I will say this, and hoping that Papa is maybe in Tahoe and not in the space. In a previous life, in a radio show we did together, the board up at the time used to keep the old Papa outtakes and just run them off the air to us in the studio. We would laugh so hard. It was funny. But of course, those would never make it on air to the light.
And don't forget about the fresh pizza.
That's the best one. That one's classic. Remember to join us. This is cool. This is something different that they're doing. Of course, they did the tour all over the place. They were in Napa and San Jose and all these places for FanFest. And the final stop for the FanFest tour is Saturday, March 9th at Oracle Park from 10 to 3. So make an appointment for it again. Saturday, March 9th, Oracle Park, 10 to 3, featuring Giant alum, broadcasters, Lucille, photo opportunities with the World Series trophies, and the Giants spring training game on March 9th will be on the scoreboard during the event, and fans are going to be able to interact with players in Scottsdale using new technology. I don't know how new that would be. That's just video, right? And we're making it sound fancy, I think. Anyway, it could be even fancier than that. Interact with players in Scottsdale using new technology, so it's going to be cool. So it's going to be like they're there. So very, very cool. Grab details at knbr.com/fanfesttour, knbr.com/fanfesttour, and those are free tickets. So make sure that you get them, though. And again, that is March 9th, Saturday, 10 to 3. There's word, Danny, that Walter's going to be there. That's what I heard. He's going to be part of our coverage with the Giants. We heard Walter's going to be there. So that's just a rumor. And so if that's the case, then the place will be packed. There's no question. And I do feel like he's been sabotaging the show, the entire show today. A couple of quick thoughts before we get out of here. At the top of the hour, via the text line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. 408 says, do you think they'll bring B. Craw back? If they're going to bring Pablo to camp, who would be more useful? Brandon Crawford or Pablo Sandoval? They're both left-handed hitters. They want to have Luciano be the shortstop. If you read Keith Law in The Athletic, and it doesn't mean Keith Law knows all, he doubts that he can be a shortstop, so I'm not sure, but we have heard that from numerous people, but he's just the latest to write it, and that's a pretty big risk. Your backup shortstop right now is, I don't know, Casey Schmidt might be, and he might have, well, he can play defense, not sure if he can hit. Luciano can maybe hit, probably has defensive issues, so they're not in a great spot there. So back to the question, which is, do you think they'd bring B. Craw back? There's a couple of different things. I love Brandon Crawford, but the very fact that we're asking this question this close to spring, or not this close, during spring training is probably not a great sign. But if they're going to bring back Pablo to try to make this roster at 37 when he hasn't been effective in years, why not? Why stop there? Brandon Belt's a left-handed bat. I mean, I'm not of the opinion that they're doing this for PR purposes, because that doesn't make any sense. I said this earlier on in the show. Am I buying a ticket because, hey, Pablo's going to DH tonight? That's not going to sway me. Now, Blake Snell pitching tonight would sway me. Hey, Blake Snell's pitching tonight. You'll get a walk-up for that. Maybe you're not going to get a Tim Lincecum 10,000 walk-up, but you're going to get a walk-up for Blake Snell pitching. I don't know if you're going to get a walk-up for Jordan Montgomery pitching. You might. Matt Chapman being in the everyday lineup, maybe. The biggest name besides Snell's probably the biggest name. Bellinger is probably going to get people to buy a few tickets. The whole theory of they're doing this to curry favor with fans. Pablo hasn't been effective in years. When Pablo left the organization for the Red Sox the first time, when he signed a 5.95, and he was saying all those things about Bruce Bochy and everything, and the organization wasn't real happy with him. I mean, Pablo, I'm not going to call it a love-hate, because maybe that's what Giants fans had with Brandon Belt. People liked Pablo. There's no question. He was a fun guy. He was a funny guy. People get upset about the weight or something. It got really nasty when he went to Boston, and then he came back again. And we all know what Pablo Sandoval is, but we're not confusing the guy that set a record for, postseason hits. In a postseason, was that in 12 or 14? I think it was in, 14. Where he sets that. That's not the same guy. I mean, at best, and he's got a very slim, pun intended, chance of making the roster. If you're going to ask about Crawford and Belt and all these things, that's not great to be talking about at this point, because you'd think, okay, well, they're going to be a little bit more. They're going to be more advanced than that. We're not going to have to talk about that. More questions on the Giants. I could see this from the 510. I could see the Giants winning 80 to 84 games if they pick up Snell and Bellinger. I mean, is that money well spent? I mean, I would think, to be honest with you, I don't know how many games or how many wins those guys would be worth. But if Vegas is projecting them at about 79, and that's what they won last year, and I could see this team, I don't know if they're better. I mean, there's so many what-ifs. The what-if game. A lot with the rotation, everything. I've gone over it today. The what-if game is very strong in the Giants this year, and I don't mean that in a positive way. If you put Bellinger, say, in center, move Lee over to left, Conforto now is your left-handed DH and can play all over the place or something like that, Yaz is going to be out for a handful of games. He's already hurt. He always gets hurt. I mean, that's pretty good. You put in some way, shape, or form a middle of the order that has Bellinger in it and Soler. I mean, now you're cooking with gas. I mean, that sounds absolutely outrageous, right? Well, what if they got Snell and Bellinger and Chapman? I mean, that sounds crazy, but that's probably what they would need to compete with, and I told you I wouldn't say Dodgers, but I mean, they need that kind of talent. They need a high-end starter. To go into the season and say that Kyle Harrison is going to be your number 2 starter. Think about that. Now, potentially, in what we've heard and what he could do and all these different things, and he's the number 1 left-handed prospect in baseball. And again, I'll go back to Keith Law just because it's the last thing I read. I mean, he has him as a potential ceiling of a number 2 starter, but that doesn't mean he's going to be it now. Now, maybe he is. Maybe he spent an entire offseason, he figured out the command, he got bigger, stronger, and he's ready. Maybe. But I would feel a hell of a lot better if I was a Giants fan to have an established number 2 for a couple of different reasons. Number 1, I don't think that's where Harrison is right now. Could be 100% wrong. What do I know? But number 2, take the pressure off the kid. I mean, you're going to say, hey, by the way, Kyle Harrison, I know it's your first full year and all. You've got to be our number 2 starter right now. Now, Alex Cobb, when's he going to be back? I don't know. But at the start of the season, he's your number 2 starter. And then when Cobb comes back, he's probably your number 3. When Robbie Ray comes back, he's probably your number 4. That's where he belongs. right now to keep the pressure off him. But at least the first, month, 6 weeks, whatever the case may be, that's where he'd have to be. That's why I keep coming back to the fact that I can't believe he's done. That was just to tell Scott Boras, we're not doing it your way. This is the way we're going to do it. So, anyway. All right, that'll do it for the show. Thanks to Marcus Thompson. Great stuff from Marcus, as always. Susan Susser gave us the first look for the Giants of spring training. Great interview if you missed that. Any interviews, any and all from all the shows, just go to knbr.com for that. Thanks to Walter and Danny as well. Walter back producing. He's very upset. But he is going to be doing Giants coverage. I was not joking about that, and he will be at FanFest on March 9th, I'm fairly certain. Tolbert is back. He is coming up with Kerry Crowley, so I know they'll talk a bunch of Giants and other things coming up next. I'll be back tomorrow and Thursday, and then we have a crew coming in on Friday when I'm dumb enough to go back to Vegas. Anyway, Tolbert and Kerry Crowley right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, and Cumulus Media Station.
You scored the most points. Well, congratulations.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Copes is out. He'll be back on Thursday. Kerry Crowley ably filling in his stead. Today we're going to have Patrick Marlowe, who's going to be joining the members of Bayshoff, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. We'll have him on today. And Sam Amick will join us, and we'll talk about the abomination that has become All-Star Weekend, but that's nothing new. Everybody's acting like this is a new thing. This is not a new thing. So we'll get into that a little bit. We have some baseball stuff, maybe a little bit of UFC, which I watched over the weekend. Not a great card, but the Volkanovski Topuria fight was really good. That Topuria dude, he's bad. That's a bad. If you haven't heard about him, you're going to hear about him if you follow UFC. You already know about him, but that guy's a stud. And so we can get into that. Hoping to get Kevin Iole at some point this week to talk about that. College football has a new playoff format, 5-7. We'll get into that a little bit as well. Maybe a little NFL talk, but plenty of stuff to get into on this dreary and rainy and foreboding Tuesday. What's up, Kerry?
Not a whole lot, Tom. I am glad that you started with this. This is not a new conversation about the NBA All-Star Game.
No, it's every year.
We have it every year.
It's every year.
Yeah. People want to say that it's new. People want to say that this is the year that we finally have to do something about it. This is the year that you finally have to fix it. But in reality, we just circle the wagons every year because that's the sports calendar. There's nothing else going on.
No, it just, everybody, the appalling nature of this one took it to new heights. And you could hear it in Silver's voice, congratulating the East on scoring the most points ever in an All-Star game. Like, yeah, okay. Like I've always said, I like ice cream, not by the gallon. It just, some things are just too much of. It's like when everybody's hitting home runs in baseball, it's like, yeah, it's cool, I guess, but then home runs stop meaning something. It just kind of meant the same thing, and the same thing with points. Points are great. But when everyone's scoring $140 Like you see $1.40 like every night, seemingly. $1.30, that doesn't even register anymore. $1.30 used to be like, wow, somebody dropped a 135 on somebody. Now it's like 135. Did they win? Because I've seen plenty of games this year. 135 didn't get it done, which is like absurd. And these competition committees, I don't know who they are, but they need to get people out of there that rely on ratings to justify whether the sport's good or not. Mm-hmm. That's what they do. They do. Oh, people are watching. They must like it. No, it sucks. It's like, no, it's too much of a good thing. You got to allow teams to play defense. You got to allow the NFL to play defense. You got to allow them to hit a little bit. You got to allow the NBA to get hands-on a little bit. You got to allow them to chuck cutters occasionally. You got to allow pitchers to throw inside. You got to allow pitchers to hit guys occasionally without, oh, God, what's happening? You hit somebody, throw him out. Or he came close to hitting somebody, throw him out. It's just like, look, again, I don't feel bad about being the guy on the porch because everyone gets their turn on the porch. When I die, somebody else will take my spot, and then when they die, somebody else will take their spot. There's always that's the thing people don't understand. I got on this rant a little bit last week. There's always going to be someone on the porch. Always. Guess what? I was on the grass too. I was on the sidewalk yelling at somebody too. It's the way it works. I wish people would understand this. They're like, oh, you're just this and now that. Trust me, you're going to be there one day. You will find something that you think the younger generation. That's the way it works. We're not all supposed to think alike. That's the way you supposedly get progress. Not always, but that's just the way it is. So when I say that sports have become softer than they used to be, gentler than they used to be, I mean, those are just facts. Now you can say whether you like it or not. That's another thing. I did, to an extent. I don't want it to be dangerous, but there's got to be some element in there of like, ooh, like, yeah, okay. I get, no, we're not doing that anymore. Let the players policing themselves a little bit. Yes, I do believe in frontier justice when it comes to sports because usually players can figure it out. There are going to be issues where every once in a while someone goes over the line. It happens. I get it. And you can't control everything. But I just, I love scoring. We play with Timmy, Mitch, and Chris. Run TMC. Or as I like to say, run TTMC. We averaged like 120 a game without threes. I mean, we flew up and down the court. But guess what? We averaged like 118, 119. That led the league, and it wasn't that close. We didn't have a lot of games. The rest of the league didn't have a lot of 135, 130 games. In fact, if we did, that was still kind of wild. 140 to 132. That was crazy. Now it's like NBA Summer League on steroids. Let's just run up and down, score, shoot, score, shoot, score. Hey, this is good, isn't it? No, it's not. No, it's not really that good. And then the All-Star game takes it to an extreme. So I've said this for a few years now. The NBA's got a little bit of an issue, whether they want to admit it or not. Everybody plays the same way. Everybody chucks threes. Everybody wants layups. Everybody wants free throws. And as much as everybody keeps telling me the players of today are much more skilled, I say, well, it depends on your definition of skilled. The variety of today's game is so much less than it used to be. Where's the mid-range game? Where's the offhand? The variety of moves in the mid-range, the post game. I mean, just so many things that you saw in a basketball game. You don't see them today. You see jumpers, you see threes, you see layups. Pretty much, period. Because the machines have decided that the mid-range game isn't. I always kid that analytics would tell Kareem to go take his junk-ass skyhook and go sit on the bench. Like, we don't need that shot anymore. What are you doing? We don't need 12. Are you kidding me? 12-foot skyhooks, we only get 2 points out of it? Beat it. Can you shoot that from three? Well, it's a little long to shoot a skyhook unless you're Metal Arc Lemon. But it just, again, and I still like them. They say, oh, you don't. No, I do. I still watch sports all the time. I love watching sports. It's just when you watch it as much as I have for the length of time that I have, there is a noticeable difference. And I won't say most of it, a lot of it isn't good.
Now, I became that guy a little bit with regard to baseball analytics, where when I first got into the game, Tom, and I was first breaking
Embrace
and writing,
it, Kerry. You'll be there. I mean, you may not be fully on the porch, But you've already started your ascent on the steps.
Oh, I have.
That's where you're at.
I'm firmly on the steps because when I first got into writing, I thought, okay, what's the one way I can differentiate myself from baseball writers who are historically old and don't like change? I could say, I was, 22 at the time? I'm going to lean into analytics and give fans something different. And I did that for a while, and it worked for me for a while. It was a little shtick I had, probably 2018, 2019. The Giants could incorporate more. And then the Gabe Kapler era started, and they just became analytics. And then I finished my tenure on the beat, and I've separated myself from baseball a little bit in that time. I think we're headed on year 3 away from the beat now, and I'm kind of like, you know what? The old folks were right. I mean, there's a reason that people last in the game for 30, 40, 50 years. There's a reason that, Felipe Alou and Bruce Bochy were as respected as they were, and Dusty Baker became the manager that he was. And it's because these people have experience. When you see something, that matters just as much as a numerical tendency or something like that. So with regard to the All-Star game, I knew we were headed for history when we were celebrating Steph Curry's first quarter block. When one defensive possession was like, you know what? He might be in the MVP conversation right now. You're going to play defense? This might change the calculus for us. You want numbers? Put them up on defense. That might be something we care about,
Oh, here's the thing. I mean, truth be told, I watched 5 minutes of that game. And I wasn't even paying that much attention. Because you know what you're going to get. Like every year, again, people that think this is a new thing, it's a decade plus. Like the game just is garbage. It just is. You know why? It ain't basketball. I'm not sure what it is, but it's not basketball. And you get guys like Jalen Brunson saying, that's the way the game is, and we were going for 200. It's like, who was it that said, God, I'm trying to think. I think it was Anthony Edwards.
Anthony Edwards,
said, hey, this is just, you can't fix it. This, you can't do anything about it. This is just the way it is. Well, yeah, you can. Like, go back and watch the games of the 80s and 90s. Mostly 80s. Like, it wasn't NBA Finals, like, level competition, but they tried. I mean, it's like 130 to 120, which today it'd be like lockdown defense. Regular season standards. And those are the best players in the world. Like, no one can convince me that the teams like the All-Star teams of today would hammer those teams. It'd be a great game. But you're talking about some of the best players all time in those games. Jordan and Bird in his prime, and Magic and Kareem and Barkley and Malone and Ewing and Robinson. I mean, it just goes on and on and on with these guys. But because they cared. They actually kind of cared. It wasn't just running up and down and dunk and alley-oop and dunk and threes and dunks. There's like 190,000 threes shot in that game, I thought. Again, I only watched 5 minutes. I looked at the stats. But you look at the score, you're like, that's not basketball.
No.
I don't know what that is, but that's not basketball. And it was so embarrassing, too, when someone, I didn't hear players say this, but I read it, I think it was in Sam's article, how the players, maybe it was an executive that hinted at, because the players were getting paid for the in-season tournament, that they might want to get paid for the All-Star game.
Yep.
And I swear, if any All-Star has the gall to say they want to get paid to play in the All-Star game, they must be taking PR advice from Anthony Rendone, which we'll get into a little bit later on. But, I mean, these guys are getting $50, $60, $70 million a year, and they have All-Star, I'm sure they have All-Star game bonuses in their contract. Like, you should give some back if you don't make an All-Star game. You want to get, I mean, again, I didn't hear any of them say it, but if you want to get you would have some gall to say you want to get paid for playing in the All-Star game. And there is only one solution to this. Everybody's like, well, what should they do? What should the league do? Do you want to do it in the quarters? Where you play a quarter, and then you play another quarter, and let's have the Elam ending, which was actually kind of cool. Let's do this, and here's the deal. It's only one solution. That is it. One. The players decide they want to play. If the players decide they want to go out there and give it just a little bit of effort, not a lot. We're not asking. I've always said the baseball All-Star game is the best because it simulates a regular game closer than any other of the sports. But it's still, I mean, guys aren't diving into the fence to catch a ball. You shouldn't. Guys aren't taking guys out on double plays. They shouldn't. Guys aren't going Pete Rose coming around third. They shouldn't. I mean, it's an exhibition. You shouldn't do that. But, I mean, you think the guys on the mound want to get drilled? Do you think the guys at bat want to get struck? No. Everybody has a little bit of pride. They don't want to get embarrassed out there. There is like zero pride in the All-Star game. Like, they just don't care. I'm like, well, of course I'm not going to get embarrassed. Everybody's getting embarrassed. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to pretend to try. Like, at least the All-Star game baseball, they try because no one wants to get embarrassed, and that's kind of the essence of baseball, 60 feet, 6 inches, and that's pretty much intact in an All-Star game. I get that. I'm not asking you even have regular season, let alone playoff intensity, but just a little bit of pride. Like, try to stay in front of somebody occasionally. It just, so, yeah, I haven't watched. I don't think I watched last year either, but I'm done. You know, I watched a little bit. We'll get into the whole weekend and what was good about that. There were a couple of things that were pretty good. But, yeah, it's not, again, if your name's like it's basically the Pro Bowl now, which I stopped watching before it turned into flag football, which is like, I had no interest in Pro Bowl weekend. I haven't watched it in probably 20 years because it's like a joke, and you're like asking guys to go out there after they play a full season and like get wrecked. Like, yeah, right. That's what I want to do. I'm healthy, as healthy as I can be, and I'm going to go out there and try to hurt myself in a Pro Bowl. Like, beat it. I mean, there's not a chance. I wouldn't want to do it either. But they decided, this is a great idea. No, it wasn't a great idea. But this is turning into that, where it's just, and again, I don't want to say it's unwatchable because I didn't watch it. I guess I'm proving my point. It was unwatchable because I didn't watch it. And everyone that saw it confirmed my point. But I knew that going in because, again, it's not a surprise. It's just not a surprise. So watch it if you want. If you want to watch guys dunk and shoot threes, that's fine. I mean, I have no problem with that. It's just not for me because I know what basketball looks like. And, buddy, that ain't basketball.
That ain't it. On the other side, let's stop this All-Star game talk. Let's talk about the other events from the weekend. But before we send you to break, we have 2 tickets to give away, Tom. So before I do that, I must say, this is something my show doesn't do. We're not good enough to give away tickets, so I hope I don't mess this up here. We have 2 tickets to see Revolution with Kaloe Kai, Modest Yahoo, and Sideways, and more. You can tune in anytime between 2 and 6 p.m., and when we give the cue to call, which is...
Give me a call right now.
Be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. These tickets are furnished by Live Nation. Official rules are at KNBR.com. Tickets go on sale Thursday, February 22nd at 10 a.m. through LiveNation.com. Once again, the cue to call is...
Give me a call right now.
There you have it. 1 winner a day, all week long here on KNBR. It's Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
El Cerrito, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, El Cerrito's sports leader.
Mark Spears joined Murph and Marcus with a recap of a disappointing NBA All-Star weekend. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I don't know if we watched basketball tonight, but it was an exhibition, and the Eastern Conference hit three-pointer after three-pointer after three-pointer, 42 of them, as the East wins it 211 to 186.
We are back here. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes on this Tuesday afternoon. Want to let you know that a flash flood warning has been issued for the San Francisco area until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So do avoid walking or driving through water right now, as there's that flash flood warning in effect. Rain coming down. And Tom?
Jeez.
Yeah, not great.
No. Be safe out there. I mean, if you don't got to get in your car, just park it at home. Get out and you can listen to us inside instead of driving around if you don't have to. I mean, why be out there if you don't have to be out there? And please don't try to drive through like I'm just going to blow right through this water. Just don't.
Yeah.
Just be safe out there. Look, we're not great at handling these things anyway. Like flash floods, and I saw tornado warnings a week or so ago, and there was even tornado warnings this weekend in the valley. It's like tornado warnings. What are you watching? One of those like goofy Bruce Willis, John Cusack movies or something? Like, what is going on out here?
Not good. Not good.
I know.
Hey, we have Patrick Marlowe coming up here soon, so definitely want to talk to him. Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame inductee this year, part of a very distinguished 2024 class. But before that, just wanted to get your quick thoughts on Steph versus Serena, because I did feel like this was maybe the one redeeming part of All-Star Weekend for me. We obviously discussed the game and our distaste for what it's become. I sound like an older man these days than I did when I first got here. But Steph versus Serena, there's a future here, I think, with this event.
Well, I mean, look, there were two good things about the All-Star Weekend, and they were both three-point shooting. The dunk contest is a fiasco. I'm sorry, I said it last year. I'll say it again this year. When you have to have somebody from the G League come rescue your dunk competition, it's dead. D-E-A, dead. Okay? I give Jaylen Brown all the credit in the world for at least showing up and trying to do something and being there like a name guy. A name guy in the dunk competition. What a novel idea. And I love that these guys are actually there. Like, they're there. They're playing in the game. Nah. You know, if I do that, I got to shower and I'll be late to the parties and I just want to hang out with my boys and, you know, watching on the sidelines. I mean, come on. At least once get out there, LeBron. I mean, come on. I mean, Vince Carter, that was the greatest dunk competition. That was super cool. It was a name, and the dunks were incredible. But I'm sorry, you can't have guys that nobody knows. Nobody even knew what topping that was. They're like, what topping is that? Like, I know there's two of them, but I'm not even sure. Was that Obi-Wan or Kenobi? I have no idea what topping that was. Like, I know it's Jacob, but the point stands. Like, you could find 100,000 people that watched that competition and still couldn't tell you who won that competition. They, like, saw him, but they're like, who is that dude? That dude, he could jump. Who's he play for? You don't see. You haven't seen him. He doesn't. No, he doesn't play. The skills competition joke. Absolute joke. I mean, they got a stupid windmill at the end that you're shooting up. I'm like, where's the bear? Where's the bear? Is there a bear? Is there like a swinging component? Like they should have had a swinging bear in front of the damn basket. You got to time it just right or it gets knocked away. It's like, what are we doing out here? Guys couldn't even figure out the route they had to take. It's like, get a map. It's really not that hard. You go inside of this one, outside of that one, inside of that one. I mean, what are we doing here? It's just, so that was just stupid. 3-point competition was super cool. 3 guys tied at 26. Then you had the shoot-offs, and then Lillard ends up winning it. But that was fun. Like, the 3-point competition was cool because they were all like very competitive and it was close. But yeah, Steph and Sabrina was the best thing going on the weekend. The worst thing going was Kenny Smith saying she should have shot from the girls. Like, well, shut up. Yeah. Like, what are you talking about? Like, really? That's a discussion you want to have now after she had 26 points in her first, well, I guess the only rack, and that would have tied everyone that was in the actual competition? And we want to say that I was just like, what are you doing? Again, Rendone must have talked to him about PR and like how to handle certain, like, read the room.
No,
if she would have had 12, then maybe, but not even then. She said, "I will shoot from here. Give me the women's ball. I'll shoot from the big boy line." And she did. And guess what? She could have been in the shootout for the real competition. She can shoot. She can flat shoot it. I don't care what you think. She can shoot it. She just lost to the best 3-point shooter of all time, which, by the way, everybody else would have too. If Steph's score would have stood, he would have won the competition. Shocker. Steph wins those things. Hard to believe. So that was really, really cool. I could see Caitlin Clark getting in it next year if she, I'm sure she's going into the draft, but I have no idea. Because she can flat shoot, and she can shoot with range, like Steph Curry, Damian Lillard range. She's incredible. I just hope everybody kind of takes this for what it is, kind of shining a light on what the girls can do. It's not a referendum on who's better, who can shoot better, guys or girls. It's just a fun competition, and we all know Steph can shoot. But for those that like think, okay, maybe the women can shoot. I mean, there's some women out there that can flat shoot the basketball. So I'm hoping that people take this for what it's worth. Fun competition, kind of shines a light on Sabrina and maybe other women out there that can hoop. I mean, this isn't the WNBA of 20 years ago. So, yeah, but that was, to me, that was the highlight. That was the absolute
next
highlight.
year at Chase Center, book it. Steph and Sabrina versus Dame and Caitlin Clark. Let's do it next year at Chase Center.
Be cool.
On the other side, Patrick Marlowe, Mr. Shark, going to join us, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame inductee. You're listening. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, with his appearance in tonight's game, Sharks forward Patrick Marleau has played in his 1,768th NHL regular season game, surpassing Hockey Hall of Famer Gordie Howe, and is now the NHL's all-time leader in games played.
They're kind of all over.
It's pretty amazing. I was just looking earlier, looking at Patrick Marleau and all the records that he's had with the Shark. I mean, he's Mr. Shark, no doubt about it. We're going to be talking to Patrick here in a second, who's going to be going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I just wanted to read the people that are listening some of these records. 1,779 games, most ever played in NHL. Sharks all-time leader in goals. Sharks all-time leader in power play goals. Sharks all-time leader in shorthanded goals. Sharks all-time leader in game-winning goals. Sharks all-time leader in points. All-time leader in shots. All-time leader in games played. All-time leader in consecutive games played. Most seasons 10-plus goals, 20-plus goals, 30-plus goals. And it goes on and on and on. We are joined by Mr. Shark himself, Patrick Marleau. Patrick, what's going on? Good to talk to you, man.
Oh, not too much. Just trying to stay dry.
No, good luck.
Yeah.
It's brutal out there. Be safe, please.
Yeah.
How does that hit you when you think about, like, I mean, all the records I just read off, and it speaks to your longevity and how much you meant to this organization and just kind of all that comes with it. I'm sure when you came here, I mean, when you came here, the Sharks weren't what the Sharks were throughout most of your career here, especially when Joe joined. I mean, you guys had a hell of a team, but how does that hit you when you think of the success you had with one team?
I think it's great. I think, I'm very happy that I was able to stay in one spot for so long, and you don't get those types of you don't stick around for as long as I did, and without the support of the organization, fans, family, friends, all that helping along the way. So it's when I see records like that, it makes me very thankful for all the help I had along the way.
What were your thoughts about San Jose and the Sharks when you got drafted by the Sharks? Because they weren't what they ultimately became. I mean, they had some decent years, and Owen Nolan was here, and they had some really good players here as well. But you guys had a sustained success for about 20, close to 20 years, 16, 17 years, where you guys did everything but win the cup. But what were your thoughts coming from Canada to say? What'd you know about San Jose? What'd you think about the Sharks? And how quickly did your mind change? Unless you already thought, oh, great, I'm going to San Jose. Cool.
Yeah, no, that was pretty much it. I was like, I can't wait to get there and get things started. I had no idea about San Jose or anything that had to go along with it until I got here, and California was all new to me. So I was wide-eyed. Trying to take it all in. It was one of the first things I had to do for the media was like a photo shoot or something like that, and drove all the way out to like Gilroy where all the farm fields are and things like that. So I guess they were trying to make me feel comfortable a little bit, going back to some farming roots. But it was it was a brand new experience for me, and I was just excited to get on the ice and play some hockey.
Did you pick up some garlic while you were out there?
Not that time, no.
Garlic capital of the world, in case you were wondering. Talking to Patrick Marleau, nice enough to join us, who's going to be going into to Bay Shop. What are some of your fondest memories being with the Sharks? I mean, there's so many of them. I mean, there's the playoff victories. There's a Stanley Cup run that you guys had. Are there things that stick out, like milestones, team milestones, personal milestones, maybe something that nobody else would think of that you think of when you think of a game, locker room speech, something like that kind of, when you look at think about your San Jose career, kind of stick out to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot I can cover. I think for me, one of the best things for my career was the locker room when I came in. Was full of so many great veterans that helped show me the proper way to be a professional, like Murray Craven, Mike Ricci, Owen Nolan, Todd Gill, like Doug Bodger. I mean, they were all in their, probably late 20s, early 30s, and me being 18 and coming in, I lived with Kelly Rudy my first year, so I mean that was, that kind of set the tone for the rest of my career. I think being able to live with him and his family and learn so much about the game, but also about the game away from the rink. Family life, how to take care of yourself. It was really, looking back on it, it was really important that I was able to get that experience early on. As far as on the ice, I think for me I always loved playoff time. Winning playoff series, winning overtime goals, all those things were, highlights that I'll cherish and great memories for the rest of my life. So, but yeah, just the team, being around the guys. Like you said, we had competitive teams that were knocking at the door, for over a decade. So I was very thankful to be in that position to, give myself a chance to try and win a cup every year. And it didn't happen, but at least we gave it our all, and could have had a bounce here or there that would have maybe put a ring on our finger and a cup over our head, but that's just the way it went.
Patrick, I wanted to ask you about this, and you just touched on it, coming into the league at 18. One of the great stories in hockey this year, I think, is Connor Bedard at 18 years old, and being the number 1 overall pick, generational talent with the Chicago Blackhawks. And you were that guy, number 2 overall pick for the Sharks, coming in as a teenager. What about your perspective about hockey, about life, changed the most from the time you stepped on the ice in San Jose for the first time to the time you did the last time at 41, 42 years old?
I think the biggest thing that I realized when I got my last game was how much I didn't know stepping in the league at 18, and how much of a learning curve it was. And but just to have like I said, those veteran guys in the locker room to help me along the way was huge. And I think Connor's got some really good veterans surrounding him there in Chicago, and seems to have a level head, and he knows what he's doing. He's focused on hockey, and I think for me that was probably one of the bigger things, that it's just easy to focus on hockey and not to get distracted with everything else that's going on.
So what was it like 18 years old going into the NHL? I mean, this is a different time now. This isn't like the sports, all sports are a little gentler now. I said a little softer, but you use whatever word you want, but this is like a man's sport, and there are men playing the sport, and it's a physical sport. So I can't even imagine somebody 18, 19 even thinking about playing in the NFL. Like, that would just be insane. But, hockey's an 82-game regular season, and then the playoffs is a grind. And when you're young, you're just mentally, physically, you're not as mature, obviously, as you're going to be. But you're playing against guys with families, guys that have been in the league. I mean, it's a rougher sport. How did you cope with that?
Yeah, that was that was just the way it was back then. It was like the dead. When I first broke in, it was called the dead puck era. There wasn't much scoring back then. There was so much interference, hooking and holding. Like you said, it was you had to be tough and big and strong to get up and down the ice, because there was all those things that they kind of they changed the rules or clamped down on the rules, and I think it was 2004. And then that allowed these young kids to come in and to be able to, put up high numbers right away, get the ice time and all that, as opposed to kind of when that dead puck era was you come in, you pay your dues, you stay on the fourth line, maybe move up to the third line every now and then, but you pay your dues your first couple of years and get your feet wet, and then you move up, as opposed to now where the rules kind of favor the more skilled players or faster players and that. So they're able to put them out there and put them give them the ice time that we weren't given when I first came in, anyways. But it's good to see. I think the league's gotten so much better with the rule changes, and it's allowed the skill to come out a lot better.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, because I'm wondering, we're talking to Patrick Marleau, nice enough to give us a little bit of his time. He's going to be going into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I'm wondering from a hockey standpoint, because I watch hockey, I don't know it as well as I know basketball, but basketball is similar in that it's not as rough as it used to be, not as physical as it used to be, and for the most part, I like that. You get to see the skill of the players. But it's almost gotten to a point now where the scoring is so much that it's almost impossible to play defense. You can't be physical. You can't check. You can't check cutters as they're going through the lane. It's a different sport now than it used to be. And I wish they could blend that somehow, where there's still some of that physicality in the sport while still allowing these guys to use their skills instead of going so far to one end. I'm wondering how you view hockey, because when I watch hockey enough to know it. I can tell it's a different sport. It's just not as physical as it used to be. But from your perspective, you played kind of in both those eras. Have they taken it? I'm just curious if it's like basketball. Have they taken it too far? Have they found a nice, happy medium as far as you're concerned? How do you view it?
Yeah, I think they're pretty close to a happy medium. I think, you probably have some, bitter guys who played every like, I wish they would have had the rules changed back then. But I think having gone through that era, it made me a tougher player, made me harder on pucks, and battling and things like that. So it helped me when the rules did change. But I think they're doing a really good job with the way things are going. As far as I think the physicality always seems to pick up in playoffs, which rightfully so. You're playing for the ultimate goal. And regular season is a long grind, 82 games, so it's sometimes hard to get the body going and want to be, hitting guys 3-4 times. Those are like mini car crashes every night. So that you're getting into it, it can take a wear on you on 82 game schedule. So when playoffs start, it's a sprint to the finish. So it's good.
All right, give me the. I don't know if best is the right way to frame this. Maybe worst injury that you saw during playoff time that was just labeled a lower body injury or an upper body injury, because those are the best. He's going to play tonight, but he's got an upper body injury. And then you find out after the damn playoffs he had a collapsed lung or something. You're like, what the hell? Like, hockey players are they're a different breed that way. I saw Duncan Keith one time get hit in the face with a puck, lost 7 teeth, and came back, I think 3 shifts later. It's like that is just like, get me back out there. It's a cup. I don't care how many teeth I have. Let me get back out there and play with my guys. But what have you seen guys play through when it comes to the cup? Because it's pretty amazing. These guys are willing to lay it on the line for themselves and their team, and that's just kind of a code in hockey. Hey, if you can stand and you can skate, well, then you're going to try your best to get out there and play.
No, for sure. There's probably too many to list, but you could imagine there's been broken bones. Guys are playing through them. Guys, knees, ACLs, tears, MCL tears. They're playing through it. Like it's just amazing what some guys can go through. And like you said, players, we don't really think about it. We just want to be out there helping our team best we can, and we're willing to play pain to do that.
Just a couple more before we let you go, Patrick, and we certainly appreciate you coming on with us. It's pretty cool that you and Joe Thornton got to play so long together in a Sharks uniform, because you guys were 1-2 in the draft, and you guys are the two guys. Like, I think when most people think of Sharks hockey, they think of Joe Thornton and Patrick Marleau, not necessarily in that order. But what did it mean for the Sharks? What did it mean for you to be able to play with him and kind of share that bond with him? I mean, you guys were electric on the ice. That success you guys had, again, it was everything but the cup. I mean, what did it mean to have him alongside you and you guys play together and for the organization?
Well, when we traded for him, he came to the team. He just propelled our team that much higher, in status and obviously the standings and things like that. But he just automatically made our team so much better. Just his presence, because as you know, Joe makes everybody around him better, better players on and off the ice. So it just helped our franchise out so much, just having him around, and obviously just made us instant contenders having a guy like him.
Yeah. Lastly, what does it mean to you to be going into Bischoff?
Oh, it's just a huge honor. It's very humbling to get these recognitions, but I do enjoy it because it's a chance to talk to you guys and thank the people who supported me along the way. And I mean, that's the biggest thing. I just want to share it with everybody who helped me along the way, because without them, I would have never had the career I had, and that's what I'm very thankful for.
Well, it is richly deserved, and you're not going to pull a Gordie Howe and come back in like 15 years, are you, and try to skate one more time?
It's not in the cards right now, but we'll see if any of my kids taking it. I'll come back.
Hey, Patrick, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
You've always been a class act and somebody who I know the San Jose Sharks are proud to have as Mr. Shark. It's fun for years and years and years watching you guys play hockey, and it's awesome that you're going in. Like I said, it's richly deserved, so congrats on that. And, yeah, I'll talk to you anytime. It's always fun talking to you, talking hockey with you, so best of luck, and see what you could do about staying dry out there.
Will do. Thank you guys for having me. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Patrick. I appreciate it, man. Patrick Marleau. I always think class when I think of Patrick Marleau. He's just a cool guy. Didn't do a lot of media stuff, but when he did it, he was thoughtful. And him and Joe. Joe, they had a lot of really good players during that era. I mean, it was so much fun watching Sharks hockey for about 10, 12-year period. Like every year they were in it. And unfortunately, they let you down at the end, which sucked. They didn't it wasn't like personal, but President's Trophy, and then you keep I think they might have got knocked out in the first round that year possibly, and then you get to the Cup and lose. I always tell people that was the most fun I think I've ever had as a sports fan when they played the Penguins in the Cup, and I think it was 15, and the Cavs were playing the Warriors, and it was every other night. It was it was every other night, even when I was traveling, because I was traveling back then. So do a Warriors game on the road. There was a Sharks game, so me and a couple of the guys would find a bar, ask if you put the Sharks game on. They'd put the Sharks game on for us and have some beers, watch the Sharks game. Next day, Warriors game. Next game, Sharks. So rarely were the Sharks and Warriors on at the same time. For about 6 weeks, I got to watch every Warrior playoff game because I was there, and every Sharks hockey game just about, because they were on the opposite night of the Warriors for whatever reason. The schedule just worked out that way. And it was like so cool. For 6-7 weeks, I had something to watch like every night that felt like I was invested in, whether I was at home watching it or on the road watching it. That was maybe the most fun I've ever had, like as a broadcaster / fan, because obviously, I'm working we're doing the Warrior games. I want to see them win. I wouldn't say I'm a fan at that point. I'm trying to call the game. I wouldn't say straight, you're a home announcer, but it's straight as I usually do. But then I'm just a fan for the Sharks, so it's like, oh, cool, Sharks game's on tonight. Oh, I got a Warrior game tonight. Sharks game on the next night. And then on the road, hanging out with a couple of the guys, finding bars that would show Sharks games. Yeah, it was awesome. It really was. It was a bummer because that would have been so cool if they both would have won. That would have been awesome if the Sharks would have won that year. The Warriors did win that year. To have like 2 parades, 2 trophies, that wasn't in the cards, but that would have been spectacular. But it doesn't take away from the fun I had, and it's all about me, of course. that I had for 6-7 weeks. It was a glorious time.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Patrick Marleau throughout his career. I can't believe the fact that it started at 18 and ended at 41. I mean, he was wild. In the NHL longer than he'd been, more than half of the time he'd been alive by the time he retired, which is just amazing stuff to think about. But he's headed into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and it's worth noting the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame Class of 2024 enshrinement, which is presented in part by KNBR 104.5 and 680, will be held on Monday, May 6th at the Hyatt Regency Embarcadero in San Francisco. This 2024 class includes not only Patrick Marleau, but also Brian Sabian, John Taylor, Jenny Thompson, and Chris Wondolowski. So every year they seem to outdo themselves with this class, and I guess it just speaks to the caliber of athlete that they have, that we've been fortunate to watch in the Bay Area and, cheer on, root on, cover, analyze, whatever you do with regard to Bay Area sports. We've been blessed with so many tremendous athletes and presences, executives, managers, whatever it is. So tables of 8 are available for the induction ceremony, which include a seated dinner. Those are on sale right now and can be purchased at Bayshoff.org. A portion of the proceeds will benefit Special Olympics Northern California. More Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. NFL Hall of Famer Patrick Willis joined Murph and Marcus to chat about the entire experience being inducted into football immortality. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Tuesday afternoon. And Tom, it's finally time to talk Dubs. Feels like the show's getting underway here. after the All-Star break. And I want to thank Patrick Marleau for stopping by. But Warriors season resumes soon, and they're 27-26 after finishing that first half relatively strong. So where do you stand on this team right now and their chances of turning this into something potentially memorable, or just floating along here about 500 where they've been for much of the season?
Well, I'll ask you, what would be memorable?
I think a deep playoff run. I think a deeper playoff run. Yeah, honestly.
Okay.
From this
two
group,
rounds and lose in if you lose in the conference finals?
Yeah, I do. And it honestly, it may depend on what happens in the semifinals. Like, say you draw a Denver or someone and you take them to 6 or 7 games and you see something from the kids, Kuminga, Pajemski, that might be memorable to me in terms of building, moving forward. And, if Clay can look like the version of Clay who's more consistent, maybe this coming off the bench thing works for him, that might be memorable to me. But right now, I've spent much of the season thinking that they're a play-in team and they won't get past the first round. So I don't know. Where do you think this recent stretch has them headed? Yeah.
So would we say, optimistically, the last 29 games, like if we were to go top end, 20-9 would maybe be top end for them? Like, that'd be pretty good, right? 11 games over 500 for a team that's 1 game over 500. That puts them at 47-35. The problem you're going to run into is Phoenix get to 48. Is at 55 games. They got 27 left. They go 15-12. They go to 48. That beats the Warriors. The Pelicans, same thing. The Mavericks are 32-23. So they would need 16 wins. Go 16-12 to get to 48 wins. And again, 16-12 is not as good as their 58% winning percentage. Kings, they need 17 wins, 17-12 to get them to 48. So, I mean, they're going to have to maybe go beyond 20-9, which is hard to imagine. But maybe they could. They got a lot of road games coming up. So really what you're looking at is like, it's going to be hard to get much past 8, I would say. Maybe they could get to 7. It'd be a real stretch to get to 6. So look, my guess will be they'll be in a play-in game.
Yeah.
Hopefully a home play-in game. Hopefully get the 7th, so you only got to play 1 game, and if you win it, you're done. And if you lose it, you play another play-in game at home. So the numbers are working against them there. I've talked about this. It's hard to dig out of the hole. Like, things might look a little different to me if they beat the Clippers, because those games, every game is a big deal now. It just really is. When you start looking at the schedule and where everybody else is lined up, and now it's hard. I understand when you do these things, there's probably one where you're going to be wrong, where you're like, oh, all they need to do is 16-12. Well, maybe they go 12-16. And they're not even close to 16-12. Like, just because their winning percentage is 58 right now doesn't mean they're going to play 58 ball for the rest of the season. So, I mean, I get that. But I'm saying the Warriors are going to have to play way above where they've been. They have looked better. There's no doubt about it. And when they play that way, they can compete with the teams at the top. The question is going to be, can they win 3 of those series? That's where it starts to get tricky. Because I think Dallas did a real nice job at the trade. I think they're better coming out of the trade. It all depends on Luka. Can Kyrie stay healthy? But I thought they did a nice job. P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford from P.J. from Charlotte and Gafford from Washington. I thought those were 2 really nice pickups for them. Now, if Lively's there, it gives them a backup for Lively, because Lively's been great for them, the rookie out of Duke. He just runs the court, sets screens, catches lobs, and that's all they need. Like, hey, we got the ball stuff taken care of. Like, Kyrie and Luka have that stuff taken care of. Timmy Hardaway can kind of do what he does. And apparently there's something with Grant Williams there that he wasn't fitting in well in the clubhouse. So maybe that, getting rid of that will help them as well. It's just a really stacked West. I know, what else is new? West is always stacked, but it's just it's tough. Now, positives are, you look at the top 4 seeds. Minnesota's never been there before. Like, they haven't been in these kind of deep waters before where all of a sudden expectations creep in. Like, hey, whoa, you got home court. You might even have overall home court. They could very easily be the number one seed. So you look at that and go, well, they haven't been there before. I mean, they haven't felt that pressure before. As good as OKC is, and I'm a big fan of OKC, they haven't been there before either. They haven't had those expectations. So those are two teams you look at the top. You think, well, and then Denver's a tough one. Like you'd hate to get Denver in the first round. That would suck. Yeah. Like, hey, you get the defending champs in the first round. Congrats. Clippers may be the best team in the West, but something seems to always happen to the Clippers. Like if the Clippers were able to like be healthy and like nothing stupid happen, yeah, I could see them winning the whole thing. But they are the Clippers. And look, I grew up in LA. I know the Clippers. I played for the Clippers. It's just, at the end of the season, you shake your head and you go, Clippers. Because that's what you do. They're the Clippers. Something stupid always happens with the Clippers. So I'm going to believe that will happen until it doesn't happen anymore. So you don't have these teams that are at the top that you will have to play in the first round where you say, uh-oh, boy, that would be tough. Like if they had to play at Boston, even at Milwaukee, I still think Milwaukee will kind of figure it out, although defensively that Sib would be kind. Sibs all around the world would sue me for saying that because they're just, I don't know what the hell's going on with them. They lost to Memphis. And Memphis was banged up, more banged up than they usually are. Last game before the break. It's like, how could you guys go on vacation before it's time to go on vacation when you guys are battling now for the 3 slot? Cleveland's pretty good. But they don't play in the East. They don't got to worry about that. Now, I'm not saying these teams aren't good. They are. It's just they haven't been there before. They don't know what it's like to carry the burden of being a number one seed or having those expectations of, hey, good season, 54 wins. Now it's playoffs. Doesn't matter anymore. So what do I think could happen? Yes, individually, when I look at them play, I think they could beat those teams in a 7-game series if everything goes right and guys stay healthy. I think they're in a good spot right now. I really do. I think they found a nice little groove. It's only been a couple games, but I think Klay coming off the bench is going to be a good thing. Now, as I said after the Utah game, I'm not willing to say, hey, Klay went to the bench, everything's great. It's easy. To be a team guy and have a good outlook when you're dropping 35 and winning a basketball game. That's not when that kind of thing shows up. When that shows up is when you're 1 for 9 and you're not playing at all in the fourth quarter or you're not playing at all in crunch time. That's going to be the time to see, okay, how does he react to that? How does he respond to that? I hope well. I really do. Wiggins will have to be a key. To me, he is the key. He's the key for this team. We know Steph has to play well. If he doesn't, then you don't have a chance, period. That's just all there is to it. Kuminga is definitely a key, but not as much as Wiggins. Draymond's Draymond. I don't even worry about Draymond. Draymond's going to be fine. Pajemski will be fine. He kind of does his thing. But Wiggins is the guy. Like, Wiggins is a guy that when he gets downhill, it changes the dynamics of the offense. His aggressiveness changes the dynamics. And he just kind of comes alive, and it adds a new element to that team. And defensively, he seems to mostly be activated. Sometimes, he gets a little loose mentally and maybe loses some stuff. But usually he's pretty damn good. But if he gives him just a little bit offensively, like what he can, 16, 17 a game, that's what he averages like throughout his entire career. It's a flat line. It's just what you're going to get from Wiggins. 17 to 18 points a game, 4.5 rebounds a game, 2 assists a game. That's usually what it is right there. And this year it just hasn't been there at all. But if his 3-point shot comes around and then he continues to be aggressive and mentally he's locked in, that will be a massive, massive key for this team because they do have a chance. Like, they're not a team I look at and go, I wouldn't be thrilled to play that team in a 7-game series when they have Steph Curry. Steph could win a game by himself, maybe 2. I mean, it's possible to do that because that's what Steph does. But again, you're starting to look at a numbers thing, just pure numbers. Like, okay, can you beat the 1 seed? Can you beat the 4? Can you beat the 2 seed? Then you have to beat the 3. I mean, it becomes really tough, and not to have home court in any of those things. Who knows? Maybe they didn't get lucky in retrospect, but they actually had home court in the second round last year against the Lakers, and the Lakers beat them up pretty good in that series. So it's going to be crazy because, look, as it is right now, the teams that don't have home court are Dallas, Phoenix, New Orleans. I mean, there's some like really good teams that don't have home court. Like New Orleans, when they're healthy and playing, that team can ball. Like they I don't know if they're ready for prime time, but you got Zion out there, the world's biggest point guard. I mean, this guy. If I'm a point guard, I got to go. I'm like, we got to guard this guy on the perimeter? Are you serious? I can't believe people get up on him. It's like, bro, I'd be like, you want to shoot 33s in this game? Please be my guest. I just don't want you to get near the hoop. But Ingram is a stud. Valanciunas is a load. They got a solid team. We all know what Sacramento did. And then I think everybody's waiting to see, okay, is Phoenix going to really kind of they've kind of been sputtering. Seems like someone's always hurt and something happens with them, but they haven't really locked in. But the Warriors have been playing really good basketball, and the defense has been the key. Defensively, they've been so much better the last 10 or so games maybe. They look more locked in. They look more tied together. It's harder to score on them. They just got to cut the how do I put it? I'll just put it this way: the stupidity at the end of the games. Like they do some stuff. It's just like what? Like what happened? A lot of these guys have been to the finals. Like they know what it takes, and I think Chris Paul will help with that most certainly. But they're making mistakes they shouldn't be making, and it's not just one game; it's a bunch of games. So one game over 500 right now could easily be 5 games over 500, and we might be looking at it completely differently. But it is what it is. But I'd say Wiggins and end-of-the-game management will be 2 keys in the home stretch.
Well, you may have talked me out of the idea of the Warriors getting out of this play-in situation, but the more I look at the Western Conference, the more we discuss these teams that are at the top right now, the Timberwolves, the Thunder, as opposed to the teams in the 3, 4, and 5 slots, the Clippers, the Nuggets, and the Suns, I'm not so sure that it's not favorable for the Warriors to come out of the play-in if they want to make a deeper run. And I'm not talking about, a run to the finals or even a run to the conference finals, but it might be better off to get the Timberwolves or the Thunder. So let's do some more dubs on the other side. There's also some college football playoff stuff, some news today that we'll get into.
By the way, the only problem is getting through the play-in game.
Yeah.
Right now, the play-in game features the Mavericks, the Kings, the Lakers, and the Warriors.
Not great matchups for you.
I mean, it's absurd. It really, that's absurd. The talent, like if I'm a 1 seed, I'm like, holy smokes! Like that's what I get. Like, I don't even want to look at the Eastern Conference here. They're stupid playing.
You probably have some great teams. You probably have some great teams in the East.
I hate the playing game anyway. I don't think it's necessary, but I have it right up. I'll tell you who it is. It's the Hawks, Bulls, Magic, Heat.
The Bulls are in there. Wow, the Bulls, the Magic.
That's 26-29, and the Hawks 24-31. Like Boston's like, you kidding me?
You see the Hawks are 17-38 against the spread this year.
Are they really?
17-38 against
terrible.
The spread. That's the number that I saw earlier.
I knew they were awful. Now, I will say this. I wouldn't want to face the Heat. Like, the Heat would suck. Like, if the Heat were the 8 seed or something, I'd be like, really? You got to face these guys? Like, that's the type of team. But the other ones, like, whatever, bring them on. There is nobody in the West right now. Those 4 teams that I mentioned, nobody. Whoever the 1 seed is like looking, going, oh, yeah. Freebie. Like a lot of times it's a freebie in the like you're right. You're a 1 seed. It's like it's a sweep or maybe a gentleman's sweep, but not in the West. Not a chance.
No, not a chance. On the other side, we'll do some college football playoff talk, maybe a little more Warriors, and something that wasn't on the rundown that I thought about. We haven't talked Pablo Sandoval yet, so we'll do that as well this afternoon. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. You're on KNBR 104.5 680 The Sports Leader.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's sports leader.
The Chronicle's Susan Slusser and John Lund discussed where the Giants stand with less than a week before the first Cactus League game. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Ball and a strike to Pablo. The 1-1 pitch. He swings and he belts one. Deep center field. Jackson is going back. And gone! A home run! Number 3 for Pablo Sandoval. His first 3 at-bats in this World Series. And Pablo Sandoval looks like the babe himself has come back to life.
It was just 10 years ago. Pablo Sandoval was blasting home run number 3 off Al Albuquerque in the World Series against the Detroit Tigers. And, hey, he's still trying to make it with the San Francisco Giants. Back here on Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes this afternoon. And, Tom, first show since the Pablo Sandoval signing. And this is a little different than Sergio Romo last year because Romo was in camp clearly to just get the celebratory send-off, and the Giants had about 35 other bullpen arms they could choose from. Pablo Sandoval, he might be 2 injuries away from being the opening day first baseman, whether they like it or not.
When I first saw that, my initial reaction was, "Are you serious? Like, who else will you bringing back? What is this, retro day? We're gonna try to get anybody off that 14 team, and maybe they could bring them back too. Like, I don't know. Maybe he can still play, but come on, that's where they're at. That would be a shock to me if this guy could actually come back and help this team this year. What's it been, like 3 years since he's... I don't know, when's the last time this...
2021 was his last Major League at bat. He was last seen, I think, either in Saudi Arabia or Dubai, maybe, hitting a 6-run home run in an exhibition game for a new league that had popped up in the Middle East. So that was Pablo's last live game experience.
I don't know. It just seems ridiculous to me. Like it does. It just I don't know. I've said this over and over again. I'm getting tired of saying it. That this season's going to hinge on the young guys. But I thought they might do a little bit more in free agency. I really did. I thought they might get out there and. I wanted to talk. I'm hoping to get Brian Sabian on this week. One, he's going into Bay Shop as well as Patrick Marlowe, and I wanted to just ask him, like, signing free agents, like the upper echelon free agents. Do you have to just accept the fact that you're going to overpay for most of these guys? Yeah. And how much of a tolerance you have for that, and how much of a taste you have for that? Because if you think the numbers that your analytics department spits out for superstars, it ain't working. They're not signing for that. There's an X factor that comes with superstars that you just got to go over budget and pay for these guys. Like, I don't mind the Lee signing at all. I thought that was a good signing. People were like, "Oh man, look at all the money he got." I was like, well, less than $20 million a year. Like, you guys are thinking like 5 years ago. Like NBA, when people say $25 million, I'm like, $25 million? That's like nothing. I mean, guys are making 70 now. Like 25's like that. That's not. I mean, that's not. You're not a pauper. But you're not you're not the upper crust anymore. Like 25, so like you're making 18, 19, and if he's a good outfielder, he doesn't have to be great. If he's a good outfielder, that's good. You're fine. That's what you pay for good outfielders now. It's not that big a deal. But I just thought they might pay a little bit, and I get the reasons they don't. You're like, oh, what about Snell? Snell would fit in nice, wouldn't he? I was like, yeah, look at his innings pitched per year. Do I want to pay a guy ace money when he never goes past 6? Like, I don't know. That just doesn't seem right to me. Hey, here's the money. Here's our ace. How many innings you go? 6. Then you take me out after that. I'm good. I might break if you put me in the 7th. It's like a vampire going into the 7th inning. He's turning into ashes. Holy crap. Somebody throw a blanket over him. It just so... I mean, hey, go get Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger would be awesome. Hey, stick it to the Dodgers. Yeah, but he had one good year. Do you want to trust? You want to sign a guy for 6-7 years that had one good year? I don't know. Hey, Matt Chapman, get Matt Chapman, great defensively. Yeah, but his bat. I know his defense is fantastic. You want to pay like $20+ million for a glove? I don't know. So I mean, there's like reasons. Like I totally get it. Like, but it's maybe get too. I don't know. I've just been a little bit like. disillusioned with the offseason, and I'm not even saying unsign those guys. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. It's like, I don't want to be the typical like dummy fan that says, "Oh, just get somebody, just get a name, and I'll be like, "Oh, cool, they got a name," because I know that's not the right way to build like what they're trying to build. I know intuitively, I know that. But it's like, oh man, there's got to be something out there like that gets you excited and makes you think this team. And again, really what it is, and you got to hang your hats on this again, Giant fans. You just do. How are the young guys going to be? Like, how are the young guys going to be this year? Are they gonna rise up a little bit? Are they going to be guys that you look at and say, okay, maybe we have a 3-hole hitter or a 2-hole hitter or a 5-hole hitter in Luciano. Like maybe he is that guy. Maybe Harrison is a top of the rotation, guy. Maybe he is that guy. And I think we're going to see a lot of pitchers this year that they're going to pin their hopes on. A lot of young guys. So, maybe they're just hoping some of them will throw them all out there, and hopefully 2 or 3 of them will stick. But yeah, they certainly could have used another starter in the rotation. Like a Snell would have been fantastic to stick behind Webb. Just awesome. But it is hard to swallow that type of contract for a player that doesn't do what aces should do, which is what Webb does. Get the ball and try to go 9. Like, that's what Webb does. That's when I think of a premier number 1 guy, that's what they should do. I don't want to pay a guy number 1 money that goes 6 and then is gone. Like that again, that makes me sick to think about that. Like, it just like bile, like, right, like, well, I gotta pay for what? A guy, how many times he goes 7? Doesn't. What? Ever? Like, none? No, doesn't. No.
Well,
no.
Here's the issue.
I don't know. It just and then the Pablo thing was like, excuse me, what did you guys just do?
Here's the issue with asking about guys who can go 7. Because right now you've got Logan Webb, who we know consistently goes 6, 7 innings, 8 innings at a time, led the majors in innings last year. There's no question about that. But you look at the rest of the Giants rotation. Jordan Hicks, Kyle Harrison, Keaton Winn, Tristan Beck. If you include Logan Webb, their oldest pitcher is Tristan Beck at 28 years old. He's older than Jordan Hicks, who's already hit free agency. He's older than Logan Webb, who's already signed that extension. But you talk about guys going 6. Tristan Beck doesn't go 6. Keaton Winn doesn't go 6. Kyle Harrison, he went 6, once last year? Jordan Hicks is a converted reliever. We're talking about 4/5 of your rotation going 3 to 4 innings at a time. How does that work? Where's the math? I mean, I said at the beginning of the show, I'm not super into analytics anymore the way that I once was. I don't know what analytics the Giants have that add up to covering the 1,600 innings you need to cover over a major league season. Because this is a once in a generation risk we're seeing from this team. Like, you never see a team go into a season with pitchers who've never thrown 100 innings before. Yeah. But that's exactly what the Giants are about to do right now.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. And a lot of people pointed out on the YouTube thread that they did sign Soler, and that's my mistake. I wasn't thinking about him, and I do like that signing. I do like the signing, and that seemed like reasonable. Like, I thought that was a good signing. Seemed reasonable. Price point seemed reasonable, and he's a guy that can hit the ball out of the ballpark. So yeah, I do like that. I think that's he is a 3 through 5 hitter. Like, they have one, which is nice. Because really, it's been weird to. You don't want to be super critical of this team because I don't want to criticize all the players because you feel like they're good players or solid players. They just were all 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters, maybe 7, 8, 9 hitters, 6, 7, 8. But they didn't have like any. I've always said, if you like sprinkles on your ice cream, you need the ice cream. The sprinkles don't work by themselves, and the Giants were just sprinkles. They got a whole bunch of cool stuff like sprinkles on. It's like, well, yeah. It kind of sucks, though. I'm eating this without ice cream. I don't want to eat this, but that's what they were. Like, Soler is a little bit of ice cream. Like, he's a little bit. They need more ice cream now. Okay. Yeah. Right now, you got a dollop of ice cream and then like a mountain of sprinkles on top of it. Unless some of the younger guys become that. That is possible. maybe Lee becomes a legit leadoff hitter, like a guy that situationally is good, can put the ball in play, on base percentage is solid, and then plays a really good center field. Like that would certainly help. So I did like the Lee signing. I said I like that signing. I did forget about Soler. I like Soler. I think he's a good fit, good price point. So yeah. And here's what I think. Tell me what you think about this, because here's how I think they're looking at it. Everybody's like, well, how are you going to compete with the Dodgers? Folks, they ain't competing with the Dodgers, okay? It's not going to happen over $1.62. They might not even compete with Arizona, although I think they might be right there with Arizona. I always wonder about those teams that have that great success. Can they spike one year and then keep it going, or do they take a natural dip? But here's the thing now. You don't have to compete with the Dodgers. Not right now, anyway. All you have to do is get in the playoffs. This is about the playoffs now. This isn't about, like, hey, let's win the division. Let's just find a way into the playoffs and try to navigate our way through, which is why when you look at the pitching, you're like, but how are you going to do that? How are you going to navigate your way with the play if you don't have the pitching to do so? And who knows, to Kerry's point, if these guys don't give them a bunch of innings, that bullpen could be shot by early August, and it might not even matter at that point. But I think that's their thinking. Hey, look, we're not competing with these guys. Look at that team. We're just not going to compete with them, but we can compete with the other teams for the wild card, and we could try to get in the playoffs that way. And then once we get in the playoffs that way, then we have as good a shot as anybody. We're into the tournament, and let's see if we can advance. Now, if they're going to do that, that's where you need like at least three pitchers, like where you could say, because they always used to say, this team may not be great during the regular season, but boy, if you get them in the playoffs, look out. Look at the three starting pitchers they have. No one's going to want to face those starting pitchers, but they don't even have that right now. So again, it's just going to have to wait. I mean, really, and see how the young guys perform this year. And if they perform well, maybe they'll be in there. But this to me was never about going out there and competing toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. I mean, they can't say that. Farhan isn't taking PR advice from Rendone, so he's not going to say that. But you can't legitimately say that, like, oh, okay, you're gonna try to win they're going to try to win the division. What are they going to say? No, we're trying to come in second. Like, no, you're trying to win the division. But realistically, this team isn't built to beat the Dodgers over 162 unless something goofy happens or injuries. But once you get to the playoffs, man, it's a whole new ballgame at this point. So that's what this team is built for. Like, let's see if we can give ourselves a chance to get to the playoffs. And I always try to remember this. Never assume the baseball team you see on opening day is the baseball team you're going to see in July or August. It could be completely different by then, and you may have a different outlook on the team by that point as well.
Giants baseball, it's all about second place. We got college football playoff talk coming up on the other side. Sam Amick will join us at 3:50 today. You're listening to Tolbert and Cobes, Crowley and for Cobes, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland this afternoon. Sam Amick of The Athletic going to stop by and join us around 3:50 today. So because it's late February, because we're in that in-between period between the NFL season, NBA All-Star break, someone's got to make some news. And Tom, today the College Football Playoff Committee did so by tweaking their format, I guess, is what they did. You go from 12 teams in, and you were going to have 6 power conference teams get automatic bids with 6 at-large bids. Now it's 5 power conference bids with 7 at-large bids, I believe. Unfortunately, no, the Oregon State, Washington State Super Conference is not getting its winner into the College Football Playoff. They have appointed a new commissioner, though. I love that. You see that over the weekend?
Awesome. Talk about hopeful.
I mean, that is a job. Wow. I cannot believe someone took that job. There's a saying like there's only 32 head coaching gigs in the NFL. There's only so many coordinator gigs in college football, or so many conference commissioner gigs in college sports.
I like. I've always been a fan of the playoffs and what they could bring. I think it'll be fun. It'll be exciting. I'm hopeful. Since there's 12 teams, this leads to even better non-conference competition. Teams won't feel like I can't lose a game in non-conference. Like, you could still get to the playoffs. It's not this, we got to go undefeated, and we're going to schedule cupcakes. I hate that. But, look, here's what's going to happen, and everybody knows what's going to happen. It's going to be it's a 5 highest-rated conference winners. So whoever that may be, we know who it's going to be. It's going to be SEC. It's going to be Big Ten. It's going to be ACC. It's going to be Big 12. And then it could be American. It could be Mountain West. I guess it could be MAC. That'd be hard to believe, but it could be. But that's for the little guy, right? The 5th one's kind of for the little guy. And then after that, it's going to be 2 or 3 more from the SEC, a couple more from the Big Ten, that's 5. And then maybe you get like a rogue Big 12 or ACC team. And let's not forget Notre Dame fitting in there as well somewhere. Now, to the question of do we need this? No, we don't need it. Because we know what's going to happen. Now, for those that are wondering how this thing works itself out, top 4 winners of the top 4 seeds, the highest rated conference winners will get byes. Then 5 will play 12 and so on. And that will be at the lower seed home site. So you're going to have 4 home games, which will be cool for college football. You get a playoff game on campus. That'll be really cool. Then after that, they're going to go to the New Year's Day 6 games, your Peach, your Sugar, your Orange, Fiesta, Rose, and one other. And that's where their next batch of games will be. And then after that, you'll have a quarterfinal and a semifinal, or semis and the finals, which will probably be like the Super Bowl. They're going to have those on rotating sites depending on who pays them the most money to host the game there. But it's going to come down to the same probably 4 teams every year for the foreseeable future. Yeah. Maybe 6 teams. Maybe it'll be different. So, to the question, do we need it? No, we don't need it. But do we need 64 college basketball teams, I guess 68 now, to determine who the final 8 will be or final 4 will be? No, we don't need that either. But it's fun. I think it's going to be really fun to see some interesting matchups that maybe we don't get a chance to see because of all the conference tie-ins during bowl games. If I had to watch Wisconsin-Auburn one more time, it was like a 3-year run where they played in the Outback Bowl. I was like, stop. Stop with these 2 teams. I don't want to watch them play anymore. I don't want to watch Alvarez roll down and take a beating by Auburn. Maybe they won. I don't know. I don't remember. I blacked out during most of those games because, it was Auburn-Wisconsin. So you didn't get a chance to see these different rivalries because all the conferences had their bowl tie-ins, bowl affiliations. So, yeah, I think it's going to be really fun. It'll mimic the NCAA tournament in a way that maybe we get an upset or 2. maybe a team like Boise or San Diego State or who knows, somebody out of American. Maybe they pull an upset in the first round. Just like it happens in the NCAA tournament. Like, it was super cool that Baltimore, Maryland, I guess it was, beat Virginia one year. That was really cool to see. Then I forget who beat Purdue. Who was that team?
Fairleigh Dickinson or St. Peter's?
Yeah,
Fairleigh Dickinson, I think.
Yeah, I think it was Fairleigh Dickinson.
They were the 16. St. Peter's was a 15. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if St. Peter, although that's super fun. I think St. Peter's beat Kentucky, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah.
But those are fun. You know they're not going to win it, like, right? They're not going to win 6 games and win, but it doesn't matter. We're all like locked into March Madness. That's like super. It's cool watching those teams win those games. It's like they might as well have won the tournament. That is like that's their tournament. That's their national championship right there. They will be remembered forever on campus, be saluted, all those things. So yeah, I love it. I know they're not going to win it. Just like I know the winner of the Mountain West or whoever gets in the tournament isn't winning it. But you know what? They might beat somebody. Which would be super cool to see an upset. Then they'll get smashed by, Ohio State or Michigan or Bama or whoever. But you never know. It could happen at some point where a team like that wins 2 games. All I'm saying is I think it'll be fun. It'll be fun just to watch the individual games. If you think about the end point, then you're not going to have fun. Then you're probably a killjoy and you don't like the NCAA tournament either. Like, you don't like Thursday and Friday because you're like, well, what does this matter? These teams are going to go through. That team's going to lose and they don't care. Upset, who cares? 12 seed, yay. They're not going to. But that's kind of the fun, is not thinking like big picture all the time, taking it game by game. So I like this. I do. Again, was it needed? Was it unnecessary? Yes, it was unnecessary. It really was. But it doesn't mean it can't be fun. It doesn't mean it can't be fun, and I think it's going to be fun. I don't know. How do you see it?
The other thing that's going to happen that I like out of this is you're going to have more than 4 teams with guys actually participating in the college football postseason. Because
you know what? Good point. Good point.
If you're in that New Year's 6 game that's not a playoff game, you got NFL draft stock on the line, you might be sitting out. But if your team's still in a championship race, you can theoretically win it all. We're going to have 12 teams now with full rosters on the field again. And I think that is an exciting point and a reason to watch. And the other thing that I really like about this, I don't think from what I read, Notre Dame can secure a top 4 seed. I think that they are locked out of a top 4 seed. And I hate Notre Dame. Yeah,
That's
I hate Notre
better.
Dame. So, yeah. Perfect.
Me and you both.
It's great for me personally and my rooting interest to see them have to win 4 games to win a national title, because you know what? Notre Dame will never do it. So that's good for me.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Yeah. And no, you're right, because more guys playing in more meaningful games is better for college football, because last year the Georgia-Florida State game was an abomination. I mean, it was just, I don't even remember what the final was. I think Georgia put up a 60 spot on them. It was like
66-7 or something.
Yeah, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, that's just absolutely, what an embarrassment that was. But yeah, I think guys will play. Like, because to me, like, if you're not going to play in the Orange Bowl and it doesn't mean anything, whatever, who cares? I don't care. I mean, it sucked because we got cheated out of what could have been a really good matchup. But this year, if Georgia plays Florida State and everyone's playing, you're like, oh, I'm in. Totally in for that game. And everybody should be playing with a theoretical national championship on the line. If you don't, then if I'm an NFL team, I'm looking at you a little bit differently than maybe I would have otherwise. But that's a really, really good point, that there are going to be 12 teams now that guys will be playing because they're going to have a chance to win a championship, and that is an absolute win for college football and college football fans.
So speaking of competitiveness, we saw one of the more competitive All-Star weekends you'll ever see, and Sam Amick will be joining us on the other side to talk about the NBA at large.
Must have missed that one.
Yeah, exactly. He must have missed the All-Star game on Sunday night. Sam Amick of The Athletic will stop by to talk All-Star game, second half of this NBA season. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. The Athletics' Marcus Thompson and John Lund debated if there's any way to salvage the NBA All-Star Game after a 211-186 victory by the Eastern Conference over the weekend. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We've got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, what have you heard about the IRS chasing people down?
For the first time in 2 years, the IRS is now sending out collection notices. What happened during the pandemic, they stopped doing it. And then when they came back to work after the pandemic, they had a bunch of other work to do, including opening a tremendous amount of physical paper mail. So this went on the back burner. Now, I know with some people, if they owe money, if the IRS is not bothering them, they don't come forward. Well, the IRS is chasing you down now. And the IRS also hired all these new IRS agents to chase people down. So the bottom line is, if you owe some taxes, now's the time to call up and say, hey, Steve, we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. We'll listen to you. We'll listen to your needs. And then what we want to do is cut you a sweet deal so you don't have to worry about it, think about it, deal with it. And we want to just do everything for you. And then you have a normal and good life. But don't wait until they come and do something to you that you really don't want them to do.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Call Steve Moskowitz at 188-TAX-DEAL, 188-TAXDEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. We'll be with you right up until 6 o'clock. Always a pleasure to have one of my favorites of The Athletic. Well, let me rephrase that. He's just not one of my favorites of The Athletic. He's one of my favorites and of The Athletic. There. I think that's better. Sam Amick joined us. What's going on, Sammy?
Appreciate the kind words. Good to be with you guys.
You know I always love having you on, and we think about the night in Oklahoma City, drinking beers and playing some stupid game. I don't even remember what it was, but anyway, it made Oklahoma City fun. It made Oklahoma City fun for 15 minutes.
It did. I'll say briefly, I'm disappointed that Cleveland wasn't the first memory that comes to mind. The dive bar. We've talked about that before. So
yes, no, you're right. I don't know why I think about Oklahoma City, but yeah, the dive bar was really cool. The guy that kept punching me in the arm, like, bro, that's enough, okay?
And then he pawned him off on me and said, "This guy here wants to fight you."
Oh, that guy was like a serious, like if you got in a bar fight, you wanted to be on that guy's side. I guarantee 100%. You that.
Yes, no
but
doubt.
You're right. That was fun. They kept it open late for us. I remember running into Matt Stiganga and Mike Poplawski, I think, former Michigan State Spartans. I was like, what the hell?
That's right. Yeah.
Remember that? And we recruited Stiganga at Arizona, so it was really kind of wild for me. I was like, whoa, what the? I haven't seen this guy in like 30 years since you were last on campus. By the way, great article. It was really, really cool to get some of the insights from some of the players. Let me ask you this, because here's my thing. People are acting like this is a new phenomenon. This has been going on for 10 plus years, where this game's just kind of an embarrassment. It's not even really basketball, and they can only fix it one way and one way only. That's the players deciding they want to fix it. Other than that, you can tweak it all you want. It's just not going to matter. Here's the question I have for you. If the players don't want to fix it, is there any reason to have this game?
I mean, holistically, no. I can't sit here and analyze it from a business standpoint, meaning that, the marketing folks at the NBA would be able to tell you, okay, this constitutes, X percentage of basketball related income, and really could tell you that, like, how much of a moneymaker it is, even if the ratings and the entertainment value aren't what they hope that it might be. So, but holistically, I understand kind of the outcry to just kill it, or to go the way of the NFL or NHL, and even baseball, and have it just be more of a celebration of the game, but nobody expecting real competition. The NBA has held on to that kind of hope and that aspiration. And I will tell you that, yes, you're correct. It's been happening for years. Now, that Chicago game a few years back was the outlier. They put in the Elam ending. It was really good. But this one, I think, is in a category all its own. And I was out there, as you know, in Indianapolis, because it's like, man, you had all these powerful voices in the NBA really loudly, publicly saying, guys, it's time to compete. And mainly I'm talking about Adam Silver, Larry Bird. I mean, Larry spent the whole weekend doing interviews where he said, I look forward to these guys competing. It's really important. And then it was like, wow, these guys really don't care. Like, they just, and then post game, I mean, the story that I wrote that had the Anthony Edwards comment.
Oh, those were amazing.
Yeah, and so I was not at his media session, so those were really, I got those from a fellow reporter, and obviously made sure they were and I'm reading these things going, are you sure this is what he said? I mean, he just kind of, just put it all out there for everybody to see. And I get it if it's like LeBron and he's in year 20, but man, I mean, Anthony Edwards is supposed to be one of the faces of the league, and he wasn't having it either. So yeah, it was not good.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the your article so I could read those quotes, because I want to get them correct, because they were it was like, I remember when I read them, I'm just like, wow, that's just, I guess we're not coming back from, I'll find those in a minute. Maybe if you could find them, I'd like to read them so people could hear them. But let me ask you about
which
something
ones
you
real
wrote
quick, Tom?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, which ones are you looking for? Which
the Anthony Edwards quotes.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll pull them up, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah, because I remember the same thing when I read them. I was like, really? Like that Anthony Edwards said that? Like, okay, then I remember thinking after reading what he said, okay, there's no chance then. We're just
so here he says, for me, it's an all-star game, so I don't think I will ever look at it like being super competitive. It's always fun. I don't know what they can do to make it more competitive. It's always fun, but I don't know what he's repeating himself. I don't know what they can do to make it more competitive. It's a break. I don't think nobody wants to come here and compete.
Yeah. That's so basically it's like, okay, well then this game's over with then. Like if there's multiple guys that think the way he does, and I don't think that's what they get, Sam. It's not go compete like it's a regular season game. Certainly we're not asking playoff intensity, let alone just give me park intensity. Like, just give me what they used to in the 80s when Magic, Bird, Jordan, all those guys were playing.
Right.
I mean, they were high scoring, but they got after a little bit. Like, I watched a game not that long ago, maybe a few months ago, but they challenged shots at the rims. They kind of fought through screens. They challenged shooters. They didn't let guys. There was none of this, chuck it up, dunk, chuck it up, dunk. Now, threes weren't part of the game back then. But there was just like, you know what? We know this is an exhibition, but we still want to win. We don't want to lose to you guys. And nowadays, like, no one even cares. They just do not care whatsoever. And it's just not basketball. And I've said forever that the basketball could be the best all-star game out of all of them. And easily, if they decided you wanted to have the 12 best against the 12 best, and they played. Like, they absolutely got after it because there was some sort of personal pride involved. There's just not. It is a vacation. No one cares. No one cares if we win. Let's just, hey, as long as we're healthy, we're good to go. I just don't remember I don't remember guys competing in the 80s, Sam, and guys getting debilitating injuries coming out of the All-Star game. Like, just because you actually compete a little bit doesn't mean you're going to get hurt.
Yeah. I mean, to me, there's a lot of layers to it. To hit on what you said briefly about the old days, you know, David Aldridge, our legendary writer at The Athletic, had highlighted the other day that, I forget the year, but one of the All-Star games, you know, Dikembe Mutombo was blocking everything in the last fourth quarter of one of his games. And there was a competitiveness there. Kobe Bryant kind of famously broke his nose in an All-Star game. That was a real thing that happened because he was getting after it. The guys who come to mind, Russell Westbrook, like, say what you will about Russ. Every All-Star game he's been in, he was like a crazy person out there, who was competing more than anybody else. Yesterday, if you ask me kind of who I would put up there on the best of the worst, if you will, like Damian Lillard, who gets the MVP, and Tyrese Halliburton, they were both at minimum trying to, have as big a numbers as possible. But yeah, there was no real competition. And then, like I reported, and this certainly sparked a conversation on social media, I was told that after the game, some of the dialogue among the players was basically that if you want us to really, truly compete, then you got to do something like the in-season tournament where you put, $500,000 on the table, and then we get after it. Now, that is, as you can imagine and relate to, like a pretty big turnoff to a lot of fans.
You think?
Like, geez, guys.
You think guys that make $50 million a year that already have a clause in their contract that they get a bonus if they make the All-Star game now want to get paid more for competing in the All-Star game? Like,
by the way, they also get 100. This part, I hate to admit it. I didn't know this till the other day when I was writing that story, even though I should. The winners, they get $100,000. Like, every winner got $100,000, every loser got $25,000.
Oh, so they want more.
Yes. Yeah. And, or at minimum, and again, this was part of the dialogue too. This one, I hope you don't have a lot of Indiana folks on your listenership right here. This one I'm okay with. Like, let's stop with the freezing cities, and put us in a place.
Yes.
I'm saying us, where we might want to spend a few days. Because it was, I'll be honest, it was pretty miserable out there.
Yeah, I can imagine. Just real quick, I'll tag on with this. I can't wait till the first player comes out and puts his name to that sentiment, because that player will get absolutely crushed, absolutely crushed for a game that's not going to be super. We're not even asking for super competitive. Just give us something that looks like basketball, and you're already making the money you're making. Oh, and by the way, you got a bonus more than likely. Generally, you have an all-star bonus. Like everyone will have an all-star bonus in their contract. Doesn't matter what type of player you are. I had one. I was like, are these supposed to be somewhat likely to achieve? But I had it anyway. These guys probably have bigger all-star bonuses, I'm sure most of them. I cannot wait for someone to come out and say we should get paid. Like, I know we get paid, and then we get paid for making the all-star team from our clubs, but we want the league to pitch in a little bit of scratch too. Oh, I can't wait for someone to even, if they do, that will be a huge mistake. I would tell them that right now.
They
Don't
won't,
do it.
You know that much. This is the kind of stuff I wasn't supposed to hear about. That's how it gets out. But, they won't. But I do think in general, Tommy, these guys they're not reading the room at all. And I'm really surprised because the 65-game rule has really helped. In fact, I reported some stats the other day. The absences from star players due to injury is down 25% this season compared to last. For starters across the board, it's down 18%. So 65-game rule, even with some of the controversies around Joel Embiid and whatnot, guys are playing again. They're out there again. I made the mistake of thinking that sort of momentum would impact the spirit of the All-Star game. That wasn't the case. The other thing quickly that admittedly had me rolling my eyes, and you know me well enough, I'm not the most sarcastic writer out there. This latest column was, kind of an exception for me because I just couldn't believe the way the guys competed. Yeah. I was annoyed. Well, so Jalen Brunson, who, first-time All-Star, having a wonderful year, seems to be an awesome guy. I don't really know him very well. Jalen is talking to reporters post-game, and you talk about things you probably shouldn't say out loud. He shares the fact that at halftime of the game, the guys in the East locker room looked around. They saw that they already had 104 points, and their MO and their strategy became, guys, 200. We can get it. Let's get to 200. And he said, he goes, yeah, we talked about it at halftime. It was something we made a goal. And I'm like, oh. And I just wanted to be like, how about a couple stops? How about that becomes the goal? To not realize that now is not the time to have the optics of a 396-point All-Star game when the discussion about the game itself is that all of a sudden the scoring is becoming, less substantive, more hollow, because of the outburst on the offensive end. It just wasn't a good time at all to have this kind of All-Star game.
No doubt.
Sam, what is the next iteration of the All-Star game, or where does this evolve? Are they on a path toward getting rid of the game? Are they going to try a new format in your eyes? What does this look like 2, 3, 4 years down the road for the NBA if we see this again next year at Chase Center?
Kerry, I don't know the answer. What I'm going to be monitoring closely is Adam Silver's reaction behind the scenes to this, because I think he just got embarrassed by his own players. We had a follow-up story today on our site with a lot of our writers on staff analyzing, how to fix the All-Star game. And a couple people, I think rightfully so, had pointed out that Adam has taken a lot of pride in being in lockstep with the players, having very, very good player relationships. And if I was him right now, I would feel taken advantage of, because as you know, Tom, David Stern would have gone nuclear.
Ooh.
And Adam is just cut different. But did you guys see the clip of Adam post game?
Yes.
And,
congratulations.
I
guess. We have it, Sam. Let's play it for those people that didn't hear it, so they don't know what we're talking about. This is after the game. And the East set a scoring record in the All-Star game. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, thank you, Ernie, first of all, to the city of Indianapolis. Thank you for the fantastic hospitality. To Herb Simon, He's owned this team for 41 years, the longest standing governor in NBA history. Thank you very much, and to your son, Steve, as well. And to the Eastern Conference All-Stars, you scored the most points. Well, congratulations.
Like everything was so positive, and then somebody turned an off switch on. It just clicked it off, and he just went, well, congratulations.
I got to be honest, I had only heard the part about the East. Like, man, props to Adam for his acting chops, because he managed to really be respectful and, like, you know, and complimentary of all those parties at the front of his speech.
Yes.
And it's just like, now comes the hard pivot. I kind of love it. I mean,
that was pretty good.
He's pissed. I don't know how else to say it. Like, so what does that mean? I don't know, but he just got embarrassed, and I can't imagine he's happy about it.
Yeah. Well, here, let me ask you this, because this is something I brought up a few times before. Talking to Sam Amick of The Athletic, does great work. If you don't have The Athletic, get it just so you can read Sam's NBA coverage. It's really, really good stuff. And we always enjoy having Sam on the program. And Sam's family likes me because I pronounce Amick right, too. So they're like,
hey, you sure do. Thanks, Tommy.
We're down with Tom. Here's the problem Adam has, and I don't know how to put this genie back in the bottle for him. Part of him taking over for Stern was that he wasn't Stern. Stern was very heavy-handed. Like, Stern didn't care much what the players thought. If they were in lockstep with him, great. If they weren't, didn't matter. He was going to run the league his way, and the players didn't love that. So here comes Adam Silver taking over, and he wants to go the complete opposite direction and give the players what they want, and it's inclusive, and we're lovey-dovey, and we're going to work together, and a lot of that has worked. The problem with it is he's your dad that takes you to the bar when you're 20, when you need to spend a night in your room, and your dad says, you know what, you're not going out this weekend, you're grounded this weekend. Maybe I'm pushing it with 20. I don't know, my 20-year-olds are going to be like, okay, Dad, I'm going to stay in the room this whole weekend. I'll go to live with somebody else. But the point is, sometimes you need a dad. You don't need a buddy. And Adam Silver right now needs to find a way to be the dad. And because he hasn't been the dad for the first part of his tenure, it's kind of hard to say, okay, we're doing a 180 here. I've had about enough of this, because they're going to look at him differently. They're not going to look at him like he's always been dad. Like, they always looked at David Stern like not only was he dad, he was a dad that if he came home in a bad mood, you better head to your room and just kind of steer clear of what was going on. Fair or not fair, I mean, that's who he was. How does he fix it? How does he get back to the point where it's kind of like a compromise a little bit? Because the players are thinking, well, hey, we got the cool dad, you know, he'll buy beer for us, and I'll invite my buddies over, and you just feel like you can get away with anything you want to get away with, and that it just can't happen. Like, he's got to try to put his foot down somehow. I just don't know how he does it now when he's already set the precedent for who he is and his relationship with the players.
Yeah, I mean, that's all fair commentary. You know, what comes to mind for me is that, for one, he's done it a little bit this year. Now, granted, this is a massively business-driven decision, but, you know, the 65-game rule, the player participation policy, changes that were made that
Good point.
You know, if you talk about a parental language type thing, this is telling your son to get his butt back out on the floor. That's just it, you know, and that has sent a message. Now, granted, the leverage that he used was making sure the players realize that we are in the middle of you know, television rights negotiations.
So they were going to benefit too.
Yeah, they're going to benefit as well. Now he's sticking to his guns. Like, I actually had a column a couple of weeks ago being critical of the policy because it, you know, and again, this is an outlier, but like Joel Embiid is going to be like unofficially wiped from the history books because of this rule, because he has only played 65 plus games twice in 7 seasons. And so, like, Joel, as great as he is, he might not ever get another award the rest of his career. But the league doesn't, I'll be honest with you, they don't seem to care. In fact, I had some pretty spirited debates about this at All-Star Weekend with league officials, and that's kind of why I was given the stats that I dropped earlier about the league-wide numbers. That's their retort, is like, sorry, Joel, but look how well it's working. You know, he's pushing a bit. and he's going to have to push more. That's all there is to it. I think, admittedly, guys, I'm not an expert when it comes to the TV rating stuff and truly understanding, all right, these numbers are not good enough and this and that. But I do, I just look at it and say that the viewership, is not where they want it to be. It's not where it used to be. A lot of this stuff is just the eyeball test. I have average Joe neighbors on my street who, when I got back from Indiana over the weekend, all of them were like, "Oh, how was the weekend? We didn't watch 1 minute of it." That's kind of, and these are basketball fans. These are people who pull up a chair and watch the Kings every time out.
Yep.
So yeah, Adam's going to have to pound the table here.
Yeah, he's got it. Just the players got to respect that this isn't romper room all the time. Look, you're going to have to. There's going to be some hard decisions that are made. You're going to have to accept it, and it's come from the older players in the NBA as well. I want to ask you this. Maybe next time we can get you on, we can talk Warriors specific as we're kind of getting down toward the playoff stretch, because it is going to be pretty fascinating. All those teams. I just mentioned the teams: Dallas, Sacramento, Lakers, Warriors. Those are playing teams right now. That is insane to me. Those four teams could be in the play. That'd be wild few days in the West. But let me ask you this, kind of dovetailing off the All-Star game. Where is the league at right now? Because the brand of basketball that's being played, and I always use the analogy, I like ice cream, I don't like it a gallon at a time, is the offensive explosion has gotten way out of control. 135 used to guarantee you a victory, maybe even by double digits. Now it doesn't even guarantee you a victory anymore. I've seen many teams score in the 130s this year and lose, and I might see it on a nightly basis, and it's just not good basketball. It reminds me a little bit of football in that we're going so much for the offense, we make it hard to play defense, and we're handcuffing really good defenders. The physicality is taken out of the game. I'm not saying you have to go back to the 80s or heaven forbid, even some of the 90s where the playoff scores were 65 to 59. It was the sickest basketball you had ever seen. But there's a middle ground in there somewhere where it's what we want 130 to mean something. We want players that score 50 to mean something. I mean, within the span of a week, we had 70, 60, 60, 50. It was amazing to watch these guys score. And by the way, two of the guys that scored 60 lost the game, and they still get celebrated for scoring 60. It's aren't you supposed to win too when you score 60? Where are you at with the game? Because everybody's the same now. And I'll digress a second here, Sam, but I always argue with people. They say today's players are the most talented players in NBA history. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the way evolution works. You go forward and guys get better. They build up what other players did. But these guys really didn't. I go back to the 80s, and you may call them more talented. I say that was a much more diverse game because you had long-range shooters, you had mid-range guys, you had guys who could use their left, use their right, different variety of shots, footwork in the post, all this sort of thing that you just don't get today, which is pretty much all threes and all layups because that's what analytics tell you to do. Threes, layups, mid-range, under, if you have to take it, go ahead. But where are you at with the game? I still enjoy it, still like watching it, but I'm watching it slowly kind of decline into we're not going to let you play defense, and all we want to do is shoot threes and get layups. There's a oneness, there's a sameness to all the games that I watch nowadays, and I'm just kind of curious, kind of how you see this may be a longer discussion, but the health of basketball and kind of where it's at right now.
Yeah, I mean, I probably differ with you a little bit on the skill level discussion. Only because, I think about, you talk about footwork and, Joker comes to mind and Embiid comes to mind. And, and now a guy like Giannis is less kind of sophisticated. But he would have fit in the 80s, just barreling down the lane and dunking on people's heads. I think the talent level is outrageous. I just think it's a mistake, and it's unfortunate that they're not more quickly doing something about the defensive rules, because as a guy who grew up watching the game in the 80s, I'm a late 70s kid.
Yep.
Give me a handful of teams that are going to punch you in the mouth. I mean, covering Ron Artest in my early Kings days was an absolute joy. I saw Ron at All-Star Weekend and asked him kind of the $1 million question, which is, Ronnie, what's Michael averaging in today's game? And he laughed. He's like, "Oh, 50, probably 50." Like,
He might not be wrong.
Ron, yeah, and but I'll use Ron as the poster boy. Like, my job for 3 years when he was in Sacramento, like, even at that stage, that dude could lock anybody up, and he was intense, and he beat you up. Those guys don't exist. Dylan Brooks is the closest thing to it. I'm kind of funny. I didn't love Dylan's nonsense last year in Memphis. I've kind of become a Dylan guy now because it's like he's old school and he just absolutely gets after it. They need more of that. And as a quick aside, this just still blows me away. It feels like the biggest troll of all time NBA-wise that you have Joe Dumars as a prominent league official who is making these kinds of decisions. Like, I talked with Joe at All-Star Weekend, and now it's NBA office Joe, right? But you're sitting there going, "Oh my God, dude, you were the one like who slowed Michael Jordan down." like how you should understand. And Joe, I don't know exactly how he feels, but it is a discussion internally. It's Joe Dumars, Adam Silver, their basketball operations group at the league office level. I would anticipate changes to some defensive rules this summer. I don't know which one. Does hand checking go back to where it was? Whatever they end up doing, I agree. Like, the history books are kind of getting battered right now on the offensive end. Denny Advia is going to catch a stray here from me. Like, Denny scoring 43 last week. Like, come on. Somebody brought up the example of, remember when Andre Miller had 50?
Yep.
Like, that was a big deal because it just made no sense. Like, how? Like, he's a good player, but like Andre Miller getting 50 was just unbelievable. And and now, like, guys are getting 50 and we're barely batting an eye. So yeah, they got to do something about it.
Dang, Abdi catching strays on the West Coast. That's rough. Well, it's very similar when Brady Anderson hit 50 home runs. Like, what? Brady Anderson hit 50 home runs?
That's true.
Every story.
I was gonna say I'm channeling my inner Draymond from the TNT telecast when he dropped the line about how, you hear his line about Karl Anthony Towns?
No, what did he say?
During the All-Star game, he just, like, I forget what Cat finished with. Draymond was on, like, the separate simulcast, and he made a comment about how, like, "Oh, Cat got 50? Oh, it's just like the old Minnesota days. He got 50, they down 20."
Oh, that's good. Look, every sport goes through it where you're just like you overcorrect. Like baseball, I mean, they didn't really overcorrect, but they just kind of let steroids run rampant for a long period of time. And then guys did stuff that just weren't normal, that used to be special, and they just stopped becoming like 40 home runs used to be special, and then for like 10 years it's like, nah, I mean, it's cool, but it's not really even a huge deal now. Again, scoring 130 used to be special. It's not anymore. It's just like another, no big deal, whatever. 40, 50 used to be special. Now it seems like everyone's kind of doing it. So all I want is that I know what's tough to achieve in basketball. And I watch all the sports. So I know what should be tough to achieve. And they're just not tough to achieve. And for the people that do it, it cheapens them. For the people that are watching it, it cheapens the experience because it doesn't stack up with what you've seen. Like the effort it took to get to that milestone in the past isn't the effort that it takes to get to that milestone now. And it just, I just wish they'd realize that in the quest for scoring and fun and video game sports nowadays, we're losing something in the sports that we watch. And if we're not careful, we're going to turn a lot of people off, and they're going to say, well, this doesn't even resemble the sport that I loved watching or I love watching. But then again, what do they care? And I'll be dead in a few years. They're going to be like, who cares? I don't care what Tolbert says. Well, hopefully more than a few. I don't want to go. I'd like to give myself a little more than that. Hey, Sam, I always appreciate go ahead.
No, real quick. Final point is to add on to what you just said. This is definitely a longer conversation, but it's like, oh, by the way, when the playoffs come around, then they're going to officiate the game totally differently. Like that's such an issue as well, because those games I'm here for, and the defense is actually a bigger part of it, and that's part of the problem as well.
I'll tell you, Sam, we could do. I'll come on your podcast. We could spend 3 hours. I'll rant and rave for 3 hours for you.
I love it. Anytime. I'd love to have you on. That'd be great.
Sam, I love having you on. I always appreciate the participation. Let's do it as we come closer to playoff time. We'll kind of figure all this stuff out. What you think about the West specifically?
For sure. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Sam.
it. Sam's awesome. Love that guy.
So good, so talented as a writer, reporter, and clearly as an analyst as well. So if anyone missed the beginning of that conversation with Sam Amick, you can catch it in the KNBR podcast app here on Tolbert and Coast. We also spoke with Patrick Marleau earlier this afternoon. Sharks legend Patrick Marleau headed into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, the class of 2024. You can buy tickets online at Bashoff.org, BASHOF.org. A portion of the proceeds for the Bashoff Hall of Fame class enshrinement will benefit the Special Olympics Northern California. So you want to catch our Sam Amick interview, you can go to the KNBR podcast app. You want to catch our Patrick Marleau interview, you can go on to KNBR.com or the KNBR podcast app, and definitely do not miss out on that Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame class of 2024 enshrinement, presented in part by KNBR. So one more time, just for anyone who's interested, you can go online to Bashoff.org to get those tickets and learn more all about that. So thanks to Sam for stopping by. Thanks to Patrick for stopping by. That's it for our guests today. On the other side, Tom and I will roll along. Crowley in for Copes this afternoon, talking some Dubs, looking at the San Francisco Giants in spring training as well. We'll get into a little 49ers as well later on in this show with Brandon Aiyuk and his situation. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's sports leader.
Spears joined Murph and Marcus with a recap of a disappointing NBA All-Star weekend. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. And if you live in a house with a roof and walls and rooms, and you have a few rooms, you probably have a dead spot. Like all our houses are a little bit different, but we probably all share a spot in the house that doesn't have the greatest Wi-Fi. And if you have multiple people on multiple devices, you can't have that. Phones, tablets, computers, TVs, whatever, gamers, streamers, workers, going to school, everyone wants fast, reliable Wi-Fi in every part of the house. Well, you're like me, you have wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you don't have to worry about those things. Everyone's happy all the time, doesn't matter what you're doing. I mean, you hate to upset the gamer, right? Oh, no. COD. Oh, no, I got taken out because I don't want to hear it. I don't care. And now I don't have to care because wall-to-wall Wi-Fi. Now it's on you, pal. It's all on you. Live or die, that is on you. Wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity gets everybody the fast, reliable Wi-Fi they so richly deserve. So get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi on Xfinity 10G network for reliable connection throughout your entire home. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable Wi-Fi that has incredible coverage, you will love Xfinity.
Bird and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on Tuesday afternoon. Want to thank Sam Amick for stopping by, talking All-Star Weekend. Some good stuff there, and it reminded me that of the many things you could bet on this weekend, the All-Star over was probably a lock to hit. And Tim slid me this earlier, Tom, today.
Nothing's a lot, Kerry, okay?
Nothing. You know better than anyone. You were sitting here professing your love for the Pacific Tigers plus 20 a few weeks ago.
Yeah, well, hey, like I said, you bet everything one unit. Try to go overboard. I did enjoy that game. By the way, they did cover at Gonzaga. The
nice
next game, getting 31
was the spread
and a half.
Like 30. Yeah, I was going to say.
Did it do me any good? No, it didn't do me any good at all. It didn't. So I was like, yeah, I've had enough Pacific Tigers in my life for the time being. So, but here's the thing. If that happened again, I'd take it again at plus 20. I thought it was, you know what I thought there was? Good value. That's what me and my buddy always say. Hey, we lost, but we had good value. We had good value. And real quick, before you go down the gambling rabbit hole, does anybody do what I do? Like, you just kind of walk through the kitchen, and if there's a pie sitting out, you don't want a full piece of pie, but you'll take a fork and just, like, saw off a little piece of the pie and eat it as you're walking by, and then set the fork aside, and then you come back maybe an hour or so later, cut off another little chunk, eat the pie. There's an incredible pie shop up in Auburn. I think it's called Akita's.
Yep.
Not to be confused with cicadas, which is a totally different thing. But so we got Lori was up there. She took her friend up there to go see Tower of Power. Please no Balco references. But saw Tower of Power. It was her friend's favorite band growing up in Oakland. And driving back, stopped in Auburn. And it stopped at Akita's and got a triple berry cobbler, which is incredible. She got apple muffins. Oh my gosh. She got like a box of those, like 4 of them. I wish she would have gotten 8. Those things were outstanding. Outstanding. And then a cherry pie. No Warrant references either. Please, I beg of you. One of the worst rock songs of all time. But I don't want like a full piece of pie, but I'll just I'll go and grab a little bite here, a little bite there, a little bite there, and then basically in about 2 hours, I should have just had the piece of pie because I've eaten enough to have a piece of pie now. But it feels like it feels like less calories when I chunk it up. Like if I don't have a full piece, the full caloric intake doesn't hit me. Somehow I like have a magic shield, the shielding me from some of the calories. Like, oh yeah, that's only a bite. That's only like 60 calories. That's good. Yeah, but I had 5 bites. Might as well just had the whole damn piece of pie and brought it up here. But no, I didn't do that. I just wanted. I don't know. But yeah, it's hard for me when you keep baked products laying out because I'm a sucker for pies. Not so much cakes. But cobblers, oh, God.
Hey, guys, come on, get off those wallets, a little cherry pie.
Okay, that's acceptable. Not warm, but that's acceptable. Like any cobbler that ever enters the Tolbert house after the first night will never have straight right angle edges because I'm always digging in a little here, little there. Like it'll kind of look right angle, but it's not. It's jagged. It's got like a little indentation where a fork, a pressing down fork might go, and I'll just grab a piece of that. But I can't be the only one that walks like through the kitchen and goes, I don't want a full piece, but God, I do want a bite. I do want a bite of that cobbler. And then you just take a bite and keep moving. In fact, if you're a pro, you keep it in you just keep the fork in the box.
Oh, yeah.
It's handy. You just lift the box up, there's the fork. Then you grab another bite, boom. And you figure no one's going to use the fork because it looks used. They're going to be like, I don't want to use that fork. Somebody could be using it. So I've already gone in there like 2 or 3 times a day and had a bite of the triple berry cobbler, which is just about gone now.
In college, I had 3 roommates, and I would bring home a pumpkin pie from the grocery store because none of them liked pumpkin pie, would leave it on the counter for a week, and I would do the exact same thing. And I think I did this for 4 years in a row, where I just had a pumpkin pie on the counter. It was March. It was June. I would have a pumpkin pie out there. Didn't matter the season. But I use the same rationale. If you eat cookie dough before you bake it, there's no calories. So it's much healthier. It's much healthier that way. So this has been talking desserts on your after dinner sports leader.
Don't get me started adding the ice cream in.
Exactly.
A la mode. Oh, the a la mode portion of the show. Let's go.
Sports gambling and a la mode next here on Tolbert Coast, Crowley and Percopes, KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Justin, he's on main stage. He's working hard to keep you hard. Let's go, guys. What is your favorite pie? Well, it's cherry pie tonight.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law, Alex Kugelman, and the Kugelman Law team at sftaxteam.com. It is tax season. I know. When doesn't it go? When isn't it tax season? It's tax season. You're going to hear a bunch of ads out there promising you returns for pennies on the dollar. Maybe even free. You know the old saying. You get what you pay for. I want someone who has done it for years. Nothing's going to surprise them. And I'm not going to anger Uncle Sammy. I like Uncle Sammy on my side, especially when it comes to my taxes, which is why I use Alex Kugelman when it comes to anything tax. If it's tax, it's Alex Kugelman. Whether there might be problems, I haven't had any problems, but if I did, I would be talking to Alex Kugelman about that because he's handled it all. Cryptocurrency, late, returns, criminal. Set up a consultation, sit down, he will explain everything to you, and you can have that light at the end of the tunnel. Get that blueprint, you know what you have to do. Let him handle everything. Don't be carrying that bag of stress around. You don't want that bag of stress. Let him carry the bag of stress. That's why you pay him to do those sort of things. You don't want to have to deal with it. So, if you're tired of getting phone calls, looking in the mail, and the IRS, another one, maybe even a knock on the door, you don't want to have to do that. Set up your consultation with Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team. All you have to do is visit sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, all it took was Tom talking pie to light up the old text line here. Bunch of people chiming in. They agree with you. That's their mood, too. We even got one great text, Bob and Gilroy, 408 on the text line, saying he doesn't just limit it to sweets, Tom. If his wife is cooking in the crock pot, he'll go by and take a spoonful of chili. You know, I'm thinking pulled pork here. Yeah, that's...
now, look, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay with that. You just better wash the spoon every time. Don't be re-dipping. All right? I don't need your tartar in the stew or the chili. That's not part of the recipe profile. So just eat it, wash it off, and you want to dip it again? Dip it again. But don't double dip. That bothers me if you're going to keep using the same spoon to dip into a bowl of stuff. It's just like, no, because now I'm getting your gingivitis, and I don't want that. So just wash it off. I'm trying to keep the family on this straight and narrow a little bit over the next few days because our dishwasher went on the blink. I'm like, okay. I go, here's the deal. I went back to my roots, and these were my chores. People, unless you're 45 or over, you don't know anything about this. So sit down, take a chair, learn something. Part of the chores were washing the dishes. Like, I had to wash the dishes every night. Those were my chores when I was younger. So you would get the sink stopper, put it in the sink, fill it up with warm water, soap, and then put all the dishes in there. And then you would wash the dishes, rinse the dishes, and then set them on some sort of rack. There are a variety of them. And then afterwards, you could either let them dry, or your mom would say dry them off and put them away. So you dry them off. This was every single night. It wasn't put them in the dishwasher. It was, I am the dishwasher. The dishwasher was not named Magnolia dishwasher. It wasn't a Frigidaire dishwasher. It was a Tom B. Tolbert Jr. model dishwasher. That was it. I had to wash the dishes. Chores. Boom. I know for kids that make chores. What are chores? Look it up. So now our dishwasher is on the blink, so I got to get somebody out here to do the dishwasher. So I told everybody, I go, look, not that hard. You're responsible for your cup, your utensils, your bowl/plate. You get done with it, wash it, dry it, put it away. It's not that hard. If you take care of yourself, it's not that hard. The issue becomes if a few people decide to become delinquents and put it in the sink. Then all of a sudden you have to do it, in which I reminded them that I took the entire contents of that dishwasher out, and it was full last night, and washed it and dried it. I went back to my roots. Of course, I was blasting Tool as well, so that wasn't all that bad. I got to listen to a little Tool, only 2 songs. That's about 19 minutes, so it's about what it took me to get this done. But I said, I don't want to do this again. Like, I did it this time because I wanted to empty the dishwasher, but from now on, you're responsible. You do your dishes, and it's actually not that bad if everyone takes care of themselves. But if you have one slip up, then it becomes kind of an issue. But it's funny because people don't even realize that the dishwashers used to be the kids. There was no dishwasher. There was a kid.
I was going to let you finish here, Tom, but this has been my life for the last 8 months. I don't have a dishwasher, and I don't have in-unit washer-dryer. So I am struggling these days.
Ooh, the washer dryer. What do you do with that?
Yeah, you use
going like Amish style and hanging it on a rope or something.
Building washer dryer where you share it with other members of your community, which is exactly what you want to be doing. You know, the residue from their laundry.
Big time.
Yeah, that's
big
my
time.
life right now. No dishwasher. I'm going on 8 months right now, and I don't see an end in sight for that one. So, you know, they sell countertop materials, but there's just too many dishes. If you don't live alone, it's just too difficult. So
yeah. Well, no. If everyone takes care of themselves, though, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you just got to have everyone be responsible. Yeah, I never did the laundromat thing. That was something I never had to deal with. I always thought the laundromat was kind of cool though, because it was a place where you could meet people. Like, you could kind of be creepy at the laundromat, but you were expected to be creepy at the laundromat. Like, you could kind of hang out, watch people walk in, and they, how you doing? Need some detergent? Now you good? Okay, fantastic. What about some Bounce? I got some sheets over here if you want them. But I've never had to do the laundromat thing, which was
I would have loved
which
a
was
Tucson laundromat story is what I would have loved from
that
Tom
wasn't
Tolbert
warm.
today.
You're like Frosty in the atrium. I'm melting. I'm dead. I'm done. Yeah, that probably wouldn't go over all that well.
Yeah, you're KNBR, your ice cream and chores, your household chores leader. So
you need to get one of those. You need to get one of those. What I don't even know what they're called. That you put them on it's a wooden rack, but it's got rollers on it, so it's got it's not even, and you wash your clothes on that thing. Like, what is that thing? Does anybody know what that's older than me. That's like ancient school, not old school. What is that thing? You wash your clothes on that. And man, it looks like a country musical instrument, to be honest with you. Don't say Moon River. I don't even know what I'm talking about here. I bet you my dad had one of those. He grew up in Alabama. He probably had one of those that he had to wash his clothes on, something like that. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, I have no idea. 415-888
much to listen to the show? Of course you don't. It takes electricity to listen to the show. Why would I be asking?
No, you got the transistor radio out there, 50,000 watts, sounding like a million. You can catch us anywhere.
Listen to Lon Simmons KNBR like back in the 40s. Where were you? Were you washing your clothes on? What was that wooden thing? I don't
Dial
know.
us up. Let us know. Yeah, I guess the point.
Washboard. Somebody on the YouTube said, "Yeah, washboard." That's what it is. Yeah, I never had a washboard.
Yeah. Four texters in a row that I have finally looked at. 5, 6. We got it, folks.
Okay.
It's a washboard.
Thank you.
Now.
Appreciate it, everybody. Appreciate it.
Wow. We're still going up to 11 or 12 textures in a row with a washboard. It's a washboard genius. Someone had the.
You know what? I guess if we were smart, we would have figured out that's where washboard abs come from. Because what I was explaining with the little hills and valleys, that's kind of what washboard abs look like. So that's what a washboard would look like. Duh.
Yeah, 707. That's where the term washboard abs come from.
Okay. We're putting it together, Carrie, is what we're doing.
Yes,
Sherlock,
thank you. Yeah.
Sherlock Holmesing it. We got it now.
Wow.
We're good.
408, my grandmother had one. This is too good.
What, washboard abs or a washboard?
Why not both?
Could be.
There we go.
Grandma just ripped. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
What I was going to say when we started this segment was there's record gambling milestones that have been hit of late. $11 billion in revenue for the sports gambling industry in 2023, which was a 44.5% year-over-year increase from 2022, Tom. So there's more than just you betting on the Pacific Tigers these days.
There really is. There really is.
I mean, you could bet on how quickly Tom and I are washing our dishes.
We should do that. We can do a split screen like we're doing now with the show, and get the dishes washed. We're gonna have to have an independent checker verify the cleanliness of the dishes when they're done. Look, this has been a long time coming. One of these days, California is going to get their heads out of their asses, and they're going to legalize gambling too, because it should be legalized. It's our money. We should be allowed to do whatever we want with it. Like, I've been for the legalization of gambling. I've been for the legalization of drugs. To a point. I'm not going overboard here. Come get your fentanyl. But what I don't like is the commercials that go along with it, because it makes it seem like, oh, Jamie Foxx says I could win. Oh, this is going to be easy. We're going to start winning some. We're going to start winning some money here. When they shouldn't do that. Like, they should let me do the ads, and they wouldn't want me to do the ads because they wouldn't get as much business as they want to get. Because I would do the ads in a way that just simply states right off the bat. I would say, "Look, you're going to lose. You just are. Accept it." Except you're going to a movie, to dinner, whatever, but it's for fun, it's for entertainment, and instead of spending $20 on a movie, you're going to spend it on a game. That's what you're going to do. Assume that money is lost as soon as you bet it. If you win, cool, you've won, and realize that you are going to lose it eventually. There's a reason they give you these bonuses. Because they want to get you in. And once they get you in, these stats say you're going to end up losing it. It's just the way Vegas works. They have the advantages. You realize how hard it is to win 52.4% of your wagers. Every bet you make is minus 110. More than likely. You can get minus 105. Sometimes it's not juiced. Baseball is all juice. So you could be betting Giants. It could be plus 130, minus 170. Who knows? I don't want to get into all that. It's too technical. But the point is that you're not getting the best of it. The books are getting the best of it. But the commercials make it seem like, hey, we'll give you the $200 bonus. Well, Kevin Hart can't be lying to me, can he? I mean, yeah, I just put in $5, get $200 free bets. We're good to go. Well, you better read the fine print, because a lot of times you get $200 free, you can't take it out. You got to bet that $200, and then you got to bet it again before you can start drawing your money out. So it's not it's not a profession that you're going to win money in. Okay, if you're going to win money gambling, be prepared to spend 40, 50 hours a week studying all the lines, all the movement, all the coaching changes, all the player changes, all these things. And then realize you're probably still going to lose. That's the thing about being a professional gambler. It's probably the only job, maybe the only job in the world where it could be your job, and your job could be to lose money. I mean, every other job gets paid. You deliver a service, they pay you. Period. You deliver a service, they pay you. As exciting as it sounds to be like, ooh, how cool would that be? Set my own hours, set my own lines. I win money. I don't even... I'm not going to adhere to the man's policies. You kidding me? I'm my own man. I'm going to create my own wealth. You're not. You're not. There may be a few people that can, but you're probably not one of them. So, look, I talk about gambling all the time. I love gambling. I've talked about gambling forever, and I've lost. It's not even close. I don't even have to move decimal points around. I have lost because it's just a tough racket. I mean, what happens is the lines get bet early. You can't get down on those lines, and by the time you feel like betting, the lines are where they should be. So you have about a coin flip chance to win. Okay, coin flip chance, 50-50. Problem is you got to hit 52.4. Okay, because you lay 110, they get 110 on every single wager, and the commercials don't make it seem that way, and that's the only problem I have with it. If you want to go bet, it's your money. You should be able to bet, and you should be able to bet here, but I don't like how they try to invite everyone in. This is great, we'll give you this money is yours, do what you want with it. You just bet $5. We'll give you an extra 100, extra 150. You're good. Look, Jamie Foxx wouldn't lie to you, would he? He would just tell you, hey, make every game the big game. You're going to, yeah. And he doesn't say you're going to win, but it's kind of implied. It's super cool. You're gambling. You're making a game. All I can tell you is this. If you want to bet, you will lose. Period. Know that going in. Let my words ring in your head. You will lose if you do this for any appreciable amount of time. You just will. You're not good enough to win, and if you are good enough, you still got to beat the odds, and that's another nut to crack. So just if it's entertainment, have fun. You should be able to do it. You should have fun with it, but don't look at the don't be conned by the ads. There's a reason. The people we have on here for gambling purposes, I know them, and I trust them, and I know they're not con men, and they give you real information, real stuff. They don't always win. That's okay with me, but we don't have salesmen on here. We don't have con men on here. We're not trying to take people's money. In fact, I don't like that at all. That's why I don't give out picks. I can lose my own money. I don't want to lose somebody else's money as well. But just be careful. Don't believe everything you see. Don't believe all that stuff. And we don't have to deal with a lot of that now because California doesn't even have legalized gambling. But it'll come soon enough. Yeah. So just understand. That's the one thing I would impart. That's why they wouldn't let me do the commercials. They don't want to hear that. Oh, you're going to lose.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for
You're going to lose. That's not exactly what we're trying to sell. Hey, come to our restaurant. I mean, you're going to get sick, but you know what? It's still really good. It tastes good. It tastes good. A couple hours later, you're not going to love it, but when you eat it, scrumptious. Going to be fantastic. So, yeah, that's the unsavory part of it that I don't like that part of it, because I know what it does to people, and I know the game. I know how it works, and I know the chances of you winning are minuscule. And I want to get that across to people, because I don't want people to think it's as cool and as easy as the ads make it seem.
Well, speaking of beating the odds, on the other side, we're talking Giants baseball. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. NFL Hall of Famer Patrick Willis joined Murph and Marcus to chat about the entire experience being inducted into football immortality. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. Believe it or not, the San Francisco Giants are back in action. First full squad workout this week. First Cactus League game this Saturday. You can catch it all on KNBR this weekend. And earlier today, Mike Krukow was on with Murph and Marcus discussing some recent rumblings that have been made around Major League Baseball that different teams have spoken out about with regard to Scott Boras and his big four clients still left out there, who are Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell, Matt Chapman, and Cody Bellinger. And here's what Krukow had to say.
Yeah, I think it's all part of the act that goes with what Steve or with Scott Boras. We've changed his name. It's no longer Boras, it's Boras. And I think that he is completely gone past the line by a month. And I think that he's going to absolutely gather some steam for the argument of putting a deadline on this thing, because this has gone on too long. It's ridiculous. And everybody's saying the same thing, which I think is part of the act. You know, Giants have said it, Toronto said it, Texas has said it, the Cubs have said it. These are all teams that have been interested in all of the Boras four.
And add the Yankees and the Red Sox to those teams who have said that. Farhan Zaidi, Tom, yesterday said to Giants reporters, tomorrow's our first full squad workout, and it kind of gets harder, not just operationally to add people, but you feel some level of commitment and obligation to the guys who are here competing for jobs. It's a little bit more disruptive to add at this point. Anybody who is a free agent, we've theoretically had 3.5 months to figure out a deal, and if it hasn't happened yet, at some point organizationally, you just need to turn the page and focus on the players you have in-house. So does that sound to you like the Giants are done, or do you think they leave the door open for one of these additions if they can get the price down?
Well, let me first address Boras. Look,
yes.
When you're 60, I'm usually, if you want to change your name as much as I might go, what are we doing here? I'll say, you know what, if that's what you want to be called, that's what you want to be called. Buddy, when you're 60, I'm sorry, that's it. You're Boras. I don't care that you want to be Boras. I don't care what you want to be. You're Boras. And really what I want you to be is off my TV screen when I watch my Angel games. Oh, I got to watch this guy like every game behind home plate. It's like, get this guy off the screen, please. Can somebody go to the netting and just cut a little bit bigger hole in there just in case? I'm just kidding. Not really, though. I don't care what you want. I don't care that you want your name to be whatever. I'm not even going to say it. I said it once. I'm not saying it again. There's no H on the end of it. You're not Harry Bosch. You're not a detective, okay? You're Scott Boras. You're a baseball agent. Now, to the extent that they need a deadline, you can't do that. I mean, that you can't. That just kills the players. Now you know exactly when you got to sign by. And as much as I don't like Boras and some of his tactics, I don't want to squeeze the players. I mean, this should be about the players. It shouldn't be about Boras. It should be about the players. And he's doing what he does, trying to get the most money for him. And guess what? Whether you like him or not, he usually does. He usually gets him the most money. So he has a plan. He knows what he's doing, and they're trusting him with that plan. So the deadline isn't going to work. The union will never, ever go for it along the lines of a salary cap. It ain't going to happen, nor should it happen. I would hate to see them have a deadline. Would it be great for excitement? Yeah, but it's not about excitement. These players have lives. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to get a big contract, set themselves up for life, set their families up for life, and this is like a big deal, and it's personal to them. It's not like hey, let's make it a TV show. So as cool as it is, when Ohtani signs and big name free agent signs, and it's cool, it's fun. Sorry, it's not the NFL. You're not going to get all these signings within a week. It's not the NBA where you might do the same. It's different in baseball. Guess what? Some problems don't have solutions to them. They just don't. And this is one that doesn't have a solution. You're just going to have to suck it up It's like when people were saying when Barry Bonds was intentionally walked 120 to 130 times a year, 1 year actually. People are like, well, I want to see him bat. They should give him a double. What? You didn't give him a double for an intentional walk to a problem that's going to go away when he goes away? Like, let's just make this a league-wide thing. Want to intentionally walk him, got to put him on second. I forgot about that. Unbelievable. No, it's just some problems pop up, and then they go away. And this will be one of them, unless Boris has another offseason or has 4 more clients. Then, look, you're just going to have to suck it up and deal with it. As far as the Giants go, I agree with you. I think baseball is the one sport where you could handle a guy coming in late because I don't think it needs as much chemistry, like on field, on court chemistry as other teams do. It'd be harder to bring in like an offensive lineman late into camp and fit him in, terminology, all that kind of stuff. Maybe running backs as well. Offensive linemen come to mind. Basketball, you could do it. You have to relearn some stuff, but basketball, they all run the same stuff anyway. Baseball, like, it doesn't matter. Like, if the left fielder and right fielder get along, it really doesn't matter all that much because they don't see each other hardly during the game. And if they bat like 3rd and 6th, they won't even see each other when they're in the dugout if they don't want to. So to me, but you do need something. There is something there in every sport where everyone feels like they're part of something. And everyone feels like they're valuable to the team. And everyone feels like their contributions are going to matter. Where everyone feels like, I need to hit to the right side, I need to hit to the left side, I need to do this for us to win. Not me to put up numbers, for us to win, which I always thought the Giants 10 through 14, maybe even 15 had, that they played that way during the regular season, so it's easy for them to play that way during the postseason. That's just the way they played. It's hard to get that mix, and the more these guys are together, the more they're around, the more they bond, the more they feel like I want to do well, not just for me, but for the other guy and the team. I think that helps. I don't know if it's a huge deal, but it certainly helps. And I think you do got to move on. Like, that's your mindset. This is our team. We're moving on. If something changes, we'll adapt. But we're not sitting here waiting for someone to come riding in and save us.
I think the hard part for me in kind of squaring the idea that the Giants could be done is with what Farhan said at the beginning of the offseason at general manager meetings when he came out and said, okay, the Giants have missed the playoffs in back-to-back seasons. To us, that's unacceptable. And then to go through the offseason, we both like the Jung-Hoo Lee edition. We both like the Jorge Soler edition. The pitching acquisitions have been curious. Jordan Hicks has never been a starter. Robbie Ray is out until the deadline at minimum because of Tommy John surgery. And they traded away Ross Stripling to now create a wide open rotation with Kyle Harrison, Tristan Beck, Keaton Wynn, Mason Black, all these young kids who've never thrown over 100 innings in the major league. So I don't know that if you find it unacceptable that you've missed the postseason the last 2 years, that you would then use this as a hard deadline to say, well, tough. We couldn't negotiate with Blake Snell or Jordan Montgomery. 2 weeks from now, do you really, turn them away? Do you really say, hey, Keaton Wynn, I've liked what you've done the first 2 starts of spring training, but we're going to keep you in that role because we don't believe that bringing in Blake Snell is fair at this point? I don't think so. Yeah. I think that you still are open to upgrades regardless of what you're saying.
Yes. No, I think you always got to be fluid. You have to. And, I forget. It's funny because I get in like such a basketball, football, and my mind transitions this way that I forget about these signings until I'm kind of like locked in on baseball. But it was kind of, I mentioned earlier, the Giants just trying to make the playoffs. Robbie Ray. That's look, if we could just make the playoffs, now we might have a big 3. If Harrison pans out, Ray, Webb, okay. Now we might be talking. So I did forget about that. Although it was kind of like moving money out more so than anything because it is
coming off Tommy John surgery.
He's coming off Tommy John surgery. He's going to have 11 starts to show his worth. And then maybe go sign somewhere else. Hopefully not. Hopefully they benefit at least a couple years. He's worth it, and he does sign here. We'll see. But that's kind of part of my let's just make the playoffs, and maybe if he's healthy, we'll see what happens. But no, I agree with you. I mean, I hate I mean, I just hate like firm deadlines and firm stances. I guess some things you have to have a firm stance on, and that maybe that's more to your own players. Like this is the way we're going to do things. This is what, as a coach, you got to show up on time, period. If you don't, there are going to be consequences. You got to be a good teammate. If you're not, there are going to be consequences. But there are always fluid things happening. Like the rules always change depending on how good the player is. I've always used the talent tolerance scales, and it always holds true. It never disappoints. Whether it's a coach, an organization, whatever, the more talented you are, the more they're willing to put up with. It's just the way it is. Makes sense. And as a coach, I've been left on a flight that I was like 8 minutes late to. Literally driving up in my car as the plane was taxiing and taking off. I got to see him. I waved at him. They actually waved at me out the window. And then I drove directly to Southwest and got a flight up to Seattle and met the team at the hotel. Guess what? If that was our best player, they wouldn't have taken off. They just wouldn't have. They would have waited for him. So, and you understand those things as a player. My point is, there's always has to be like, okay, adjustments, fluid situation. We don't want to do this, but depending on who it is, maybe it's better off we do this. Like, I think if you always think about it from a standpoint of what makes our team better, and the Giants have always said, whatever they do, they're going to try to make the team better. Like, they do the most inconsequential things to us. Like, oh, really? They signed, I don't know, Tommy Robards or whoever. You come up with a name that you've never heard of in your life, and he was like he was a Plan 9W free agent or something. It's like, what? How'd they get him? Look in the rule books, pal. That's how they got him. But that's like the Giants. Like, oh, we're working the edges, and it makes sense, right? Like you want to get better right in the meat of your order, like in the meat of your rotation, like those, because those are the guys we know. But they realized, and I give them credit for that in their 107-win season. Now everything broke right for them that year, but they were able to have maybe better 23 through 35 players than everybody else, or they were at the top of the list. Like, if everybody had to play their 29 through 34 or 25 through 34, maybe they go to the World Series. They just don't do it that way. But it helped them because all those guys did help them that year. Call them up for 2 weeks. They got a game-winning hit or a save or an incredible catch or whatever. It was a magical year. But in the end, that's great. But it's really going to be like, okay, whose top 15 is better than everybody else's? Those are going to be the ones that have the best chance of getting to the playoffs and then trying your luck once you get to the playoffs. So if they're going to say, look, player 39's important, okay, well, if you're trying to do everything you can to improve the team, then obviously you got to be willing to be flexible with just about everything. And I think they would be. It's just, I think you tell the team, I think as an organization, you tell the team, like, this is who we have. This is who we have. Get your mind right. We're moving forward with this group. So you, as a player, you understand, okay, like, we're not looking, where's somebody else? Do we have somebody else there? Where are they at? Let's get them in. No, this is who you got. Go. And then if somebody shows up, they show up, and you adapt at that point. But I think you always got to be willing to do that. The firm deadlines really don't work.
Well, I think that the messaging has been interesting from the Giants because they said it was unacceptable, and then it feels like they haven't, stopped at all costs to move forward and build the best possible team. And I think that that's created a bit of a messaging issue among the fans, maybe best represented from texts that we've now received in successive days from 408, who yesterday said the Giants have the potential to be much better than last year. If these younger pitchers are good, it could turn out to be a good pitching staff in the postseason. Add Blake Snell, and we're good. 24 hours later, the Giants were a rebuilding team. Can't we accept that and deal with 100 losses? That's what the Astros did.
Wow.
Just know that when you text us,
losses.
we can see what you've texted us before. On the other side, Tom's long-awaited thoughts on Anthony Rendone. That's coming your way in the Sound Soiree. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley, and for Copes, KNBR 104.5, 680, the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon's Sports Leader.
Chronicles' Susan Slusser and John Lund discussed where the Giants stand with less than a week before the first Cactus League game. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
We are back, rolling towards 6 o'clock here this evening. Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes this afternoon. It's time for the Sound Soiree, and who better to start with than a Los Angeles Angels legend and Tom's favorite player he's ever seen in a Halos uniform. It's Anthony Rendone.
Big fan.
And here's Rendone at spring training on Monday.
Is it still a top priority for you, man?
It's never been a top priority for me. This is a job, so I do this to make a living. My faith, my family come first before this job. So if those things come before it, I'm leaving.
Is it a priority?
Oh, it's a priority for sure. This is my job. I'm here, all right?
Do you want to be here?
I don't want to talk to you guys at 7 in the morning or whatever time it is. So,
do you want to like be here playing baseball?
I have answered your question. So why do you keep picking at it?
Oh, yeah, you technically answered it.
Thank you.
There you have it, Tom.
I can't say I was happy when they got him. Not that I didn't like Anthony Rendone. Loved him with the Nationals. Like, he just seemed like a gamer, baller, like a guy you wanted on your team. I just wanted him to, I don't know, sign pitching occasionally. Would have been nice. So they get Rendone. You're like, oh, okay. Seems like a lot. And again, Giant fans, you could have this. It could be yours for 7 years. You'd be like, oh, thanks, Farhan. So just because you sign a free agent doesn't mean you're getting the guy you think you're getting. Here's the problem I have with Anthony Rendone. Not that he felt that, because he's not the only one in baseball that probably feels that way. Like, it's not his top priority. I'm sure he's felt that way his whole career. He was really good before he got to the Angels. He won a World Series with the Angels. Or, please, Tolbert, what are you thinking? With the Nationals. He didn't win it with the Angels. He doesn't even play with the Angels half the time. But the fact that he said that when everybody's wondering if he wants to be there. He's been aloof, apparently, not engaged, doesn't want to talk to reporters, isn't around all the time. It's not that he said it. It's that, well, he said it. Let me rephrase. It's not that he thought it. It's that he said it. Like, read the room. Read the room. Are you kidding me? Like, you're not even there half the time. Which brings me to another thing that he said. Like, I agree, Anthony Rendone. I agree when you say the baseball season's too long. No one wants to hear it from you, who's getting paid $38 million to play half a season. Your best hit was the Angels, with the Angels, was on an A's fan. That was it. Like, I don't understand how these players don't realize this. Like, yeah, I'm making a good point. Yeah, you are, and it'd be a better point if it was coming from somebody else, not you, who's played 60, 70 games a year. Not you, who's been questioned for his motivation playing with the Angels, who really doesn't play with the Angels, but kind of plays with the Angels. It frustrates me when they can't even remotely read the room just a little bit. Just because you're making a good point doesn't mean you should be the one making it. Just because what you're saying doesn't have validity doesn't mean you're the one that should be making that valid point. They just don't get this. And on the opposite side of that, you have Mike Trout, who's saying, I'm going to be here for the foreseeable future. I want to win here. I do. I want to win here. And says, I'm pushing him to sign guys. I want him to get guys. But I want to be here. Like, if you're an Angel fan, you love that guy. Like, everyone loves Mike Trout. Everyone. He just wants to go ball. He's like the Angels version of Buster Posey. Don't bother me with all the crap. I don't want to do the interviews. Don't want to do the commercials. I just want to go play ball. That's it. Does it work great for marketing? Probably not. That's why Ohtani was such a godsend for him, because he was great and he was marketable. Trout didn't want to do anything. He's like, just let me go. Just put me in center. Put me in the 3 spot, and or 2 spot, and I'll be good. And I love watching him play baseball. I wish he'd play a little bit more, but I love watching him play baseball. But I agree with everything he said. Like, yeah, Angel fans want them to sign a few more guys. Like, you just cut a whole bunch of payroll off. How about replacing it a little bit? Just don't let Marino in the room when you're deciding who you want to bring in. Please, just lower the beer prices. Get out of the way, pal. That's all we're asking from you. And I really want to like you because I think you went to U of A. Bear down for whatever that means. But yeah, Anthony Rendone, that just, oh my gosh, it just amazes me that players don't get it. Like, I don't think he's a dumb guy either. I think he probably sounds like he might be a reasonably smart human being. But if you're a reasonably smart human being, you should understand that even though your points make sense, they don't make sense coming out of your mouth. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I think the interesting thing for me, and I'd love to get your perspective as a former NBA guy who's been in a lot of different locker rooms in your life, is when I first started covering baseball, and I did 5 seasons on the beat, I was amazed at the number of players who really actually didn't love baseball.
Yes.
They would never tell you that on the record. If you had a microphone or a camera in their face, they would never admit that. But if you were just chatting with them, a lot of guys don't keep up with transactions. A lot of guys look at it as a job because it's something that they were born and were immediately really good at. It was something that they just had the talent, and they knew that one day this could be their life. And for Anthony Rendone, I think he's that guy. But also, when you're making $37 million a season, you can't be the one to say it. Like,
no.
You can be the fringe reliever who's happy to be here, who, has a 4.2 ERA and is throwing 37 innings and is back and forth from AAA to the majors, if that's how you feel. But did you ever come across those guys in the NBA who, hey, they were just born and amazing at this sport, but they didn't actually love it?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Guys on my team, I mean, you just assume, right? When I grew up, huge sports fan. Whether I played like organized sports or not, I played flag football. 1 year I played tackle. And then I stopped playing tackle because I was too heavy. I was like, I don't want to diet. I'm 8, okay? This sucks. Whole team's going out for pizza, and I got to have soup. Like, no.
You're eating pie off the counter just to get by.
This isn't working. Yeah, the pie probably didn't help. This isn't working for me. But I played Little League. I played basketball. Like, I that's why I think I'm as knowledgeable as I am about most sports because I love them. I mean, I've watched them since I was 10. Like, I mean, we were like damn near half a decade of me watching football, baseball, basketball. And even now, to this day, that's kind of my calendar. Football, baseball, basketball. Although I added in hockey a few years, probably about 15 years ago. And then soccer. I like watching Champions League and some stuff. Thank you, Joe. But, no, I mean, I love sports. And I just kind of assumed everyone that made it to the big leagues in your chosen sport love sports. At least you love your sport, right?
Yeah.
And I realized that one day, and I've told this story, so I don't feel like I'm outing him because I love the guy anyway, but we were shooting around in Boston, and I forget what number. I think Nelly was 19. I could be wrong on that one. But I remember Mitch looked up at the Raptors, and Boston Garden had all the the banners and the retired numbers and everything. I mean, it's just an incredible place. And you're just soaking up the history, the parquet floor, the banners, the championships. It's just really, really cool. And Mitch looks up and he goes, "Well, who's that 19 guy?" And we all looked at him. We're like, "Well, he's standing right there. It's a coach." We go, it's Nelly. He goes, "What, really?" It's like, I'm not even sure if he knew he played for the Celtics. Mitch grew up playing football, though, so he wasn't like a basketball historian. But you just think everyone you play with loves basketball, knows basketball, watched basketball when they were younger. Not the truth. Not the case. Remember one of my first interviews with Jeff Kent, I asked him about what was going on in the American League. He goes, "I don't follow that. I don't know what's going on in the American League." Well, you don't even watch you don't watch. Nah, I just play. Like, I'm good. I just grew up. I love baseball. I'm good at it. But when I'm done, I'm done. I don't watch Sports Center. I don't even know what's going on in the American League, to be honest with you. I was like, wow. Because I always kind of watched ESPN even when I was playing. what was going on in the other games, who did what, stuff like that, because I was just interested, because I'm a fan. And you realize, no, that's not the case. So you're right. It took me a year or two to like kind of figure that, like, wow, these not everybody. Like, I would say the guys that I would watch games with that were sports fans on my Warriors team, Jim Peterson and I would hang out and watch stuff together. Mully would watch some stuff. I don't even know who else, but those were like the two guys that I watched with. When I played with Steve in Orlando, we'd always hang out and watch all the games together. Like, Steve's like me. He grew up like a huge Dodger fan. He was a Rams fan, grew up in L.A., played baseball. In fact, I think his senior year, his team went to the Dodger Stadium and got beat in the finals. So, like, he loves baseball. Played baseball. Was a good baseball player in high school. Basketball. Follows football as closely as I do. Like, he loves sports. Like, he's one of the guys like me, like you. Like, we just love sports. We love watching sports, stuff like that. But you go around the league, nah. Just, I'm really good at what I do. Love playing it. But once it's done, I just go shower, and I don't really pay that much attention to the history of the league or what's going on in my sport, let alone other sports. Like, I'm not all that concerned with what's going on in other sports. And like, I think for the Warriors, I think Steph is one of those guys that's a sports fan.
Oh yeah.
Baseball fan, football fan, Carolina Panthers, massive golf fan. And I think Clay is too. Like, Clay grew up playing baseball. We know the story of him and Kevin Love playing together. I think football, but I know baseball for sure. His brother plays. But a lot of guys just aren't. A lot of guys are just that's all they were. Basketball players, and it's something they were good at. But it surprised me. It really did. I just assumed, everybody here loves sports. I mean, what are we doing here? Of course we love sports. Nah, not really. Hey, did you guys see that play last night? What are you talking about? Get away from me, Tolbert. Idiot. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Of course I didn't see that stupid play.
Well, speaking of people who love sports, there is one more piece of sound that I wanted to get to.
All right.
And if these players still love sports after this moment, good on them. This is Rick Pitino, the legendary St. John's coach, with maybe the tirade of the year in college basketball after Saturday's loss to, I think it was who knows
Seton Hall.
Who it was? Seton Hall.
Well, they
there
scored
you go,
about 18 points in the second half. Don't ask me why I know that.
This is Rick Pitino.
I don't think they move well laterally. I don't think they're going to pick it up in the next week. I think they're slow laterally. I mean, Sean Conway gives you everything he can. He's slow laterally. About 5 guys are slow laterally. Even the Celtics, when we lost, I've enjoyed every minute being a Boston Celtic coach. Didn't like the fact that we lost in that following year, but this has been the most unenjoyable experience I've had since I've been coaching.
Do you have any second thoughts of taking this job?
No, not at all. It's not St. John's. It's my team. I think they're very respectful. They hear, but they don't listen. It's taken me a month to get them to throw bounce passes. Actually, 2 months to throw bounce passes. Just thinking of getting ready for Georgetown, because Georgetown could definitely beat us. I don't think they move well laterally.
Well, Rick Pitino, a beacon of positivity. He went on to say that the facilities were terrible at St. John's as well. So trashing the players and trashing the facilities.
I wouldn't label that a tirade, because he actually seemed pretty composed when he was talking about that. The one part, like, hey, if your team doesn't move well laterally, I guess you say it if you want, and maybe they can hear it. I don't know if I'd say. I don't know if it get any better the next 2 months. like, yeah, we are who we are. We're just kind of screwed at this point. We kind of that's it. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's been around a long time, and a lot of times coaches say stuff to their team. A lot of times they'll say it to boosters, and not that they're talking to different people, but they'll use the media to kind of get the message across to certain parties, whatever party they want to get that message across to. And maybe he doesn't see the effort there. He wants more effort from the guys. But, yeah, the last part, probably would have left that one out. But the most unenjoyable experience I've had as a head coach. Like, that's a little rough. Like, if I'm a player,
not his first year either.
Really? Yeah, I'm like, it's about 40. I mean, he's been around forever. Like, really, coach? Damn, with the most unenjoyable? Like, wow. That kind of stings a little bit, to be honest with you, Coach.
Like 3 weeks ago, they were good, too.
Yeah, I know. They just went down. Well, hell, they were leading that game at one point. It was like 41-26. They're leading by 15, and then I think Seton Hall hit a 3 to get it to 12 at half. And then St. John just stopped scoring. Like, I looked at the score. I thought my app was wrong. I'm like, what happened? They scored 3 points in 9 minutes?
This has been the most unenjoyable experience I've had since I've been coaching.
That's rough. That's rough. That's a rough one.
Oh, gosh. Well, that's enough for the Sound Soiree. On the other side, we got some soup for you. Greg Silver hosting
we got a doozy.
Sports Phone KNBR. Tom's already preparing me, so I'm ready for it. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley in for Copes here on Tuesday afternoon. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
me, Flo.
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Got a good reaction to our Sound Soiree segment. 503 texting in. I would say Farhan Zaidi has moved the roster extremely laterally for the San Francisco Giants this offseason. That in reference to the Rick Pitino stuff. One more piece of sound we want to play for you here, and this is Adam Silver at the All-Star game congratulating the Eastern Conference on their win, and a mighty congratulations it was. Here's the NBA commissioner.
Well, thank you, Ernie, first of all, to the city of Indianapolis. Thank you for the fantastic hospitality. To Herb Simon, he's owned this team for 41 years, the longest standing governor in NBA history. Thank you very much, and to your son, Steve, as well. And to the Eastern Conference All-Stars, you scored the most points. Well, congratulations.
Well, congratulations. I mean, that's
Thanks for
unbelievable.
ruining the game.
You guys suck. Very well. Congratulations.
Okay.
Oh, my God. So I'll let people know the reason I was a couple seconds tardy sitting back down was Weston, my son, got home from work, so he was reading this story that I'm about to share with you people, and his reaction was, that's just effing sick. You kidding me? That was his reaction. So with that, I share with you, fine people, the story of Mitchell Cooper Vest. It's interesting. His last name is Vest, and he wears a kilt. 6'6", 250. So he's a big boy. And I won't say completely intimidating, but not quite Elmer Fudd. But it's kind of a little bit sling blade-ish. So anyway, 60 years old. Obviously has some issues or just has issues with some of the antiques that he ran into. The reason he wore a kilt, well, he wasn't doing reenactments of Braveheart, okay? He wasn't doing that whole thing. By the way, who are those people? Let's go out there and act like we're killing each other and you can be William Wallace. No, I'm William Wallace. Shut up. He was walking through antique stores. Antique stores. What do you think you would be doing walking through a antique store with a kilt on? Like, just first thing that pops to your mind, like, if you're not a normal human being, like you're a little bit off, but you're walking through the antique store and kilt on. Any thoughts? Anybody? Time's up. Well, he walked through the antique store. A couple antique stores, as a matter of fact.
You've come to fight as free men.
And free men we are. Thank you, William Wallace. The first one was Antique Gallery. Now, here's the little bit of information that I didn't give you. He was wearing the kilt. Oh, but he went commando on the kilt. Now, the reason he went commando underneath the kilt was very simple. He felt like grabbing antique items and shoving them right up his ass. That's what he did. He got the antique items, put them right up the keister, and then you think, okay, we're done. No, you're not done, Carrie. You are not done with this, because he took them, shoved them right up the rectum, and then put them back on the shelf.
Here comes some lube looking to make him slip.
Hopefully at a severe discount, I'm assuming. I mean, look, I'm not paying full retail for an antique unless it has antique crap on it. And that ain't antique crap. That is fresh. That's fresh scat, is what I'd like to say. So obviously they went for a severe discount. They didn't. They threw them away. They just chucked them. Of course, what else could you do? So after visiting Antique Gallery in Houston, which was a makeup brush and a restoration hardware piece right up the old keister, and put it on the shelf, valued at $130, by the way, which could come in handy if you're on The Price is Right. You never know when you're going to get that combo. Then he showed up at the Curiosity shop. Curiosity? I'll show you Curiosity, located inside the Antiques Mall. The owner, Alicia Osborne, told police that Vest took an antique bottle opener. Come on. That's just rude right there, an antique bottle opener. And I don't even know what this thing is. Do you know what a tobacco tent can is?
I'm not familiar with the tobacco tent can.
Okay. Total value, $74.
Far more expensive than I would have imagined.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't know what the bottle opener is worth. But anyway, same deal. Right up the anus, right on the shelf, and you're good to go. It said in both instances, the merchandise handled by Vest had to be thrown away due to, quote, feces on them. Yeah,
you're making me uncomfortable.
I could see that being just a little bit of a problem. So, and this is kind of weird because he's not a vagrant. He's not a hobo. He actually has a wife. I wonder if he pulls a toothbrush trick on her. Maybe she should find out, because that'd be an interesting bit of information. They actually own a $600,000 home. a $600,000 home. And he just decides, like, yeah, what are you going to do Saturday? I don't know. Just start out throwing the old kilt, head down to the antique shop, and, maybe see what's going on. See what's going on down there. I don't even know where else to go with that, because obviously this guy has an issue that I don't know. I don't even know. I have no idea.
With that groin.
Oh yeah, there is. There actually is a lot wrong with it. Just what is the fascination with people like sticking stuff up the wrong orifice? Like in public, no less. In public, antiques. These things are old. People once owned these, and you're just going to defile them like that? Deface them? Debase them? To something? DeFranco? Old band, by the way. I don't know. It just seems it's wrong, is what it is. So anyway. I thought you'd enjoy that, Carrie.
Yeah, you know me, Tom. I did enjoy the music.
Is your mom listening?
I'm sure.
Oh, no. Sorry, Mom.
I did
really
enjoy the...
Sorry, Carrie had nothing to do with that whatsoever.
I did enjoy the
totally
music bed that Tim laid under that. It really brought it home. This was such a nice touch, Tim.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Oh, gosh.
It really kind of hit, didn't it?
Yeah. It's just...
Oh, God. That is too good. That is too good.
The public nature of this is what... I guess they'll get to the bottom of it. He's got a court date coming up. So he was released on bond. $100 bond. But he's got a court appearance coming up this week. So
where do you think he put the bond? Like, I wouldn't hand that guy anything. I'd be like, sorry, bro. Here, just look at it. Take a picture of it and put it on your cell phone.
Oh.
I'm not giving this to you.
What's he wearing to court, Tom?
Kilt.
That sounds pretty gross.
Yeah. Where's he put that gavel? Oh, we know where he put the gavel. Oh, man. One more quick one. After being arrested for trespassing at an Ohio library at 1:20 in the morning. Man just wanted to read, okay? That's all he wanted. Maybe get a little Darwin. Maybe go in there and Nietzsche. Like, I can't find this anywhere. I thought I'd come in here to the library and look this up and maybe see what's going on. And it just kind of hit me. 1:20 in the morning. Might as well roll on to the library. But here's the thing. You may think, what's wrong with this dude? Like 1:20 in the morning? Like, who goes to the library at 1:20 in the morning? This guy's got to be meh. But look, at least he didn't try to take a book and shove it up his ass, okay? So we got that going for us in this story. But he did check with Christ. So he asked Christ if it was okay, library, 1:20 in the morning, and you're never going to guess what he said. Christ gave him a thumbs up. You're good to go. Go in that library, young man.
Thank you, God!
Learning knows no boundaries. It certainly doesn't know what time of day you want to learn. Learn now. 6 a.m., 1:20 a.m., 4 p.m., what does it matter? Knowledge is power. Knowledge is boundless. You go when you want to go.
Thank you, God!
Just don't go to the Arizona library. You may step in something. Geez, that Arizona library at 1:20 in the morning. Good night. I wouldn't even go there at 1:20 in the morning. Of course, I didn't go at 1:20 p.m. either, so I didn't really have a chance to step in anything at the Arizona library. They did try to call Christ. He couldn't be reached for comment, so they don't know if he actually was the one that gave him the hall pass, so to speak, to go in. Because that'd be a pretty strong argument to be made for
I would have
his
thought they'd have a
innocence.
direct line in Ohio. I would have thought that'd be one of the states where they could just dial him up.
You would think that guy did. How'd you get a hold of him if you were asking if you go at 1:20 in the morning? I will say this, though. There could be a lot worse things the guy could be doing at 1:20 in the morning than going to the library.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he at least decided, you know what? Let's go to the library. Let's do a little reading. I wish it doesn't say on here. I wish I would have known what books he tried to check out. That might have been interesting. Were you trying to get there? Well, I don't know. You know, maybe a little auto mechanic stuff, and maybe a little Twain, maybe something like that. I don't know. I haven't really thought of it. To be honest with me, leave me alone. I was going to the library. I was going to see what hit me. You know, I was like window shopping. It's like kind of me at a brew shop. Let me go. Like my dad at a Home Depot. What are we doing here, Dad? We getting something? No, I'm just looking. What do you mean we're just looking? It's a Home Depot. We don't have anything in mind that we don't have anything you need to do? Maybe a few things. I'm just kind of looking. Like, why didn't you tell me? I would have stayed home. Window shopping at Home Depot was just like the worst ever. Aisles are 3 miles long, and nobody can help you, and there's your dad just cruising around like Robert De Niro in Awakenings, like, hey, this is incredible. Like, oh, look at this. Like, Dad, let's go. It's Home Depot. It's not that exciting. Again, that would be my kids when I was at a brew shop. Oh, look at this brewery. I didn't know they had this here. This is incredible. This is from Iowa. This is fantastic stuff. And you're like, well, shut up. I don't care about beer, Dad. That would be me. So, like, I get it. And that would have been fun to see what book he decided, like what aisle he was. Maybe it could have been mechanics. Who knows? Maybe it could have been tapestry. We don't know. Cooking, baking, don't know. They arrested him before we got to find out what he was into. Could have been worse than that. Anyway,
could have been.
All right.
Let's find out what Greg
tired.
Silver has for us on the other side. Tom's out of breath. I'm ready to sign off. Let's hit the break and find out what Greg Silver's got on the other side. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. The Athletics' Marcus Thompson and John Lund debated if there's any way to salvage the NBA All-Star Game after a 211-186 victory by the Eastern Conference over the weekend. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. And if you live in a house with a roof and walls and rooms, and you have a few rooms, you probably have a dead spot. Like all our houses are a little bit different, but we probably all share a spot in the house that doesn't have the greatest Wi-Fi. And if you have multiple people on multiple devices, you can't have that. Phones, tablets, computers, TVs, whatever, gamers, streamers, workers, going to school. Everyone wants fast, reliable Wi-Fi in every